Perfect Superstar Chapter 67 to Chapter 131. Habit is a terrible thing. Last night, Lucien slept very late, so today he wanted to sleep in comfortably as a reward for himself. However, the long-term accumulated habit made him wake up on time. After opening his eyes, he was no longer sleepy. Although Lucien told himself that after working hard for so long and earning a lot of money, it wasn't a sin to rest for half a day. However, the heavy debt at home, the expectations for the future, the ambition hidden in his heart. It was like a powerful whip constantly whipping Lucien. It told him that he didn't have the right to be lazy. Lucien got up, brushed his teeth, washed his face, changed into sportswear, and ran out of the house. After running to the small park by the river, he saw the old man who practiced Tai Chi. "Grandpa, you're early today." Lucien politely greeted him and secretly felt ashamed. The white-haired old man could persist in morning exercise, but he actually wanted to be lazy. His willpower was really not strong enough. The old man snorted and glanced at Lucien indifferently. Lucien touched his nose speechlessly. There should be a lot of dust on it. This grandpa still remembers things. He no longer asked for a snub and ran to the old place to start practicing Tai Chi. The Beijing Third Ring Road area was densely populated, and there were many communities around it. There were many people exercising in the small park every day. Because of his boxing, Lucien had been surrounded by people several times before. He felt like he was a monkey performing, so now he was used to hiding in a corner. He had liked this kind of exercise, and the improvement of his physical fitness was also obvious. A strong physique is really important. The memory from Mo Ran tells Lucien that a real actor must have a healthy body. When it comes to acting, even in the coldest weather, if it's time to jump into the river, you must jump. Although in the short term, Lucien wouldn't develop into an acting career, a strong physique couldn't be trained in a day or two. His efforts now laid the foundation for future success. After a round of Tai Chi, Lucien was sweating all over, but he was very happy. "Little guy, you practice Wing Chun, right?" At this moment, the voice of the old man came from the side. Lucien turned around in surprise and said, "Sir, you really have a discerning eye." "I just practiced blindly." The old man who suddenly appeared said disdainfully, "You're quite blind." "I used my phone to take a video and showed it to a real expert. He said that your practice was not authentic and that you didn't even master the routine well." Cough, cough. Just a moment ago, Lucien had said that he had a discerning eye, but in the end, he had exposed himself. In order to understand Lucien's fist technique, he actually filmed it secretly. Lucien held back his laughter as he nodded and said, "That expert is right." It was like he was coaxing a child. It was true that Lucien practiced Wing Chun, but his boxing style had been improved to be more suitable for men to practice. In his dream world, there were many martial artists and even superstars in the film and television industry who were proficient in this set of fist techniques. In order to meet the needs of the film and television series, they had incorporated the essence of many other fighting techniques. Therefore, it was quite different from the traditional routine. But he couldn't explain this to the other party, especially to this stubborn old man. The old man snorted twice and said, "It's good that you know. I'm leaving." He was a little embarrassed, but Lucien's attitude was impeccable. He had no choice but to run away. Lucien smiled and didn't take it to heart. He returned home and continued to work. Just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lucien arrived on time at the Fury Hotel on the Second Ring Road. This five-star hotel was quite famous in the capital. In the cafe on the second floor of the hotel, he saw two guests from Shanghai City. They were a middle-aged man and a young man with glasses. "I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting." Lucien quickly apologized and took the initiative to reach out to the middle-aged man who had just got up. "I'm Lu Fei." The middle-aged man shook his hand and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. We just arrived here. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Depaying, Operations Management Manager of Starlight Show. This is my assistant, Little Zhao." Lucien said with a smile, "Hello, Manager Zhao." The three of them sat down and the waiter came over to inquire. Lucien ordered a cup of coffee. Zhao Depaying said straightforwardly, "Mr. Lu Fei, you are a young man with great creative talent, and our Starry Live Media needs talents like you. I wonder if you would like to join our company?" As for the conditions of treatment, he said in a confident and reserved tone, it's far better than Whale TV. You will definitely be satisfied. Last night, Zhao Depeng asked his assistant to contact Lu Chen and rushed to the capital on this morning's flight. When he got off the plane, he rushed to the Fury Hotel in order to win the contract with Lu Chen. This contract is related to whether he can continue to mix in the company, so he has applied for a high level of authority. Zhao Depeng didn't believe that the contract he took out would not impress Lu Chen. Perhaps it was because of this confidence that his words naturally carried a hint of arrogance and bossiness. He's used to it. Zhao Depeng didn't feel it himself, but Lu Chen heard it clearly. He put down his coffee cup, showed a very interested look, and asked, "Can you introduce it to me, Manager Zhao?" Sure enough, he's a newcomer. When Zhao Depeng saw Lu Chen's expression, he immediately felt relieved. According to past experience, as long as the anchor is moved by him, no one can escape from his hands. The operations management manager took the briefcase from the assistant, took out a contract and handed it to Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu Fei, this contract is tailor-made for you." Lu Chen took the contract and looked at it carefully. The contract given to him by Starry Live Media seems to be very good on the surface. First of all, there is a signing bonus of 500,000 plus 300,000 for breach of contract. The latter is based on the terms of the contract signed by Lu Chen with Shark TV. If Lu Chen wants to jump from Shark TV to Starlight Show, then the liquidated damages cannot be less. Starry Live Media has already prepared it for him. The basic annual salary is 300,000 plus 10% bonus. At the same time, Starry Live Media also provides him with millions of packaging and promotion, spanning the live broadcasting platform and the entertainment industry. If it were someone else, I am afraid that they would be excited to see such a clause. Who doesn't want to run into the star-studded entertainment industry with fame and fortune? But Lu Chen did not ignore the trap lurking under the bright and attractive surface of this contract. That is the copyright. As long as Lu Chen signs this contract, the copyright of all his works will belong to Starry Live Media. In essence, it is the same as the new artist contract given to him by Light Rain Media. The term of the contract is also 10 years, and Starry Live Media has the right to terminate the contract at any time. Under the gaze of Zhao Depeng's expectant eyes, Lu Chen put down the contract and asked, "Manager Zhao, I heard that you are used to preparing 2 contracts when you poach people. Can I see the other one?" "What?" Zhao Depeng couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "How do you know?" This is a little trick that Zhao Depeng often uses when poaching people. When negotiating, he first gives a bad contract. If he can sign it, it is naturally the best. If he really can't reach an agreement, then he will come up with a new contract to make the final decision. Zhao Depeng didn't expect that Lu Chen actually knew his habitual means. In fact, Lu Chen knows more than Zhao Depeng thought. He grinned and said, "Manager Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, you are Super Administrator 002, right?" A rush of blood rushed to Zhao Depeng's head in an instant, and his face suddenly turned red. The biggest hidden danger in his poaching of Lu Chen was that he once blocked Lu Chen's account as a Super Administrator. Lu Chen has put the denunciation post in the forum, so he must have taken it to heart. Zhao Depeng originally believed that a generous contract could make Lu Chen forget this discord. Who would be angry with money? However, now he suddenly found that all his thoughts were seen clearly by Lu Chen. Zhao Depeng had a bad feeling and subconsciously asked, "Who told you that?" Lu Chen still had a smile on his face, pointed to the door of the coffee shop and said, "You want to look for him?" Zhao Depeng couldn't help but look back and was immediately dumbfounded. There are 3 people who just appeared at the door of the coffee shop. Walking in the front is a tall middle-aged man, about 40 years old, wearing a suit. Behind him was a woman in a white dress and a skinny man in glasses. Zhao Depeng knows this tall man, and he is very familiar with him. Wu Hongming, the operations director of Whale TV. Zhao Depeng and Wu Hongming are not only former colleagues, but also old friends who have known each other for many years. But the friendship of the past has long since disappeared. Now it is not an exaggeration to say that the 2 sides are enemies. Seeing Wu Hongming, Zhao Depeng immediately understood. He was fooled by Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't have the idea of signing a contract with Starry Live Media at all. He knew that Zhao Depeng was Super Administrator 002. Zhao Depeng suddenly turned his head and was not surprised to see a mocking smile on Lu Chen's face. That's undisguised sarcasm. The face of the Starry-Live Media Operations Management Manager turned purple, and a stuffy breath was held in his chest. His head was a little dizzy, and he forced himself not to make a fool of himself on the spot. He really lost a lot of face today. Zhao Depeng thought that it would be easy to deal with a newcomer in his early 20s by himself. He didn't expect that the other party would play with him and take revenge for the previous discord. He flew more than 2,000 kilometers to Beijing, which was like sending his face to the door. What makes people's hair stand on end is that Lu Chen was talking to him seriously about the contract just now. His acting skills are so superb that he can mix in the film and television circle. It's not as simple as revenge. Zhao Depeng quickly realized. Lu Chen is using him, or more accurately, using Starry-Live Media as a bargaining chip to negotiate a new contract with Whale TV. Otherwise, why would Wu Hongming appear so coincidentally? You. Zhao Depeng wanted to swear, but countless words were blocked in his throat, and finally he spat out only one word. Because he sadly found that he couldn't do anything to Lu Chen at all. Now Lu Chen is not the little anchor in the Starlight show that he could need. Since Manager Zhao is unwilling, then forget it. Lu Chen stood up with a smile. He took out his wallet from his pocket, took out a 50 yuan bill, and put it under his coffee cup. He said, I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Goodbye. Lu Chen nodded at the dumbfounded assistant and left. At this moment, Zhao Depeng's heart felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping. He stared at Lu Chen's back. If looks could kill, then Lu Chen would already be riddled with holes. The assistant asked timidly, Manager Zhao, then now we go back. Zhao Depeng struggled to stand up and said weakly, let's return to the deep sea immediately. He would only be humiliating himself if he continued to stay here. He really didn't want Wu Hongming to see him in such a sorry state. The assistant wanted to say that the return ticket had not been booked, but Zhao Depeng was like this. If he poured salt into the other party's wound, he would be waiting to be fired. Just as the two of them left the tea house, a polite but vigilant reminder came from behind them. Sir, you forgot to pay the bill. The waiter's voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the quiet coffee shop. Many guests nearby turned their heads and looked over after hearing it. Most of their eyes were curious or contemptuous. Zhao Depeng's old face, which had just faded a little, was instantly heavily painted with a new layer. He noticed that Wu Hongming, who was talking to Lu Chen not far away, also looked at him. The Starry-Live Media Operations Management Manager almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. If he had known that this would be the result, he would not have come to the capital. Not to mention that he was humiliated in vain. The most important task was not completed, and there was no way to explain it to Zhang Guangjia when he went back. He could completely foresee his bleak and desperate future in the company. Zhao Depeng. Wu Hongming glanced at his old rival, snorted softly and said, he really has a face. It was he who told Lu Chen that Zhao Depeng was Starlight Show, Super Administrator 002. After the Whale TV executive meeting last night, he personally called Lu Chen to discuss the contract. As a result, he learned from Lu Chen that Starry-Live Media would also send people to the capital. Based on his understanding of Zhao Depeng, Wu Hongming revealed this secret to Lu Chen, which was not a secret. Because he knew very well that Starry-Live Media's poaching must be the operations management manager. The result was as expected. At the same time, Wu Hongming also admired Lu Chen a little. The latter obviously played with Zhao Depeng, and at the same time used Starry-Live Media's people to implicitly remind himself that the price of the new contract cannot be bad. In business, he didn't think there was anything wrong with Lu Chen's approach, and he was prepared for it. Lu Chen said with a smile, let's sit down and talk. Whale TV sent Wu Hongming and Wu Xianxia to talk to him about the new contract. The former was the first time he met, and the latter was often talked about in QQ. Of course, it was the first time he met them in person. As for the third person who accompanied him, the thin and tall man with glasses, his identity was actually the editor of Yunjing Music Network. The other party's name was Suiyan, and his ID name was Suiyuan. Of course, Lu Chen knows Yunjing Music Network, which is one of the top music websites in China. The appearance of this editor, Suiyan, made him have some subtle associations. As for the truth, it has to be slowly and carefully understood. The four found a place to sit down. After ordering coffee and tea, they quickly got to the point. What Wu Hongming brought to Lu Chen was an electronic contract. The advantage of electronic contracts is that they are very convenient to modify, and it is also very simple to print them into a formal contract after they are finalized. The sincerity of Whale TV is undoubtedly shown in this electronic contract. The new contract they gave to Lu Chen is 50 plus 50 plus 70% plus 30%, 500,000 signing fee plus 500,000 annual salary plus 70% reward share and 30% value-added benefit share. The contract period is 3 years, and Whale TV has the right to terminate the contract in advance and have the priority to renew the contract. The most important thing is that Whale TV does not require possession of his original copyright, as long as there is reasonable authorization. On Wu Xianxian's laptop, Lu Chen looked at the electronic contract carefully. He did not find any clause traps or ambiguities in it. The rights and obligations of both parties are clear. There is no doubt that his heart is very satisfied, but the conditions that should be mentioned still have to be mentioned. Manager Wu, Lu Chen said bluntly to Wu Hongming, I just said 2 points. The first point is that the signing fee of 500,000 is too little. The second point is that the 3-year contract period is too long. I hope it can be changed to 2 years. I have no other opinions. The signing fee of 500,000 is amazing for a new anchor, but according to Lu Chen's current popularity, it is really not much. The first female anchor of Whale TV, Chinger Baby, is said to have a signing fee of 5 million. Of course, due to the need for publicity, the 5 million signing fee may be exaggerated, but even if it is discounted, 2 or 3 million is definitely a lot. In contrast, the 500,000 signing fee given to Lu Chen is undoubtedly not enough. Wu Hongming pondered for a moment and said, Lu Chen, these 2 conditions of yours can be discussed, but please let me think about it. How about you talk to editor Sui first? Of course, Lu Chen has no objection. He is actually very curious about the purpose of the editor of Yunjing Music Network. The purpose of Suiyan's visit is very simple. The editor hopes that Lu Chen can organize his original works into a complete music album, and then put it on Yunjing Music Network for promotion and paid download. The founder of Campus Folk Songs. Suiyan's eyes flashed with excitement. He said, I have listened to all the original works you played and sang on the PK theme show several times. Except for Fly Higher and Blue Lotus, the style of the other songs is too suitable to be recorded as a folk album. It has unique selling points. I believe the sales will be good. Lu Chen was really moved. Making an album is the dream of countless singers. Even if it is an online album, it is a good thing for many people to be able to advertise and sell on a big music website platform such as Yunjing Music Network. Lu Chen has a lot of songs from his memory in the dream world, but the works he left for himself are very unified in style. In addition to being used on the PK theme show, isn't it also to prepare for an album? It's just that it's really not easy for an unknown new singer to release an album. Even if it's barely released, it's still a loss. Maybe he can't even earn money from shouting. Lu Chen doesn't want to do things like puffing himself up to impress others. However, now that the opportunity has been sent to him, why doesn't he take advantage of it? In a quiet and beautiful afternoon, the negotiation between Lu Chen and Wu Hongming was also friendly and sincere. It was precisely this sincere and friendly atmosphere that made him not stick to his goal requirements. The 2 sides finally reached an agreement of 650,000 signing fee plus a 2-year contract, and Whale TV has the right to terminate the contract in advance and have the priority to renew the contract. While Lu Chen was satisfied, he also thought that he should find an agent for himself. Originally, it was most appropriate for such a negotiation to be handled by an agent. A qualified and competent agent will always put the interests of the employer first. He will dare to ask for an exorbitant price and dare to fight with his opponent. He can completely put down his face. Lu Chen can't do it himself. Although he used Zhao Depaying as a stepping stone and occupied a considerable initiative in the negotiation, because of his character, he couldn't force himself to be ruthless and haggle with Wu Hongming for the sake of interests. For Whale TV and Wu Xianxian, Lu Chen always has a sense of gratitude. Therefore, the memory experience from the dream world tells him that he really needs an agent. It should be known that his future is not in the live broadcast platform, but in a broader world, which will inevitably have countless negotiations. Lucien can't do it himself every time. After finalizing the new contract, Wu Shanshan took her laptop and went outside to find a place to print it. Lucien and Suiyan, the editor of Yunjing Music Network, continued to discuss. Even if it's an online album, it's not something that can be done immediately. First of all, Lucien has to prepare 10 songs for himself, which is the standard number of songs for a pop album. This is, of course, very simple for Lucien. He has sung 6 songs: You Who Sat Next to Me, Love in the Wind, The Brother Who Slept on My Upper Bunk, Cinderella, The Bright Times of Youth and Beauty, so 4 more songs are enough. Lucien has even thought about which 4 songs to use to make up for his first album, but the problem is that making an album is different from playing and singing in the live broadcast room. In order to ensure quality and sales, all 10 songs must be arranged and recorded in a professional recording studio with the accompaniment of a band, as well as post-production and so on. In this regard, Lucien did not have much experience, and the memories from his dreams could not help him, because even Subo had not released a real album. However, as long as he made up his mind, all difficulties could be overcome. Especially after signing a new contract with Whale TV, Lucien would have the money to complete the work in front of him. As for the cooperation with Yunjing Music Network, it is only an intention at present. Suiyan was very talkative. His understanding of pop music and the entertainment circle made Lucien admire him very much. Wu Shanshan came back with the printed contract. Lucien solemnly signed his name on it. That night, he invited the 3 guests from afar to have a sumptuous dinner in the Fury Hotel. Manager Wu, Sister Shanshan, Brother Sui. After dinner, Lucien asked, "Do you have any plans for tonight?" Wu Hongming and Suiyan looked at each other, and the latter replied with a smile, "I'm going to see some friends tomorrow. I don't have any plans tonight." "Why, Lucien, are you going to arrange activities for us?" Suiyan has a good impression of Lucien. He is young, handsome, talented, and modest and polite. He is not like many of his peers who have a little bit of ability and have their noses in the sky and look like they are the best in the world. Lucien smiled and said, "If there is nothing else, how about I invite you all to sit in the bar?" Wu Shanshan's eyes lit up. "Is it your Forget Grass bar?" Lucien nodded. Wu Shanshan smiled and her eyebrows curved. "That's great." Wu Hongming had no objection. So Lucien took the 3 of them by taxi and went to Forget Grass Bar in Hohai. Because it was Sunday night, and they came a little late, there were no empty seats in the bar. Lucien hurriedly found Xinjian to explain the situation. The latter not only readily provided reserved VIP tables, but also personally greeted the 3 guests from Deep Sea. After Lucien introduced the 2 sides to each other, they went to the backstage of the bar. The backstage room was also very lively. In addition to Li Hong, Wang Xiaoshui, and other old colleagues, Sister Na was also there. There were also 4 male and female singers who he was unfamiliar with. They should be here to run the show. Ah. As soon as she saw Lucien, Sister Na immediately shouted exaggeratedly, "Look who is here, it's a rare guest." Lucien touched his nose in embarrassment and said with a wry smile, "Sister Na, please spare my life." He now focuses on live broadcasting online, so the number of times he comes to Forget Grass Bar is getting less and less. After all, compared to Whale TV, the money that Lucien earned in the bar is really much worse. Perhaps one day he will become famous and no longer worry about money. Then he may return to the bar, hold a guitar on stage and sing casually, chat, drink, and talk music with 3 or 5 friends, and kill the idle time. But not now. Sister Na smiled and gave him a hug, and said, "Sister Na is joking with you. I'm very happy that you can come. Let's go inside. Big Chin and I have something to tell you." "Okay." Lucien readily agreed, said hello to Li Hong and the others, and then went to the small suite with Sister Na. When walking over, Lucien asked, "Didn't Brother Yi come tonight?" He noticed that Yi Zhenyang was not there. Sister Na said, "He is no longer in Forget Grass Bar. He resigned and left." Otherwise, speaking of Yi Zhenyang, Sister Na's tone had a hint of disdain. Lucien nodded and did not speak. He knew that Yi Zhenyang leaving Forget Grass Bar was related to him, but he had no responsibility. Sister Na said, "Xiao Lu, you will definitely enter the entertainment circle in the future. That circle is too complicated. You have to remember that you can't have the heart to harm others, and you can't have the heart to guard against others. Some people, no matter how good you are to them, who knows when they will stab you. Lu Chen smiled and said, I know, thank you for reminding me, Sister Na. While talking, Sister Na pushed the door open, and the two came to the small suite where the band was located. Qin Hanyang and all the members of the Bionics were there. They were rehearsing a new song. When they saw Lu Chen and Sister Na, everyone stopped practicing and the drummer stood up. Today's Lu Chen is no longer the part-time waiter-singer. His creative talent has a wide reputation in the entire Hohai circle. The price tag of 200,000 yuan for a song has been talked about by people. And Lu Chen's original song, In the Spring, which was given to the Bionics, was exchanged by Qin Jianhao with 5% of the bar's shares. This matter has even been discussed as a legend in the circle. Qin Hanyang put down the electric guitar and said with a smile, Xiao Lu, you came at the right time. Sister Na and I were looking for you. Lu Chen asked curiously, Brother Qin, what is it? Sister Na smiled and said, let's sit down and talk. What they wanted to talk about with Lu Chen was actually very simple. Sister Na and the Bionics joined Light Rain Media. Their new songs In the Spring and I Want to Have a Home will be promoted on the internet and radio next month. If they are successful, then Light Rain Media agreed to release a mini-album for them. The so-called mini-album is actually a shrunken version of a complete CD. It usually contains 5 songs and is sold at a lower price than an album. The distribution method is more flexible, so it is used by many singers and is also called a compact disc. Since the Bionics added Sister Na as the lead singer, Light Rain Media hopes that the two can invite Lu Chen to sing a duet song to enrich the content of this mini-album. Qin Hanyang said sincerely, originally, this matter should be handled by the company. It's just that the company considered our personal relationship, so they let us discuss it ourselves. Of course, the price of the song will be as high as it should be. Lu Chen understood, thought for a moment and said, that's no problem. Can I give it to you 2 days later? Sister Na smiled and said, of course, no problem. We are most confident in the songs you write. It will definitely not be bad. Lu Chen smiled. After chatting for a while, Lu Chen borrowed a guitar from Qin Hanyang and went out to perform on stage. He played and sang Love in the Wind, Beauty, and The Bright Times of Youth. The 3 new songs gave the new and old customers in the bar a great surprise, and the cheers and applause have not stopped. The next morning, Lu Chen sent Wu Hongming and the other 2 to the high-speed train back to Shanghai City. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he received a text message from the bank. There were 650,000 more in the account. Friday, June 5th, sunny. Near noon, Lu Chen walked out of the Binhai high-speed railway station. The dazzling sun shone on his face, making his eyes involuntarily squint and his mood soar. Thanks to the modern developed high-speed railway system, in just 5 hours, Lu Chen returned from the capital to his hometown, which he had been away from for nearly a year, a small town on the coast of eastern Zhejiang. Binhai City is a county-level city with a population of more than 1 million. The regional administration belongs to the Hangwan area, which is more than 200 kilometers away from the provincial capital, Hangzhou. Lu Chen was born and grew up here until he was admitted to Jianghai University. Originally, he wanted to go home on the 1st because he had to go back to Jianghai University to attend the graduation ceremony on the 9th. However, because he was preparing a new song for Sister Na and the Bionics, he was delayed in the capital for a few more days. Several songs of the Bionics have entered the formal production stage. As a songwriter, Lu Chen took the opportunity to participate in the process of arrangement and production, and put forward a lot of his own suggestions. Arrangement is Lu Chen's biggest weakness, so such an opportunity is very rare for him to learn a lot, and if the new song can be successful, it will be a good start for him to enter the mainstream circle of pop music. On the other hand, Lu Chen will also release his own album. It is good to know the production process in advance, not to mention that he has a good personal relationship with Sister Na and Qin Hanyang. Out of the train station, he took a taxi to the city's Dongping district. Dongping district is one of the earliest districts in Binhai City. It is also the location of the staff dormitory of the Municipal Finance Bureau, State Taxation Bureau, and Local Taxation Bureau. Lu Chen's mother, Fang Yun, and sister, Lu Shui, live there. Fang Yun is an accountant in the Binhai State Taxation Bureau. After the Liu family's accident, her original house and car were sold. She moved to the staff dormitory in Dongping district to save money. When he got out of the car at the gate of the district, Lu Chen did not go home immediately, but ran to the bank not far from the district. At the VIP customer window of the business department, he took out his bank card and ID card and stuffed them in. "Hello, I'm here to withdraw money. I made an appointment yesterday." 5 minutes later, Lu Chen left the bank with his heavy backpack and returned to Dongping district. Fang Yun lived in room 201 of Block 7. Although Lu Chen didn't spend much time here, this small home also brought him a lot of warm memories. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to home, his footsteps became especially light. However, when Lu Chen walked to the front of Block 7, he suddenly noticed that the car parked next to the green belt looked very familiar. He took a closer look at the license plate number and suddenly had a bad feeling. Frowning, Lu Chen sped up the stairs and soon arrived at the door of room 201. The door was unlatched, so the voices in the living room could clearly be heard by him. "There's nothing we can do. We've been in debt for so long. If it wasn't for our Wenkong wanting to buy a house, we wouldn't have come here. We're all relatives, you can't let us." After listening to a few words, Lu Chen couldn't listen anymore. He pushed the door open. Bang, the security door hit the wall and made a loud noise. This dormitory had a layout of 1 bedroom and 1 living room. The room was very old. The living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom all added up to no more than 30 square meters. The small living room could barely accommodate a sofa and a small desk, so it looked very simple and cramped. When Lu Chen broke in, his mother, Fang Yun, was standing in front of the desk with an expressionless face. A middle-aged woman with a rich appearance was spitting at her and pointing at her. A middle-aged man with a dull look was sitting on the sofa, smoking with his head down. On his right was a young man in his 20s, wearing a t-shirt and jeans, with a messy haircut, a shiny silver earring hanging on his left ear, and an unruly look on his face. The sound of the door knocking made everyone look at Lu Chen. "Little Chen?" Fang Yun was surprised and happy. She quickly came over. "When did you come back?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Mom, I just came back." He turned his face, and his expression became extremely cold in an instant. "Uncle, aunt, you're all here?" The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa was Lu Chen's uncle, Fang Yuanzhong. The one who just scolded Fang Yun was his aunt, Lin Ru, and the young man with the earring was Lu Chen's cousin, Fang Wenkong. Little Chen is back." Fang Yuanzhong stood up a little bewildered and said, "It's good to be back." Lin Ru was stunned at first, and then said disdainfully, "What's good about it? If you have the ability to make money, bring it back and pay off the debt you owe our family first." Fang Wenkong sat on the armrest of the sofa and looked at Lu Chen with sarcastic eyes. Fang Yun's face was angry. She was about to speak, but she was stopped by Lu Chen behind her. Lu Chen asked lightly, "Aunt, I don't understand what you're saying. When did our family owe you money?" Lin Ru's face was distorted as if she had heard something fantastic. "What did you say? Your Lu family doesn't owe us money? It's written on both white and black papers." She took out a few pieces of paper, shook them hard at Lu Chen, and cried, "Do you still want to renege on the debt?" Lu Chen suppressed his anger and asked, "If I remember correctly, this is a shareholding agreement, right?" When the Lu family's business was booming, Lin Ru was jealous and urged Fang Yuanzhong to ask Fang Yun for some shares in the Lu family's new factory. In addition to getting dividends, she also wanted her son, Fang Wenkong, to work in the factory. The new factory was still profitable at first, and the dividends were given to the Fang family. However, after the outbreak of the international financial crisis, Lu Qingxing's business was hit hard. The bank demanded repayment of the loans, which eventually led to the capital chain being broken and the company going bankrupt. Although Lu Qingxing died, he left a huge debt to his family. In addition to the bank loans offset with fixed assets, he still owed millions to his relatives and friends. Fang Yun bore all these debts. It was natural to pay off debts, and there was nothing to say. However, the Fang family signed a shareholding agreement, and the dividends they had taken in the past had exceeded the shares. After the factory closed, they still had to ask Fang Yun to return the shares and pay back the money. There was no reason at all. Lu Chen knew that his mother had paid back some money to Lin Ru, and a relationship between the Lu family and the Fong family had become very cold. He didn't expect that the Fong family would come to their house today to force Fong Yun to pay back the debt. It was the best, how could Lu Chen not be angry? If you want money, then go to the court to sue. Now get out of here. It was impossible for the court to support such a debt. How could Lin Ru not know? She was choked by Lu Chen's harsh words, and the muscles on her fat face twitched. She suddenly grabbed Fong Yuanzhong and held, Fong Yuanzhong, say something. Are you just going to watch your nephew bully your wife? Are you dead? Fong Yuanzhong frowned and let Lin Ru beat him. He looked at Fong Yun helplessly. Little Yun, how can you talk to my mother like that? Fong Wenkong jumped up and rushed to Lu Chen aggressively. F***ck your mother, you're looking for a beating. The living room was instantly thrown into a state of chaos. Lu Chen saw Fong Wenkong reach out to grab his chest. He dropped his backpack and did not dodge. At the moment when the other party's claws were about to touch his body, he suddenly raised his left hand and grabbed it. Pa! The next moment, a heavy slap landed on Fong Wenkong's face. Fong Wenkong was caught off guard and was directly stunned. Lin Ru also stopped crying and was stunned. Lu Chen's face was cold. He pushed Fong Wenkong away with his left hand and said in a deep voice, Fong Wenkong, if you want to die, just say it. I will fulfill your wish. This kid used to be like a dog in front of him, but now he dared to insult his mother. Lu Chen wanted to kill Fong Wenkong. This slap was too light. Fong Wenkong was almost pushed to the ground. He covered his red and swollen face and came to his senses after a while. Then he howled like a pig being slaughtered. Damn it, Lu Chen wants to kill me. Lin Ru was so angry that her nose was crooked. She screamed, Fong, she didn't know why, but the cold look on Lu Chen's face made her subconsciously feel a trace of fear, so she wanted to instruct Fong Yuanzhong to come forward and teach Lu Chen a lesson. She didn't dare to do it herself. Enough! Fong Yun shouted. She was disheartened and said to Fong Yuanzhong, Brother, I will call you brother for the last time. I will find a way to return the money to you in the future. You can go. The greatest sorrow was the death of the heart. Fong Yuanzhong didn't dare to look at Fong Yun's eyes. His lips moved but he couldn't speak. There is no need to do it in the future. Lu Chen picked up the backpack on the ground and suddenly unzipped it. Return it now. The backpack that Lu Chen carried was very ordinary. It was something that could be bought online for a few tens of dollars. However, it was this kind of backpack that was filled with stacks of $100 bills. All of them were neatly sealed with bank tape, and the red color was particularly dazzling. When he pulled open the zipper, the living room was silent. Lin Ru stopped shouting and looked straight at the backpack full of bills. Fong Wenkong covered his face and was stunned, with a funny look that his jaw had dropped. Lu Chen's family education had been very good since he was a child. Fong Yun had always been strict with him. It was only after he went to college in Hangzhou that she stopped controlling him. Therefore, even when the Lu family was at its best, he had never done any ridiculous things like a rich playboy. However, at this moment, Lu Chen wanted to take out the money in his backpack and smash it hard on their faces. He didn't mean to pay back the money at all, but he knew his mother's character very well. Tell me, how much more money do you want? Lin Ru swallowed her saliva and squeezed out a fake smile on her fat face. She didn't even care that Lu Chen had just slapped her son. She asked, Little Chen, where did you get so much money? There were at least hundreds of thousands of yuan in this backpack, and it was possible to get millions of yuan. The Lu family used to be rich, but it was not easy to come up with so much money at one time. What's more, the current Lu family was not even as big as an ordinary family. She was dazzled by the stacks of 100 yuan bills. She was very curious and greedy. Lu Chen said faintly, You can also rob a bank. Aren't you the best at it? After eating Lu Chen's 2 words of ridicule, Lin Ru felt embarrassed no matter how thick-skinned she was. Her face sank in an instant. You're really promising, then give us back our money first. You don't have our money. To everyone's surprise, Fong Yuanzhong, who had been silent all the time, suddenly broke out at this time. His face turned red, and he suddenly grabbed the shareholding agreement in Lin Ru's hand. Then he tore it into pieces and roared, "The Lu family doesn't owe us, let alone you, Lin Ru." Lin Ru was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Even in her dreams, she had never imagined that her honest and cowardly husband would do such a drastic thing. Not only did he shed all pretense of cordiality with her, he even tore up the investment agreement. Without this agreement, how was she going to extort money from the Lu family? Fang Yuanzhong ignored her. The haggard middle-aged man said to Fang Yun guiltily, "Xiaoyun, I'm sorry. We won't bother you anymore." With that, he turned his head and strode out the door. Lin Ru came to her senses and screamed, "Fang Yuanzhong." She really had the intention to eat her own husband alive. Fang Yuanzhong completely ignored her and left the Lu family without looking back. Lin Ru and Fang Wenkong were completely dumbfounded. Lu Chen was also a little surprised, but not too surprised, because he knew that his uncle was still a good person, but he was too cowardly. He was usually treated like a grandson by his aunt, Lin Ru, and had no status at home. If Fang Yun didn't want to embarrass her eldest brother too much, why would she agree to Lin Ru's shameless request? And Fang Yuanzhong's outburst now should be because he still had a conscience and had not completely extinguished family affection. He zipped up the backpack again and said to Lin Ru indifferently, "Aunt, since Uncle has left, we won't keep you for lunch." "I'm really sorry." Fang Wenkong cried, "Want to drive us away? Pay off the money first." He wanted to grab the backpack from Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen sneered and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Are you still dreaming?" The invalid agreement was torn up, and Fang Yuanzhong had left. How could he pay back the money? Lin Ru was also very unwilling, but when she saw Lu Chen's look, she knew that she would be humiliated if she continued to pester him. Maybe Fang Wenkong would be beaten, so she took her son and left the Lu family in disgrace. This debt had to be settled with Fang Yuanzhong first. After driving away the two disgusting people, Lu Chen felt that the air in the room was much fresher. He smiled and said to Fang Yun, "Mom, what shall we eat for lunch?" "I'm starving." Fang Yun sighed and said, "Little Chen, don't blame your uncle. Your uncle had no choice." Lu Chen nodded and said, "I recognize my uncle. As for those two, if they dare to come again, you can call the police directly." Fang Yun smiled bitterly and said, "I know." Lu Chen knew that his mother was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. If it weren't for Fang Yuanzhong, she wouldn't have been bullied by Lin Ru. He handed the backpack in his hand to Fang Yun and said, "Mom, here's 1,000,000 yuan. I'll accompany you to pay back the money in the afternoon." Fang Yun used to pay back the money in cash, and she personally went to the homes of those relatives and friends to pay back the money in person. She used this way to show everyone that the Lu family would not run away from the debt, and the debt would be there. Lu Qingxing was a righteous and trustworthy person when he was alive, so many people were willing to lend him money. Although he was now gone, Fang Yun would not discredit him and the Lu family. Many relatives and friends took out their life savings, and this debt represented a heavy responsibility. Fang Yun took the backpack and asked incredulously, "Where did you get so much money?" She was very surprised when Lu Chen transferred 300,000 yuan to her before. She didn't expect that he would bring another million today. "Did he really rob a bank?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'll tell you slowly. Anyway, I earned it cleanly." The 1 million yuan was all earned by Lu Chen from Whale TV. 650,000 signing bonus plus 200,000 PK bonus plus 150,000 reward commission, and he still had 150,000 in his bank account. A few days ago, Lu Chen wrote a new song for the Bionics, and 150,000 was a discounted friendship price. As they were talking, the door of the room was pushed open. "We're back." With a clear shout, a young woman in a white dress and a girl in a yellow shirt came in one after another. The former was carrying a lot of plastic bags in her hand, and the bags were filled with fresh fruits and vegetables. "Brother." Seeing Lu Chen standing in the living room, the girl in the yellow shirt first blinked, then shouted and rushed to him. Lu Chen smiled and opened his arms, holding the other in his arms. The girl in the yellow shirt was Lu Chen's sister, Lu Shui, and the woman in the white dress was his sister, Lu Shi. Lu Chen and Lu Shui had a very good relationship. He loved his sister very much. After a year, he was naturally very surprised in his heart. "You've gained weight." "How can I gain weight?" Lu Shui wrinkled her nose and jumped down from Lu Chen, and said coquettishly, "Mom, brother bullied me." Fang Yun touched Lu Shue's head and asked Lu Shi, who looked indifferent, "Little Shi, why are you here?" Among the three siblings, the elder sister, Lu Shi, was like Lu Qingxing in both appearance and temper. Lu Shui and Fang Yun were almost the same, and Lu Chen was a combination of the advantages of both parents, tall and handsome. Lu Shi was a little stubborn. She didn't get along very well with Lu Chen before. She said lightly, "Xiaxia called me and said that uncle and the others came to make trouble again." Lu Shui stuck out her tongue, looked around and asked, "Where are uncle and the old witch?" She called Lin Ru an old witch. After the other party came, Fang Yin sent her out to buy vegetables to hide from trouble. Lu Shui was worried that her mother would suffer, so she called Lu Shi. The two sisters came back at the same time, but they didn't expect Lu Chen to be there. "That's your aunt." Fang Yin snappily flicked her head and said, "Children are not allowed to be rude. Uncle and the others are gone." "That's great." Lu Shui clapped her hands with a smile and said, "It's great that our family is reunited." She reached out to Lu Chen and said, "Brother, what gift did you buy for me?" "I don't want it." Lu Chen couldn't help laughing. He opened his suitcase and took out the laptop he had bought in the capital. Lu Shui was overjoyed. "Is it for me?" Lu Shi frowned and said, "Xiaxia will take the college entrance examination next year. Why did you buy her a computer? Even if you can make money now, you have to save money. Our family still owes a lot of debts." Lu Chen said, "Sister, I can pay off the family's debts in 2 years at most." Lu Shi sneered. "Keep bragging." Lu Shi didn't believe Lu Chen's words at all. Because she knew very well how much debt her family needed to pay off. Under normal circumstances, it might take the family a lifetime to pay off the debt, and they had to work very hard to make money. Unless there was a miracle, or they won the lottery, Lu Shi never bought lottery tickets. She never pinned her hopes on illusory luck. Fang Yun hesitated for a moment and said, "Little Shi, Little Chen just brought back 1 million yuan. He earned it by singing. He didn't talk nonsense. No one knows a son better than a mother. She was the flesh that fell from her body." Fang Yun understood Lu Chen's thoughts very well. Lu Chen wanted Lu Shi to continue her studies. "Mom." Lu Shi's eyes widened in disbelief and she said, "Why are you talking nonsense to him? He earned 1 million yuan by singing." When did Lu Chen become a big star? It was a fantasy, however. At this time, Lu Shi suddenly remembered that Lu Chen had remitted 300,000 yuan to her family not long ago. She couldn't help closing her mouth. "Wow." Lu Shui cried out and worshipped, "Brother, you're so awesome." She had 100% trust in Lu Chen. The most important thing was that Lu Chen could make so much money, so there was no problem in giving her this beautiful laptop. "Well, let's not talk about this now." Fang Yun didn't want to embarrass her eldest daughter, so she said, "Little Shi, help me cook." Lu Shi was very stubborn, so it was better for mother and daughter to communicate in private. Fang Yun took Lu Shi to prepare lunch, Lu Chen took clothes from the suitcase to take a bath, and Lu Shui played with the new computer happily. The small home was filled with a warm atmosphere of reunion. Plate after plate of steaming hot and fragrant dishes were served on the table. Although there weren't any delicacies such as fish and meat, Lu Chen ate with great relish because this was the taste of home that he couldn't taste anywhere else. When they were almost done, Lu Chen asked, "Sister, do you have a financial broker's license?" Among the 3 children of the Lu family, Lu Shi was a well-deserved top student. When she took the college entrance examination, she failed 2 subjects because of a bad cold. Otherwise, she could have gone to Beijing University and Tsinghua University. Then Lu Shi did not retake the exam. She went directly to Jianghai University to study finance. She was preparing to go to Beijing University after graduation. However, she gave up further studies because of her family's changes. Lu Chen knew that she had obtained a lot of professional certificates during her college years, so he asked. Lu Shi said, "Yes, what do you want to do?" After Fang Yan's persuasion and explanation, her attitude towards Lu Chen finally improved a lot. It's just that the previous prejudice is not so easy to reverse. Lu Chen talked about the process of negotiating a new contract with Whale TV, and finally said, "I originally wanted a signing fee of 1 million, but after talking about it, it became 650,000. I couldn't put down my face." Lu Shi was surprised. You mean you talked about a contract of 1 million to 650,000? Lu Chen nodded with a wry smile. Things were not that simple, but in order to persuade Lu Shi, he was willing to take the blame. Why are you so stupid? Lu Shi was angry. You don't even know that you were sold. 1,650,000, there was a difference of 350,000. How long would she need to work hard to earn this money? Lu Chen took the opportunity to say, so I want to invite you to be my agent. In the future, I will let you negotiate contracts on my behalf. I am going to open a studio in Beijing, and I need someone to help me. He really needed a reliable agent, and he really wanted to open a studio. Although several entertainment media companies have looked for Lu Chen and wanted to sign him. But after serious consideration, Lu Chen gave up the conventional way of signing a contract, training, debut, publicity, and hype to become famous. Because there were great restrictions on his personal and rights. His idea was to open a personal studio so that he could cooperate with any company or individual, maximize his own interests, and have the power to make decisions freely. Nowadays, many big shots in the entertainment industry have opened studios for the same reason. Although Lu Chen was still unknown compared to them, he had the wealth of a world, with those precious memories, only others would beg him in the future. Of course, these were Lu Chen's preliminary ideas, and there was still a lot of work to be done. Inviting Lu Shi to be his agent was the first step he had taken. But Lu Shi was not so easy to be persuaded. Entertainment agents and financial agents are different. Lu Chen smiled and said, bargaining and negotiation are all the same. With you to help me, maybe we can pay off the debt in a year. Moreover, you can also take the postgraduate entrance examination and be a part-time agent when you come to Beijing. The postgraduate entrance examination of Beijing University was in mid-August, and Lu Shi could make it in time to prepare now. Lu Shi said suspiciously, why do I feel that you are setting a trap to fool me? She was not a fool. How could she not hear Lu Chen's intention? Although she said so, the look in Lu Shi's eyes showed that she was really moved. Lu Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Fang Yun said, Little Shi, go and help Little Chen. You said that he will be a star and sing in the future. The entertainment circle is so chaotic. I can rest assured if you are around Little Chen to supervise and manage him. Lu Shui swallowed the food in her mouth and shouted, Brother, I support you to be a star. Big stars like Ensu, Yi Yang, and Wang Yuan fan. Fang Yan knocked her on the head with chopsticks and said, eat carefully. Don't interrupt when adults are talking. I'm 17 years old. I'm an adult. Lu Shui muttered, but still obediently buried her head in the food in her bowl. Lu Shi finally made a decision. Well, I'll try. Hearing this, Lu Chen and Fang Yan smiled at the same time. Lu Shi said to Lu Chen, don't be complacent. I'll take good care of you when we get to Beijing. Lu Chen's smile suddenly turned into a wry smile. But this was a good start, wasn't it? After dinner, he followed Fang Yan and carried a backpack full of money to pay off his debts. Lu Qingxing owed a lot of debts. Among these people were his relatives, friends, comrades, former colleagues, and business partners. The number was quite large. When Fang Yan paid off her debts, as long as the other party was in Binhai City, she would visit them in person. It was the first time that Lu Chen went with her to pay off money, so he deeply understood his mother's difficulty. Fortunately, these creditors were very reasonable. Whether they were relatives or friends, they did not embarrass the two. Instead, they were very enthusiastic. Many people said they were not in a hurry. And they were all very interested in Lu Chen. Little Chen has grown up. Little Chen is very handsome. Where do you work? Does Little Chen have a girlfriend? Little Chen is good. After running all the way and paying off all the 1 million, Lu Chen's face was stiff from smiling, and the sky was dark. He lived at home for 3 days and took the high-speed train to Hangzhou on the afternoon of the 8th. Binhai City was only more than 200 kilometers away from Hangzhou. It took 40 minutes to get there by high-speed train, and then transfer to the subway at Hangzhou Station to go directly to the station of Jianghai University. It was very convenient. Looking at the familiar school gate, Lu Chen had a feeling that it was a lifetime ago. As soon as his junior year was over, he applied to the school for social practice in advance and went to work in Beijing. As a result, he took a completely different path in life. After a year, Lucien was going to say goodbye to this campus that had left him with countless memories, countless beautiful, sad, moving, enthusiastic. At this moment, he was a little unable to take a step. Third brother. Suddenly, someone behind Lucien patted him on the shoulder hard. Lucien couldn't help but turn his head and saw a big and burly man with a stubble beard looking at him with a smile and said, "I saw you from afar just now, I was right." "Boss." Lucien was very surprised. "When did you come back?" This burly man was his classmate, Gao He, a native of Ji City, Chilu Province. He was also one of Lucien's 3 roommates in the same dormitory. He was the eldest according to age and had always had a good relationship with Lucien. Gao He smiled and said, "I just came back. Let's go back to the dormitory together. I don't know if old K and old C have arrived." Of course, Lucien had no objection. The two talked and laughed as they walked towards the dormitory building. Gao He is a very typical Chilu man. He is 195 meters tall. He is the main center of the computing department basketball team. He is straightforward and generous. He has a good temper and is easy to get along with. He looks a little mature. Gao He sleeps in Lucien's lower bunk. On the way to the dormitory, Lucien asked, "Where's sister-in-law? Are they back yet?" Gao He's girlfriend, Wang Xiaoling, is in the same Chinese department. She is petite and exquisite. They are often called Beauty and the Beast together. When she was a freshman, she held hands with Gao He. However, Gao He looked gloomy and said, "Split." Lucien was shocked. What's going on? For Wang Xiaoling and Gao He to fall in love, Lucien could be regarded as half a matchmaker. He knew that the relationship between the two had always been good. Although graduation season was the breakup season in college, Lucien thought they could continue. Gao He said with a wry smile, "I found a job in Ji City. Wang Xiaoling wants to stay in Hangzhou. You know the current housing price in Hangzhou. The money to buy a bathroom is enough for me to buy a suite at home, and my parents also need me to take care of him." Lucien was silent. Hangzhou's economy had been developing very fast in the past 10 years. While it had brought prosperity, it had also brought high prices. In particular, the housing prices had been rising steadily, and their increase had always been among the highest in the country. It was basically an extravagant hope for ordinary working-class people to buy a house here. Gao He's family is ordinary, and he is also the only son in his family. The love in college can't beat the reality after all. He could only pat Gao He on the shoulder to comfort him. On the contrary, Gao He was very open-minded and said, "I'm fine. I've been mentally prepared for this for a long time." Third brother, how are you doing in the capital? Have you found a new girlfriend? Lucien smiled and said, "It's not bad. I was lucky enough to earn some money. As for a girlfriend, I don't want to think about it for now." Gao He knew the situation of Lucien's family and was happy for him. "Are you planning to develop in Beijing for a long time?" Lucien nodded. "Yes. Come to Beijing to find me when you're free. Ji City is very close to Beijing." Gao He smiled and said, "When you become a local tyrant, then I will definitely lead a team to fight against local tyrants." Lucien laughed. As they chatted and laughed, the two arrived at the university dormitory. The door of the 405 dormitory was half open. Gao He guessed, it must be old K and old C coming back. He pushed the door open and shouted, "The police are checking the room." Sure enough, there were already 2 people in the dormitory. One was lying on the bed playing with his phone, and the other was sitting at the table playing games. The two were shocked by Gao He's beast-like roar. Lucien followed them in. "This is a robbery. Please hand over your bank cards, transportation cards, and meal cards." The one who played with the phone was old K, whose real name was Wan Hongji. He was from Xiangbei, and he was the second oldest among his 4 roommates. However, he couldn't accept the term second oldest, so he changed it to old K, the second in the playing cards. Zhou Rui, Lao Si, who was playing computer games, was a native of Hangzhou. He was thin and small, and had an unattractive appearance. After being frightened, he wanted to cry but had no tears. "Boss, the boss is going berserk. It's going berserk." He had been in a party to fight the boss. He had lost control of the rhythm of the battle and had instantly sent the boss into a berserk state. And then the whole team was annihilated. Gao He, Lu Chen, and Wan Hongji laughed. Zhou Rui was scolded by his teammates. He could only vent his anger on his three friends. You wait. Lu Chen was just about to speak when the phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up and heard that it was Chao Shouzhu who called. Lu Chen, have you returned to school? Lu Chen smiled and said, I just came back. What instructions does the class monitor have? Chao Shouzhu said, it's good that you're back. Are you ready for the program? Tomorrow night's graduation party has been arranged. Don't drop the ball for me. Lu Chen said, you can rest assured that I will do things. We can cheat others, but we can't cheat our class monitor. Chao Shouzhu smiled and said, you went to Beijing to learn to be poor. Well, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Gao He asked curiously, why is the class monitor looking for you? Lu Chen explained, tomorrow night's graduation party, let me perform on stage. Wan Hongji said with emotion, it used to be a New Year's party. Now it's a graduation party. Time flies. Time is ruthless, and the days in the ivory tower always pass quickly. Many good things can only be left in memory. The 405 dormitory fell into a brief silence. Gao He asked, Old K, Old C, what are your plans after graduation? Wan Hongji said, I know a senior brother who opened an IT company in Huhai and asked me to help him. I want to learn more things there, and then if there is a chance, I may emigrate. Among the four, Wan Hongji's academic performance is the best. It has always been his dream to go abroad through technical immigration. As for Zhou Rui, after graduation, I will go to the game department of Fading Company. I have already signed a contract. Although he wanted to speak calmly, he couldn't hide the sense of pride in his voice. Gao He wanted to beat someone, damn, Fading Company. Lu Chen smiled and said, congratulations. Fading Company is one of the top 3 internet companies in China. The famous Yibao and Ufubao are under its banner. In addition, the game department is very strong. It is self-produced and acted as an agent for many popular online games. The key is that Fading Company is a local company in Hangzhou, and the treatment has always been one of the best in the industry. Zhou Rui is from Hangzhou. Of course, it is worth celebrating that he can work in Fading Company. Wan Hongji cried, you have to treat me tonight. Zhou Rui hummed and said, I have no problem treating you. If you are not drunk, you pay. Gao He patted his chest and said, drink with me, don't go home until you are drunk. Lu Chen stood up and said, let's go to the old tavern. The old tavern is a long-established tavern. It is separated from Xianxia University by a civic square. It is said to have a history of hundreds of years. It is famous for its cheap and delicious dishes. Many students like to go there to have a sumptuous meal. Because the business of the old tavern is excellent, there will be no seats if they go late. The 4 people of the 405 dormitory rushed over before the meal time and finally occupied a table by the window. They ordered a few special dishes and then beer. A box of Jiangqiao beer, which cost 2 yuan a bottle, was placed on the ground. There was no need for a glass. They opened the lid and directly drank from the bottle. After drinking 2 bottles, they began to drink water. They chatted about life and talked about the past period of their youth. Lu Chen drank 1 bottle after another. He drank more and talked less. Most of the time, he listened to his roommates talking about the girls in the next class, talking about the new counselors and female teachers, talking about the unattainable junior sisters, talking about their expectations for the future. The alcohol drowned his body a little bit, but it made his mood more relaxed than ever. Unfortunately, there is no banquet that never ends. After graduation, everyone will go their separate ways. The next time they meet may be at someone's wedding. At that time, when they recall this period of time, they will no longer have the same mood. A box of 12 bottles of beer, the 4 people of the 405 dormitory drank 4 boxes. From 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock, Zhou Rui and Wan Hongji went to the bathroom to vomit twice. He couldn't drink anymore. Zhou Rui struggled to pay the bill, and then was helped out of the old tavern by Gao He. Lu Chen and Wan Hongji could barely walk by themselves, but they couldn't walk in a straight line. So they supported each other and walked into the civic square. Although it was not a weekend, the civic square was still very lively. Uncles and aunts were dancing in the square, children were playing on roller skates, and couples were wandering together. In the wind of a summer night, who was singing a sad love song, pedestrians in twos and threes were surrounding a wandering singer, listening to him sing an old song from the past. Son of a bitch. Gao he scolded, his singing is too bad, it's not as good as Old San's singing. Old San, you go and PK him. He was the best drinker. He drank 1.5 of the 4 boxes of beer, but he was also a little drunk. Zhou Rui shouted, sing, you must sing. Sing 2 more bottles. Lu Chen was drunk and said, I'll sing. He shook off Wan Hongji, strode forward, and asked the wandering singer, friend, can I borrow your guitar and the venue? I'll sing a song for my brother. The wandering singer readily handed the guitar to Lu Chen, no problem. Thank you. Lu Chen took the guitar and skillfully strummed the steel strings with his fingers to test the sound. The guitar was a very ordinary guitar, the tone was basically accurate, and it was connected to a self-powered speaker connected to a microphone. It was a very standard street singing equipment. Facing the dusty microphone, Lu Chen let out a long breath of alcohol. He said, I want to sing this song, first of all, to Gao He, our dormitory boss Gao. I hope he will always be so optimistic and open-minded, and then to all the people who have ever had ideals and dreams. Drunk, Lu Chen actually has a lot of words in his heart, but he doesn't want to say them, so he just sings. This song is for Gao He, for his friends, for everyone, and for himself. Good. Both Gao He and Wan Hongji applauded loudly. They didn't care what Lu Chen sang and whether he sang well or not. They just wanted to cry and laugh heartily, and spend the last period of time before graduation. Tian, Lu Chen is a good singer. Many people in the public square noticed the movement here and came around to watch the excitement. Several of them were students of Zhanghai University, pointing at Lu Chen and laughing. Which senior brother is drunk and messing around here? Lu Chen doesn't care. He played the guitar and began to sing along with the rhythm. Once dreamed of walking the world with a sword, seeing the prosperity of the world. The young heart is always a little frivolous. Now you are at home in the world. The girl who once made you feel sorry, now she has disappeared quietly. Love always makes you yearn and feel annoyed, once made you bruised all over. The drunk Lu Chen's singing is no longer so clear and clean, with a trace of sadness and vicissitudes of life, low and contains the power of the soul cry, which instantly attracted the ears of the people present. This is a song they have never heard before. Gao He didn't laugh anymore, because he was not drunk enough to hear the lyrics. Lu Chen's singing seems to be like a sledgehammer cast in copper and iron, hitting his heart again and again, making the nearly 2-meter-tall man bow and tremble involuntarily. The girl who once made you feel sorry, now she has disappeared quietly. Love always makes you yearn and feel annoyed, once made you bruised all over. Isn't it singing about him? The next moment, the singing suddenly became high-pitched and high-spirited. Dillalilladillalididata 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 walking on the road of courage. Dillalilladillalididata dillalilladillalididata dillalilladillalididata. There was sadness and excitement. More and more people were attracted by the singing. At first, there were only a dozen or so people surrounding the area. Soon, there were hundreds of people, forming a large circle on the square. Lu Chen turned a blind eye to it. His mind was completely immersed in the mood of the song, expressing all the accumulated emotions through the song. Every moment of sadness just to look at the sea alone. I always think of my friends who are walking by my side. How many are waking up? Let us drink this cup of wine. A good man's heart is like the sea. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, the warmth and coldness of the world, the smile was warm and innocent. The huge square seemed to have become a stage for Lu Chen alone. All the clamor and noise had disappeared. Only his singing was reverberating, impacting, and shocking, although he was holding a broken guitar worth hundreds of yuan in his arms, although he was facing a stained old microphone, although the quality of the amplifier was not good, but these do not damage the charm of this song. It is a memorial to the memory of youth and a declaration of no regrets for the past time. When it crosses the barrier of space and appears in this world, it can still move everyone. Let us drink this cup of wine. A good man's heart is like the sea. He has experienced all kinds of life and the warmth and coldness of the world, whether it was Gao He, Wan Hongji, or Zhou Rui, they all had a smile on their faces. Especially Gao He. The breakup between him and Wang Xiaoling was like a thorn in his heart. Although he seemed to be laughing on the surface as if he didn't care at all, only he knew the pain in his heart. Lu Chen's song made him feel relieved. No matter how many regrets they have had, no matter what they have lost, they have had sincere friendship, love, and the best time on campus. A real man should have a heart like the sea and be able to accommodate countless storms. When Lu Chen began to sing for the second time, the number of onlookers reached hundreds of people. Many people raised their mobile phones to take pictures of him, and more people listened quietly. Until he finished singing. In an instant, warm applause broke out quickly in the crowd, such as good singing, one more song and so on, pushing the atmosphere of the scene to the climax. Many people took out the coins in their pockets and put them in the open guitar case on the ground. They all thought that Lu Chen was a wandering singer. Thank you, everyone. Lu Chen bowed to thank them, and then returned the guitar to the real wandering singer next to him. Thank you. The other party took the guitar in a daze. When Lu Chen turned and left, he woke up as if he had just woken up from a dream. He quickly asked, "Friend, what's the name of your song? Where can I download the score?" Lu Chen looked back and replied, "This song is called Want You. I wrote it myself." The wandering singer was stunned. He held his guitar and stared blankly at him as he walked away. Old 3, when did you become so powerful? On the way back to the dormitory, Gao He couldn't help but ask, "Did you really write this song yourself?" Although he doesn't understand pop music very well, he can hear that this is a really good song. It's hard to believe that it was written by Lu Chen himself. Lu Chen said frankly, "Yes, I make money by singing in Beijing." Old 3 is really awesome. Wan Hongji said excitedly, "I think he is very suitable to be a star. He is handsome enough, and he can sing and write songs." Zhou Rui cried, "Good, he sings really well. Shall we drink a few more bottles?" "He hasn't sobered up yet." Lu Chen and the other two laughed, dragged Zhou Rui back to the dormitory, and then fell asleep. This night, Lu Chen has been dreaming. In his dream, he returned to the familiar and strange world, like a ghost wandering in the world, like a passerby walking in the secular world, watching the end of prosperity, watching the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion. Sometimes he is Su Bo, sometimes he is Mo Ran, sometimes he is Fang Mingi, a Chu. He doesn't know how much time has passed, but Lu Chen suddenly felt a strange itch in his nostrils, and he couldn't help but sneeze loudly, waking himself up. Lu Chen opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was a girl with a round face, round eyes, and a smile. She was still holding the small brush that Wan Hongji used to practice calligraphy in her hand. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Class monitor Chao Xiuzhu smiled and said, "I can't wake you guys up by calling. Get up and eat breakfast." Lu Chen looked down and didn't know where Gao He and the other two had gone. He sniffed and said, "Century egg lean meat porridge, bacon burger, well, and fragrant soybean milk." Xiuzhu was shocked. "You can smell this?" She took a burger and porridge and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and said, "You can go to KFC and work for a few months, you can smell it." "Thank you, class monitor." He was not polite. He turned over and took the breakfast, sat on the edge of Gao He's bed and ate directly. "Washing up and eating will be done later." Xiuzhu hesitated and sat down beside Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, Wang Ying asked me to ask you how are you doing recently. She said that her uncle's company in Hangzhou is recruiting people. If you..." Xiuzhu deliberately sent Gao He and the other two away. She had something to say to Lu Chen alone. She always thought that Lu Chen and Wang Ying were a good match. No need. Lu Chen's appetite was gone in an instant. He put down the burger and said to Xiuzhu, "Class monitor, thank Wang Ying for me, but I have found a suitable job." Wang Ying was his ex-girlfriend. The two broke up after his father died. At that time, this incident was a big blow to Lu Chen. Xiuzhu bit her lip and asked, "Do you still hate her?" It was Xiuzhu who introduced Wang Ying to Lu Chen. The breakup of the two made her feel guilty all the time. Hate? Lu Chen shook his head and said, "It's all in the past. I'm fine now. Really, I don't blame her. Just a passerby." Xiuzhu took a deep look at him and said, "Lu Chen, you have changed. Lu Chen smiled and said, people always change. He used to be young and frivolous. Now he has experienced the upheaval of his family and the life of drifting ants in the capital. He also has the memories of the vicissitudes of 3 lives in his dream. He has really matured. The only thing that has not changed is perhaps the blood in his heart. How about you and your family? What are your plans after graduation? He changed the topic and didn't want to talk about himself anymore. Cao Shouzhu replied, we will stay in Hangzhou after graduation, and get married after 2 years of stability. Congratulations. Lu Chen smiled and said, remember to invite me to your wedding at that time. There were tears and laughter. Life is always like this. Note, Wenzhou lyrics/composer, Su Wei. On June 9, 2015, the 2011 graduation ceremony of Xianxia University was held in Heliang Great Auditorium. Heliang Wei Auditorium was donated by Heliang Wei, the richest man in Macau and a patriotic businessman. The whole building was built in a Chinese-style architectural style, with large-scale and advanced facilities. The seats on the upper and lower floors could accommodate 6,500 spectators. Heliang Wei is a famous gambling king. He owns a 7-star Macau hotel and 3 luxury casinos. His business scope involves gambling, real estate, logistics, entertainment and other industries, with assets of more than 50 billion. The gambling king was born in a poor family. Before he finished high school, he ran to the street as a hawker selling fish eggs. Then, relying on his hard work and clever mind, he became an influential figure in Macau step by step, and became a legend in the modern metropolis. However, the most interesting thing is not his struggle experience, but the gambling king's boundless luck with women. Heliang Wei is unattractive, but he has 7 wives. In addition to the original wife, the other 6 include 4 Australian misses and 2 Xinjiang misses. He has a total of 19 children. He can be called a real winner in life. In his old age, Heliang Wei is very enthusiastic about charity. Every year, he donates more than 1 billion yuan in China, mainly to aid education and medical care. There are more than 100 buildings named after him, such as hospitals, libraries, auditoriums, laboratories, gymnasiums, and so on. Heliang Great Auditorium of Xianxia University was completed 2 years ago and ranks in the forefront of the similar buildings in domestic universities. At 9 a.m., the auditorium was already full. Lu Chen and Gao He were sitting in the back seat of the lower floor, surrounded by their classmates. Because there is a half-year social practice period in the senior year, many familiar students have not seen each other for a long time. Everyone was naturally very happy to reunite here, talking and laughing and greeting each other with concern. But thinking that they will go their separate ways after today, they can't help but feel sad and nostalgic. Lu Chen applied for social practice half a year in advance. It has been a year since he left school. Many students specially came to chat with him, asked him about his current situation and future plans, and also invited him to start a business together. Lu Chen's relationship in the university is still very good. Although not everyone likes him, there are many people who are willing to become friends with him. Of course, there are also people who don't like him. For example, the thin and tall young man who just came over had a teasing look on his face, and his tone was very annoying. Lu Chen, how are you doing in the capital? It's not easy living in Beijing, right? Do you earn enough money to eat? Zhang Jinping, no one will think you're a mute if you don't speak. Before Lu Chen could answer, Gao He was angry. He abruptly stood up and looked down at the other party. Are you itching for a beating again? The tall and thin young man took half a step back and said resentfully, Gao He, don't bite Lu Dongbin. I asked Lu Chen because I want to help him. Next month, I will join EasyNet Company. Everyone is in Beijing, so we can take care of each other. EasyNet is one of the top 10 web portals in the country and is listed on Nasdaq in the United States. For the computer science graduates of Xianxia University, it is undoubtedly a good choice for employment. Therefore, when this thin and tall young man called Zhang Jinping spoke, he did not conceal his pride. EasyNet Company? Isn't that a famous pig farm? Zhou Rui said in a strange tone, well, that really suits you. The owner of EasyNet Company spent a lot of money 2 years ago to open a modern and green pig farm. It is said that he lost tens of millions of yuan, so netizens called EasyNet a pig farm, and it has another meaning. Both Gao He and Wan Hongji laughed. Lu Chen also laughed and said, Zhang Jinping, I appreciate your kindness, but you should go back to your seat. Zhang Jinping is also a computer science major, but he is not in the same class as Lu Chen. This guy once pursued Wang Ying, but he was defeated by Lu Chen and became one of the many losers. Later, Lu Chen's family changed, and he broke up with Wang Ying. Zhang Jinping was the one who gloated the most. He made a lot of sarcasm to Lu Chen, and always looked like a coward. He probably thought that today was the last chance to hit Lu Chen, so he deliberately came over to ridicule him. As a result, he was directly killed by Gao He and Zhou Rui, and he was also humiliated. Lu Chen will not be serious with the other party. When he was at his lowest, he didn't put Zhang Jinping in his eyes. Let alone now, Zhang Jinping still wanted to sneer at him, but when he saw Gao He's unkind eyes, he finally left resentfully. He was really beaten by Gao He before. What the hell? Zhou Rui said contemptuously, I heard that after Old San went to the capital, he also ran to chase Wang Ying. As a result, Wang Ying was too lazy to get rid of him. This time, I don't know who helped him get into the pig farm. Jianghai University is a key university in China. It has good exchanges with many well-known large enterprises. Every year, it will recommend a group of excellent graduates to these enterprises. Of course, those who can be recommended by the school are not necessarily the best students. Wan Hongji quietly pulled him, and Zhou Rui suddenly came to his senses and closed his mouth. In front of Lu Chen, don't mention Wang Ying. Lu Chen didn't care. He smiled and said, don't worry about him, the ceremony has begun. In the majestic music accompaniment, the 2011 graduation ceremony of Jianghai University officially began. In the beginning, the school leaders gave a speech. The content was nothing more than recalling the past and looking forward to the future. After the leaders finished speaking, it was the speech of the representatives of the outstanding graduates. Everyone listened drowsily until the diplomas were handed out. Jianghai University implemented a credit system. If you have enough credits, you can graduate. Lu Chen muddled along in his freshman and sophomore years. In his junior year, he worked hard to save enough credits for graduation. Otherwise, he would have to give up on getting a graduation certificate and go to the capital to work in the senior year. Lining up to take the heavy red certificate from the principal, Lu Chen could feel the weight of it. Although Lu Chen may not use this certificate in the future, it represents the past he once had. The happy, the sweet, the sad, the painful, the hard past. After receiving the graduation certificate and changing into a bachelor's robe, everyone ran to the lawn to take graduation photos. One for the computer science group, one for the classmates, one for the dormitory brothers. The continuous clicking sound, accompanied by laughter, formed the main melody in the university at this moment. Put aside the sadness of parting, please remember our college life. Don't forget 2015, at 7 o'clock in the evening, the graduation party was also held in Heliang Great Auditorium. Compared with the graduation ceremony during the day, the number of students who came to the graduation party was more. The auditorium with 6,500 seats had at least 8,000 plus people. Many of them stood in the aisles on both sides, and there were also some who sat together. Many people were not graduates of the 2011 class. They just came to watch the excitement and send off their seniors. The big stage for the performance was ready. The huge LED background screen constantly replayed the promotional video of Jianghai University. As the music sounded, the lights were turned on, and the two hosts of the party appeared first. Respected leaders, respected teachers, respected guests and friends who care about the development of Jianghai University, good evening, all the students of Jianghai University. First of all, let us use the warmest applause to say to the teachers who have paid countless efforts and sweat for our growth, teachers, you have worked hard. With the cadence of the speech of the male and female hosts, Jianghai University's 2015 graduation party officially began. Warm applause sounded in the auditorium, like a summer storm. Dancing the melody of youth, fluttering the notes of youth, igniting the boiling enthusiasm, burning our dream of flying. We gather with a beautiful vision, full of joy. We are melancholy because we are about to leave. We meet in this colorful and gorgeous season, the eyes are full of emerald, bowing to touch the new green. Dear teachers, dear students, when we hear the cicadas in the summer, we usher in the last moment of separation. Tonight, nearly 10,000 teachers and students have gathered here, bringing with them a different kind of mood. When the host showed his eloquence on the stage, Lu Chen quietly came to the backstage of the auditorium. Xianxia University's activities involving cultural performances are basically held in Heliang Great Auditorium. The scale of this auditorium is very large, and the backstage is also very spacious, with a director's room, dressing room, changing room, electronic room, props room, and even a shower room and a lounge. When Lu Chen came in, there were at least 100 or 200 people in the large dressing room, most of whom were students who were going to perform on stage. Many girls in beautiful costumes had put on makeup and gathered in twos and threes to chat and laugh. Lu Chen has participated in many cultural performances and is no stranger to the backstage of the auditorium. He found a seat in the corner and sat down calmly. He opened the guitar case and took out the guitar. While tuning, he practiced his hand. His performance in the evening is scheduled for 8:30, so it's still early. Lu Chen, just as Lu Chen strummed the strings and hummed in a low voice, he suddenly heard a soft call from the side. Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Chen secretly sighed in his heart. He put down the guitar, turned around and asked, "Wang Ying, long time no see. What's the matter?" In front of Lu Chen is a girl in a white dress. She is about 160 meters tall and well-proportioned. She has an oval face and willow leaf eyebrows. She has long hair and thin makeup. She is quite an outstanding beauty. Wang Ying, who studied in the Chinese department of Xianxia University, is also Lu Chen's ex-girlfriend. Lu Chen's indifferent tone made Wang Ying frown. She hesitated and asked, "Lu Chen, did Chao Shouzhu tell you? My uncle's company in Hangzhou is recruiting people, and the position is very good." "I know, the class monitor has already told me." Lu Chen interrupted, "Thank you for your kindness, but I plan to develop in the capital, so thank you." Lu Chen. Wang Ying's eyes flashed a touch of displeasure, and her voice rose a notch. "Can you not be so stubborn? What future do you have in the capital? Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to consider the situation at home, right?" Her face showed an expression of exasperation at his failure to meet her expectations. Lu Chen smiled instead. "Wang Ying, it's been so long, but your temper hasn't changed. I don't think we have anything to talk about." Wang Ying was not angry. She asked thoughtfully, "Lu Chen, do you still hate me?" Lu Chen shook his head, got up and said to Wang Ying, "I used to hate him, but now I have figured it out. I think even if nothing happened to my family, I'm afraid the two of us wouldn't have been together for long. Plus, I had my own problems back then, so no one needs to blame each other. When we meet again in the future, we'll still be classmates and friends." Wang Ying looked at Lu Chen in a daze. Such a rational and mature Lu Chen made her feel very unfamiliar, as if the person standing in front of her was another person. There is a sense of loss. After a while, she said in a daze, "All right then, goodbye." After that, Wang Ying turned around and left, not very willing. Lu Chen smiled. He was very clear about Wang Ying's thoughts. It was nothing more than to make up for the guilt of breaking up with him. But he had nothing better to do. Staying in Hangzhou to get a very good job. As for the entanglement with Wang Ying, the past can't be recalled. Let the past be the past. Lu Chen just wanted to sit down again. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong and subconsciously looked to the right. Just a few steps away from him, there was a beautiful woman with bright eyes and white teeth. The aqua-blue evening gown perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. A pair of insanely straight long legs were casually swaying. Her bright and spirited eyes carried a faint smile, and her exquisite picturesque face was pleasing to the eyes. She sat there quietly, but the light she emitted was enough to illuminate the darkest corner. Lu Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Su Xian? Su Xian was a very famous figure at Xianxia University. She was the department flower of the foreign languages department. She was a female top student who won a first-class scholarship every year. Moreover, she was versatile in singing and dancing. The number of pursuers was comparable to the number of carps crossing the river. Lu Chen knew Su Xian. Of course, there were not many people who didn't know her, but it was only limited to knowing her. He didn't expect that Su Xian would hide here alone. He didn't notice it just now. In Lu Chen's limited impression, Su Xian was always surrounded by a few attentive flower protectors. Su Xian blinked and said, Lu Chen, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on you too. Lu Chen couldn't help laughing. Sorry, there's nothing wonderful to disappoint you. Su Xian chuckled and immediately said, to be honest, I feel that Wang Ying still has feelings for you. Lu Chen and Wang Ying, the couple who used to be in love, were also a little famous at Jianghai University. Maybe, Lu Chen said, it's all in the past. Su Xian understood that he didn't want to talk more, so she changed the topic. It must be very difficult for you to develop in the capital, right? She rarely talked to boys because there were too many crazy bees and butterflies. It was really troublesome to say a few more words and cause others to misunderstand. Tonight, in order to avoid those pursuers, she deliberately ran to the corner of the backstage. As a result, she accidentally saw a dialogue between a former couple. Su Xian had heard a little gossip about Lu Chen before and appreciated his performance just now. A man should have self-respect, self-improvement and self-confidence. So she didn't mind chatting with Lu Chen for a few more words. Anyway, everyone will go their separate ways tomorrow. Lu Chen smiled and said, it's not easy. It takes a lot of effort. I hope I can succeed. He asked, what are your plans after graduation? This sentence was probably the most asked among the students today. Su Xian said, I'm going to Wharton Business School to study. Wharton. Lu Chen exclaimed, amazing. Wharton Business School was the world's #1 business school. It was affiliated with the University of Pennsylvania in the United States. It had a history of hundreds of years and had trained countless business elites and economists. However, it was extremely difficult to enter Wharton Business School. Lu Chen's sister, Lu Shi, had longed for this famous school, but the reality was that her choice was still a domestic school like Beijing University or Tsinghua University. Su Xian was extremely beautiful, and her academic performance was so outstanding that Lu Chen couldn't help but admire her. Su Xian smiled and said, thank you. If you have the opportunity to come to Philadelphia in the future, remember to have tea with me. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and said, I don't even have your contact information. Lu Chen didn't have the idea of pursuing her, because he and Su Xian were undoubtedly people from two different worlds. However, they had a good chat now, so he mentioned it casually. Su Xian was very generous and directly gave Lu Chen her QQ number, private number, please don't give it to others. Lu Chen recorded it in his mobile phone. Su Xian got up and said, it's almost my turn to go on stage. Goodbye, Lu Chen. Lu Chen also stood up and said, goodbye, Su Xian. He knew that the two probably wouldn't have many opportunities to see each other again. There was a touch of regret in his heart. Such a beautiful girl, even if they weren't a couple, it was a great fortune to be friends. Watching the figure of the other party disappear into the backstage, Lu Chen had just sat down when his buttocks just touched the surface of the chair. Chao Shouzhu, the class monitor Chao, ran over gasping for breath and complained when they met. Lu Chen, why are you hiding here? It took me a while to find you. Lu Chen was surprised, what's wrong? Chao Shouzhu said, your performance has to be advanced. The two programs before you need time to prepare, so you are arranged to go on stage after the next program. Lu Chen said, I'm going to faint. The university's gala was very random. Of course, large-scale programs had rehearsals and time arrangements in advance, but in case of an emergency, a solo program like his would have to go on stage. Don't faint, I'm going to faint. Chao Shouzhu was anxious, hurry up and get ready. Do you want me to help you with makeup? No need, no need. Lu Chen quickly said, help me send this to the director's room first, and wait for me to play it on stage. He took out the USB from his pocket and handed it to Chao Shouzhu. As early as last month, Chao Shouzhu called Lu Chen and told him about Lu Chen's performance at the gala, so he made a music video early to accompany his performance. No problem. Chao Shouzhu took the USB and hurried to the director's room. Lu Chen exhaled. He turned around and looked at himself in the mirror of the dressing table. I have to work hard. Girls in rainbow-colored feather dresses walked briskly down the stairs, leading to the backstage like butterflies. The relatively narrow space was filled with the fragrance of cosmetics that could make people's heart beat faster. These beautiful girls had just finished a dance performance, and the applause in the auditorium had not yet subsided. They were talking and laughing, and the sweat on their foreheads was mixed with gold powder, shining under the light of the wall lamps. Lu Chen, with his guitar, politely turned sideways and pressed his back against the wooden wall to make way for them. Several girls looked at Lu Chen curiously and kept walking past him, leaving a string of silver bell-like laughter. On the stage outside, the host was announcing, "Thank you for the wonderful performance of the 24 beautiful girls just now. The next program is from the computer science application major, a male solo. His name is Lu Chen. Let's welcome him to the stage with applause." As soon as his voice fell, Lu Chen, who was already standing at the exit of the stage, immediately stepped forward and stood under the spotlight. Facing nearly 10,000 alumni and teachers at the scene, he showed a confident smile. After the baptism of the light blue music carnival, even in the face of a large audience, Lu Chen would not be nervous. He believed in his own song. Applause rang out. Although it wasn't very enthusiastic, many students still gave face to him. In particular, Lu Chen's classmates were desperately clapping their hands, and the loud whistling sound was very professional. Lu Chen was tall and handsome. His family used to be rich, but he did not have the kind of playboy of a rich family. Moreover, he was usually very willing to help others, so his popularity among his classmates has always been quite good. Many people knew about the changes in Lu Chen's family, and they also knew that he ran out early to work to make money. Their applause was their support and admiration for Lu Chen, because it was not easy to do what he did. In seat number 19 of the 37th row of Heliang Great Auditorium, Wang Ying raised her hand and clapped twice, then immediately put it down. She stared at Lu Chen standing in the center of the stage and suddenly felt that the latter was very strange. The girl sitting next to Wang Ying quietly leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Why, do you still miss him?" Wang Ying shook her head blankly. She didn't know what was wrong with her. They had broken up for so long, and the two of them had made it clear. But there was always an emotion lingering in his heart. The girl next door advised earnestly, "Don't think too much about it since we've already split up. What's the use of being handsome now? With your qualifications, you can totally find someone better than him. For example, that Chen Peng is very good." Wang Ying frowned and said, "He and I have already passed, and I didn't think much about it." The girl next door chuckled and said, "That's right. For us girls, finding a suitable husband is the most important thing. It's so tiring to work hard in society. The housing prices in Hangzhou are so expensive. It's not worth it to suffer with a handsome guy." Wang Ying listened to it in one ear and out the other. She didn't know where her mind had drifted. At this moment, Lu Chen was speaking into the microphone and said, "Thank you for your applause. The song I'm going to sing here tonight is written by myself, and it's the first time I'm singing it in public. I'll give this song to all the girls, all the junior sisters and senior sisters. Because it's because of you that Xianxia University is a truly beautiful campus. I wish you will always be young and beautiful." There were countless laughter in the auditorium, and many girls applauded again, more enthusiastic applause. Most of the boys were envious, jealous, and hateful, and there was no lack of secretly cursing. Using original works to please girls? You're dreaming. If you don't sing well, you'll be booed off the stage. Let's see if you can act cool. Handsome guys, especially handsome guys who can play the guitar, are the most annoying. However, Lu Chen did not feel the resentment from the single people. He turned his head and gave a thumbs up to the director on the sidelines, indicating that he could start. After a while, the image of the new song's music video appeared on the huge screen behind Lu Chen. He gently plucked the strings and played the prelude, gently and softly. The first thing that appeared on the LED screen was the virtual scenery of Xianxia University, and then the silhouettes of girls accompanied by sketched flowers quietly appeared, setting off the 4 hand-painted artistic words, "Those flowers. That laughter reminds me of my flowers quietly blooming for me in every corner of my life. I thought I would always stay by her side. Today we've left in the vast sea of people. Are they all old? Where are they? Just like this, we run to the ends of the world, la. Miss her. La. Is she still blooming, la? Go, they've been blown away by the wind, scattered to the ends of the world." A touch of sadness, a touch of nostalgia, a low singing about the past. Lu Chen's playing was simple and concise, but the beautiful melody and lyrics made this song have the power to hit the heart. Especially those girls, they looked at the familiar or unfamiliar photos that appeared in the music video on the big screen. Those were the memories of their youth, those running, hugging, jumping, playing. The past reappeared in front of their eyes, happy, sad, sweet, excited. They were about to graduate, about to be blown away by the wind, scattered to the ends of the world. Some stories haven't been told yet, so let's forget it. Those feelings have been difficult to distinguish between true and false in the years. Now the weeds are overgrown here, and there are no flowers. Fortunately, I once had your spring and autumn, winter and summer. La. Miss her. La. Is she still blooming? La. Go, they've been blown away by the wind, scattered to the ends of the world. Are they all old? Where are they? Just like this, we run to the ends of the world. The auditorium, which can accommodate thousands of spectators, was very quiet. There was no applause, no laughter, no talking. Everyone was listening to Lu Chen singing. Some girls were already sobbing. The song aroused the romantic hope and the involuntary sadness in their hearts. Like dandelion flowers that bloomed unexpectedly in the right time and place, their souls seemed to be lost along with the fluttering flower catkins and could never be recovered. Lu Chen played and hummed, memory surged. The flower that left the most profound mark in his life was his senior sister, Wan. She appeared at the time when Lu Chen was at his lowest. At that time, his father had just passed away, and he broke up with Wang Ying. After experiencing great changes in his life, he was decadent and gloomy like a walking corpse. And Wan's appearance, like a bright sunshine, dispelled the darkness and haze in Lu Chen's heart. She used her tenderness to soothe Lu Chen's wounded heart, so that Lu Chen finally got rid of his depression and faced life again with a strong will. But Lu Chen couldn't keep Wan. After graduation, she emigrated to England with her family. Even Lu Chen's best friends didn't know about this relationship, and he didn't tell anyone. He had always suppressed it in his heart. Today, he sang this song here, precisely for Wan. Her photo was also in the MV, smiling brightly. Are they all old? Where are they? Just like this, we run to the ends of the world. Unknowingly, Lu Chen's eyes were wet with tears. He had never sung so emotionally, and his voice was choked. In the audience, many girls had already burst into tears. They either sobbed alone, or hugged each other to comfort each other, wantonly venting the emotions that were aroused in their hearts. Wang Ying bit her lips, and the look in her eyes was extremely complicated. Intuition told her that this song of Lu Chen was sung for his most beloved person. That person was not her. She was also moved by the song, but when she thought of this, her heart seemed to be bitten by a poisonous snake. Strong jealousy and pain, as if she had lost her most cherished treasure. The picture of the MV was finally fixed on a photo. On a drizzling afternoon, in the depths of the old streets and alleys, the silhouette of a gentle and moving woman holding a paper umbrella. The dense water vapor made the lens hazy, and it was impossible to capture her true face. But that beauty, like an orchid in an empty valley, was destined to become one of the most profound memories of all the witnesses. Lu Chen finished singing. He straightened his chest and said to the microphone, "Those flowers, thank you everyone." He wanted to thank all the flowers that appeared in his 22-year-old life. Because of their existence, life is wonderful. Note, Those Flowers lyrics/song, Pu Shu in Lu Chen's Dream World. Those Flowers was a classic created by a talented singer. This low-key, beautiful, and slightly sad folk song had touched countless people. It had been repeatedly sung by other singers and often appeared in school art parties. It could be called a graduation song. Although it was in a different space, the charm of this song did not fade in the slightest. It could easily evoke the feelings hidden deep in people's hearts, especially those who had loved, been in love, been hurt, and experienced the same parting. It naturally resonated strongly. So many girls were crying. The song was full of gentle memories and reverie, but in the end, it could not overcome the faint sorrow of parting. Just like that, we go our separate ways. And in those flowers, Lu Chen poured his most sincere feelings into it. He used this song to say goodbye to his youth in school. Those flowers, thank you everyone. Lu Chen bowed deeply. The applause suddenly exploded, like artillery fire on a battlefield, fierce and lasting. Many girls stood up. Their eyes were filled with tears, and they clapped their delicate palms hard. Even if they were red and painful, they did not care. The boys also stood up. Their way of expressing their feelings was more direct, which was to shout loudly. Well sung. Sing it again. One more song. Soon, all the cheers and shouts turned into the simplest word, charge. Charge. Without experiencing the baptism of social reality, most of these boys and girls retained simple and sincere feelings. They liked it, they were touched, and they would not be stingy with their praise and applause. Lucien straightened up and nodded. Thank you. He took a deep breath, then turned around and walked backstage. It was over. Charge. 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 However, the orderly shouting from below the stage did not disappear because of Lucien's departure. Instead, it became more intense and loud. That kind of high-spirited and surging momentum seemed to be able to overturn the dome of the auditorium. The man's voice was powerful, and the woman's voice was delicate. They completely merged into one voice. Charge. A few school leaders and teachers in the first 2 rows of the auditorium could no longer sit still. They stood up, turned around, and waved their arms to signal the students to quiet down and not disturb the performance. However, no one paid any attention to them. Their authority had already expired on graduation day. Many people looked at each other and did not know what to do. After all, it was rare for such a situation to occur in a school cultural performance. It was almost impossible to encounter such a situation. Even Lucien himself did not expect that. Just as he was about to walk down the stairs, the host of the evening party rushed over and stopped him. Lucien, come back and sing another song. The university students were all passionate and impulsive. If the atmosphere was not controlled, something big might happen. The host's face turned pale. All right. Lucien also realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly returned to the center of the stage. As he appeared again, the excited shouts quickly calmed down, but everyone was still standing. Lucien sorted out his thoughts and said to the microphone, "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for liking this song so much. Then I will sing another song for you. It is also a song that I wrote myself. I hope you like it. Its name is Song of Time." Warm applause rang out, as dense as rain falling on banana leaves. But in an instant, it disappeared completely. Because Lucien began to sing. Time is slower than you, and the world is 1 year older. How can I not be anxious? Youth has fled. For so many years you always say that meeting hasn't changed, but the photo remembers the young man's face. What hasn't changed is this infatuation, what has changed is this time. So many years of youth, never to return, and also met people who made me miss. This world is still this world, but it turns out that you and I are long gone. Playing the guitar casually, Lucien sang softly, using his voice to bring all the audience back to the past, to reminisce the beauty of the past, and to miss the people who came and went in their lives. This song had the same sentimentality as those flowers, but it was more nostalgic. Just like the chorus. This time, shaking and shaking, this time, turning and spinning. This time, turning and spinning, this time, turning and spinning. Accompanied by Lucien's clear, clean, and slightly sad singing, an indescribable atmosphere enveloped the auditorium. Everyone unconsciously sat down again and quietly listened to him play and sing. It was also quiet backstage. The facilities in the auditorium were very advanced. There was a television screen in the backstage area, where one could watch the live broadcast of the stage. Almost everyone in the large dressing room was gathered in front of the screen. Xianxia was one of them. She had just shed tears, and there were still sparkling tears in the corners of her eyes. She was not the only one who was crying. So many years of youth, never to return, and I've met people who make me miss. But what hasn't changed is this infatuation, what has changed is this piece of time. I want to sing a ballad of time for you so that my youth won't grow old. I want to sing a ballad of time for you so that my youth won't grow old. Our youth won't grow old. After playing the last part, Lucien did not thank him again. Instead, he quietly bowed and left the stage. Let everyone slowly savor the rest. This time, no one asked him to stay and return to the stage, because everyone was still immersed in the atmosphere created by the song. Lucien returned backstage smoothly. As soon as he came down, a figure suddenly pounced on him and hugged him. Lu Chen was shocked. He took a closer look and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, class monitor Chow, don't hug indecent people." It was Chow Xiaozhu who hugged him. The female class monitor loosened her arms with red eyes and said, "Lu Chen, you sang so well. I didn't know you were so talented." Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm a late bloomer." At this time, many people around Lu Chen surrounded him and clapped their hands at the same time. Whether it was those who were about to perform on the stage or those who had already returned from the performance, they paid tribute to Lu Chen with neat, warm, and sincere applause. Lu Chen was surprised and moved. He couldn't express it and could only say, thank you everyone. Thank you." Su Xian was also in the crowd. She was smiling and giving her blessings. At the end of the graduation party, when Lu Chen and Gao He returned to the dormitory, it was already 11:30. Everyone didn't speak and lay on their beds. This was their last night in college. "Goodbye, my King youth." "No." One knew who shouted hoarsely, but it broke the silence of the night and came through the glass window. As if it was a wounded lone wolf. "Goodbye, my college." Boom, there was a low sound of something exploding. Boom. Boom. Boom, this sound seemed to be contagious, spreading quickly like a plague. Gao He, who was sleeping on Lu Chen's lower bunk, suddenly turned over and stood up, and his head hit Lu Chen's bed board heavily. But this Jilu man didn't care at all. He picked up the hot water bottle on the ground, then pushed open the glass window, smashed the hot water bottle down, and shouted out of the window with all his strength, "Wang Shaoling, I love you. Come home with me." Lu Chen, Wan Hongji, and Zhou Ruwei looked at each other and were speechless to comfort him. Wan Hongji silently picked up his hot water bottle and followed Gao He down the stairs. "Son of a bitch." Lu Chen laughed and immediately jumped out of bed. "Let's smash it together." Hot water bottle, basin, toothbrush jar, trash can, textbook. The entire dormitory area of the university quickly became a crazy battlefield, and everyone threw everything that can be thrown out. The sounds of crashing, shattering, shouting, crying, echoed in the empty night for a long time. "This is our youth." When he couldn't smash anything, Gao He leaned over and pulled out a box of canned beer from under the bed. He grabbed a few cans of beer and threw them to Lu Chen and others. He opened one himself and said in a hoarse voice, "The last night of college, we will open our eyes, no one will sleep." As soon as his voice fell, the door of the dormitory was pushed open. Appearing at the door, it was a petite girl with tears on her face. She sobbed and said, "Gao He, I will go home with you." Patter, the beer can in Gao He's hand suddenly fell to the ground, and the mixed foam splashed out. Little by little, it splashed on his body. Note, Ballad of Time lyrics/composer, Wang Fanrui. The lyrics have been slightly changed. On June 10, Lu Chen returned to Beijing. Waving away the melancholy of graduation, he cheered up and went on his way again. From now on, his identity is no longer a college student in the ivory tower, but a real fresh person in society. The road is long and far, and I will search up and down. At this moment, Lu Chen didn't know what was waiting for him in the future. He didn't know whether he was about to embark on a bright road covered with flowers or a dangerous path full of thorns. But he was fearless and full of expectations. Thursday, June 11, overcast. Lu Chen came to the Dalong Building in the 4th Ring Road of Beijing. The Dalong Building is a 58-story office building located in the most prosperous financial and business district of the 4th Ring Road. Lu Chen came here twice some time ago and participated in the production of 2 singles by the Bionics in Tianjai Music Workshop on the 35th floor. Tianjai Music Workshop is very famous in the Beijing pop music scene. It was established 10 years ago, mainly engaged in music production and promotion business, with complete and advanced equipment and a group of excellent professionals. Many big names in the industry have produced their works through Tianjai Music Workshop. In order to launch the first shot into pop music, Light Rain Media put its first album in Tianjai Music Workshop. First in quality, although Lu Chen's participation was not deep, he had a deep understanding of the strength of Tianjai Music Workshop. So he wanted to hand over his album to Tianjai to complete. The idea of making a solo album began to germinate when Lu Chen signed with Whale TV. Later, it was not until after the PK theme show that Yunjing Music Network's editor Sui and discussed with him that he really made up his mind. Lu Chen wants to use this album as a stepping stone to enter the pan-entertainment circle, so he attaches great importance to it and takes it as the first major event after returning to Beijing. In the customer reception room of Tianjin Music Workshop, Lu Chen first met the other party's business representative. The business representative's surname was Ni, and she was in her 30s. She was a typical white-skinned woman in the workplace. Her makeup was exquisite and she was well-dressed. Although the smile on her face was slightly professional, it did not make people feel neglected. Miss Ni spoke softly, "Mr. Lu Chen, this is our company's price list for music production, which includes 5 sets of ABCDE. Of course, if you have special requirements, our company can also tailor-make it for you." Lu Chen nodded, took the price list, and looked at it carefully. The first 2 times he came to Tianjin Music Workshop, he was there to help, and he didn't inquire about the price. Now he had an eye-opener. This price list was specifically for album production, including all the costs of arrangement, recording, and post-production. Among the 5, the lowest E package was quoted at 100,000 yuan, and the highest A package was quoted at 1 million yuan. The difference was 10 times. Before coming to Tianjin Music Workshop, Lu Chen knew something about single and album production. Beijing is the center of the national cultural industry. There are countless entertainment and media companies. There are as many as millions of people in the entertainment-related industry. Big and small music studios, recording studios, and professional production companies are everywhere. If you just want to play and don't pay attention to quality, you can directly place an order online to commission the production of a personal album. And if you want to experience the feeling of recording in the studio, spending 1 or 2,000 yuan can also meet the needs. Of course, these are pure amateurs. If you really want to produce a high-quality single or album, the cost is very high. 10 or 20,000 yuan per song is the basic, and hundreds of thousands of yuan is not too expensive. You get what you pay for. So, although there are so many singers drifting in Beijing, many people have never released a real album in their lives. In addition to the song itself, the cost of production is the key, and there are also publicity and distribution later. If they can't sell it, they will lose money. As for the songs made for thousands of yuan, they can't find a channel at all, and it would be embarrassing to give them away for free. As a senior company in the industry, Tianjin Music Workshop is very professional. The price list lists the various costs included in the 5 packages in detail, so that people can see clearly. After reading it, Lu Chen was most satisfied with the C package, which has well-known arrangers and producers in the industry plus band accompaniment, high-level recording, and post-production. The price is 500,000 yuan, which is equivalent to 50,000 yuan for a song. It's not that the AB package is not as good as the C package, but the price of the AB package is not what Lu Chen can afford at all. Even if it's the C package, he can't afford it now. As for the 250,000 yuan D package and the 100,000 yuan package, compared with the C package, they are not very sincere. If you don't manage the family, you don't know the cost of daily necessities, Lu Chen secretly sighed. He held the price list and asked tentatively, "Miss Ni, if I choose the C package, how much discount can your company give me?" He heard Qin Hanyang mention last time that he could bargain with the production company. Miss Ni said sincerely, "Mr. Liu, I can give you a 95% discount at most with my authority. If you can ask our manager or director to sign it, the lowest discount is 10%. Lu Chen gave up when he heard this. Not to mention that he didn't know the manager and director of Tianjin Music Workshop at all, and even if he could get the other party's signature, a 10% discount would still cost 450,000 yuan. Lu Chen knows that if he doesn't come forward personally, but talks with an industry company like Light Rain Media, it is estimated that the price will be lower. Who told him to do it alone? As the saying goes, a big tree is a good shade. Although signing a contract with an entertainment media company will lose a lot of freedom and rights and interests, there are also many conveniences, such as production and distribution, there is no need to worry about, and publicity efforts. But Lu Chen doesn't regret his choice. He thought about it and said, "Then I'll think about it." "Miss Ni, can I take this price list with me?" Miss Ni smiled sweetly and said, "Absolutely. If you have any questions, you can also ask me directly." Her business card was given to Luqian when they met. Thank you. Luqian left Xianxia Music Workshop with the price list. In fact, for Luqian now, 450,000 yuan is really not too big a number. He can earn it over a period of time, or he can find a way to sell 2 songs. However, this involves another problem, that is, with such a large investment, can he earn back the cost? Luqian is not sure. He has made some achievements in online live broadcasting and has a large number of fans, but he is not even a newcomer in the entertainment industry. He is still an outsider and has no influence at all. Moreover, online albums also involve piracy. Online albums are sold at very low prices, but not many people are willing to pay for them, because free pirated resources can soon be found after the album is released. The same principle applies to Whale TV. Don't look at him having hundreds of thousands of fish powder. It's like a reward. Only a small number of people are really willing to pay for it. The album is 100% going to be released, but Luqian doesn't want to lose money, and he refuses to compromise on quality. That's very problematic. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is too cruel. With a tangled mind, he took the elevator down to the ground floor of the Delong building. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, a middle-aged man suddenly strode over and stopped Luqian. Sir, are you going to make songs in Xianxia Music Workshop? The middle-aged man, who was about 50 years old, was thin and wore a suit that was not very fitting, so it looked loose. He looked a little nervous when he spoke, and his eyes were more focused on the security guard in the hall not far away. Luqian was stunned and asked curiously, "What can I do for you?" The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Luqian with both hands. I'm Wang Chongqing, manager of Nirvana Music Production Studio. Can we talk? He spoke quite fast, with a trace of uneasiness and expectation. Nirvana Music Production Studio? Luqian thought about it and didn't have the slightest impression of it. He hesitated and said, "All right." He was mainly curious. There was a tea house on the first floor of the Delong building. The two found a place to sit down and ordered a pot of tea. After sitting down, Luqian's first question was, "Manager Wang, how did you know that I was going to make songs in Xianxia Music Workshop?" The studio manager named Wang Chongqing pointed to the price list that Luqian had put on the table and said with embarrassment, "I saw this thing in your hand, so I came to try my luck." Luqian couldn't help laughing. There are many music production companies in Beijing, and there are even more small studios. In the Delong building alone, there are Xianxia Workshop, Golden Disc Culture, Sunshine Records, and other well-known music production units in the industry, and the competition between them is very fierce. Although Luqian's first choice for making a solo album was Xianxia Workshop, the latter was not the only choice. He didn't expect that there would be a small studio soliciting business in the lobby of the Delong building. It's really hard to do business these days. While sighing, Luqian chatted with Wang Chongqing, the manager of Nirvana Studio, in front of him for a few minutes. Wang Chongqing dared to come here to solicit customers because he had some confidence. This Nirvana Studio has an independent recording studio and band. Its members include 3 graduates of Beijing Conservatory of Music, who can complete all the work from composition to the later stage. The most important thing is that their prices are cheap. Wang Chongqing said, "Our studio has the ability to guarantee the production quality of Xianxia Workshop's D package. The price is only 100,000 yuan, and an album is only 100,000 yuan. Wang Chongqing is certainly not a shrewd businessman. He was obviously nervous when he offered the price. His eyes were fixed on Luqian, and his hands were involuntarily clenched into fists, as if he was worried that he would be ruthlessly rejected by the latter. But he said the previous sentence very confidently. And he knows Xianxia Workshop very well. Luqian feels a little interesting. The price of Xianxia Workshop's D package is 250,000 yuan. Wang Chongqing asked for 100,000 yuan, and there is obviously room for bargaining. There should be no problem cutting down a little more. But how can the other party guarantee the same quality? Xianxia Workshop's recording studio alone is said to have cost millions of yuan, and its advanced facilities are among the best in the industry. Luqian doesn't believe that Nirvana Studio will have such a big investment. Otherwise, as a manager, why does he need to run to pull business by himself? And it's like waiting for a rabbit. Luqian didn't think he was the rabbit hitting the tree. He thought about it and said, Manager Wang, I'm going to release a solo album, but the quality requirements are very high. At present, it's Tianjai Workshop, so I'm sorry. Tianjai Workshop's D package is not Lu Chen's choice. If he wants a cheaper package, he can also choose the E package. At least it was more reliable than a small, unknown studio, right? Then I'm really sorry to disturb you. I'm sorry for wasting your time. Wang Chongqing awkwardly waved his hand and said, I should be the one apologizing. Then goodbye. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't mocking him. He just felt that this person wasn't a businessman and didn't even know the basics of negotiation. However, he had a better impression of Wang Chongqing. Lu Chen stood up and took the initiative to extend his hand. Manager Wang, I'll contact you again if there's a need. Good. Wang Chongqing hurriedly got up and shook hands with Lu Chen. Thank you. Lu Chen nodded and left the tea house. When he left, Lu Chen also paid the bill. By the way, a pot of tea here was not cheap. Wang Chongqing sat for a while longer. When he called the waiter to pay the bill, he found that Lu Chen had already paid the bill. He hurriedly ran out to catch up with Lu Chen, but he couldn't find the latter. Lu Chen returned to his home and spent the afternoon sorting out the songs of the album. There are 10 songs in an album. He originally finalized 6 songs: You Who Sat Next to Me, Love in the Wind, The Brother Who Slept on My Upper Bunk, Cinderella, The Bright Times of Youth and Beauty. Now he can add those Flowers and Ballad of Time. The 8 songs are unified and classic enough. For the first album in his life, Lu Chen will never be careless. After careful consideration, Wanchu was also added to the album list. Wanchu is not a folk song, but a light rock style, but Lu Chen likes this song very much. He decided to use this song as the ending song of the album, which is a little surprise egg. In fact, it's really extravagant to think about it. Whether it's You Who Sat Next to Me, Love in the Wind or Those Flowers or even Beauty, any song is qualified to be the title song of an album for publicity and promotion. Lu Chen put them all in the same album, which felt a bit of a waste of natural resources. Owning the treasures of a world is so capricious. As for the 10th song, Lu Chen has already thought about it. This song is also a folk song, the same nostalgic style, and very nostalgic. Just listen to it. The open space below my house is a cinema, it no longer appears on summer nights. Today's children don't know the past, the world people were intoxicated with at that time. When I grew up, I watched them perform love. When they kissed I felt sad under the screen. Children played games in the movie, someone cried for her. There are no open-air cinemas in the city. I can't see the opposite side of the screen anymore. Are you still playing the game of that time? You can't see the stars when you watch the movie. When Lu Chen finished singing this soothing, delicate and even a little poignant new song, the barrage in Lu Fei's live broadcast room was like a tide. It's so beautiful. Lu Feide is so talented. It's very nostalgic. I like it. It reminds me of when I was a child. The lyrics are so well written and the melody is even better. What's the name of this song? I strongly request to sing it again. No, it's 10 more times. Sing it 10 more times plus 1. Lu Chen put down the guitar and said with a smile, the name of this song is called Open Air Cinema. It's the first time I've sung it in the live broadcast room. It's to make up for what I owe you during this period of time, and I hope you can like it. He went home and attended the graduation ceremony, so the live broadcast was temporarily suspended for a few days. When it was restarted this evening, the online popularity of the live broadcast room was much less. At first, there were only 300,000 plus. Therefore, in addition to singing a new song, Lu Chen also wanted to announce a piece of good news. After a pause, he continued, in addition to telling everyone one more thing, that is, I'm going to rearrange all the songs I've written before, make a real album, and then publish it on the internet. When the time comes, everyone is welcome to buy and download it. As soon as his voice fell, the live broadcast room suddenly burst into an uproar. What? An album? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Lu Feide is mighty. That's great, I've been looking forward to this day. Host, Big, which website will your album be published on? Don't say anything else. When the time comes, I'll inform all my friends and classmates to buy the original album. Yes, we support the original album. An online album costs 10 yuan. The students say that there's no pressure. It's just skipping breakfast. The one in front is really a nouveau riche. Eating breakfast costs 10 yuan. But I want the CD more. CD plus 1. CD plus 2. CD plus 10,000. Along with the bullet screen, there were countless fish balls and aircraft carriers given by the nouveau riche. This was the most direct way for fish fans to express their joy. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room became extremely warm, and the popularity value rose steadily due to the emergence of heavy rewards. Although Lu Chen's every live broadcast was recorded, and all the songs he sang could be found in the forum Fish Nest, a specially produced music album was a completely different matter. So far, apart from the hundreds of thousands of fish fans, Lu Chen has a group of real fans. They like the style of Lu Chen's live broadcast, like his original works, and like nostalgic or sad folk songs. On the days when they couldn't see Lu Chen's live broadcast, they would repeatedly watch the past videos, listen to his songs over and over again, and spare no effort to recommend them to others. These fans were no longer simple fans, but fans, celebrity fans, and they also had the strongest reaction to Lu Chen's upcoming album, and they most hoped that he could release a CD at the same time. What kind of album is an online album? A CD is the real album. Many Lu Fei fans expressed through the bullet screen that they would buy CDs to support Lu Chen. Their strong appeal, of course, was seen by Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was not easy to release a CD album than to release an online album, and it was easier to lose money. There were too few people who bought CDs to listen to songs. However, the enthusiasm and eagerness of the fish fans gave Lu Chen a sudden flash of inspiration in his mind. In fact, it was not impossible to release an online album and a CD album at the same time. His idea came from the dream world, and it seemed that it had not appeared in this world. While Lu Chen was communicating with fans in the live broadcast room, the first single of the Bionics Under Light Rain Media also began its first wave of promotion on the internet that night. Note: outdoor cinema lyrics/composer, Yudong. Drip. Just after dinner, Qin Jian sat in front of the computer as usual. He skillfully opened the small blue tab in the browser's favorites bar and linked it to Youshur. The middle-aged Qin Jian was a salaryman who worked 7 to 6. He had a gentle and kind wife and a lively and lovely daughter. At the same time, he was burdened with a heavy mortgage and family responsibilities. Therefore, he quit smoking and playing games, and reduced the number of times he went out with his friends. While living frugally, he spent most of his free time in his small study, surfing the internet, reading news, novels, movies, and videos. Youshur is the earliest and largest video website in China. It claims to have hundreds of millions of registered members. Qin Jian likes to watch all kinds of colorful video programs on it. Because they are all free. The mouse wheel had just rolled twice, and Qin Jian still hadn't found the content he liked. Suddenly, a small pop-up window popped up and intruded into his line of sight. There are more and more advertisements on Youshur, Qin Jian muttered discontentedly. Of course, he was already used to the discriminatory treatment of being a free member. He accepted his fate and opened the pop-up video window. This was because clicking on the advertisement could increase the points needed to exchange for an official member. The pop-up video instantly expanded to the entire screen, and the image was quite clear. The first thing that caught Qin Jian's eyes was the scene of a bustling metropolis. He could easily tell that this was the capital city. Then, the camera swooped down at high speed into an underground passageway. The spacious underground passage was clean and tidy. It was very lively with people coming and going. The men and women in the city rubbed shoulders with each other, and their footsteps were as fast as the rhythm of the city. On one side of the underground tunnel, there were many street performers performing. Some of them were performing magic, some were showing off their dance skills, and some were singing in low voices, hoping that their performances could impress the passers-by. The camera moved forward and finally stopped on a street band. The middle-aged singer stood in front of the microphone with a guitar in his arms. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life, as if he was reminiscing. The 4 drummers, keyboardists, bassists, and guitarists leaned against the wall, motionless, like frozen statues. After a while, the noise in the underground passage gradually disappeared, and the prelude of the music started. It was as if the band had suddenly woken up from a deep sleep. The performance began. I remember that spring many years ago. At that time I hadn't cut my long hair yet. No credit card, no her. A home without 24-hour hot water. But back then, I was so happy. Although it was only a broken wooden guitar in the street, under the bridge, in the field singing the song that no one cared about. When the slightly hoarse voice was transmitted to Xianxia's ears through the small speaker that cost a few hundred yuan, his hand that was holding the mouse suddenly became extremely stiff. His index finger that was pressing on the left button couldn't be pressed. Originally, he had planned to close it. This song was like a bolt of lightning that suddenly broke through the defenses in his heart. It made him feel the emotions that he had suppressed in the bottom of his heart for a long, long time, to the point where he thought they had long disappeared, suddenly burst forth. If one day I have no one to rely on, leave me here in that time. If one day I left quietly, bury me in the ground in the spring. Countless memories emerged in his mind. He used to be young and frivolous. He used to be high-spirited. Now, Xianxia did not have the impulsive passion of the past. His days were calm and peaceful. He cherished his current life very much. It was tiring but happy, but he always felt that something was missing, but he couldn't tell what it was. Until I heard this song. Xianxia had not shed tears since he was 10 years old, but at this moment, he had the urge to cry. He watched the not very long MV in a daze, but he didn't press the mouse. At this time, the door of the study was suddenly pushed open. A little head with a small braid poked in. Her big black eyes looked curiously at Xianxia, who was in a daze. She looked very puzzled. Biting her finger, the little girl turned her head and shouted, "Mom, it's terrible. Dad is crying." "Xiaonan, don't shout." Xianxia suddenly woke up as if he had just woken up from a dream. He almost fell off the chair. He hurriedly shook off the mouse and raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes. It was really a little wet. The sound of footsteps came from afar. Xianxia's wife appeared at the door of the study and asked, "What's wrong?" The little girl said with certainty, "I saw Dad crying. It's shameful." Xianxia was so ashamed that he became angry. "I'm not crying. Dad's eyes are sore and he just took eye drops. He's not crying." His wife smiled. She leaned over and picked up the little girl, then closed the door. "Let's not disturb Dad," Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. His attention returned to the screen. The picture on the screen froze at the last frame. It showed the name of the song and the singer, In the Spring/The Bionics. Xianxia calmed down, held the mouse, opened the website link of the video, and logged into the comment area. He wanted to say something. If he didn't say it, he was afraid that he would lose sleep at night. The comment area of this video titled, "The New Power of Rock and Roll, in the Spring," has been very lively. The number of comments is as high as 50,000, in addition to VIP members. Video advertising is the most important profit point of Youshare. Based on the huge number of registered users, the cost of buying the homepage pop-up window is very high. Originally, the customers of the homepage pop-up window were basically product advertisers. Later, because the website users were very disgusted, coupled with the rise of the entertainment industry, the content of the pop-up window was changed to pop music, film and television previews, variety promotions and so on. Many famous singers often buy a pop-up window on the homepage of Youshare for a few days when they release a new song. The effective promotion and publicity is quite good and can attract a lot of attention. For thousands of visitors to Youshare, the Bionics is a completely strange band, but this does not prevent them from loving this song in the spring. A really good song. It's been downloaded and saved. You have to listen to it at least 10 times. It's a very tasty song, a rare light rock and roll masterpiece in recent times. It's well written and sung. Does anyone know if the Bionics have other works? Is it a new band? I didn't find it on the internet. It's very touching, but it's two vicissitudes. I want to cry when I listen to it. What should I do? Isn't the original poster's tier point too low? Although this song is really good. From now on, I'm the Bionics Rice. It's the first time I've finished reading the homepage pop-up window of Youshare. It's my first time, too. One of the registered members named Xianxia wrote in the comment post, "If life has not experienced suffering, then it will never be able to experience the happiness of life itself. Suffering is part of the happiness of life, and happiness is a sublimation of suffering. Whenever we look back on the past, how can we not cry, recalling those who have experienced suffering but the most worth recovering youth? There is always a touch of nostalgia in our hearts, but sadness does not mean depression. We sigh at the common suffering of life in the past, but we should know how to cherish the beauty and happiness of the present." I think that's what this song in the spring wants to tell us. Thank you, the Bionics, for letting me experience a touch and let me hear a really good song. In this ostentatious and noisy world, good songs like this were really too rare. The post Xianxia was pinned by the administrator and received 30,000 plus likes. Xianxia is Chen. The first single in the spring by the Bionics, a subsidiary of Light Rain Media, debuted on YouTube. The number of hits exceeded 5 million that night, with more than 100,000 comments, and 85% of the audience liked it. Such data is undoubtedly the beginning of a big hit. Immediately afterward, in the spring launched the MV and original soundtrack on Tomato, QQ Music, NetEase Music, Pop Radio, and other online media simultaneously, all of which aroused widespread and enthusiastic attention. Starting on June 11th and ending on June 15th, a total of 5 days. In the Spring has exceeded 100 million views on YouTube's website. The charm of a classic song can withstand the test of any time and space, and will never be buried. In the Spring has such power. As long as there is the right opportunity, it will inevitably shine with dazzling brilliance. Beijing, CBD Central Business District South, Global Building, 39th floor, Light Rain Media Company, Limited. In the general manager's office, Dong Yu carefully read the thick financial statements. The coffee on the table was already cold. Light Rain Media was only established a few months ago. It was considered a newcomer in the industry. So far, the number of employees had not exceeded 50. However, with the development of the business, the work began to become very busy. Dong Yu had been working overtime. For her, to be able to take control of such a vibrant new company and then develop it was a wonderful experience with a sense of accomplishment. Knock. Knock, the door of the room was gently knocked. Without waiting for Dong Yu's response, the person pushed in. Dong Yu didn't raise her head because she knew that in the entire company, only one person would do this. Light Rain Media's director, Su Qingmei, Miss Su Qingmei held 2 pieces of printed paper in her hand. She quickly walked to Dong Yu's desk and said with a smile, "Sister Yu, the promotional results of the Bionic single are out. It's 100% going to be a hit." Because of the excitement, a charming bright red appeared on her pretty face, making her even more charming and charming. Dong Yu put down the report and smiled faintly. "We have invested millions. If we can't produce results, then I should resign as the general manager." The Bionics wasn't the first band signed by Light Rain Media, but it was the first group to debut. Light Rain Media Company was undoubtedly weak in this industry where the big shots were as common as clouds. Even though Dong Yu and Su Qingmei had their own family backgrounds to rely on, in this industry, they still had to follow the rules. Therefore, the success of the first packaging operation after the opening was particularly important. For this reason, Light Rain Media spent a lot of manpower and material resources. Recently, the entire company was busy around the Bionics. Now, they finally saw the preliminary results. Just the funds invested in online media accounted for 70% of the budget. Nowadays, the entertainment industry was incomparably closely connected with the online world. It had become the main battlefield for most stars to promote themselves. It was wishful thinking for newcomers to stand out without spending money to buy a position. Of course, the effect of spending money, to a large extent, depended on the strength. Dong Yu had confidence in the Bionics, or more accurately, in the Bionics' new song, so she decisively released the Bionics first, instead of the North Needle band that was signed earlier. The 2 thin pieces of paper in Su Qingmei's hands bore the weight of her success and failure. The Bionics' lead single in the spring had 115 million views on YouTube's website, with a favorable rating of 93.26%, Tomato Web, 73 million views, 95.2% positive rating, QQ Music, 15.6 million plays, 97.5% 46% favorable rating, Easy Net Music, 12. 77 million plays, 96. 98% positive rating, Pop Radio Station. Such a result was so hot that it was scalding hot. It was inevitable that it would sell like hotcakes, Su Qingmei said proudly, judging from the data summarized by various websites. The online promotion of this song is the best this year. Both Yusher and Easy Net Music hope that we can continue to chart. QQ Music has re-evaluated the download expectation of the new album and intends to negotiate with us again. She had no reason not to be proud. QQ Music was the largest music website in China. Relying on hundreds of millions of QQ users, it represented the trend of domestic pop music to a large extent. If it wasn't for the trend of In the Spring to become a phenomenal work, this industry giant would never have taken the initiative to renegotiate the contract with Light Rain Media. The original conditions of cooperation proposed by Light Rain Media were directly passed by QQ Music. How could a small Light Rain Media be qualified to bargain with them? Right now, even Dongyu also felt proud and elated, she said with a smile, then take manager Song to have a good talk with them. Our first choice is still QQ Music. Nowadays, the entertainment industry is taking the route of idols and stars. What they earn is the fan economy. No matter how popular a song is, it is simply wishful thinking to recover the cost of publicity through online or CD sales. QQ Music has the largest number of genuine downloads. A paid download of a song is 1 yuan, and VIP members are 0.8 yuan. More than 100,000 paid downloads are hot sales, 300,000 is considered a big sale, and 500,000 is 99% likely to be their own ranking. Most people are used to using free online editions, or free pirated resources. And for this little money, QQ Music must first take 50%, and singers at least 10%. How can they earn back the cost? In the past, in the era of non-smart machines, hot song ringtone sales were a piece of fat meat. Now, who still plays with this? Therefore, the funds invested by Light Rain Media now must be recovered by the Bionics through advertising, notices, performances, variety shows and other channels, and achieve profits. Of course, because of the huge influence of the internet, even if it is a loss, it has to be done. Su Qingmei beamed with joy. In the Spring is no problem selling well, and it will also drive the sales of the whole album. The other two new songs are also full of potential. Maybe we can earn back most of the cost by relying on online sales. Dongyu sighed and said, it's a pity that we failed to sign Lu Chen. When it came to Lu Chen, Su Qingmei's face immediately became embarrassed. Lu Chen gave a total of 3 songs to the Bionics and Sister Na, plus 2 of Qin Yanghan's own original songs, a total of 5 songs to form a mini-album, which was the focus of Light Rain Media's current promotion. All 5 songs have been listened to by senior people in the industry. As the main song, In the Spring has the highest evaluation. Sister Na's I Want to Have a Home and another song were also very well evaluated. Qin Yanghan's 2 songs were barely qualified. For a mini-album, having 3 good songs is completely enough. What made Su Qingmei depressed is that these 3 songs were all written by Lu Chen, and even the single that the North Needle Band is going to release is the same. Thinking of the loss she suffered from Lu Chen, Su Qingmei always felt her teeth itch. Anyway, she knew that she can't be willful on this matter, so she pouted and said, then I will talk to him again. At worst, I will give him the best conditions. I don't believe that he won't be tempted. If in the past, Lu Chen's original works have not been verified by the market, there is still the possibility of uncertainty. But now, his talent is unquestionable and even coveted. The key is that Lu Chen has not signed a contract with any company so far. He is like a diamond that fell on the street. If Light Rain Media doesn't think of a way to snatch him back, I'm afraid that there will not be another chance in the future. For the future and development of the company, Su Qingmei can still put down her pride. But Dongyu is not optimistic. That may not be true. I feel that Lu Chen will not sign with anyone. He will do it alone. How about, she blinked at Su Qingmei and said, you can sacrifice your body for the company. As long as you can seduce this handsome young man, you can do whatever you want. Sister you. Su Qingmei's cheeks suddenly turned red and she said angrily, you are the general manager. If you want to sacrifice, you should be the one to sacrifice. Dongyu said with a smile, I'm an old woman. He doesn't want me. As soon as her voice fell, Su Qingmei rushed over, and her delicate hand went straight to her vital parts. Then I'll take it. Laughter rang out, and the office was full of spring scenery. At this moment, Lu Chen didn't know that he was being remembered and that someone had to sacrifice her body. He just received a call from Tianjai Music Workshop. It was Miss Ni, the business representative of Tianjai Music Workshop, who called Lu Chen. These days, in addition to early exercise, Lu Chen basically stayed at home, except for live broadcasts and sorting out songs. For the 10 songs of his debut album, he spent a lot of energy correcting the details to ensure that all the songs fit perfectly with the works in his memory, and sculpting the lyrics in order to achieve the effect of excellence. In addition, Lu Chen also wrote out the arrangement requirements of 10 songs, so that once a partner is determined, he can quickly enter the production link, saving a lot of time for communication. Most importantly, such work is also a process for Lu Chen to improve himself. He doesn't want to simply write songs according to his memory, and then casually throw them out to make money, becoming a moth lying on a mountain of gold. He hopes to become a well-deserved perfect star through continuous learning, digesting and integrating the spiritual wealth from the dream world. Mr. Lu Chen, do you have time at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? The voice coming from the other side of the phone was very polite and pleasant, and even gave people a trace of wonderful reverie. Lu Chen didn't think too much. The first thing he thought of was the album he was going to make, so he immediately replied, I have time, Miss Ni. May I ask what it is? Lu Chen didn't expect that the business representative of Tianjai Workshop would take the initiative to call him. He has also been thinking about album production for the past few days. Tianjai Workshop is of course the first choice, but it is not the only choice. Now that the other party is calling to invite him, there should be good news, right? Lu Chen can't be sure. After all, he is still a newcomer in this circle. The more he thinks about it, the more disappointed he will be. Miss Ni chuckled and said, it's a surprise. A director of our Tianjai Workshop wants to talk to you in person. We'll meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning in the coffee shop on the 2nd floor of Delong Building. Please tell him my name when you arrive, okay? Lu Chen, okay, no problem. Surprise? How happy, the director of Tianjai Workshop sounds like he has some background. Lu Chen didn't dare to think too much, so the answer would be revealed tomorrow. A dreamless night. Early the next morning, he got up early to exercise as usual. After breakfast, he went home to take a bath and change his clothes. At 9:50 in the morning, Lu Chen arrived at Delong Building ahead of time. Delong Building is a standard commercial office building with a coffee shop and a buffet restaurant on the 2nd floor. When he arrived, he reported Miss Ni's name and was taken to a small box by the window by the waiter. Miss Ni was already there. In addition to her, there were 2 other people in the box. One was a young man in a suit with a crew cut, and the other was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a square face, dressed casually but full of style. Lu Chen recognized that the latter was wearing a valuable Vacheron Constantin watch, one of the favorite brands of business elites, and he had a little idea in his heart. Seeing Lu Chen come in, Miss Ni and the young man stood up at the same time. Lu Chen apologized, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Miss Ni smiled and said, we came early, but you are not late. Let me introduce you. This is the director of our Tianjai Workshop and the general manager of Juxing Brokerage Company, Mr. Jin Hongwei. Assembly of Stars Management Company? Jin Hongwei, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately extended his hand and said, hello, Director Jin. I've heard a lot about you. Lu Chen wasn't just being polite. He really knew the name of the CEO Jin. Juxing Corporation was a famous management company in the entertainment industry. Not only was Jin Hongwei the founder of Juxing Corporation, he was also a big shot in the industry. He had produced many heavenly kings and queens. For example, Tan Hong, whom Lu Chen was most familiar with and loved, was discovered and cultivated by Jin Hongwei. Another example is heavenly queen Shen Fei who signed with Juxing Corporation at the earliest. Lu Chen's impression of Jin Hongwei all comes from the gossip news of the online entertainment industry. There are many good and bad rumors, but in the entertainment management industry, Jin Hongwei is recognized as the top figure. He didn't expect that Jin Hongwei would make an appointment with him today, and he was also one of the directors of Tianjai Workshop. What a surprise, Lu Chen felt a little flattered. Jin Hongwei's reputation for having sharp eyes and being good at digging up fresh talents is extremely resounding. Being fancied by him is undoubtedly the dream of those newcomers who want to step into the entertainment industry. It wasn't until Lu Chen extended his hand that Jin Hongwei stood up unhurriedly, shook hands with him and said, "Well, Lu Chen, I heard your name half a month ago. You are a very talented young man." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Thank you for your compliment, Director Jin." "It's not a compliment, it's a fact." Jin Hongwei released his hand and said, "I've listened to the 3 songs you wrote for the Bionics. They were written very well. With your talent, you shouldn't be like this. You should stand on the real stage, to become a big star in the limelight. I believe you have such strength." His words were not very impassioned, but they were plain and firm, full of bewitching power. Lu Chen could only smile. Jin Hongwei's evaluation was so high that he didn't know how to answer. "I'm very optimistic about you." Jin Hongwei motioned Lu Chen to sit down and talk, and Miss and I personally poured him tea. After a few casual chats, Jin Hongwei reached out to the young man next to him. The young man, Jin Hongwei's assistant, hurriedly took out a contract from the briefcase he carried with him. Jin Hongwei took it in his hand and said meaningfully, "Lu Chen, I know you want to release a solo album recently. Are you having trouble with funds? This is very simple. Our company will help you solve it. It will be customized according to the highest standard specifications." And, after a pause, he continued, "In a few days, the second season of Shonan TV's Super Singer will hold an audition. Our company has cooperation with them. How about recommending you to participate? At least guarantee that you will be in the top 3. The industry big shot put the contract in front of Lu Chen and said, "You just have to sign it." Jin Hongwei's voice was full of confidence. He obviously didn't think Lu Chen would refuse. Miss and I said with a smile, "Congratulations, Mr. Lu Chen. The highest standard of album customization, the top 3 of Super Singer, the support of Juxing Corporation. Of course, there is also the favor of this big shot in the entertainment industry. For any newcomer, this was simply a dream come true." Lu Chen looked at the contract placed in front of him, and the fame and benefits he longed for seemed to be within reach. It's just that everything came too fast, he wasn't mentally prepared yet. However, at this time, Lu Chen didn't get carried away. Instead, he calmed down. There's no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. Juxing Corporation and Jin Hongwei are not living lei feng. How much they pay, they must earn it back in double. Does this contract really want to sign? Lu Chen couldn't help but think of the news on the internet. Tan Hong and Chen Feier, cultivated by Jin Hongwei, eventually fell out with him and fought a lawsuit. Both of them once denounced Juxing Corporation's domineering and harsh contract. Although the rumors on the internet may not be true, and creating public opinion must occupy the moral high ground, there must be a reason for groundless rumors. Jin Hongwei's evaluation in the industry is not perfect. The contract in front of him reminded Lu Chen of some unpleasant past. His determination, which had just been shaken, became firm again. "Mr. Jin, thank you for your kindness." Lu Chen didn't look at the contract, but raised his head and said to Jin Hongwei, "But I'm not going to sign a contract with any company, so please forgive me." Lu Chen is not confident that he is stronger than Tan Hong and Chen Feier. Jin Hongwei has given him such a high treatment. This contract must be very strict and even harsh. In all likelihood, it's a contract to sell himself, in order to prevent others from thinking that he is putting on airs before becoming famous. Lu Chen directly rejected it and clearly expressed his attitude and thoughts. For Jin Hongwei, Lu Chen's rejection was completely out of his expectations. "Why did you reject it? How can I reject it? How dare I reject it?" Jin Hongwei's shock was directly expressed on his face. Even with his deep and profound character, he also lost his composure. Jin Hongwei has been in the entertainment industry for 30 years. He started off as a small agent's assistant. Until now, what he is most proud of is that he can sign anyone he wants to sign. Basically, there is no one he can't sign. Back then, Tan Hong was so difficult to deal with, but he was also settled by him. Back then, Chen Feier was so arrogant, but didn't he still sign his name on the contract? Lu Chen is just a newcomer who hasn't officially debuted yet, but he actually ignored the generous conditions he put forward. He didn't even look at the contract and rejected it. It is simply a slap in the face. His assistant and Miss and I were also stunned. They looked at Lu Chen with disbelief. A golden road to fame is paved under his feet, but Lu Chen is actually unwilling to step on it. Is he crazy or stupid? After all, Jin Hongwei is not an ordinary person. His face changed for a moment and quickly calmed down. He asked, Lu Chen, do you have any difficulties? Can you tell me? Lu Chen didn't know what the other person was thinking. He felt very embarrassed and explained, Mr. Jin, I'm really sorry. I just don't like to be bound. I originally planned to open a personal studio, so, I understand. Jin Hongwei nodded and said, then I can understand. I'm really sorry. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Lu Chen said happily, thank you. Now that he has refused, he couldn't stay any longer, so he got up and left. Jin Hongwei didn't ask him to stay, but finally said, Lu Chen, your talent should not be buried. Go and participate in the Super Singer. I'm very optimistic about you. After Lu Chen left, the face of the big shot in the industry suddenly sank. Even the temperature in the box dropped a lot. Shonan TV is the overlord of variety shows on domestic family TV screens. Its daily variety shows Happy Big Family, Celebrity Duo, Everyday Life Show, and other programs have high ratings and have been superior to their peers for many years. Since 2008, Shonan TV has also launched Supergirl, Superboy, National New Idol and other popular talent competitions, which have achieved great success. They have launched a number of well-known idol stars, and attracted other major satellite TV stations to compete to imitate them, setting off waves of national entertainment. Although Lu Chen doesn't watch much TV programs, he is still familiar with the name of Shonan TV. So when he got home, he searched for Shonan TV and Super Singer on the internet as soon as he got home. As a result, there was a surprising discovery. Super Singer is a singing talent competition launched by Shonan Satellite TV last year. With its high professionalism and fierce competitiveness, it won the season's variety ratings champion. Tian, Super Singer and Fan Meilin, who finally won the championship of Super Singer, is now a domestic A-list star and one of the leading Hua Dan of Qingtian Entertainment. She just released her first album not long ago. Lu Chen learned about the rules and process of the talent competition of Super Singer in detail, and watched many episodes of the first season. He felt that this talent competition was really suitable for him, and it was undoubtedly a shortcut to fame. With so many original works in his hands, he will surely be able to shine in Super Singer, even if he can't win the championship. With the help of the super high ratings of Super Singer, Lu Chen can also promote himself well, which will be of great help to his future development. The audition for Super Singer will begin on June 20th, that is, the day after tomorrow. He doesn't need to go all the way to Sheungnan to sign up for the competition, because there is a branch venue in Beijing. If it weren't for Jin Hongwei's reminder today, Lu Chen might have missed this opportunity. But after the excitement, recalling the process of meeting with the industry's big shot, Lu Chen always felt that something was wrong. It was too simple. Jin Hongwei proposed generous terms and took out the contract that he had prepared. After being rejected on the spot, the other party did not have any intense reaction other than being surprised. He did not even try to persuade Jin Hongwei anymore and left peacefully. This Jin Hongwei didn't seem to be the same as Lu Chen's impression of the godfather of entertainment management. Of course, Lu Chen's impression of him came entirely from the internet. There must be something wrong with him. He did not know him at all. Lu Chen thought about it and felt a little uneasy, so he called Qin Jianhao. Before Qin Jianhao opened the bar, he was also an insider. Perhaps he had dealt with Jin Hongwei before and knew him better. Xiao Lu? Qin Jianhao sounded tired, as if he had just woken up. Why are you looking for me? Lu Chen told him about Jin Hongwei looking for him to sign a contract today. Qin Jianhao listened quietly and then sneered, Xiao Lu, do you know what Jin Hongwei's nickname is in the circle? Lu Chen asked, what nickname? His nickname is Golden Tortoise, Qin Jianhao said slowly, the shell looks beautiful and attractive. If you want to touch him and get some light, you will be bitten by him. He won't let go until he bites off a piece of flesh and blood. Daqin and Sister Na's album was produced in Tianjai Workshop, and you are the songwriter. Jin Hongwei's vision is still very good. He knows that you are alone now. Of course, he wants to bite you in his mouth. Lu Chen was cold and speechless. But he could hear that Qin Jianhao was extremely disgusted with this big shot in the industry. Qin Jianhao continued, so it's very right that you don't sign the contract. It's not easy to take advantage of Jin Hongwei. The better the conditions he offers now, the harder he will squeeze you in the future, and there are many means to make you unable to get out. I used to know a young man, as talented as you, who was signed by Jin Hongwei. Do you know where this young man is now? Without waiting for Lu Chen to ask, Qin Jianhao revealed the answer himself. He is in a drug rehabilitation center, and his whole person has been ruined. Do you know how he got addicted to drugs? This circle is too dark and deep. It's good for you to work alone. Although it may be very hard and tiring, at least you have the freedom of choice. Lu Chen nodded and said, I understand, boss. Thank you for reminding me. Fortunately, he called Qin Jianhao. Otherwise, he really didn't know about Jin Hongwei's dark side, and thought that the other party was very good. This kind of person, should be kept at a respectful distance, is the best choice. Qin Jianhao seemed to be fully awake and asked, Are you going to participate in the Super Singer? Lu Chen said, Boss, how do you know? Don't call me boss anymore. It's annoying to hear. Qin Jianhao said with dissatisfaction, You are not a waiter in Forget Worries Bar now. Just call me brother. Lu Chen said with a smile, Brother Kenho. Qin Jianhao was satisfied, and then explained, You are very suitable to participate in the Super Singer competition, but you should know that it doesn't mean that you have talent and ability, you can stand out in such a popular program. The last champion, Fan Meilin, signed Xianxia Entertainment before participating in the competition, so people will support her, understand? Lu Chen said with a wry smile, I understand. His biggest problem is that he is fighting alone, and he can't compare with others with a strong background. There are rules in the entertainment industry. Whether it is the hidden rules or the clear rules, if you want to get more, you have to pay more first. Xianxia Entertainment is a partner of Shonan TV, and also participates in the production process of Super Singer. Therefore, this entertainment company has a lot of say in Super Singer. Jin Hongwei has a wide network in Shonan TV. Jiuxing Corporation and Xianxia Entertainment have long-term business dealings. It is said that the two sides hold shares in each other. You refused Jin Hongwei, and still want to participate in the Super Singer? Lu Chen really understood, then I won't go. Society is too terrible. For the time being, he will honestly make money by live broadcasting, and then make an album. No, no, no. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that Qin Jianhao said, I support you to sign up for the audition and bring your best work there. It doesn't matter if you can't pass. On the 25th, Beijing Television's Singing China audition registration. I'll help you get a recommendation letter so that you can directly participate in the live audition. Whether it is Super Singer or other talent shows, the audition process is divided into two parts. The first is the public primary election, that is, the first screening of the registered contestants, and those who are completely unreliable are eliminated. Basically, the first stage is to filter out more than 90% of the contestants, and then the live audition. However, sometimes, in order to achieve the effect of the program, the organizer will deliberately omit some strange contestants to enter the live audition, entertain hundreds of millions of TV viewers, and at the same time hype. If you want to attract attention, don't care too much about integrity. Beijing Television is not as good as Shonan TV, but it's not so complicated, and it's suitable for you to participate. Qin Jianhao finally said, I'd like to see you eliminated by Super Singer. It must be interesting. Ha ha ha. He laughed. Lu Chen asked, Brother Kenho, do you have a grudge against Jin Hongwei? Qin Jianhao's laughter stopped abruptly. After a long time, he said, the young man I just told you, he used to call me boss. I've always regretted that I couldn't stop him from signing to Jiuxing Corporation at that time. Fortunately, I can persuade you now. Lu Chen was silent. After ending the call with Qin Jianhao, Lu Chen thought for a moment. He opened the registration address of Super Singer that he found on the internet and filled out a registration form according to the prompts on the web page. Super Singer supports online registration, and after completion, you can directly participate in the audition preliminary test. On June 20, When Lu Chen finished filling out the registration form and confirmed that it was sent, another 2 minutes passed. In a luxury box on the upper floor of the resplendent bar in Sanlitun, Beijing, Jin Hongwei, who was lying on the sofa and tasting red wine, suddenly looked as if he was awakened from deep thought. He put down his glass and took out his cell phone from his pocket. Opening the text message he had just received and reading it, the industry's big shot showed a smug smile. It's like a hunter who sees his prey fall into a trap. June 20th. Cloudy. Air index, good. At 9 a.m., the Capitol Stadium in Beijing was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The registration and preliminary test for the second season of Shonan TV Super Singer in Beijing Division were launched at the same time. Hundreds of tents have been set up in the gymnasium. All the tarpaulins have been customized to represent the orange color of Xianxia satellite TV. The black and white logo of Super Singer is printed on it, which is particularly eye-catching. Above the surrounding auditorium, huge advertisements are spray-painted everywhere, with the word "rich" clearly written on it. As the hegemon of domestic satellite TV variety, Shonan TV's advertising revenue is catching up with CTV, and it surpasses the latter in terms of capital utilization. It's really not short of money, but it also dares to come to the capital to set up a stage. When Lu Chen arrived at the Capitol Stadium, there were at least tens of thousands of people gathered inside. Because of worries about traffic jams on the road, Lu Chen came by subway. There were many audition singers like him who were carrying guitars on their backs, and some of them were much younger than him. When he arrived at the stadium, he realized that it was a real sea of people. If it weren't for a large number of staff wearing yellow vests to guide the crowd, Lu Chen wouldn't have been able to find a place to participate in the preliminary test. The on-site registration for Super Singer Beijing Division was only for 1 day, and online registration had already begun. After Lu Chen completed the online registration, he was lucky to be assigned to the first day of the preliminary test. The time for the preliminary test of the audition is 3 days, and after the end of the audition, there will be an official live broadcast of the audition on the 25th. Lu Chen's contestant number is 17,690, which means that more than 10,000 people have signed up before him. In addition to the number of people who signed up in the next few days and on the spot, it is estimated that there are at least 30,000 to 40,000, or even 40,000 to 50,000. This number is quite exaggerated. It should be known that this is only the number of people who signed up for the Beijing division, and Super Singer has higher requirements for the talent contestants. They must be able to sing and write songs, and at least have a certain level of music literacy, otherwise they will be a laughingstock. But on the other hand, only in Beijing can there be such a grand occasion. Because Beijing has gathered countless Beijing drifting singers, plus the 3 major music academies and numerous music training institutions, big and small entertainment and media companies. It's really normal for people to have a lot of people. According to the contestants' number, Lu Chen was assigned to the 19th preliminary contestant. The so-called preliminary test was actually a big tent. The contestants would enter in order to perform. If they passed, they could enter the live auditions on the 25th. If they didn't pass, they would be directly eliminated. Shonan TV was well prepared. Although there were many contestants waiting for their turn, everything was in good order. There was an awning outside the preliminary area, and there were plastic chairs for the contestants to rest on. There was also free mineral water. There were at least 100 or 200 contestants sitting together with Lu Chen. Some of the contestants had even brought their entire families. For example, there was a little girl to the left of Lu Chen. She looked to be about 14 or 15 years old and was dressed like a princess. She was surrounded by her parents and grandparents, serving her like an empress dowager. The little girl was very arrogant, holding a pink guitar in her arms. Probably noticing Lu Chen's gaze, she turned her head and rolled her eyes at Lu Chen big. Her mouth was so pouting that one could hang a milk bottle. Lu Chen couldn't help shaking his head. He stood up and said to the little girl's grandmother, "Old lady, this seat is for you. Take care of yourself." The seats in the waiting area were all for the contestants. There were no relatives or friends. Lu Chen saw that it was really hard for the old lady to stand, so he took the initiative to give his seat to her. The old lady and the little girl's parents, who were surprised, thanked him repeatedly. Lu Chen smiled and stood to the side. What was interesting was that the little girl's eyes suddenly turned red, and large drops of crystal-clear tears fell down, startling everyone in the family. The next moment, she jumped down from her seat, pulled her grandfather and said, "Grandpa, sit." Her grandfather hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Grandpa, sit. Xianxia, sit." The little ancestor immediately lost her temper. "If I ask you to sit, then sit. If you don't sit, I'm going home. I don't want to play anymore." Her grandfather had to sit down. The little girl was satisfied. Then she looked at Lucien provocatively. Lucien smiled and gave her a thumbs up. The little girl didn't buy it. She snorted and turned her head away from him. Time passed little by little. The clouds in the sky dispersed and the sun came out. The hot sun shone in the open-air stadium. The temperature kept rising, and the air was filled with an anxious atmosphere. Lucien was a little dizzy from waiting. He drank 2 bottles of mineral water. "Contestants 17688 and 17689, please come and get ready." At this time, a staff member came out of the preliminary tent on the 19th and said loudly with a loudspeaker in his hand, "Contestants 17688 and 17689, please come in and get ready." Immediately, 2 singers stood up and followed the staff into the big tent. Lucien suddenly felt refreshed. After sitting there for more than 2 hours, it was finally his turn. The organizers were still very efficient. As the preliminary tent, there were entrances and exits on the left and right sides. The contestants who lined up here went in, and there were people coming out on the other side. There were also newcomers entering the waiting area outside the venue. The one who just came out was a girl in a white dress. She was crying so hard that even the makeup on her face was ruined. She ran out of the venue regardless. It was estimated that she was ruthlessly eliminated in the first round. The contestants in the waiting area were used to it. There were tens of thousands of people who participated in the preliminary audition, and at least 90% were eliminated in the first round. The competition in this kind of popular talent show was actually very cruel. No matter how much effort they put in at the beginning or how much praise they received, there was still the possibility of being eliminated at any later stage. Shonan TV's talent show had always been very controversial, but it couldn't stop their high ratings. Therefore, as contestants, they had to be mentally prepared to accept failure. In contrast, Lucien's mentality was much more relaxed. He was happy to succeed, and it didn't matter if he failed. He mainly came to warm up and familiarize himself with the process and atmosphere of the talent show. If Xianxia's judgment was right. After about 5 minutes, 2 more contestants came out, and then the staff appeared. "Contestants 17690 and 17691, please come and get ready." Lucien hurriedly walked over with his guitar. It was also a bit of a coincidence that contestant 17691, who was following him, was the arrogant little girl. Her group of relatives and friends wanted to follow in, but they were stopped by the staff. "Family members are not allowed to enter." Lucien looked back and saw that they were very anxious around the entrance. He said, "You don't have to worry. I will help take care of this little sister. She will be out soon." It was probably because Lucien's previous action of giving up his seat made the little girl's family feel good, so they reluctantly felt relieved. The little girl snorted and said, "I don't want you to take care of me. I'm not your little sister." Lucien ignored her and looked curiously at the situation in the preliminary area. His current position should be regarded as backstage, but the area was very small. There were 2 singers waiting to go on stage in front of him. Sitting here, he could clearly hear the singing on the stage inside and the judges' comments. When he came in, a contestant had just finished singing. He heard the judge say, "There are 2 passages that are well written and sung. Pass." Another judge said, "Well, I agree." The third judge said, "Pass." It was very fast, without any sloppiness. There were 3 judges in the preliminary test, and 2 of them passed. The contestants only had a little more than a minute to go on stage, so they couldn't sing longer. If the judges felt that something was wrong, they would be interrupted after a few words and then eliminated. The 2 singers in front of Lucien were eliminated. Contestant 17690. Hearing his number, Lucien calmly picked up his guitar and walked in. The layout inside was very simple. 3 judges, 2 men and 1 woman, were sitting behind a long table. There was a folding chair in the open space in front of them. There was not even a microphone, but a small digital camera was next to it. As soon as Lu Chen stood still, the female judge said, "Let's begin." She must have said the same words many times, but it sounded weak. Lu Chen bowed slightly as a salute, and then skillfully plucked the strings and began to play. He was playing "You Who Sat Next to Me." Will you remember tomorrow, what you wrote in the diary yesterday? Will you still think about tomorrow, once, stop? An original song, "You Who Sat Next to Me." Lu Chen had just sung the first few words when he was interrupted by the female judge. The 30-year-old judge, who was still attractive, said with a smile, "Yes, I'll pass you." She turned to look at the other 2 judges and said, "What do you think?" Both judges nodded and said, "Pass." The female judge smiled at Lu Chen and said, "Congratulations, you can participate in the official audition. Come on." Lu Chen was stunned at first, and then quickly reacted. He bowed and said, "Thank you, 3 teachers." It took him less than half a minute to go on stage, and he passed just like that. That's too fast. In fact, Lu Chen underestimated his strength. His strength is not only his original work and singing skills, but also his external conditions. Simply put, it is his appearance. With a height of 180 plus, handsome appearance, and a good and healthy physique, he will not be easily eliminated in the preliminary audition of any popular talent show, the privilege of a handsome man. Therefore, as long as Lu Chen can play and sing, the 3 judges will not care about his original work and directly pass him. This is an era of appearance, and Lu Chen belongs to this era. After he left the stage, a staff member sent him a plastic-sealed color-printed card paper, with the logo of Super Singer printed on the front and his new audition number, 0580. As for the reverse side of the card, against the background of the blue starry sky, there are 2 big golden characters "Promotion" printed. It's a very beautiful card. Even if you can't pass the next round, it can be collected as a souvenir. Lu Chen did not rush to leave the big tent, but waited for the little girl behind him to go on stage. The little girl 17,691 performed very well and played the guitar well, so she quickly got the promotion card. When she came down and saw Lu Chen, she raised her round little chin proudly. Lu Chen laughed involuntarily and accompanied her out of the preliminary testing area. The little girl's family had been waiting outside for a long time. When they saw her proudly waving the promotion card in her hand, they all cried out in excitement, wishing that they could immediately announce it to the world with great fanfare. Lu Chen thought it was quite interesting. He silently gave his blessing and then left the stadium. That night, he received a call from Xianxia. The other party simply inquired about Lu Chen's process of participating in the preliminary audition during the day and his advancement number, but did not say anything else. Lu Chen felt that his former boss seemed to be hiding something or planning something. However, everyone had their own privacy, and there was no need for him to delve into it. 5 days were neither short nor long. Time flew by in the midst of the busy work. June 25, sunny, Super Singer official audition. The location of the official audition was still in the Capital Grand Stadium, but it was moved from the open-air football field to the indoor basketball court. The scale has been reduced a lot, but the specifications have been improved a lot. After the elimination of the preliminary audition, although the singers who advanced to the official audition were less than 1 in 10, they could not all be selected in just 1 or 2 days. Lu Chen's luck was still there, and he was still arranged on the first day. The basketball court was divided into 2 by the organizers, forming 2 live audition stages in the north and south. Many staff members wearing Shonan TV uniforms were busy, and more than 10 cameras were set up inside and outside. It was said to be a live broadcast, but in fact, it was a recorded broadcast. The audition process would be broadcast on the internet and TV after post-editing. The content of the live broadcast was also available, but it was all live interviews and the like. Therefore, most of the audition contestants will not appear on the screen unless they advance to the first round of the official competition. The contestants sat in the auditorium of the basketball court according to their respective promotion number, and they still entered by calling the number. Lu Chen estimated that there were about 300 or 400 competitors on the first day. Then, it was a long wait. Many contestants are very experienced. They gathered together in twos and threes, chatted about music, encouraged each other to relax, and practiced playing and singing repeatedly on the spot, but most of them only practiced in fragments. At noon, the staff delivered lunch boxes. Although it was only fast food, the content was quite rich. Beef, shrimp, eggs, and fresh vegetables were by no means the kind of cheap goods that cost 10 or 20 yuan. The taste was quite good. Lucien didn't eat until he was half full. It wasn't that he wasted food, but that it was not good for singing when he was full. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lucien finally heard the staff calling his number. 0580. Under the guidance of the staff, he quickly came to the preparatory backstage, and after another 2 minutes, he officially appeared. The number of judges for the official audition increased to 4. 2 men and 2 women were not unknown people. Lucien recognized at least 2 of them. He had a little impression of the names of the other 2, but he was not familiar with them. The layout of the venue was very luxurious. There were 4 cameras in the front, back, left, and right. In addition to the 4 judges, there were as many as 7 or 8 staff members on the scene. Even if there was no audience, the atmosphere was completely different from the preliminary. In the face of the 4 cameras and the 4 judges, Lucien did not have stage fright. He said calmly, "Hello, judges and teachers. I am contestant 0580, Lucien, from Zhejiang." Even if he had not eaten pork, he had seen pigs running. Lucien had watched a lot of talent shows on the internet in the past few days. He already had a good understanding of the audition, so he introduced himself properly after he went on stage. "Today, I will bring you this song called You Who Sat Next to Me. Please give me some pointers." A female judge smiled and said, "Then let's get started. You have 2 minutes to sing well." Lucien knew this judge. She was Lu Ya, a well-known female singer in China. She was good at singing love songs. She should be in her 30s or 40s this year, but she looked more like a person in her 20s, full of mature and beautiful charm. Lucien nodded and began to play and sing with the guitar in his arms. "Tomorrow, will you remember that you wrote in the diary yesterday, beep?" After playing a simple prelude, he had just opened his mouth to sing 2 lines when a harsh chirp suddenly sounded. A striking red light lit up in front of one of the judges' table. According to the rules of the audition, this meant that the judge did not approve of Lucien's singing and would not advance to the next round. Lu Ya looked at the other party in surprise. This judge was Xianxia, a variety show host of Shonan TV. He was very famous in the industry. It was somewhat unusual for him to reject Lucien so quickly. Lucien had no problem in playing the guitar. In fact, he was quite skilled and excellent. The melody of the work was also quite good. Why was the red light lit up after only 2 lines? Zhang Xiaoan was expressionless, as if he did not notice Lu Ya's gaze at all. Lucien raised his eyebrows. It would be a lie to say that he was not affected by the red light that suddenly lit up. However, he was not a newcomer after all, so he continued to play and sing smoothly. "Tomorrow, will you still remember that you used to love to cry the most?" Beep, the second red light lit up. This time, it was another female judge, Jenny Chan, who had returned to China from overseas in recent years. She was a female singer and musician who had returned to China from overseas in recent years. She was currently very popular in the pop music industry. She didn't seem to like the style of Lucien's work. She frowned and looked very impatient. According to the rules, if 3 red lights were lit up among the 4 judges, the contestant would be directly eliminated. Lucien, who had been lit up with 2 red lights, was completely calm. He played and sang half of the song You Who Sat Next to Me. "Thank you." He bowed to the judges with his guitar in his arms. Even if there were 2 red lights in front, Lucien's interpretation of the song was still perfect, without any shortcomings. Zhang Xiaoan said lightly, "The style is too old, and the melody is also average. I have to continue to work hard." Jenny Chan commented, "You played the guitar well, but we chose the best singer, so I can only say sorry. I hope you will work hard next time." The implication was that Lucien's song was not good. Lu Ya smiled and said, "Lucien, I think your work is very good." Beep, before she finished speaking, the 4th judge sitting on the far left pressed the red light. 3 red lights, out. Lu Ya's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of anger that was almost undetectable. She had been in the industry for more than 10 years. Although she was not among the top stars in the circle, she used to be a first-line singer. Even if she was a little outdated now, when had she been interrupted so rudely before she finished speaking? The judge who interrupted her was called Xianxia, an editor and music critic of the fashion magazine Beauty. In terms of fame in the circle, Luya was at least 3 streets ahead of him. However, Luya did not directly express her anger, because when Jenny Chan flashed the red light, she felt that something was wrong. It seemed that the contestant named Lu Chen was deliberately targeted. Having been in the entertainment circle for so many years, Luya had always been clean. At the same time, she was also very clear about how deep the water in this circle was. She had seen a lot of darkness and filth hidden under the bright and beautiful appearance, so she instinctively kept silent. Those who cried out for injustice could not stand in this circle. Xianxia did not look at Luya, but just stared at Lu Chen and said, "I agree with Zhang Xiaoan's opinion. The style of your song is too old-fashioned, and the melody is familiar. It lacks enough originality and is too amateur, so it cannot be passed." His voice was very calm, dry as if he was narrating a boring report, but there was a faint disdain and ridicule in his words, which made people feel embarrassed. However, to the 4 judges' surprise, including Luya, Lu Chen was neither embarrassed nor angry after listening to it, nor did he defend or protest, or beg for another chance like many young singers who were eliminated. He nodded and said politely, "Thank you for your comments, for judges, what a pity." There was a trace of pity in Luya's heart. In her opinion, Lu Chen was very good and should not be suppressed. That's right, the word suppressed was almost written on Xianxia's face. She had no idea who Lu Chen had offended. The next moment, Lu Chen straightened up, looked straight at Xianxia and said, "But I don't agree with your opinion, Mr. Xianxia. This song of mine has been registered in the Greater China Music Library long ago. There is no plagiarism or imitation. Besides, someone offered 100,000 yuan to buy it," he smiled confidently. "But I didn't sell it." What was face-slapping? This was face-slapping right in front of their faces. Didn't Xianxia comment on "you who sat next to me" as having a familiar melody and lack of originality? Then Lu Chen told him that this song was registered in the Greater China Music Library. Are you more authoritative than the Greater China Music Library? It was also true that someone offered 100,000 yuan for it. Of course, Lu Chen did not sell it. He kept this classic for himself. Too old-fashioned and amateurish? Is the person who paid for it an idiot? Xianxia's face turned red in an instant. This is not the first time that Xianxia has served as a judge of Super Singer. He is used to evaluating the contestants from a high position. Although he has seen many unruly guys, it is the first time that he has been slapped in the face in such a targeted manner. No matter how thick his face is, he can't withstand a heavy slap. In addition to Xianxia, Zhang Xiaoan and Jenny Chan also felt that their face had been peeled off by Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't give them a chance to fight back. He nodded to Luya, and then left the stage freely. Among the 4 judges, he only had a little affection for Luya. Snap! Xianxia slammed the pen in his hand on the table and scolded angrily. Young people nowadays are getting more and more impolite and not modest at all. It's no wonder that the atmosphere in the pop music world is getting worse and worse. What the hell? Zhang Xiaoan said with a sullen face. Yes, so we should be stricter. Those with bad conduct should be eliminated. Otherwise, Shonan TV will lose face in front of the whole country. Jenny Chan picked up her notebook as a fan and fanned herself hard. She sneered, with such a temper, it's no wonder that someone wants to teach him a lesson. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He will cry in the future. Xianxia and Zhang Xiaoan turned their heads to look at her at the same time, with a strange look. How can such a thing be said? Luya suddenly understood and was not surprised. Jenny Chan didn't care about their strange looks. So what if there were 4 cameras on the scene? This video is 100% going to be cut, and no one will care about a little new singer. The audition of Super Producer continued. Lu Chen walked out of the Capital Stadium. The afternoon sun shone on his face, which was still hot. He took a long breath and exhaled resentment. Although such a result was expected by Lu Chen, he did not have a trace of fantasy in his heart. Maybe Chen Jianhao was biased against Jin Hongwei, and thus lost his accurate judgment, and the bloody reality taught him a lesson. don't think you're so great. In the eyes of some people, you're just a chess piece that can be manipulated at will. Lu Chen couldn't help clenching his fists. He became more and more determined to take the path he wanted to take. His cell phone rang. Lu Chen picked it up. Lu Chen, I just heard a sad news. You didn't pass the audition of Super Singer? Jin Hongwei's voice came from the other side of the phone, and his tone was very regretful. Lu Chen said, yes, thank you for your concern, Mr. Jin. When he answered, there was a smile on his face, a sarcastic smile. Sure enough, Jin Hongwei couldn't see Lu Chen's look and continued, it doesn't matter. It's not terrible for young people to fail once. The door of our Jiuxing Corporation is always open for you. We can provide you with a direct ticket to advance to the knockout stage. In addition, I have arranged a dinner party in the evening. Invite the 2 judges to come over and sit down. You can apologize to them. I think, beep. Beep, before he finished speaking, the call was cut off. Jin Hongwei was stunned and quickly dialed Lu Chen's cell phone number again. The answer he got was, Dear user, the cell phone you dialed is not in the service area, shit. Jin Hongwei finally understood, and in a fit of rage, he threw his phone away. This notification meant that Lu Chen had blacklisted his number and didn't want to talk to him anymore. In other words, Jin Hongwei's efforts to stir up trouble were all in vain. Lu Chen didn't buy it at all. Jin Hongwei had never met such a rookie who did not know how to appreciate favors and was unmoved by force or persuasion. His lungs were about to explode from anger, and Lu Chen didn't care what the other person's reaction was. As the saying goes, one can be strong without desire. He didn't want anything from Jin Hongwei. If he had to swallow the humiliation and bow his head after being schemed against, he might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. Get out of here. After blacklisting Jin Hongwei's number, Lu Chen felt refreshed and his mind was clear. But after 3 seconds, his phone rang again. This time, it was Chen Jianhao who called. This made Lu Chen suspect that he and Jin Hongwei had discussed it. Of course, this was a joke. Lu Chen immediately picked up. Brother Kenho? Chen Jianhao laughed and said, was Jin Hongwei calling you just now? Lu Chen was surprised. How did you know? Chen Jianhao sneered and said, with his character, I can guess what he said to you. Did he want you to sign a contract with Jiuxing Corporation and guarantee that you can be promoted to the strongest producer? Did he want you to apologize to the judges? Lu Chen was completely speechless. Chen Jianhao was right. Chen Jianhao, ha ha ha, you're really good. You haven't even mixed into the entertainment industry, but you've already offended a few people in the circle. I heard that Zhuanghao's face was almost swollen by you, and he scolded you. Lu Chen said with a wry smile, I was impulsive. What's impulsive? Chen Jianhao said with a smile, you played very well. That grandson just needs a beating. Anyway, you don't have to worry about this anymore. Concentrate on preparing for the live audition of Singing China on July 3rd and the qualifying round on July 10th. Chen Jianhao asked Lu Chen for a direct audition card for Beijing Television's Singing China, so he didn't need to participate in the preliminary audition held in the Capital Workers' Stadium today, and directly entered the official audition. Chen Jianhao also believed that Lu Chen could easily pass the audition and advance to the qualifying round. But you have to remember what happened today. This is your first lesson in the entertainment industry. I think you should have learned a lot. Work hard, young man. The long subway rumbled as it sped along the track. Lu Chen held the guitar in the guitar case and sat near the door. During non-rush hours, the subway in Beijing was not crowded, so there were still a lot of empty seats. He didn't have to worry about being squeezed out of his shoes, nor did he have to worry about getting pregnant. He accidentally raised his head and saw a girl on the opposite right side pointing her mobile phone at him. Lu Chen smiled at her and knew that the other party was taking pictures. Seeing that her behavior of secretly taking pictures was discovered by Lu Chen, the girl's face suddenly became flushed. She quickly put away her mobile phone, turned her head, and pretended to talk to her companion. And her companion whispered to her with a smile, urging her to ask Lu Chen for his contact information. But the girl was shy and didn't dare. Lu Chen's mood couldn't help but be a lot more cheerful. Today, he had just been taught a life lesson. Even if he was open-minded and optimistic, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. At this time, the mobile phone in his pocket vibrated. Lucien took out his mobile phone and opened it. It was Yizi who sent him a message, "Are you there?" A pretty face suddenly appeared in Lucien's mind. His heart moved and he replied, "Yes." Yizi was Yizi Tong. After buying the computer, the two didn't see each other again. They only chatted a few times on QQ and Feishin. Lucien could feel that Yizi Tong had a good impression of him, but the relationship between the two was a little faint. He knew that Yizi Tong was a good girl, and it was because of this that he didn't deliberately take the initiative to pursue anything. Although Lucien has not yet reached such a state, perhaps because he has experienced lovelorn and bitter love, and experienced 3 long lives in his dream, his attitude towards feelings is to let nature take its course. Not demanding, not forcing, not greedy. However, at this time, the message sent by Yizi Tong inadvertently touched his heartstrings. "Yizi Tong, are you free tonight? There's a new skating rink near our school. I heard it's quite fun." Lucien quickly replied, "Then let's go together tonight. I haven't skated in a long time. I'll come over to find you at 5 o'clock and invite you to have dinner together. How about that?" "Yizi Tong, seeing that you are so sincere, I will reluctantly agree." Big smiley face symbol was added at the back. "See you at 5. Lucien couldn't help but smile, and the knot in his heart completely disappeared without a trace. The girl had already taken the initiative to ask him out, and it was a girl that he had a good impression of. If he still pretended to be reserved, then he would simply be a fool. Just as he put away his phone, he arrived at his destination. He picked up his guitar and left. The girl sitting across from him didn't ask for his contact information. Back home, Lucien first stored his guitar, then calculated the time to go to Beijing Normal University to keep the appointment. At 5 o'clock, Lucien arrived at the gate of Beijing Normal University. In summer, the days were long and the nights were short. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the sky was still very bright. There were many students going in and out of the gate of Beijing Normal University, and there were also many boys waiting at the gate like Lucien. Some of them were even holding delicate roses in their hands. Looking at his empty hands, Lucien was very ashamed. Just as he was hesitating whether to go to a nearby flower shop to buy a flower, Yizi Tong gracefully came out of the campus. This beautiful girl was still wearing her favorite white dress, revealing her pink neck, jade arms, and a pair of white and well-proportioned calves. She obviously dressed herself up carefully and put on some light makeup. Her bright eyes and white teeth were even more attractive. When she appeared in front of Lucien, Lucien couldn't help but feel amazed and a little stunned. Under his gaze, Yizi Tong's pretty face showed a touch of shyness and she asked, "What's wrong?" Lucien came to his senses and quickly said, "Let's go." Yizi Tong nodded gently. The two of them walked together. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was beautiful and gentle. Along the way, they instantly caused tons of damage to the single people nearby. In the wind, a man's desperate cry came faintly, "What the F***ck, the campus bell has been taken away." Lucien couldn't help but ask, "Won't Xianxia go?" He thought that it would be Yizi Tong and Xianxia together that night. The result was a surprise. Yizi Tong tilted her head, reached out to lift a few loose black hair, and asked, "Do you want her to be there?" How could Lucien be stupid at this time? He said with a smile, "Of course not. I just want to save some money." Yizi Tong lowered her head, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. They had dinner at a nearby Western restaurant. Because Lucien was not very familiar with the surroundings of the university town, Yizi Tong chose the buffet by herself. She used her mobile phone to order a group purchase on the internet, and it only cost 98 yuan per person. The environment and dishes were very good. After dinner, they went out for a walk along the artificial lake, and arrived at the skating rink at 7 o'clock. The skating rink had just opened, and the decoration was quite magnificent, and it was a real ice rink. It was just after 7 o'clock, and the business here was very hot. Lucien queued for more than 10 minutes before he got 2 pairs of skates and a new down jacket. The down jacket was rented to Yizi Tong. It was very cold in the real ice rink, and she couldn't stand it in a skirt. In order to rent new clothes that no one had worn before, Lucien also secretly gave some tips to the staff. "Try to see if it fits. If it doesn't, I'll change it. At the entrance to the ice rink, he helped Yi Zitong put on the skates and asked, "Have you skated before?" Yi Zitong was a little shy, but she still accepted Lu Chen's help generously. "I skated on roller skates. The skates were just right, not too big or too small." "Then there's no problem," Lu Chen said with a smile. "It's easy to skate on real ice after skating on roller skates. Just pay attention to your balance and practice more." He reached out to Yi Zitong. "I'll take you there, and you can get used to it first." Yi Zitong hesitated for a moment, but she still put her white, jade-like hand in Lu Chen's hand. Holding her smooth hand, Lu Chen was a little absent-minded. There was also a skating rink in Hangzhou, but it was not as big as the one in the capital. When Lu Chen was a freshman and sophomore, he often went there to skate and mastered a lot of amateur moves. But at that time, he was holding another girl's hand. Now the scene was the same, but things were still the same, but the people had changed. What's wrong? Yi Zitong's mind was very delicate. She noticed that Lu Chen's expression was a little strange, so she couldn't help but ask. Lu Chen came to his senses and quickly said with a smile, "Nothing. I'm just thinking about how to play with you." He secretly reminded himself that he had been absent-minded several times today. Yi Zitong smiled and said, "Don't bother. We can play slowly. I'm a little afraid of falling. It's very painful." "Then you hold my hand tightly." Lu Chen smiled and pulled Yi Zitong up. He took her to skate from the outside to the infield. In order to take care of his female companion, he skated very slowly at the beginning, so that Yi Zitong could adapt to the skates with skates. There was still a big difference between real skates and roller skates, but Yi Zitong's balance was very good. Under the leadership of Lu Chen, she was soon able to skate by herself, although she still had to be careful. The indoor skating rink was very large, at least 700 to 800 square meters. The lights on the high dome were all turned on, and the bright lights illuminated the entire venue. There were a lot of people who had already skated. Most of them were young men and women like Lu Chen and Yi Zitong. They were wearing colorful ski jackets and chasing each other along the ice track under the accompaniment of passionate music. There were also a lot of people in the stands around. They were cheering and booing, making the entire ice rink very lively. The chilly air was filled with joyful laughter and the scent of youthful hormones. Lu Chen led Yi Zitong to avoid the mainstream crowd. They skated on the edge of the outer track and gradually sped up. Yi Zitong tightly held Lu Chen's hand. She was a little nervous, but more excited. "Don't go too fast," she said loudly and then giggled. Her laughter was as clear as a silver bell, and the sound seeped into Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen suddenly felt that life was so beautiful. There were always surprises. On July 3rd, Lu Chen successfully passed the official audition of Singing China and advanced to the qualifying round. Singing China is the first reality talent show launched by Beijing Television. Its theme is, Walking and Singing, Singing China. It is jointly organized by Beijing Television in conjunction with Youshi, NetEase Music and Xianxia Culture, so it has attracted wide attention in China. Singing China is divided into 7 major singing areas: Beijing, Xinjiang, Huhai, Hangzhou, Tianfu, Huaqing and Bihai. It uses a unique touring PK method to decide the final champion, with a total prize amount of more than 30 million. Since 2008, the domestic variety industry has been surging, and Supergirl, represented by Shonan TV, has set off the craze of reality talent shows and has achieved great success. Many satellite TV stations have begun to follow suit, and similar variety shows have emerged one after another, forming a pattern of strong coexistence. Over the years, the competition between them has been very fierce. Originally, Beijing Television has always been a bystander in this competition, giving people a very reserved feeling. But in the face of huge interests, any reservation is doomed not to last long. Therefore, at the advent of this summer vacation, Beijing Television launched Singing China, which has been brewing for a long time, with its strong background and resources as support, sounded the horn of entering the variety stage. Beijing Satellite TV's 3 major partners, Youshi Network, NetEase Music and Xianxia Culture, are all the best in the domestic industry. It is based in the big capital circle, so it dares to confront Xiangnan Satellite TV's Super Singer head-on. The timing of the audition chosen by Beijing Television is very coincidental, just after Shonan TV's Super Singer, so that a large number of eliminated talent contestants can turn to the Singing China camp, and the latter's requirements are obviously much broader than the former, and people with good songs have a chance to qualify for promotion. And in Beijing, there is no shortage of talents in this area. During the official audition, Lu Chen didn't even take out his original works. He easily got the promotion card with a self-played and sung song, Flying Pigeon. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I will participate in this Singing China talent competition on the 10th of this month. Welcome to the live broadcast, and please support us. When Lu Chen announced the news to hundreds of thousands of online fish fans in the live broadcast on Whale TV, the entire live broadcast room was boiling. The barrage was like a long river bursting its dike, mightily flooding the screen. Long live the host. Waha, we can actually see our Lu Feida on TV. I support you. Come on. Work hard. Congratulations to the host. I hope the host can win the championship. The people of Beijing send their congratulations. Lu Feida is invincible and stands at the top. Congratulations from the people of Xianxia. The people of Zhejiang send their congratulations. Congratulations from the people of the deep sea. The people of the island, along with the barrage, there were countless fish balls and aircraft carriers. In fact, a long time ago, there were fish fans who hoped that Lu Chen would participate in the talent show. Everyone thought that with his talent, he should not succumb to the live broadcast on the internet, but should become a real star on a bigger and broader stage. Although the current live broadcast on the internet is very popular, and the income of a popular online anchor is no worse than that of a third or fourth-rate star, but in people's habitual impression, the influence of the two is still incomparable. Now that Lu Chen has finally taken this step, most people are happy and wish him well. In the eyes of these fish fans, Lu Chen is a figure supported by everyone. If he can make a name for himself in the talent show on TV, it would be wonderful. If Lu Chen becomes popular and becomes a big star in the future, then they can proudly say to others that they have chatted with this big star, fought together, and worked hard together. Congratulations, boss. After the live broadcast, Li Bai sent a private message to Lu Chen through QQ. I won't say anything else. Let's see our Lu Jiejun's performance at that time. I promise I won't let you down. Any reality talent show can't ignore the audience outside the venue. Whether it's SMS voting, online voting, or telephone voting, the influence of the audience outside the venue has always been the most important. Even if there is insider manipulation, the data on the surface has always been the largest proportion of the audience's fan votes. This is precisely where Lu Chen's advantage lies. At present, the number of followers in Lu Fei's live broadcast room is close to 1 million, and Lu Jiejun has more than 50,000 members in the QQ group. Once it is fully mobilized, it will undoubtedly be a strong support force. Lu Chen is not the only one who has moved from the live broadcast room to the pan-entertainment industry. There have been successful examples in the past. Thank you. Lu Chen replied, and at the same time, he selected a file saved on the hard disk and sent it to him. Li Bai, ? Lu Chen, a small gift for you. I hope you will like it. Li Bai laughed. Boss, is it a selfie video of you? I'll make it clear first, I'm a straight man. Lu Chen, Li Bai received it. After a full 5 minutes, Li Bai asked, Boss, is this for me? Even through the screen, Lu Chen could feel the other party's surprise. He smiled and quickly typed on the keyboard, Yes, this song is my gift to you. I didn't register it in the Greater China Music Library. You completed it yourself, and it belongs to your name. The person Lu Chen has always been most grateful to is this friend he has never met, his #1 fan. In the beginning stage of Lu Chen's broadcasting career, if it wasn't for Li Bai's unstinting support, he would not have been able to achieve what he has today and earn so much money through live broadcasting. Li Bai himself has given him more than 200,000 yuan. Lu Jiejun's fan club has always been managed by him, and God knows how many red packets have been given out. Receiving a drop of water from others, one must repay it with a spring. Lu Chen has always been a person who distinguishes between kindness and hatred. He is very grateful for Li Bai's support, but he does not know how to repay it. This local tycoon is a typical rich second generation. According to him and Lu Chen, his daily life is nothing but spending money. Even his father does not expect him to have any career. As long as he does not cause trouble and completes the mission of carrying on the family line in the future, everything will be fine. And through normal communication, Lu Chen also knows that Li Bai likes music very much. He once formed a band and once had the dream of becoming a singer, but unfortunately, he does not have much talent. At most, he can only go to bars to entertain himself. That is why he is so supportive of Lu Chen. After understanding this, Lu Chen has an idea. He carefully picked a song and gave it to Li Bai as a gift. Lu Chen believes that this is the most suitable gift. Li Bai was silent and did not respond for a long time. Lu Chen thought that he disconnected and could not help but ask, "Are you there?" Li Bai replied, "Yes, thank you, boss." Lu Chen put on a smile and said, "I should be the one thanking you. Find someone to help arrange this song, preferably someone who is good at country rock style, and release a single." After a few more minutes, Li Bai replied, "Okay." Lu Chen felt a little strange, but he did not care. After saying goodbye to him, he went offline to rest. At the same time, Beijing 2nd Ring Road, Pingan District, A7 Villa. In the study room on the third floor of the villa, the light was still on. A young man in his 20s was sitting in front of the computer with a blank look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. What was displayed on the screen was the score of a song. After a moment, as if awakened from a dream, he suddenly jumped up and grabbed the phone on the desk. Skillfully dialing the number, the young man anxiously walked back and forth in the study room. After waiting for a few seconds, the other side connected. "Hello?" The young man shouted impatiently, "Hello my ass, I am Li Mubai. Hurry up and find me an arranger. I want the best, must be good at country rock style. It doesn't matter how much money it costs, I have a song to accompany." Very late? What's so late now? The nightlife hasn't even started yet. Which of those people goes to bed so early? Remember, I must have the best. I want to reorganize the band. After the call, the young man sat back in the chair and let out a long breath. He blinked and suddenly felt a little strange. He subconsciously reached out and wiped the corner of his eyes. His fingertips were stained with some moisture. The young man was stunned and immediately cursed, "Mother asterisk cur." His voice was very soft. At 8:00 p.m. on July 5, the China Music Chart for the first week of July was refreshed on time. China Music Chart, or Original Music Chart for short, was jointly created by the China Musicians Association in conjunction with dozens of media such as QQ Music, NetEase Music, Pop Radio, etc. With its professional music attitude, strict review system, and credible data collection, it has become a highly authoritative pop music chart in China. The Original Music Chart is published every weekend, ranking the top 50 domestic pop songs according to the Popularity Index. The chart index is based on data provided by major music media, including broadcast, download, on-demand, purchase and other values, converted according to a fixed formula. Although there is the possibility of artificial manipulation of the data of websites and media, the huge amount of data and multi-point collection methods, coupled with the existence of official power, basically ensure the fairness and impartiality of the Original Music Chart. Therefore, compared with the various lists launched by different media, the China Music Chart is undoubtedly more recognized by hundreds of millions of listeners and is regarded as the number one in the pop music chart. The Original Music Chart for the first week of July has not changed much from last week. The biggest highlight is the rapid rise of a band called Wandering in the chart. This week, a total of 3 songs were on the chart at the same time. The Bionics' Reason to Be Strong / Popularity Index, 2044, ranked 47th this week. The Bionics' I Want to Have a Home / Popularity Index, 3505, ranked 29th this week. The Bionics in the Spring / Popularity Index, 5780, ranked 17th this week. For the majority of music fans, the Original Music Chart is the best basis to search for songs. Except for the fans of those singers, most people don't care much about the data ranking itself. They all follow the trend and listen to whatever songs are good. However, the newly released Original Music Chart, in the eyes of people in the circle, can see a lot of things. First of all, the stunning appearance of the Bionics, as a previously unknown band that not many people have heard of, has 3 works on the original music chart at the same time, which is undoubtedly a sign of popularity. In fact, last week, the Bionics in the Spring was already on the chart, ranked 43rd. This week, it jumped to 17th. The momentum of the increase was amazing, and it also showed strong potential. Moreover, the song's evaluation was very good, with 97.26% of likes. The people in the industry also noticed a detail that ordinary listeners would not pay much attention to. The 3 songs of the Bionics were all written by the same unknown author. A reason to be strong lyrics/music, Lu Chin. I want to have a home lyrics/music, Lu Chin. In the Spring lyrics/composer, Lu Chin. Today, when the power of domestic original works was in decline, the sudden appearance of such a talented songwriter made many people in the circle use their connections to inquire about him. Who was Lu Chin? Therefore, the China music chart in the first week of July not only made the Bionics famous, but also made Lu Chin's name shine for the first time in the circle he was about to enter. Regrettably, Lu Chin didn't know this for the time being. In the afternoon of the same day, he rushed to the Blue Sky Creative Park area in Beijing's 5th Ring Road. The Blue Sky Creative Park area was established 5 years ago. It was specially established by the capital government to support innovative and creative small enterprises. Its policies are open-minded and efficient, especially for young entrepreneurs in the capital circle. Therefore, it has attracted a large number of small enterprises and companies to settle in. Take subway line 9 and get off at the Blue Sky Park station. When you come out, you can see the main gate of the park. Wang Chongqing was already waiting for him at the exit. Lu Chin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would be waiting for him here. It was really unexpected. Lu Chin met this middle-aged man in the Dalong building of Tianjai workshop last time. At that time, the other party solicited album production business from him, which left a deep impression on Lu Chin and a business card. Lu Chin didn't want to hand over his first album to this unknown Nirvana studio to produce. His first cooperation partner was the well-known Tianjai workshop in the industry. Lu Chin has heard the mini-album produced by Tianjai Workshop for the Bionics, which is very good. But the appearance of Jiuxing Corporation's Jin Hongwei made him change his mind. Jin Hongwei is a director of Tianjai Workshop and holds shares in this music production unit, and Lu Chin has completely fallen out with the other party. How could he put his album in Tianjai Workshop? So Lu Chin found Wang Chongqing's business card. Of course, without knowing the details of the other party, Lu Chin can't rashly throw the whole album over. There was an opportunity in front of him, so he took the initiative to contact Wang Chongqing and came directly. The manager of Nirvana Studio should have been waiting at the subway entrance for a long time. "Hello, Mr. Lu." Seeing Lu Chin, Wang Chongqing immediately showed a surprised expression and stepped forward to him and extended his hands. "Manager Wang, we meet again." Lu Chin smiled and shook hands with him and said, "Please come and pick me up. In fact, I can go by myself." Wang Chongqing explained, "Blue Sky Park is very big. This is your first time here. I'm worried that you won't be able to find the place." Lu Chin was relieved. "Then let's go." Because it has not been established for a long time, the buildings in Blue Sky Creative Park are still very new. Many of the green trees on both sides of the sidewalk are newly transplanted. Most of the people in a hurry on the road are young people. Perhaps it is because of this that the feeling here is full of vitality. Even the shops and restaurants along the street look different, and the design of the signboards is very unique. On the way to the studio, Lu Chin and Wang Chongqing talked. Through the dialogue, he learned that Wang Chongqing was originally a music teacher in middle school. Last year, he resigned from his teaching position and took out his life savings to start this Nirvana studio. For a middle-aged man in his 50s, Wang Chongqing's courage amazed Lu Chin. It should be known that at the age of knowing destiny, not many people are willing to run out to start a business when they have a stable and comfortable job, especially when they have to take out their old capital. For Lu Chin's admiration, Wang Chongqing said with a wry smile, "In fact, I have no choice. For my children." It turned out that Wang Chongqing has 2 children. His daughter graduated from the composition department of the Beijing Conservatory of Music 2 years ago, and his son graduated from the music engineering department of the Northern Conservatory of Music last year. It was for them that he started this studio. A musical family, Lu Chen couldn't help but be in awe. Zhongyin, Beijing and Beiying are the three major conservatories of music in the capital. They are famous both at home and abroad and enjoy a high reputation internationally. They are loved by thousands of music students. The number of applicants every year often reaches hundreds of thousands. But only a few tenths of them can really be admitted by the three major conservatories of music. Wang Chongqing's daughter graduated from Beijing Conservatory of Music and his son graduated from Beiying. As a music teacher, he must have devoted countless efforts to the training of his children. How can such a person not be respected? He is completely different from that kind of shrewd businessman. However, Lu Chen can see that the operating situation of Nirvana Studio is probably not ideal. Of course, he won't break this point, because it's better to be kind. Nirvana Studio is located on the 7th floor of an office building in the park. The location is not very good, but the rent is estimated to be cheap. Take the elevator up, turn left out of the elevator and see the logo and guide marks of the studio on the wall. Wang Chongqing was very embarrassed. Our studio has just been set up, so the place is not big. A standard music production unit, including office area, electronic room, reception room and the most important recording studio, will not be too small, otherwise, it will not be able to play at all. Purely from the perspective of scale, Nirvana Studio is undoubtedly disappointing. The narrow office area is adjacent to the even narrower reception room. The cramped and limited space makes people feel depressed. There are only 2 employees inside, and there is not even a receptionist at the door. Wang Chongqing asked Lu Chen to sit down on the sofa, personally poured tea for him, and explained, "I just took an order yesterday. They are all busy in the recording studio. I'll let Wang Jing talk to you." Wang Jing is Wang Chongqing's daughter and another person in charge of Nirvana Studio. She was the one who arranged the music. When Lu Chen first saw Wang Jing, his feeling was, this kid was so handsome, then he immediately realized that he had made a mistake. The other party was not a boy, but a girl. A handsome girl. She was about 1.75 meters tall, with a pair of straight, compact-like legs wrapped in thin blue jeans. Her upper body was covered with a self-made silk-printed cotton t-shirt. Her hair was cut very short, so she looked very neat and tidy. The girl was very beautiful. Whether it was her eyes, nose, lips, or chin, they were in line with the usual aesthetic standards, but she was not the kind of popular charm or gorgeous, and had a heroic spirit that was difficult to describe in words. What impressed Lu Chen most was her eyes, which were bright and energetic like the morning stars. "This is my daughter, Wang Jing," Wang Chongqing introduced them to each other. "This is Mr. Lu Chen, our studio's new client." "Hello." Wang Jing generously extended her hand to Lu Chen. "Welcome to Nirvana Studios." Lu Chen shook hands with her. "Hello." After sitting down again, Lu Chen handed the printed music score to the other party and asked, "I want to ask your studio to help me complete the arrangement and accompaniment recording of this song. Can it be done in 2 days?" Wang Jing frowned, took the printed paper and looked at it. She looked at it very carefully and hummed softly according to the music score. Her singing tone was very accurate. Her furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. After a moment, the handsome girl raised her head and asked, "Mr. Lu, did you write this song yourself?" Lu Chen nodded. Yes. His name was printed on the score sheet as the songwriter. Wang Jing asked doubtfully, "This song is very well written. Why did you ask me to arrange it?" Wang Jing. Before Lu Chen could answer, Wang Chongqing glared at her fiercely and said, "Mr. Lu asked you if you could finish it in 2 days? Why are you asking those irrelevant questions?" Wang Chongqing knew his daughter's temper too well. He was afraid that she would scare away Lu Chen, a hard-won client. Wang Jing pursed her lips. She did not refute her father, but her silence and the stubborn look on her face made the atmosphere in the small reception room a little awkward. Lu Chen coughed and was about to explain when Wang Jing suddenly said, 2 days is too short. I can't guarantee the best quality. Can you give me a few more days? Lu Chen said, here's the thing. I'm going to participate in a talent show on Beijing television on the 10th. Because the accompaniment of the song has to be sent in advance, the time can't be delayed, but I don't ask for the best quality. Singing China? Wang Jing's brows wrinkled again. Since it's such an important thing, why didn't you come a few days earlier? Lu Chen smiled bitterly. He finally understood why Wang Chongqing had to go to the Dalong building to pull business. Wang Jing's temper was too easy to offend clients. How could the studio's business be good? Lu Chen was not angry. Many powerful people tend to be different from ordinary people in terms of character. A graduate of Jingyin should be trustworthy. But her father, Wang Chongqing, was about to cry. Wang Jing raised her head and said, 2 days is fine, but the production cost will be 20,000 yuan, 20,000 yuan. Lu Chen's look became strange. Miss, I'm easy to talk to. You can't take me for a fool. 20,000 yuan for a song, just for the arrangement and accompaniment. Why did he go to Nirvana Studios to produce it? Lu Chen couldn't help but look at Wang Chongqing, who was sitting on one side. At this time, Wang Chongqing finally showed the emotional intelligence of a qualified studio manager. He calmly said to Wang Jing, you go and get ready. I'll talk to Mr. Liu about the production cost. The latter was obviously unwilling, but the sincerity in Wang Chongqing's eyes made her silent, and she left with the music score. Wang Chongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Lu Chen with embarrassment, Mr. Liu, my daughter has a bad temper. Please don't mind, but you can rest assured of her ability. Our studio will work overtime to help you complete this song. As for the price, what do you think of 10,000 yuan? He took the initiative to cut the price in half. Obviously, he was very eager to win Lu Chen's business. Although Lu Chen knew that if he persisted, he might be able to cut down another few thousand yuan. After all, this was an urgent business. It was normal for the price to be higher, and if he cut it too hard, others might not be willing to work hard to produce it. After thinking about it, he said, 10,000 yuan is fine. If this song can satisfy me, then my first album can also be given to your studio to produce. Okay. Wang Chongqing was overjoyed. I also hope to work with Mr. Liu for a long time. Making a complete album was different from making 10 singles. The former was more demanding. Therefore, for any music studio, making an album was a challenge, but also an opportunity. If the album sold well, it was easy to become famous in the industry, and business would naturally roll in. Nirvana Studios had not produced a real album since its establishment. Therefore, Wang Chongqing was more and more determined to firmly hold on to Lu Chen as a customer. He said very sincerely, Mr. Liu, since you are here, take a look at our studio's recording studio first. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Lu Chen smiled and said, I want to see the recording studio. Let's talk about dinner later. Under the guidance of the other party, he came to the recording studio of Nirvana Studios to visit. This recording studio occupied more than half of the entire studio area. It had condenser microphones, microphone amplifiers, monitoring speakers, voice effects, mixers, VOD song ordering machines, and other hardware equipment. It was quite professional. The room was very tidy and clean. The installation and layout of pipelines, air conditioners, soundproof walls, and soundproof doors were in place. Although the space inside was not very large, it did not feel cramped, in sharp contrast to the office area outside. The person in charge of the recording studio was Wang Chongqing's son, Wang Hui. The handsome young man with glasses was shy, and his appearance was similar to his sister. He didn't talk much, but he talked about the recording in a clear and logical way. Wang Chongqing was very proud of his son. He invited politely, Mr. Liu, would you like shall we to record a song for you on the spot? It's free. Lu Chen suddenly became interested and asked, do you have guitars here? Nirvana Studios not only had guitars, but also a small Nirvana band. Along with the guitars were 4 band members, including Wang Jing. The other 3 were young people in their 20s. They stood in the control room and watched Lu Chen sing through the vacuum glass window. It was the first time in his life that Lu Chen had entered a recording studio, but in the dream world, Su Bo was a frequent visitor to the recording studio. It was just that most of the songs Su Bo recorded in the recording studio were other people's songs. In order to make a living, he often accompanied others, sang demos, and even sang harmonies. He had never released an album that really belonged to him. When the memory came back, Lu Chen held the guitar and closed his eyes in front of the microphone. He didn't open them for a long time. In the outer control room, a long-haired young man sneered softly. Funny, it's not like we're shooting a movie. The man in a black t-shirt next to him pretended to be serious and said, "You don't understand. This is called brewing emotions." The short young man between the two shook his shoulders and couldn't help laughing. Wang Jing crossed her arms and didn't speak. Her eyes stared at Lu Chen, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Fortunately, Wang Chongqing had just gone out, otherwise he would have been angered to death by them. Wang Hui frowned and wanted to say something but stopped. Several band members knew the propriety and didn't joke too much. They all put away their smiles. As for what they thought in their hearts, only they knew. Of course, Lu Chen, who was in the recording room, couldn't hear the conversation outside. He felt that his mood had been adjusted to the best state. He opened his eyes and nodded to Wang Hui, indicating that it was time to start. Wang Hui immediately pressed the button and gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. "Come on." Lu Chen plucked the strings and played the high-spirited prelude in a natural and smooth manner. The song he was going to sing was "Want You." I once dreamed of going to the end of the world with a sword and seeing the prosperity of the world. In Lu Chen's heart, this song is his favorite. Words are the voice of the heart, and songs are to sing. This song "Want You" sings Lu Chen's former dreams and experiences, and also contains firm courage and confidence in life, which is the portrayal of him today. So even if it's the first time he sang in a recording studio, he still sang with strong emotions and sang his true self. The young heart is always a little frivolous. Now you have the world as your home. The song was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone in the control room through the high-quality monitoring speakers. The members of the Nirvana band were silent, and all the laughter, ridicule disappeared. The more they understand music, the more they understand the weight and power of a good song. They are all hearing this song "Want You" for the first time, so they are even more shocked. Isn't such a song exactly what they want to write and sing, and what they have been searching for? Even the most unruly long-haired young man put away his contempt and disapproval of Lu Chen. They listened quietly. After experiencing the vicissitudes of life, the warmth and coldness of the world, this smile is warm and pure. In the recording room, the sound lingered. Lu Chen's fingers stroked the steel strings, and he wanted to continue. Maybe it's the special environment here, or maybe it's because he wanted to sing well for a long time, so he is in a particularly good state. And this state, acting is called immersion, and singing is called immersion, which can move people the most. Wang Hui turned his head and said to Wang Jing very seriously, "Sister, the songs he wrote are much better than yours." Wang Jing stared at him and waved her hand, but she didn't slap him. Because she couldn't refute. Chi was not convinced. "How do you know this song was written by him?" Wang Hui didn't answer, just pointed to the computer screen. On the 30-inch LCD screen, the web page of Greater China Music Library is clearly displayed, and everything is explained according to the latest query results of the lyrics. Work, Want You / lyrics, Lu Chen / composer, Lu Chen / registered copyright, Lu Chen. Thanks to the great technology, technical geeks could easily listen to songs, recognize songs, and debate lyrics with just a click of the mouse. Even if they wanted to slap someone in the face, there would be irrefutable evidence. You can't say that the Greater China Music Library is fake, right? Chuyi was speechless. After Lu Chen finished playing and singing once, he found the right feeling and recorded the guitar accompaniment and the a cappella. Since it was recorded for fun, the two tracks were recorded once each, and the final synthesis was done by the sound engineer. He pushed open the soundproof door and walked out. He handed the guitar back to Wang Jing and said, "Thank you for the guitar." Wang Jing silently took it, a complicated expression on her face. As proud as she is, she has to admit that she can't write such a song, and neither can Nirvana. The long-haired young man took the initiative to extend his hand to Lu Chen. "Hello, my name is Chen Jiong, the drummer of Nirvana." Lu Chen smiled. "Lu Chen, nice to meet you." The Nirvana band of Nirvana Studios has a total of 4 official members and 1 non-staff member. Chen Jiong is the drummer, Zhang Yan is the bass player, and Sun Hao, a small man, is the keyboard player. The captain of this small band is Wang Jing, who is also the lead singer and guitarist. As for the non-staff member, that is naturally Wang Hui. The Nirvana band usually plays music for the studio and also goes out to perform, but most of them are not in the bar. "Brother Chen, come and listen to the effect." Wang Hui moved quickly and completed the synthesis with the software in just a few minutes. He attentively handed the monitoring headset to Lu Chen. Although the two just met, they were very intimate. Can you have a little integrity? Wang Jing bit her lip and stared at Wang Hui fiercely. Wang Hui turned a blind eye to his sister. He stared at Lu Chen eagerly, looking a little nervous. Thank you. Lu Chen took the monitoring headset and listened to the playback of the synthetic recording. Due to physiological reasons, the way people hear their own voices is different from the way other people hear them. Lu Chen has heard his own voice before, but it was only a live video on the internet. There is no need to talk about the sound quality at all. It is no problem to fool ordinary music lovers, but it is unbearable for the picky ears. But now the audio recorded through a professional recording studio is completely different. What surprised Lu Chen was that Wang Hui obviously tuned the sound on the spot and made appropriate modifications, so it sounded very good. To be continued. No one's voice was flawless. If a high-quality human voice recorded by professional equipment was not edited, then any flaws would be magnified and could be heard clearly. That would be a problem. Therefore, the post-processing is very important. A high-quality album often requires a recording master or sound repairman to spend a lot of time to modify and adjust, and finally reach a perfect level. Wang Hui recorded and tuned on the spot. Of course, it was impossible to make it perfect, but Lu Chen already listened very well. The singing is clear and pure, and contains emotional power. The overall timbre is warm and full, which makes people feel excited when they listen, especially the processing of the climax part. He was even more satisfied. Taking off the monitoring headset, Lu Chen gave Wang Hui a thumbs up. Great. Not good enough. Wang Hui himself was not very satisfied and said, it's only 5 or 6 points at most. I tuned it with software, and the effect is still a lot worse. This song needs to be arranged to enrich the timbre. Give me 3 or 4 days to modify it, then at least the effect can be 8 or 9 points. Lu Chen said with a smile, it's really good enough. Lu Chen doesn't know the other people in Nirvana Studios, but he already has a sense of trust in Wang Hui. At least he didn't come in vain today. Chen Jiong asked, Lu Chen, is this song going to be in your album? Previously, Wang Chongqing told them to do a good job on the song that Lu Chen brought over, and there was still the whole album behind it. Lu Chen nodded and said, if there is no accident, it should be. Sun Hao asked, which company are you signing with now? Lu Chen smiled and said, I haven't signed with any entertainment company, and I'm not going to sign one. At present, I'm doing it alone. Doing it alone? The members of Nirvana looked at each other. Although Lu Chen's answer was not very unexpected to them, they were still surprised to be confirmed. Chen Jiong said, it's too difficult to get ahead on your own, even if you have good works. It's true, and Lu Chen himself has a deep feeling. In today's era, not to mention the stars and celebrities in the entertainment industry, it is basically impossible for those internet celebrities on the internet to rely on their own strength to break out of the Red Sea without professional hype and publicity. Some people hype, some people praise, some people hate, and some people blow. You want to be popular alone? Dream on. Even Lu Chen himself, who is currently successful in Whale TV, was able to really emerge after signing a contract and getting the support and promotion of the website. And the competition in the entertainment industry is much more fierce and cruel. He replaced Jin Hongwei and was directly eliminated in the audition of Super Singer. This is the end of having no one behind you. However, Lu Chen has decided to take a different path. His determination is firm and he is working hard. Wang Jing, who has not spoken, suddenly said, you are right. Lu Chen looked at her with a little surprise. During the conversation, Wang Chongqing came back. Seeing everyone around Lu Chen in the control room, he asked, what's the matter? Lu Chen said with a smile, I was just talking to everyone. I just listened to the song Wang Hui recorded for me. It was very good. Now I believe in your strength. I think it's right to put the work in Nirvana Studios. It doesn't cost money to say something nice. Lu Chen also hopes that they can take good care of their work. Wang Chongqing was pleasantly surprised. He smiled and patted his son on the shoulder. Good, good. Lu Chen said again, Manager Wang, let me invite everyone to dinner in the evening. After all, I have to let everyone work hard. Wang Chongqing said quickly. No, let me do it. I'll do it. How can you let a client treat you to dinner? Teacher Wang's idea is very simple. Wang Jing looked on coldly. She added another word to her evaluation of Lu Chen, cunning. At the same time, she was a little depressed. How could such a person write such a song? Of course, Lu Chen could not know Wang Jing's evaluation of himself, but he has some ideas about Nirvana Studios and Nirvana Band. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be many opportunities for cooperation between the two sides. So, he is willing to have a good relationship with Wang Chongqing, Wang Hui, and others. One more friend, one more way. In the evening, Lu Chen invited them to dinner. 2 days later, he successfully got the arrangement and accompaniment work completed by Nirvana Studios. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. On July 10, 6:10 p.m. Beijing Television Studio Hall backstage. In another hour and 20 minutes, Beijing Television's first entertainment reality talent show, Singing China, the qualifying round of the Beijing division will be broadcast live in the big studio. Beijing Television is the first TV station in China, so it has a wide and good influence in China and Asia. Relying on the huge advantages of the local TV station in the capital, its comprehensive strength has always been in the forefront of major TV stations. But in the past 5 years, with the increasing popularity of variety entertainment programs, Shonan TV, Donghai Satellite TV, Jiangning Satellite TV and other local satellite TV stations have risen rapidly, occupying a large share of the market, but also seriously reducing the survival space of Beijing Television. Especially Shonan TV, which is famous for producing variety shows. Since 2008, Shonan TV has successively launched Supergirl, Superboy, National New Idol and other popular talent competitions. Not only has it achieved great success, but it has also launched a number of well-known idol stars, and its ratings have topped all satellite TV stations. What makes Beijing Television lose face the most is that all the talent shows of Shonan TV will set up a division in Beijing. Every audition will be a gathering of thousands of people, and the scene will be very lively, which is really spectacular to the extreme. For Beijing Television, its own site has become a place for its competitors to show off, which is simply a slap in the face. What makes Beijing Television even more annoyed is that Donghai Satellite TV, Jiangning Satellite TV and other latecomers have also learned from them. They all regard the capital, a treasure land of feng shui, as a fat meat, and all of them have eaten until their mouths are full of oil. Under such circumstances, Beijing Television, which has always been proud, finally could not stand the declining ratings year by year. After 6 months of planning and preparation, it launched its own talent show for the first time, Singing China. The ambitious Beijing Television even fought with Shonan TV's Super Singer. For this show, Beijing Television has also put in a lot of money. Not only has it rebuilt the studio, but also the backstage has been expanded, which is much more spacious and comfortable than the original, enough to accommodate hundreds of contestants and staff. There were a total of 35 contestants participating in the first qualifying round of the Capital Division tonight. Including the family and friends who were present to support them, there were only about 100 people. Lu Chen was one of the 35 contestants in the first qualifier, and he was one of the few contestants who did not have a family. It wasn't that he didn't have friends in Beijing, but Li Feiyu wanted to help him broadcast the match on the internet. Sister Na and Qin Hanyang were very busy because of the recent popularity of the Bionics, so they didn't perform at the Forget Grass Bar, so Lu Chen didn't bother them. As for the others, most of them were not suitable. For example, Yi Zitong. Although the two of them had a good impression of each other, they had not established a real relationship. He could not bring her to the scene and show her in front of the whole nation, right? Lu Chen simply brought a guitar and single-handedly killed his way over. Relatively speaking, among the 35 contestants, Lu Chen's mentality was the most relaxed and peaceful. While he was resting on the bench and waiting, he observed the others calmly. Sitting on the right side of Lu Chen was a middle-aged man with a beard and messy hair. He wore a personalized t-shirt and worn jeans. He was dressed like a typical street singer. He was holding a guitar and bowing his head in silence. In front of him was a band group. The 5 members were very young, full of vitality. They were talking and laughing to encourage each other. They were excited and full of expectations for participating in the talent competition. In front of them, the staff and cameramen of the TV station were interviewing a contestant. All contestants had to pre-record a short video, which was the so-called VCR. The content of the video was mainly to introduce their situation. When it was time for the official broadcast, the director would select a few excerpts and intersperse them into the live broadcast. It was said to be a live broadcast, but in fact, it was not a real-time broadcast. The recording time and the broadcast time were about an hour apart. The advantage of this was that it was convenient to control and edit the content of the program, and it was not easy to have broadcast accidents. It was already very fast now. In the past, talent shows were often produced a few days or even a week in advance, and then dared to claim that it was a live broadcast when it was broadcast on the TV station. It was simply a monkey show. Although the production effect of recording and broadcasting a few days in advance was the best, the vast number of TV viewers were not fools. What they wanted to see was more real and direct content of the talent competition. They were increasingly disgusted with the procedural and routine program form and process, which led to a huge change in the situation of the live broadcast of the talent show. The previous qualifying and semifinals were an hour in advance, and the elimination and final stages were 30 minutes at most. There was even a real live broadcast. Of course, this was a great test for any TV station. Without strong enough strength and a good enough behind-the-scenes team, it was impossible to play this kind of live talent show. The live VCR belonging to Lu Chen had just been recorded, and it only took a few minutes. It was a very simple thing, but the handsome man wearing glasses looked very nervous in front of the camera and the microphone. He stammered and couldn't express his meaning, which made the group of relatives and friends next to him anxious for him. However, compared to another female contestant sitting 4 or 5 meters to the left of Lu Chen, he was still fine. The girl, who was 18 or 19 years old, was so nervous that she cried, but she didn't dare to cry loudly. She just bowed her head and sobbed. She also had 2 best friends next to her, but they obviously didn't know how to comfort and speak. Their persuasion and encouragement for a long time had no effect, and they couldn't help but feel a little helpless. When other contestants nearby saw this, most of them felt it was funny, and some even showed a look of ridicule. How could she dare to go on stage to perform with such poor psychological quality? Lu Chen listened to them say a lot and finally understood. It turned out that this female contestant was probably very unlucky. Today's important day was not going well, which seriously affected her mood. Moreover, she didn't perform very well during the recording of the VCR. All kinds of emotions accumulated, so she collapsed before she even went on stage. Originally, the role of the group of relatives and friends was to support and encourage the contestants on the spot in addition to adding interest to the show. However, these 2 teammates were really unqualified. After thinking about it, Lu Chen stood up, walked over, and walked in front of the other party. He took out a bottle of peppermint gum from his pocket and handed it to the crying girl. He said, "Don't be too nervous. Have a gum. You will feel better after chewing it twice." The girl and her companions raised their heads in surprise. Lu Chen smiled slightly, reached out and opened the bottle cap, and said, "Try it." Scientific research has shown that the sincere and friendly smile of a handsome man or a beautiful woman can often resolve people's tension, fear, anxiety, and uneasiness. It is equivalent to a buff that boosts morale and effectively stimulates the secretion of dopamine and hormones. Although the above content was pure nonsense, Lu Chen's handsome and warm smile did make the girl relax. She was embarrassed to wipe away the tears overflowing from the corners of her eyes, and a shy blush appeared on her pretty face. The girl hesitated for a moment, but she still raised her small white and red hand and said, "Thank you." Her voice was very soft and sweet. It sounded like a melted milk candy, refreshing the heart and refreshed the mind when held in the mouth. Lu Chen poured a piece of chewing gum into her palm. This was the privilege of a handsome man. If Lu Chen was a wretched fat man or a thin otaku, it was estimated that no girl would be willing to take any candy from him. Lu Chen asked her companions, "Which university are you from?" They were so young and immature, and had no relatives to accompany them. 9 out of 10 were students studying in Beijing. The other party replied very enthusiastically, "We are all from the College of Foreign Languages," accompanying little Chu to participate in the competition. "Are you also a contestant, handsome? Where did you study?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "I am also a contestant." I just graduated from Jianghai University this year. It turned out to be a graduating senior. The other party's eyes lit up and immediately pushed the girl next to him. Little Chu, ask the senior for his contact information. Maybe both of you can enter the finals. In fact, she really wanted it, but she was embarrassed to say it directly. Lu Chen smiled and exchanged QQ numbers with the three of them, adding each other as friends. He also knew the name of the shy girl. Mu Xiaochu. The clock hanging on the wall firmly pointed the minute hand straight down to the number 6. At 6:30, the live recording of Beijing Television's first reality talent show, Singing China, officially began. The atmosphere in the backstage of the studio immediately became tense. The scene in the studio appeared on the ultra-wide screen, and the host appeared first. Beijing Satellite TV boldly used a new anchor named Xianxia to host the much-anticipated talent show. He was a little nervous and excited, but soon returned to his normal state. Tian, after finishing his passionate opening speech, Xiaoxia's expression froze as he looked straight ahead. Next, let's invite the first judge of tonight's Singing China with warm applause. The 1,500-seat auditorium of the studio has long been full of people. As soon as the host's voice fell, there was a tidal wave of applause from the audience to welcome the judges. Beijing Television has done enough gimmicks in the selection of judges. Unlike other peers, it did not publicize early and use the fame of the judges to carry out preheating hype. Instead, it deliberately maintained a sense of mystery and left suspense to the audience. No one will doubt the strength and connections of Beijing Television, and the invited judges must be heavyweights. However, Beijing Television has done a good job of confidentiality, so everyone will naturally make all kinds of conjectures, and discuss them in blogs, post bars, forums, and other places, thus forming enough topics. In terms of publicity, although Beijing Television is competing with Shonan TV, it has not lost much ground. The unveiling of the identity of the 4 judges is undoubtedly the biggest highlight of the live broadcast of the first qualifying round in Beijing tonight. Therefore, the audience's applause was particularly enthusiastic. The lights in the studio suddenly went out, and the whole stage was plunged into darkness. After a while, a bright spotlight hit the center of the stage from top to bottom. It landed on a man's body. He stood tall and straight. With his back to the auditorium, and the logo of Singing China appeared on the huge background screen. The studio instantly quieted down. Host Xiaoxia stood in the dark and could not be seen, but his voice echoed in everyone's ears. He is unquestionably superhuman talent. He is a famous singing superstar in Asia. He has won countless awards. His songs, which have accompanied a generation of people, are still classics. He is. The image on the big screen suddenly exploded, accompanied by an incomparably intense tremor. 2 dazzling golden characters leapt out. Tan Hong. Tan Hong, the first judge of Singing China, turned out to be Tan Hong. No one had expected this, and everyone was pleasantly surprised. The lights were all turned on, and the applause that had just calmed down sounded again. It was getting more and more intense, forming a storm that threatened to blow the roof off. Many spectators stood up. They applauded and shouted Tan Hong's name. Tan Hong was born in the early 1970s and began to learn music at a very young age. At the age of 17, he won the championship of the National Youth Singing Competition and embarked on a bright career. It has been 25 years since his debut, and he has released a total of 17 original albums. Among them, the album Soaring Pigeon sold more than 5 million copies in 1999, which is regarded as the last glory of pop music record sales. Although Tan Hong is not very handsome, his voice is very recognizable, and he has outstanding creative talent. Many of his best-selling albums are all songs, and he has written many classic works such as Soaring Pigeon, After the Rain, The Prodigal Son, Xianxia, Love and so on. When he turned around under the spotlight with a smile on his face, the atmosphere of the audience suddenly reached a climax. In the backstage of the studio, many contestants and their relatives and friends stood up. Everyone's eyes were focused on the TV screen. Tan Hong, it's actually Tan Hong. I like Tan Hong's songs best. I really didn't expect him to be a judge. Beijing Television is so awesome. I want an autograph. Among the excited crowd, there is also Lu Chen. He is also a fan of Tan Hong. Lu Chen didn't expect that Tan Hong would come to be a judge, and he didn't know what method Beijing Television used. Although Tan Hong has been very popular for more than 10 years, he has an indifferent temperament, doesn't like to join in the fun, and basically doesn't participate in variety shows. In terms of personal feelings, he and his first girlfriend's wife help each other in difficult times, and there has been no scandal. In his 25 years of debut, he hasn't even shot a few commercials. Therefore, Tan Hong will be on the Singing China judges' bench tonight, and tomorrow he will inevitably be on the entertainment headlines. Beijing television has been holding back for several years, and finally made a big move. Although Tan Hong has been in a semi-retired state in recent years, his popularity is still unbreakable, especially in the 1970s and 1980s, where he has the most loyal fans. It must be noted that Tan Hong first signed a contract with Juxing Corporation. He was cultivated by Jin Hongwei until he later fell out with the industry big shot. At that time, the lawsuit caused a lot of noise and caused a sensation all over the country. With Tan Hong's character and personality, he was so determined that it was intolerable. Tan Hong, who is in his 40s, is in the most attractive period of a successful man. He is no longer young, but his smile is still sincere, his eyes are still bright, and he is still so elegant. It evoked the memories of countless people. It can even be said that at the moment when Tan Hong appeared, Singing China has already achieved initial success. After Tan Hong took his seat, an LED light above the big stage lit up, showing his name. The applause continued, and the lights in the studio went out again. Host Xianxia began to introduce the second judge. The previous Tan Hong has completely satisfied everyone's appetite, so who will the second judge be? Will he be overshadowed by Tan Hong? No one knows the answer. Her singing is familiar to us, her beauty is the most beautiful scenery in the pop music world. She once set the highest record for the record sales of a domestic female singer, and it has not been broken so far. She is also Mr. Tan Hong's junior sister. She is Chen Fei-er. The name on the background screen has not yet been displayed, and many people in the audience have shouted out loud. Chen Fei-er. The second judge of Singing China is the famous Jade Girl singer, Chen Fei-er. Speaking of this big star in the singing world, there is really no one who doesn't know her. Chen Fei-er is famous for singing sweet songs and love songs. Her voice is sweet and moving, and her albums have repeatedly achieved good results. Unlike Tan Hong, after entering the internet era, Chen Fei-er is still active in the entertainment industry, and has vigorously developed in the field of film and television. She has appeared in many blockbusters and is also a spokesperson for many big brands. But the most interesting thing is that she and Tan Hong have a brother-sister relationship. The two have a very good relationship, but there is no scandal. Moreover, when Chen Fei-er terminated her contract with Juxing Corporation, if it were not for Tan Hong's full support, it would not have been so easy for her to get out. When Chen Fei-er's personal studio opened, Tan Hong even invited more than a dozen big names in the circle to come to support. As the second judge, she instantly dispelled everyone's concerns. There is a small joke circulating in the entertainment industry, saying that the person Jin Hongwei hates most is Tan Hong, but if Tan Hong is willing to return to Juxing Corporation, Jin Hongwei can directly kneel on the ground to welcome him. Fei-er. Tan Hong obviously didn't know that Chen Fei-er would appear here. He stood up in amazement, and then quickly returned to the big stage. Why are you here? Chen Fei-er is over 30 years old, but she looks like she is only in her 20s. She smiled sweetly, opened her arms and hugged Tan Hong, and said, "They said you were coming, so I came." These two simple sentences were enough to express the friendship between the two of them. The audience burst into thunderous applause, and many fans even shed tears of excitement, because they have seen this scene many times before, and it has long been in their memory. Now it has reappeared. Tan Hong and Chen Fei-er have made countless people believe that in addition to love, there is also true friendship between men and women, a friendship comparable to family love. The combination of Tan Hong plus Chen Fei-er, two superstars, made the studio of Singing China instantly brighten. The response of the audience was naturally very enthusiastic. Everyone stood up and gave the warmest applause. The exciting scene lasted for several minutes before it ended. The host introduced the third judge. Although everyone was looking forward to Beijing television's continuous breaking of big news, the two big singers were obviously enough to suppress the scene, and there was no need to add icing on the cake in this respect. The third judge of Singing China is Zhen Zhen, editor-in-chief of Pop Music magazine. Over the past 30 years, the domestic pop music industry has undergone considerable development. Today's market has expanded to an unimaginable level before, and the scale of the industry is quite huge. Therefore, there are many newspapers and magazines related to pop music, which are distributed simultaneously both physically and online. And Pop Music magazine is undoubtedly one of the leading roles, and is recognized as an authoritative media in the industry. Its editor-in-chief, Xianxia, used to be a famous musician and enjoyed a wide reputation in the industry. The fourth judge is Xianxia, the music director of Flying Stone Records. Flying Stone Records is one of the most famous record companies in China. It has produced many heavenly king and queen level singers. In the 1980s and 1990s, its music tape and CD sales have been in the forefront of the industry. After entering the internet era of the new century, the rise of a large number of emerging media made the operation of Flying Stone Records suffer unprecedented difficulties, and once faced the brink of bankruptcy. Later, the veteran record company learned from its mistakes, cut off its non-performing assets and redundant personnel, followed the trend, opened up a variety of new businesses, and was able to rejuvenate. In China and even in Asia, Flying Stone Records is still a resounding brand, 2 men and 2 women, 2 superstars plus 2 authoritative media representatives. Beijing Television has undoubtedly taken great pains in the composition of the jury, and the structure can be described as perfect. After the 4 judges were in place, the first qualifying round of Singing China officially began. According to the rules, the qualifying round also adopts the judging system. From the end of the contestants singing on stage, if 3 or 4 judges do not light up a red light, it means that they have passed and successfully obtained the semifinal pass card. If 2 red lights were lit, the contestant would enter the waiting area. All the waiting contestants would be voted by the audience to decide who would get the last 3 lucky spots to enter the semifinals. The first contestant was Xianxia from the capital. He graduated from Beijing at the age of 24. He opened with an autumn love song, which won the cheers of the audience. He passed without a red card and got the first semifinal pass card. Then the second, the third, the qualifiers were different from the auditions. The contestants were carefully selected from thousands of people, so each had their own characteristics. Some had an outstanding appearance, some had a solid foundation, some could play and sing, and some could dance and sing. The attitude of the 4 judges was very serious and professional. There was no exaggerated emotional expression. Regardless of whether it was passed or rejected, they would give appropriate comments, praise, or encouragement. The reaction of the thousands of audience members was equally good. If they thought that the contestants sang well, they would applaud and even stand up to cheer. If they thought that the contestants sang poorly, they would remain silent or even boo, not giving them any face at all. There were a few contestants who were probably too nervous that their accents fluttered. As a result, they were booed to the point of breaking down on the spot. Such a scene could not be seen in the talent shows a few years ago. At that time, major satellite TV stations were frantically scrambling for variety resources and launched a large number of reality shows. In order to create gimmicks, they really did everything they could. The program team would pay special attention to the kind of good seedlings with bitter inspirational, weird personality, incurable disease, counterattacking the tall, rich and handsome and other Korean drama-style plots to hype up the topic and enhance the effect. The contestants at that time were simply too embarrassed to greet people if they did not have a touching story. What if there was no story? It didn't matter. The scriptwriter of the program team would make one up for you. If you didn't cooperate and didn't want to fake it, then sorry, you would be eliminated in the next round. There was no reason to talk about it. Not only the contestants, but even the group of relatives and friends had to cooperate in acting sensationally. Most of the audience at the scene were acting. They were often intoxicated and cried. Their expressions were so exaggerated that people could not bear to see them, leading to a large number of teasing emojis on the internet. Many talent shows were even jokingly called King of the Most Tragic and China's Good Story by netizens. The contestants, the group of relatives and friends, and the live audience were all acting. Of course, the judges could not stay out of it. The program team had carefully designed the lines, actions, and even personalities for the judges. Some were keen to stir up trouble, some liked to act cute, some cried from time to time, and some were peacemakers. In any case, they just had to follow the script. As the so-called live broadcasts at that time were recorded a few days in advance, there was enough time for post-editing. Therefore, the fixed pattern of the contestants wiping their tears to stir up the emotions, the judges pretending to listen, the audience sobbing in the audience, and all kinds of gossip and breaking news spreading on the internet every few days was not only easy to operate, but also looked informative and exciting. It was said that the behind-the-scenes editing and scriptwriter team of Shonan TV talent show had as many as 100 members. However, the majority of the television audience and netizens were not fools. They would be moved once or twice, and if they were moved 3 or 5 times, they would need to have their IQ topped up. After watching too much, they would naturally develop great disgust and resistance. Therefore, many talent shows that wanted to continue fooling the audience did not have much room to survive. If a new show wanted to win recognition, they had to work hard on timeliness and authenticity. They could not film a real talent show like a movie. They could have a story, they could have tears, they could be excited, and they could also be disdainful and mocking, but they could not fake it. In this regard, Beijing television did a good job. Although the recording and the live broadcast were separated by an hour, the reactions of both the judges and the audience were real. The contestants could not rely on a tragic story to make a comeback. Some contestants were eliminated after only 1 minute on stage, while others could interact with the judges and give them enough footage after singing. The treatment was very different. Such a difference in treatment did not mean that there was any shady business or unspoken rules, but it was based on the judges and the audience's evaluation of the contestants' performance, which was equally real and credible. And this sense of realism also gave considerable pressure to the contestants who were still waiting backstage to go on stage, because there was a big screen TV hanging on the backstage wall. It was broadcasting the scene from the studio in real time, so everyone could see and hear the singing of the contestants who appeared in front of them. There was no rehearsal, no prior arrangement. Whether they performed well or not depended on their personal strength and psychological quality. If they sang well, they could gain popularity. If they sang poorly, they would lose face in front of the whole country. Lu Chen, who was also waiting, was interested to find that different people used different ways to decompress. Some closed their eyes to rest, some wore headphones to listen to music, some chattered with their relatives and friends, and some practiced repeatedly with the guitar, and some were even peeking at the handsome guy. Lu Chen turned his head and showed his 8 teeth to Mu Xiaoqiu. Mu Xiaoqiu was the contestant from Beijing Institute of Foreign Languages. She had just turned 19 this year, which was the best age for a girl. Her character was shy and cute, which made people always want to tease her. Looking at Lu Chen's eyes, Mu Xiaoqiu blushed, like a little girl who was caught stealing candy. But to Lu Chen's surprise, she did not choose to escape, but hesitated and took the initiative to get up and walk over. "Senior," the little girl asked softly and timidly, "can you accompany me with a song? I want to practice it again." Lu Chen could see that she made such a request with great courage, so he nodded without thinking and said, "No problem." "What song is it? I hope it's not too difficult." "It's not difficult, not difficult." Mu Xiaoqiu quickly shook her little hand and said, "It's Chen Fei Er's Sweet Memories." Lu Chen was surprised and praised, "Good choice." Sweet Memories was Chen Fei Er's famous work, and it was also a representative work of sweet songs. Mu Xiaoqiu certainly did not know that Chen Fei Er was a judge, and choosing this song was undoubtedly a coincidence. And her voice and image were the most suitable for singing a sweet song, and it was easy to impress the judges. In the first qualifying round of Singing China Beijing Division, there are a total of 35 contestants. Lu Chen's number is 0030, and Mu Xiaoqiu is still behind him, 0032. At this moment, on the stage, it is contestant 0017. So, there is still plenty of time. He opened the guitar case and took out the guitar again. Skillfully plucking the steel strings, Lu Chen played the song Sweet Memories to accompany Mu Xiaoqiu. This well-known sweet song has a simple tune that does not require any complicated fingering. It belongs to the introductory track for guitar playing. Although Lu Chen has not played it many times, it is still easy. He even added a little bit of fancy in it. At the beginning, Mu Xiaoqiu was shy, and there was a trace of uneasiness in her expression. However, with Lu Chen's smile and encouragement, she accurately kept up with the rhythm and sang her own voice. I accompany you, through the most beautiful coastline, the feeling of happiness, lingering and forgetting to return, sharing the same world together, that sweet memory, staying in my heart, la 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 la. Mu Xiaochu's voice was very beautiful. It was sweet and moist. Listening to it, it seemed to be able to seep into one's soul, making people feel as if they were drinking honey water. Unknowingly, they would indulge in it. Naturally, many contestants and relatives and friends around her gathered around. Everyone kept silent politely and listened to her singing quietly. Everyone had a smile on their faces. She is beautiful and her voice is beautiful. How can it be pleasing to the eye? A staff member at the scene quietly turned down the volume of the wall-mounted TV. And Mu Xiaochu, who was surrounded by people, was obviously a little nervous, but she quickly adapted and sang the whole song. La la, this is our sweet memory. At the end of the song, the sound lingered, as if it was still in the heart, enough to be remembered for a long time. Clap. Clap. Clap, applause sounded. Although it was not so warm, it was full of sincere love. Mu Xiaochu blushed with embarrassment and bowed to the onlookers. Thank you, little Chu. Her two best friends hugged her from both sides and said with a smile, you're the best. Mu Xiaochu struggled to break free from their embrace. She looked at Lu Chen with bright eyes and said, Senior, can you sing a song for us too? Everyone's attention was immediately focused on Lu Chen. Among the 35 contestants, Lu Chen was undoubtedly the most outstanding in terms of appearance. He was tall, young, and handsome. His smile was as bright as the boy next door. He was the type that everyone liked. Speaking of talent, Lu Chen's performance just now was outstanding. There was no doubt that he understood music. Therefore, everyone wants to hear how well he sings. After all, Singing China is a singer talent show. There was no limit to the number of people who could advance through the qualifiers. At present, the contestants present could not be considered real competitors, but those singers who were capable and had ideas would still pay attention to the strong opponents in advance. Lu Chen was a formidable foe. Does he have any weaknesses? For example, his singing was flat or his voice was ordinary? Good, good. The two unrelated people clapped their hands and applauded first, as if they wanted the world to be in chaos. Lu Chen couldn't help laughing. He thought for a moment and said, then I'll sing a song. Since junior sister Xiaochu is singing Chen Feier's song, I'll sing Tan Hong's song. Everyone couldn't help but show a knowing smile. Tan Hong and Chen Feier. Lu Chen readjusted his sitting posture, held the guitar and began to play. Flying Pigeon. Just after playing a bar of the prelude, someone immediately recognized that it was Tan Hong's famous song, a classic in folk songs. On a rainy day, I'm walking in an empty street, look at the flowers, they'll bloom and give thanks, I'm standing in front of you, dreaming of becoming a pigeon flying in the blue sky, la la a flying pigeon. Lu Chen had already played this song countless times. It was his reserved song in Forget Grass Bar. Even if he hadn't practiced it for a while, it was still perfect now. His fingering, singing, and emotions were impeccable, regardless of the level of the contestants present. They all had the basic ability to judge music. As they listened, the look in their eyes and even their faces changed. Some admired, some were surprised, some were envious, and some were vigilant. After Lu Chen finished singing, Mu Xiaochu was the first to clap his hands, and he clapped so hard that his palms turned red. The applause of the others followed. Lu Chen bowed and smiled, thank you. Tan Hong, Flying Pigeon. His eyes flashed with inexplicable light. This song once carried Lu Chen's first dream. Now that he was playing and singing here, how could he not feel emotional? Someone asked, Lu Chen, did you prepare this song? All the people backstage, including the group of relatives and friends and staff, wore identity cards, and their names could be known at a glance. Lu Chen shook his head and said, no, I have prepared another original work of mine. It's just a qualifier. There's no need to hide it. Anyway, everyone will hear it in a short time. His own original work, he's really confident, many people think so. In most people's view, Lu Chen's Flying Pigeon was enough to win the semifinal pass card. He actually took his own original work to the stage. It's simply too much to do. What original work can be compared with Tan Hong's Flying Pigeon? Originally, Tan Hong happened to be a judge, and Lu Chen sang well. If he gets the guidance of this superstar, he will be able to make a big hit. Playing and singing original works can also make a hit, but if the quality of the work is not good, it will be self-defeating. Similar situations have happened in previous talent shows. Some contestants think too highly of themselves and have to use original works to show themselves, and the result is very ugly. Singing China is not Super Singer. Many people had the feeling that Lu Chen had come to the wrong set, and at the same time, their looks became strange. Of course, there were many people who secretly criticized. Lu Chen saw their expressions, but he didn't care, because the facts will prove everything. Mu Xiaochu was simple and supported. Senior Lu Chen, you will definitely get the pass card. Lu Chen said with a smile, let's work hard together. Contestant 0021, please come with me. At this time, a staff member appeared backstage and said loudly, 0022, get ready. The onlookers dispersed, and the competition was still going on. Mu Xiaochu and her classmates also returned to their positions, and no longer peeked at Lu Chen. Time ticked by. For many people, waiting was a kind of suffering, while for others, time passed too fast. 0022, 0023, 0024. One contestant after another came on stage and returned. Some of them successfully passed the judge's assessment and happily got the beautiful semi-final pass card, while others were ruthlessly eliminated. They left crying. There were fewer and fewer people in the Beijing television studio. Just after 8 o'clock, contestant 0029 came on stage. Lu Chen, who was in the back of the line, also appeared in the waiting area near the stage. Contestant 0029 was the middle-aged man with a beard who was sitting on the right side of Lu Chen before. Judging from his dress, he should be a street performer or a Beijing drifter singer. His name is Gao Feng. Standing on the stage, Gao Feng first made a brief self-introduction. He came from Hejiang in the northeast, and was indeed a Beijing drifter. Tan Hong said, you can start now. I wish you success. Gao Feng nodded and said, thank you. He turned his head and gave a thumbs up to the sound tube on the sidelines. The accompaniment music sounded immediately. However, the familiar melody suddenly surprised Lu Chen, who was standing in the waiting area. I still remember the spring many years ago. At that time, I had not cut my long hair, no credit card, no home with 24-hour hot water. But I was so happy at that time. Although I only had a broken wooden guitar, Gao Feng was singing In the Spring. In the Spring has become very popular. In the first week of July, the song ranked 17th, jumping 26 places from last week. Although this week's ranking has not yet been announced, it is believed that there will be a lot of improvement. Reaching the top of the list is not a dream, therefore, in the first qualifying round of Singing China, it is normal for contestants to cover this song. And Gao Feng's interpretation of In the Spring is very good. The life experience of this Beijing drifting singer has determined that he has his own unique understanding of this rock and roll song full of vicissitudes of life. He used a hoarse voice to sing in a heart-wrenching way, fully showing his strong inner uneasiness and struggle, and deeply infected and moved the audience present. If one day, I leave quietly, please bury me here, in the spring. When he finished singing the last few lines of the lyrics, more than 1,000 audience members stood up and gave him warm applause. Good. Among the 4 judges, Tan Hong was the first to stand up and shouted, that's great. Then Lin Jijia, Zhen Zhen and Chen Feier also stood up and applauded. In the face of the tide of applause and the praise of superstar judge Tan Hong, Gao Feng's eyes turned red. Thank you. He bowed deeply with his guitar in his arms, expressing his excitement and gratitude to everyone. As a wandering singer who drifted around and struggled at the bottom, Gao Feng has never received such high praise and welcome on such a big stage. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have burst into tears. In the backstage waiting area, Lu Chen also applauded Gao Feng. In the Spring is undoubtedly a real classic, but for Lu Chen, this song is 2 vicissitudes of life. Without enough life experience and years of precipitation, it is impossible to sing its essence. Lu Chen can't sing In the Spring by himself. He must use the memory from Su Bo to incarnate himself into the singer in the dream world, so as to be able to express the confusion, sadness, despair, and self-reflection from the beginning to the end of the song. It's enough for him to sing this song once. If it's his own single, it's too easy to give others a strong sense of disharmony. And now seeing that in the spring has touched so many people, even big stars such as Tan Hong, Lu Chen also has a strong sense of satisfaction. Even if it's not sung by himself, to be able to make this classic shine in the world. No regrets. In the big studio, the tide of applause lasted for half a minute. After everyone sat down again, Judge Lin Jijie said, "If I remember correctly, this song is the Bionic's new work, right? I've heard the original song. Your singing skills may be a little worse, but the expression of emotion is more vivid than the original song, so I give you full marks." "Thank you, Teacher Lin Jijie." Gaofeng pressed down his excitement and said, "This song in the spring is the title song of the Bionic's debut album. I personally like it very much. I feel that this song sings the heart of singers like us. I dare not compare with the Bionics, but I am very grateful to the person who wrote this song. If I have a chance to meet this extraordinary author, I want to say thank you to him." The whole audience applauded. People who are modest and not arrogant are the easiest to get the favor and recognition of others. Tan Hong said, "I agree with you very much. There are really not many original works like this with real power and emotion. Whether it's the original song of the Bionics or your cover song, I hope more people will hear it. I think this should be the greatest meaning of Singing China. I also give you full marks." The applause, which had just weakened, became fierce again, and the atmosphere at the scene reached a new climax in an instant. Gaofeng bowed deeply, "Thank you, Teacher Tan Hong." Then Zhenzhen and Chen Fei also commented a few words and passed all of them. Gaofeng got the pass card for the semifinals with all votes. Next, contestant number 0030, Lu Chen, please come on stage. Lu Chen, who had already been ready, took a deep breath. He reached for the wireless microphone handed over by the host, stepped up the steps with steady and powerful steps, and walked to the middle of the big stage. With the bright spotlight on him, Lu Chen faced 4 big judges and 1,500 spectators. There will also be tens of millions of spectators in front of TV and computer screens. His mood was unprecedentedly calm. "It's a handsome guy." At the judges' table, sitting on the right side of Tan Hong, Chen Fei smiled gently and said, "Please introduce yourself." "Hello, 4 judges." Lu Chen bowed politely and said, "I am contestant number 0030, Lu Chen. I am 22 years old and from Zhejiang." Zhenzhen asked, "So what song did you bring to everyone today?" Lu Chen replied, "The name of the song I brought to you is called Life on a String. I wrote it myself." "Life on a String?" Zhenzhen was surprised. "Isn't that the theme of Singing China?" The editor-in-chief of Pop Music magazine is in her 40s, but because of proper maintenance, she still looks quite young, and her voice is a bit like a girl's. Life on a String, Singing China, is the theme of Beijing Television's first reality talent show. This theme is closely related to the rules of the competition. Singing China is divided into 7 major singing areas: Beijing, Xinjiang, Huhai, Hangzhou, Tianfu, Huaqing and Bihai, and uses a unique tour to determine the final champion. The first stop of the competition is Beijing Singing Area. After auditions, qualifying rounds and semifinals, the top 32 will be decided, and then the knockout round will be entered. The knockout round will first advance from 32 to 16, and then select the top 10 from the top 16. Then, the top 10 contestants in Beijing Singing Area will go to Xinjiang, Huhai, Hangzhou, and other 6 singing areas to compete with the top 10 in each singing area. Survival of the fittest will finally select the top 10 in the country, and then return to Beijing for the final election. It is precisely because of the unique competition system that there is a corresponding theme slogan. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes." "Then let's get started." Lin Jijie, one of the judges, didn't seem to be interested in Lu Chen. He said lightly, "I wish you success." As he spoke, there was a flash of disapproval in his eyes. In Lin Jijie's view, Lu Chen's choice of the song title was opportunistic. Moreover, he didn't think that Lu Chen could create any good works, so he said a polite remark out of professionalism. As the music director of Flying Stone Records, and in the Beijing area, Lin Jijie has seen too many young people like Lu Chen. They are handsome, a little talented, can sing and play the guitar and piano, but often refuse to be down-to-earth and work hard, and fantasize about becoming famous overnight. There are a few lucky ones among them, who, for one reason or another, do succeed and become famous. But Lin Jijie doesn't have any good impression of their winners or losers. Today's entertainment industry is too impetuous. Tan Hong said, come on. Lu Chen nodded. He plugged the microphone into the microphone holder, and then gave a thumbs up to the sound tube outside the field. The prelude of the music sounded. Appearing on the big screen stage for the first time, Lu Chen made careful preparations for the first qualifying round. This song Life on a String is also a masterpiece from the dream world. In order to achieve the best effect, he also spent money to ask Nirvana Studios to rearrange and accompany the recording, waiting for this moment. I'm already very used to it looking south from the wind. Across the mountains and across the sea, whether I have your sad eyes waiting for me. A little sad, I suddenly feel confused and flustered, the cold wind hurts my face, letting tears wet my eyes. Beautiful melody, excellent lyrics, under Lu Chen's gentle and affectionate interpretation. He had just started singing 2 lines, and the 4 judges under the stage were all moved. In fact, I also want to know, whose arms are you in at this time? Those words that you said in the end, none of us can do it. There's always a trace of guilt for myself running away without saying goodbye, but the past is like yesterday, I can't forget it. Note, Life on a String lyrics, Wu Yakong, Zhang Fenglu /music, Chen Ziyuan / listening to the song recommend Li Ronghao version. Tan Hong straightened his back and his expression became focused and serious. Chen Fei-er's eyes widened, revealing a touch of surprise in them. Zhenjin nodded gently, with a knowing smile on her lips, and a trace of joy of discovering a treasure. Lin Jijie was silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. The 1,500 audience at the scene were all quietly listening to Lu Chen's singing, and no one made any noise. The style of this song Life on a String is very different from the previous In the Spring sung by Gao Feng. Although the lyrics are sad and nostalgic, the style of the song is not gloomy and depressed, but full of gentle affection. Lu Chen's interpretation of this song does not have any impassioned or heavy sadness. His singing is casual and even lazy, giving people the feeling of sitting alone on a bench on an autumn afternoon in an avenue covered with frosted red leaves, playing and singing to himself, telling passers-by his love story. Love walks and sings, I can't finish singing forever and forever on the empty road covered with confusion. Willingly struggling, mixed feelings of hope, Indiana the end, it's still the same, you can't get the ending you want, isn't it? In the chorus, the mood has changed. It's a question and an answer. Big increase in the power of emotion. In all fairness, Life on a String is inferior to In the Spring in terms of level. It lacks the kind of passion and climax that makes people's scalp tingle and body tremble, so it's difficult to touch the hearts of the listeners. If it weren't for the title of the song that fits, Singing China, Lu Chen might not have chosen it as the song to sing in the first qualifying round. But it's still a good work. At least it's nice to listen to and can show off his talent, and the audience is very comfortable to listen to, just enough to calm the mood fluctuations caused by listening to In the Spring just now. It's better to be like this, you and I can forget about it, everyone is afraid of complexity, live a simple life alone. After a full 4 minutes, Lu Chen finished singing Life on a String. There was a warm applause in the studio, but it was not as passionate as before. Only a few audience members stood up. The 4 judges also applauded at the same time, but none of them stood up. The applause soon died down. Chen Fei-er said first, Lu Chen, I like this song very much. You are a talented singer and composer, so I'm happy to give you full marks. The audience applauded again. Lu Chen bowed and said, thank you, Teacher Chen. The Queen of Sweet Songs was really beautiful, and she really liked this song. She was not hypocritical and pretentious. Therefore, she gave Lu Chen a very good evaluation and passed it with full marks. However, Lu Chen felt that his words seemed a little strange. Zhenjin said, nowadays in the domestic pop music world, there are not many people who can really sink down to create, especially young people. But you let me see the future of the power of originality. I hope you will continue to work hard and create better and more outstanding works. Like Fei-er, I will also give you full marks. Thank you, Teacher Zhenjin. At this moment, Tan Hong coughed twice and asked, do you have any other works? Lu Chen nodded, yes. Tan Hong's eyes lit up and he asked, can you sing another song? In the same talent contest, some contestants were kicked off the stage by 4 red lights before they finished singing half a song, while others sang the whole song and continued to stay on the stage to communicate with the superstar judges. Strength dictated everything. Tan Hong himself was an excellent singer-songwriter. His attitude towards originality was always very serious. Therefore, he did not give full marks to Lu Chen just because he was handsome and his song was good like Chen Feier. He paid more attention to the latter's talent. In the circle, Tan Hong also had a good reputation for promoting the younger generation. He was giving Lu Chen a chance to show himself. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment. Seeing this, Chen Feier said quickly, "Brother Tan, why don't you let him sing other works in the semi-final?" Lu Chen's hesitation made her misunderstand that Lu Chen could not come up with a better song than Life on a String. As a result, Tan Hong was disappointed and his popularity was affected. Although this was a small matter, it should be known that the qualifying contest was also broadcast live to the national audience. Lu Chen's previous performance points were already very high, but if his other works were not good enough and his singing was not satisfactory, he would lose points. Chen Feier was meticulous and had a good impression of Lu Chen, so she reminded him tactfully. Tan Hong came to his senses and said, "Well, it would be better to sing it in the semi-final." He was purely happy to see Lu Chen's talent and forgot for a moment that this was a talent show. It would be against the rules to let Lu Chen sing another original song. To everyone's surprise, Lu Chen replied, "Teacher Tan, Teacher Chen, in fact, I have another work, which has been sung by contestant 0029 before." Contestant 0029, the 4 judges and more than 1,000 people in the audience were all stunned. What kind of work was this? Zhenzhen's reaction was the quickest. She asked in an incredulous tone, "You said you wrote in the spring?" As the editor-in-chief of Pop Music magazine, Zhenzhen's question was not up to standard, but everyone could understand her shock. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. The title song of the Bionics' debut album, In the Spring, a big hit both inside and outside the circle, has just been covered by Gao Feng and won countless acclaim. Moreover, it is such a vicissitudes and profound work. Unexpectedly, it was written by the young Lu Chen. Many people couldn't believe it, and there was an uproar in the studio. Tan Hong and Chen Feier looked at each other. Neither of them thought that Lu Chen was lying. Therefore, as the first reality talent show of Beijing television, Singing China was broadcast not only to China, but also to most of Asia, and its influence was bound to be great. If he lied, then the lie would be too easy to be exposed. How would he have the face to mix in the circle in the future? Lu Chen doesn't look like a person who wants to destroy his own future here, so what he said must be true. Although it's inconceivable, it's the truth. Lin Jijia suddenly said, "I remember. The Bionics in the Spring was written and composed by Lu Chen, and their other 2 songs, I Want to Have a Home and A Strong Reason, are also your works." Lin Jijia is the music director of Flying Stone Records. He has always paid high attention to the new trends and new works in the industry, so he immediately recalled it. Lu Chen smiled and said, "The Bionics and I used to sing in Forget Grass Bar in Hohai." He also made a small advertisement for Forget Grass Bar, which could be regarded as a favor to Qin Jianhao. Chen Feier murmured, "That's great, she has heard all 3 songs by the Bionics, and her favorite is the song I Want to Have a Home." Unexpectedly, they were all written by Lu Chen. The opening competition of Singing China really opened a big treasure. Tan Hong nodded vigorously. Lin Jijia shook his head with a wry smile. He continued, "Lu Chen, I must apologize to you. Because I thought you were the kind of singer who likes to please the public with claptrap. Now I know I was wrong, so in order to make up for my mistake, I've decided." Before his voice fell, his right hand suddenly raised high and slammed down heavily towards the big golden button in the middle of the judges' table. The deafening sound resounded through the whole studio, accompanied by the muffled sound of bang bang bang. Countless colorful streamers fell from the high ceiling, filling the scene with a joyful and festive atmosphere. On the background screen of the big stage, the huge golden words, "Congratulations on advancing to the top 32" appeared at the same time. Directly promoted, Lu Chen didn't need to participate in the semifinals and was directly promoted to the top 32. July 10, 7:30 in the evening. Beijing television, the daily fixed 7 o'clock current affairs news has just ended, and the live broadcast of Singing China qualifying competition officially began, attracting a large number of viewers to lock the channel to watch. Since 2008, domestic film and television variety shows have exploded, and a large number of reality show competitions have been crowded on the screen, forming an extremely competitive Red Sea, which has inevitably caused the audience's aesthetic fatigue. Under the survival of the fittest, many shoddy or false reality shows have been axed one after another, and what survives are basically fine productions. And as a veteran TV station, Beijing Satellite TV has launched its first reality talent show, Xianxia, which has also aroused a high degree of attention inside and outside the circle. The previous audition session had a ratings as high as 3.27%, and tonight's live qualifying competition will undoubtedly reach a new high. Like all other satellite TV stations, Beijing Television also has a live webcast channel, which broadcasts the program content to hundreds of millions of netizens simultaneously, taking into account the two most important media, TV screen and computer screen. And just tonight, the program broadcast by Beijing Television Network channel was linked to Whale TV's Lufei live broadcast room, with more than 500,000 fish fans watching online. It's really rare for more than 500,000 netizens to gather in the webcast room to watch live TV. It should be known that most people have a TV at home, and the TV viewing experience is undoubtedly far better than the computer network. But the internet has an advantage that TV can't match, that is, interactive communication. As soon as the logo of Xianxia appeared on the screen, Lufei's live broadcast room was already very lively. It's starting, wife, come and see the anchor. Where's the anchor now? Don't talk nonsense. Do you know what time Lufei will go on stage? I'm looking forward to his singing. Do you think the anchor can get the semifinal pass card? Isn't that nonsense? If our General Lu can't do it, who else can? I've seen the audition before. The anchor is very handsome. According to the most reliable news, the anchor will go on stage at 8:35 on time. Welcome to Pay Attention and Smash Fish Balls. Really? The barrage was densely brushed, and everyone's biggest concern was when Lu Chen would appear. They couldn't wait to see Lu Chen's debut on the big stage. Lu Chen's participation in this Xianxia talent show was announced early in the live broadcast room, Fish Nest and Lu Jiejun Group, and received the support of the vast majority of fans. Everyone was looking forward to seeing him perform even more brilliantly in the wider world. Tonight's qualifier was very important. In addition, it was a Friday night, so there were a lot of people online. Of course, Li Feiyu was the host of Lu Chen's stream. Although Peter Pan had stopped broadcasting a long time ago, he still had some skills. He relied on his eloquence as a salesman to make jokes without revealing his face, bringing the atmosphere of the live broadcast room to a good level. From 7 o'clock till now, in just half an hour, he had bought 3 t of fish balls for Lu Chen. Many small anchors of Whale TV have worked hard for a year or two of live broadcasting, and have paid a lot of traffic and electricity fees themselves, but they may not be able to earn so many fish balls. I repeat, our Lu Fei Da's number is 0030. Li Feiyu said aloud, his order of appearance must be at the back, and I don't know the exact time, so don't ask the same question again. I will inform you immediately if there is the latest news. Let's watch the live show first. In online live broadcasting, female anchors, especially beautiful female anchors, have many advantages over male anchors. Even if they cook and wash clothes every day, they can attract a large number of otaku attention. Among male anchors, game anchors are much better than life and entertainment anchors. Nowadays, Lu Chen is a popular entertainment anchor in Whale TV, but he is still a lot worse than popular game anchors like Xiao Gu, even if he once defeated the latter in the PK theme show. As a male anchor, sitting in front of the screen and singing by himself, although there is the support of original songs, the audience will still have aesthetic fatigue, which is not as strong as the freshness and excitement of life's jungling adventure. It is also not as exciting as the game live broadcast, and has a natural disadvantage. Lu Chen is very clear about this, so he regards Whale TV as a springboard in his life. He has no idea of sticking to his anchor career for a long time, and at most, he will stick to it until the end of the time stipulated in the contract. On the other hand, he is also looking for new changes. For example, the live broadcast of Light Blue Music Carnival last time is a good form. This time, the Xianxia talent show can also stimulate the fans' G-spot and bring more attention. Lu Chen even thought about whether he could bring the live broadcast into the backstage of Beijing television, but they didn't allow it at all. They couldn't even take pictures, let alone video shooting. So, he changed the show to a live broadcast and asked Li Feiyu to host it. And the fans' response was still very warm and enthusiastic, especially when the first judge appeared. Tan Hong. It's actually Tan Hong, my male god. Beijing television is really awesome. They actually invited Tan Hong to be a judge. His strength is great. I remember that the anchor Big has sung several Tan Hong songs. Do you think he will sing it again in the evening? It's best if he can sing it, because Tan Hong is a judge. Don't talk nonsense, General Liu will definitely sing an original song, and he can still conquer. Heavenly King Tan. Weekly asking, who is Tan Hong? In addition to the excited cheers, there are also stupid and cute guys who ask stupid and cute questions. As a result, they were scolded to pieces on the spot. You don't even know Tan Hong? Revealing your age, come and eat the pill. Tan Hong has been in the music industry for more than 20 years, and his influence is mainly concentrated in the post-70s and post-80s people. There are also a lot of post-90s people who know about him, and the post-00s are much worse. The latter two are more concerned about the popular male and female group idols. Little Fresh Meat, Chen Feier, who appeared after Tan Hong, also set off a wave of joy and praise in the live broadcast room. Goddess. Tan Hong plus Chen Feier, a dream judge combination. Not to mention anything else, just for these two, I will finish watching the live broadcast tonight. Finish watching +1. Do you think Chen Feier will like our anchor Big? Yes, he will definitely like him. Haha. As for the third judge, Zhen Zhen, editor-in-chief of Pop Music magazine, and the fourth judge, Lin Jijie, music director of Flying Stone Records, were magnificently ignored by everyone. Some people even asked, are these two guys here to make up the numbers? Fortunately, Zhen Zhen and Lin Jijie don't watch the live broadcast, otherwise they will definitely vomit blood. We are really not passers-by. Since contestant 0001 came on stage, the qualifying round of Singing China has continued. The atmosphere in Lu Fei's live broadcast room tends to be peaceful, and there are a lot less bullet screen comments, most of which are comments on the contestants. Compared with the comments of the live judges, the bullet screen comments are undoubtedly much more vicious, until contestant 0029, Gao Feng, came on stage. His song In the Spring instantly reignited the hot atmosphere in the live broadcast room. In the Spring? Isn't that the song written by our Lu Feida? Yes, it was written by our anchor for the Bionics. There are a total of 3 songs, all of which are on the original list. Lu Feida is mighty. It's very well sung, and it's also our General Lu song. It's really well written. Ha ha ha, it's so interesting. Next is our Lu Feida's turn. He actually covered his song in the front. It's not that the program team specially arranged it, is it? It's possible, otherwise it would be too much of a coincidence. Interesting. Excited, some time ago, the Bionics mini-album hit the charts, and Lu Chen advertised in the live broadcast room, calling on everyone to support it. Therefore, many people know the 3 songs in the spring, I Want to Have a Home and Reason to Be Strong. They were all written by Lu Chen. Among them, In the Spring, Lu Chen even sang it himself in the live broadcast. Therefore, when they saw that the contestant in front of him actually chose this song to participate in the competition, everyone was overjoyed. But that's not the point. The point is that after Gao Feng finished singing, Lu Chen came on stage. Although the song Life on a String did not meet the highest requirements of fans, it was worth everyone's wait. However, the real surprise was yet to come. Lu Chen unexpectedly got Lin Jijie's direct promotion golden Easter egg. The golden button placed in the middle of the judge's seat is a symbol of luck and strength, and a surprise Easter egg. According to the rules of Singing China, the 4 judges have a chance to press it once in the qualifying round to send a contestant directly to the top 32, and in the semifinals and promotion round, they can press it again to resurrect an eliminated contestant. A judge has 2 privileges, no more. Lin Jijie pressed the golden button and gave the big Easter egg he held to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was lucky to skip the semifinals and became the first contestant to enter the top 32 in Beijing singing area. Wow! Chen Feier was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth and said with a smile, "Big brother Xianxia, you're really good." Tan Hong laughed and gave Lin Xianxia a thumbs up. Zhen Jin stood up and led the audience to applaud, cheering for Lu Chen and Lin Xianxia's apology. With Lin Xianxia's identity and status in the industry, even if he has any opinions about Lu Chen, he doesn't need to say or explain anything at all. The act of apologizing undoubtedly shows his magnanimity. Lu Chen was also very surprised, but he reacted quickly. He immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, Teacher Lin." All the audience stood up, and the warm and enthusiastic applause was as fierce as a summer storm. When this scene appeared on the screen of Lu Fei's live broadcasting room, Lu Chen's fans were all ignited. China's good judge. Lu Fei De is mighty, he went straight to the top 32. Don't say anything, come and smash the fish balls. I'll take the lead first, everyone keep up. The people of Shanghai sent a congratulatory message, congratulating the anchor on advancing to the top 32. Let's congratulate you. Who is this judge? We must praise him. Lin Xianxia, the music director of Flying Stone Records, is also a very powerful figure. Do you think Lu Fei De will release an album in Flying Stone? It's very possible. I'm looking forward to the host's first album. It's beautiful just thinking about it. Because of this golden Easter egg, many people became fans of Lin Xianxia, and they even had higher expectations for him. Fish balls were thrown out as if they were free. Dozens and hundreds of combos appeared frequently, filling the entire screen. The local tycoons even launched more than a dozen aircraft carriers in one breath, pushing the atmosphere of the live broadcast to the climax. Li Feiyu, the host of the live broadcast, was even more passionate. He shouted until his throat was hoarse. It was as if he was the one who had won and was proud of it. The scene of Lu Chen winning a place in the top 32 with the help of a golden Easter egg appeared on the TV screens of millions of households in China and the computer screens of netizens, making countless people remember his name. Yizi, you really have a good eye. In the dormitory area of Beijing Normal University, in dormitory 305, building 7, several girls were watching the live broadcast of the Singing China qualifying round on a laptop. One of the girls smiled and said to Yizi Tong, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, "This is a potential stock. He is handsome and talented. You have to take advantage of him. Don't let others take him away. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to cry." Yizi Tong said shyly, "What potential stock? I'm just an ordinary friend with him. Whoever wants to grab him can grab him." She knew that Lu Chen would participate in the Singing China talent competition last week. Today, she stayed in front of the computer early to watch the live broadcast, which attracted her classmates in the dormitory to gather around to watch the fun. Yizi Tong didn't want to be exposed, but there was a guy around her who knew everything, so everyone knew. Sua Xingtian swallowed the apple she was chewing in her mouth and said with a smile, "You're just being stubborn. Who left her sister a few days ago and sneaked out on a date? I haven't settled this debt with you yet." Last time, Yizi Tong and Lu Chen went to the skating rink to skate. When Yizi Tong came back, she was brutally forced to confess by Sua Xingtian. She had to tell the truth, and then was classified as evidence for seriously damaging her best friend's relationship. Yizi Tong helplessly touched her forehead with her hand and said, "Didn't I invite you to eat Haagen-Dazs? You want to bribe me with just 2 cups of ice cream?" Sua Xingtian pinched Yizi Tong's face and said proudly, "Girl, you're dreaming." Yizi Tong grabbed her thief's hand and said with a smile, "Then add 2 more cups. It'll be really beautiful to let you eat until you become a big fat girl." Ah. Sua Xingtian, who had recently gained 2 kilograms of weight, jumped up like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. She threw Yizi Tong on the bed and cried, "I don't want to eat it. I don't want to get fat." In the small dormitory, the 2 women's crisp laughter suddenly sounded. Yizi Tong and Sua Xingtian were playing, but in her heart, she thought of Lu Chen. She didn't know what he was doing at this moment. Was he celebrating the victory, alone, or with someone else? She suddenly had an urge to call Lu Chen immediately, but she was helplessly suppressed by Sua Xingtian. When Lu Chen came out of the Beijing television broadcasting building, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. After winning the golden egg and winning the first place in the top 32, he accepted a separate interview with Beijing television after stepping off the stage, mainly talking about his music experience, music dreams, promotion thoughts, and so on. Previously, Luqian had already shot a short VCR video, but as the first contestant to advance to the top 32 of the Beijing singing area, he had a lot of explosive points, so it was specially res-hot. In front of the camera, Luqian performed well as always, talking with confidence and assurance without the slightest stage fright. The reporters who visited him all praised him as a star, and wished Luqian to win the competition for the top 32 in the next week. After the interview, it was naturally late. Standing at the door, facing the brightly lit long street ahead of him, Luqian took out his mobile phone and turned it on. During the interview just now, he turned off his mobile phone out of courtesy. There were already many unread messages in QQ and QQ, all of which were congratulatory messages from friends and fans. Because the recording and broadcast were 1 hour apart, the messages were newly received. Luqian selected a few important messages and replied respectively, including Yi Zitong. After replying to the message, he called back a missed call. The cell phone rang for 3 seconds, and Qin Jianhao's hearty laughter came from the other side. "Luqian, congratulations." "Thank you," Luqian said with a smile. "Brother Kenho, I advertised your bar." Qin Jianhao said, "I saw it. The advertisement was good, but not only for me, but also for you. Luqian has a 5% share in Forget Grass Bar." Luqian laughed. Qin Jianhao said, "Your song was written well in the qualifier. What song are you going to choose for the top 32? Luqian's heart moved and he asked, "Brother Kenho, do you have any good suggestions?" Qin Jianhao replied, "I think you are very good. It's also an original work, and you sing very well." Luqian vaguely understood and said with a smile, "Well, I'll listen to Brother Kenho." Since Luqian participated in the talent show, the owner of Forget Grass Bar has become a bit mysterious. But Luqian believed that he would not harm him. Qin Jianhao smiled, "That's good. Remember to come to the bar when you have time. A lot of guests are asking about you." After chatting with Qin Jianhao for a while, Luqian ended the call and called Li Feiyu. "Da Chen." As soon as he heard his voice, Luqian was immediately shocked. "Damn, what's wrong with your throat?" Peter Pan's voice was very hoarse and unpleasant. It sounded like his vocal cords were rubbed hard by rough sandpaper. Li Fei cackled and said, "I'm so happy today that my voice is hoarse from all the shouting. Da Chen, do you know how much we got for the live broadcast tonight?" 70 T, a whole 70 T. He was obviously very excited. Regardless of his throat, he loudly reported the good news to Luqian. Most of them are ordinary Lu Jiejun fans. A lot of fish balls. For any live broadcasting platform, including Whale TV, the main force of tipping are local tyrants or high-level fans, but the power of ordinary fans cannot be underestimated. Even if 1/10 of hundreds of thousands of fans tipped 100 fish balls, it would still be a great amount. And 1 or 200 fish balls, as long as you do free tasks on the website, it is still easy to accumulate. This is undoubtedly a congratulatory gift for Luqian from the vast number of fish fans. "Okay, you don't have to say any more," Luqian said decisively, "I'm coming over now. Let's meet at the old place. A plate of spicy fried snails, a plate of salt and pepper crayfish, a plate of tender fried beef willow and vinegar shredded potatoes." For simple dishes, with some peanuts and cucumbers, Luqian and Li Feiyu each carried 2 bundles of beer, sat opposite each other and drank, celebrating the success of the evening. Li Feiyu drank very happily, and in the blink of an eye, he drank a bottle. He put the empty bottle heavily on the table, wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth, and said loudly, "Great." Luqian said with a smile, "It's good to feel good." Li Feiyu took a long sigh of relief and said, "It's really great. Da Chen, you don't know. I've been doing live broadcasting for a long time, but I've never been as happy as I was tonight. I have no regrets." Luqian thought for a moment and asked, "Li Gu, if I open a studio, would you like to help me?" "You open a studio?" Li Feiyu shivered all over and his eyes lit up. "Really?" Luqian nodded heavily, "Really. Opening a studio is Luqian's long-standing idea, but the time was not ripe before, so he has always suppressed the idea at the bottom of his heart and has not talked about it to many people. But now the situation is different. He has gone to a bigger stage and circle. In the foreseeable future, His work will become busier and busier, and he can't just rely on himself to do it. For example, tonight's live webcast, which relied on Li Feiyu's help, earned a lot of income. However, there are still many competitions behind Singing China. Lu Chen's goal is the highest crown. He can't let Li Feiyu help him for nothing every time, can he? Although Li Feiyu doesn't care, and is even very happy, Lu Chen wants to solve the problem once and for all. The best way is to set up a personal studio and set up his own team. In fact, many celebrities, after debuting and becoming famous, would often break away from their contracted companies to set up their own studios, and then completely control their future in their own hands. For example, Tan Hong and Chen Feier. Lu Chen just skipped the middle process and took control of his own fate in advance. Of course, Lu Chen did not have the strength and connections of those celebrities, so it would definitely be difficult at the beginning, but as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Relying on the precious wealth from the dream world, he was already standing on the shoulders of giants. For the future, Lu Chen was full of confidence. As for his agent, Lu Chen chose his sister, Lu Shi, and Li Feiyu was suitable to be his assistant, helping him deal with the complicated daily affairs so that he could focus more time and energy on his music and acting career. After careful consideration, Lu Chen sincerely extended an invitation to Li Feiyu. It was not an impromptu idea. Seeing Lu Chen's serious attitude, Li Feiyu was finally sure that he was not joking. Peter Pan hesitated for a moment. He swallowed his saliva, suddenly raised his hand and slapped the table. He said resolutely, "De Chan, if you want me, then I'll do it. I can do hard work. This job is not interesting at all now. I've wanted to quit for a long time, damn it." At present, car sales in the market were not good. The 4S store that Li Feiyu worked for was not a popular brand, and as a salesperson, he earned money by commission, so it had a great impact on his income. Even if Lu Chen did not invite him, he also planned to change jobs. Lu Chen said. "Then it's settled. Don't be too anxious. You first go through the resignation procedures, and then come to help me. The first step is to rent a suitable office and get the license approved. The second step is to slowly fill in the staff." He planned to do it step by step. He would not spread the scene too much at once, so as to reduce the pressure on the financial side. As for the salary, it will be the same as your level in the 4S store. How about a bonus? Because he had already thought about it, Lu Chen's thinking was very clear. Li Feiyu smiled. That's very good. The two had known each other for a long time and knew each other well. He believed that Lu Chen would not let him suffer a loss. As he spoke, he did not know what he thought of. His expression became coy, as if he wanted to say something but did not dare to say it. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Do you want me to invite Sister Xiaomei?" If there was anything in the 4S store that Peter Pan could not give up, it was undoubtedly Sister Xiaomei. Li Feiyu's infatuation with Qin Xiaomei had never changed. Being exposed by Lu Chen, Li Feiyu's face turned red. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I think so. If it is difficult, there's nothing difficult about it." Lu Chen interrupted, "Since a studio is open, there must be a receptionist at the front desk. If Sister Xiaomei is willing to come to my small place, then I will definitely welcome her." Li Feiyu was immediately relieved. She should come. There are many customers in the 4S store who are always lecherous. Lu Chen smiled, opened a can of beer and said to him, "Happy cooperation." Happy cooperation. On the afternoon of July 11th, Blue Sky Creative Park, Nirvana Studios. Lu Chen's and Wang Chongqing's hands were firmly held together, and under their hands was a new contract that had just been signed. The day after the end of the first qualifying round of Singing China, he came to Nirvana Studios again and handed over all 10 songs of his debut album to this unknown studio in the industry to complete. Compared with the previous single arrangement and accompaniment recording, this list is undoubtedly much larger. The contract amount is 100,000 yuan, it's still 10,000 yuan a song, but because it's a complete album, and Lu Chen's singing recording, the requirements are much higher, and the production cycle is also big extension. After the last cooperation, Lu Chen has enough trust in Nirvana Studios. He appreciates the other party's serious and professional work attitude, so he will entrust such an important task to the latter. Lu Chen's plan is to synchronize the production of new songs with the Singing China competition, use this excellent platform to promote his work, and finally officially launch his debut album to the market, Love in the Wind. His requirement for Nirvana Studios is quality. Even if it's not as good as Tianjai Workshop, it can't be too bad. Wang Chongqing, the manager of Nirvana Studios, is simply grateful. Thank you. Lu Chen said, I'd like to thank you, too. The arrangement of walking and singing is very good. Wang Chongqing smiled and narrowed his eyes. I watched the qualifying round last night. Mr. Lu, your performance was so good. I'm sorry. I forgot to congratulate you on advancing to the top 32 just now. Lu Chen said, if Manager Wang feels sorry, can you do me a favor? Wang Chongqing was stunned, and then understood and said, no problem, no problem. Just say it. As long as I can help, I will try my best to complete it. Although Wang Chongqing is not a very astute manager, he can also see how strong Lu Chen's potential is. If such a customer is firmly grasped, then Nirvana Studios can not only get rid of the current predicament, but also have the opportunity to soar into the sky. Just now, at the moment when the new contract was signed, Manager Wang wanted to marry his daughter to Lu Chen. For this studio, he really worried his heart out. Lu Chen said with a smile, it's not that serious. I'm going to rent an office in the Blue Sky Creative Park and open a personal music studio. An area of 100 to 200 square meters is enough. Manager Wang is familiar with this area. Can you help me keep an eye on it? Nowadays, it is very popular for singers and actors to open personal studios, but they are all big stars in the industry. Lu Chen also wants to open a music studio, which more or less shocked Wang Chongqing. However, there is obviously no competition between Lu Chen's personal music studio and Nirvana Studios. Otherwise, he would not need to produce his album in Nirvana Studios, nor would he ask Wang Chongqing for help. The two studios can cooperate better. After Wang Chongqing came to his senses, he immediately said, no problem, no problem. I will help you find the most suitable office. We will be neighbors in the future, hee hee. As he said this, he laughed. Lu Chen nodded, but his mind flew farther away. Loneliness was a person's revelry, and revelry was the loneliness of a group of people. The Lost Bar was a lonely nightclub that was hidden in the depths of Sanlitun in the capital city. Other than insiders, not many ordinary people knew about this bar. Although it had a bar signboard, it was actually a real nightclub. There was a big difference between the two. The nightclub provided drinks, food, space, and facilities for the guests to eat, drink, and play to their heart's content. It provided dreamlike enjoyment and paid more attention to the entertainment experience. There were many nightclubs in Sanlitun, but in terms of quality and strength, none could compare to the Lost Bar. However, ordinary guests couldn't enter because it implemented a membership system. Every night, the parking lot outside the Lost Bar was always filled with all kinds of luxury cars and sports cars. Mercedes-Benz and BMWs were rare here. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Maserati, Porsche, and so on were the mainstream. Just after 10 o'clock, a four-door Porsche F17 silently parked in the VIP parking lot. This all-electric luxury sports car was a new product launched by Porsche this year. The body of the car gathered a large number of this old car company's latest technological achievements. It could travel more than 700 kilometers on a single charge, and it only needed 3.5 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers. The standard model cost as high as 5 million. Its biggest characteristic was that it was quiet, like a cheetah in the jungle. When it pounced on its prey, it was silent but extremely fast. It contained a fatal power that made people tremble. Therefore, as soon as the F-17 was launched, it won the favor of young tycoons, and orders were lined up until 2018. In Beijing, there were no more than 10 Porsche F-17s. The shiny car door opened, and 5 young people filed out, walking toward the entrance of the Lost Bar. The man walking at the front was in his 20s, about 1.75 meters tall, had short hair, and looked very spirited. He was wearing a set of white casual clothes. Even his trousers and shoes were obviously custom-made, and there were no brands on them. Good evening, Li Xiao. The waiter in charge of guarding the door bowed, and at the same time reached out to open the glass door. The man in white handed over a red note and asked, "Have Sa Jiahao and the others arrived yet? Where's Sister Fanny?" The waiter grasped the notes in his hand with great familiarity and answered attentively, "Young Master Sa and the others arrived half an hour ago. Miss Fanny came a little later, but they're already inside." The man in white nodded and strode into the bar. "Ah, look who's here." As soon as he walked in, he was immediately discovered. "Isn't this our third young master Li Mubai?" His teasing voice even drowned out the live music and clearly reached the ears of the people around him. "I heard that you recently started playing in a band again? Are you here to embarrass yourself?" The one who stopped Li Mubai's way was a man in black t-shirt of the same age. His dress was undoubtedly much more fashionable than the former. He wore various silver ornaments with religious symbols and 3 diamond earrings in his left ear. He was completely a fashionable man in Japan and South Korea. The fashionable man was not as tall as Li Mubai. When he spoke, he raised his head and raised his nose to the sky, so he looked quite arrogant. Li Mubai couldn't help laughing and said, "Sa Jiahao, it's better for me to play in a band than for you to play as a female anchor, right? By the way, I haven't thanked you for the 100,000 yuan you lost to me last time. It's just right for me to install the interior of my new car. The lambskin cushion is very comfortable to step on." This man in black t-shirt, Sa Jiahao, was Arthes, who gambled with Li Mubai in the last PK-themed show competition on Whale TV. Because Lu Chen, who was supported by Li Mubai, won the second place, he defeated his opponent. And the relationship between Sa Jiahao and the female anchor, Yu Gij, which he supported, Li Mubai knew very well. "I don't know what you're talking about." Sa Jiahao suddenly looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He looked guiltily at the woman who was walking towards them not far away and said disdainfully, 100,000 yuan is nothing. It's not even enough for me to eat a meal. Only you treat it like a treasure, huh? Li Mubai was too lazy to pay any more attention to him and went straight to the woman who had just come over, "Sister Fanny." The woman named Fanny has an outstanding appearance. Her long hair is shoulder length and her skin is as white as snow. Her Chanel summer dress makes her look very ladylike. Her pair of soul-stirring eyes are full of autumn ripples, as if they could speak. "Why do you two always quarrel when you see each other?" she rebuked. "If you keep doing this, Xianxia and I will leave and let you play by yourselves." Li Mubai quickly raised his hands and said, "I know I was wrong. I won't quarrel with that idiot." "Who are you calling an idiot?" Sa Jiahao, who was behind, jumped up and glared at Li Mubai fiercely. Li Mubai chuckled and pretended not to see Fanny's reproachful eyes. He greeted the girl next to the ladder, "Sister Xiaoqian, long time no see. Now that you're back, will you go to America again in the future?" The girl was about 18 or 19 years old. She had blood-red makeup on and her hair was unkempt, just like a legendary vampire. She should be very beautiful, but it's a pity that her overly rich and mature clothes covered her youthful appearance. Instead, it gave people a feeling that she was neither fish nor fowl. She exuded a decadent aura inside and out. "Call me Chin Qian." The vampire girl rolled her eyes big and said, "I'm not that familiar with you, but I can tell you that Sister Fanny and I don't plan to go back to that *TTY place in America." "Are you very happy?" "Very happy." Li Mubai answered straightforwardly, staring at Fanny with a hint of passion in his eyes. In terms of relationship, there was no doubt that Li Mubai was closer to Chen Qian, but he liked this beautiful and gentle woman in front of him. Fanny's pretty face blushed under his bold stare, and she looked even more lovely. *CK. Sa Jiahao was unhappy, extremely unhappy. He had worked hard to organize the party at the Lost Bar in the evening for Fanny, who had just returned from abroad. As a result, the limelight was stolen by Li Mubai. It was simply unbearable. However, quarreling with Li Mubai had proven to be a very stupid behavior. Sa Jiahao suddenly had an idea. He suddenly jumped to the T-shaped stage in the middle of the bar, and at the same time, signaled the live band to stop the performance. Taking the microphone, he said loudly, "Brothers and sisters, tonight's party is held for Miss Fanny and Miss Chen Qian, who have just returned from abroad. So, let us raise our glasses together and wish the two ladies eternal youth and beauty. Cheers." The men and women in the bar all raised their glasses. The members of the Lost Bar were either rich or respectable, and they were basically very young. They had their own special circle in Beijing, and not anyone could casually squeeze into it. This nightclub was actually the entertainment point of this circle. It often held all kinds of carnival parties. Its controlling shareholders were all big brothers and sisters in the circle. Sa Jiahao's status in the circle was not high, but he was the initiator of tonight's party, so everyone gave him face. Fanny also smiled and took a sip of the cocktail. Taking advantage of the good atmosphere, Sa Jiahao continued, "Originally, I prepared a lot of programs for the two ladies tonight. It just so happens that our third young master Li Mubai is here. Everyone knows that he has been playing with a band recently, and he brought his band members. Why don't we let Li Xiao sing a song for Miss Fanny and Miss Xianxia first?" Support. The people present basically knew the grievances between Sa Jiahao and Li Mubai. There were many people who wished for the world to be in chaos, and they couldn't wait for the two to fight directly. How could they not support it? Sa Jiahao smiled proudly and continued, "But who is our Li Xiao? If he sang someone else's song, it would be too boring and insincere. So let him sing a song he wrote himself. What do you guys think? He was lying in ambush here." Good. This time, there were more people who applauded. It wasn't that Li Mubai's popularity was too bad, and everyone wanted to see him make a fool of himself. It was that the guests at night were basically invited by Sa Jiahao, and they had a better relationship with the latter. Fanny couldn't help but frown. She knew that Li Mubai loved to have fun, but he really didn't have any talent in music composition. Sa Jiahao wanted Li Mubai to sing his own work. Wasn't that forcing him? She was about to dissuade him, but Xianxia clapped her hands and said, "Okay, okay. Li Mubai, you go up quickly." Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Li Mubai. Li Mubai's expression was a bit strange. Usually, in such a case, with the temper and character of the third young master of the Li family, first of all, he will certainly not be knocked out and swallow his teeth into his stomach, let alone bite the bullet and step into Sa Jiahao's trap. 9 out of 10, he will directly go up and fight with the latter first. Even if he messes up the party at night, he will not give his opponent a chance to slap his face. But Li Mubai didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation, nor did he retort. He looked at Sa Jiahao on the stage, with a faint smile on his face, and asked unhurriedly, "Sa Jiahao, do you want me to sing an original song?" He didn't have a microphone, but the live music had stopped, so the people in the bar could hear it clearly. This Li family's third young master seemed to be quite calm. Of course. Sa Jiahao finally thought of a good idea to attack Li Mubai. How could he let his opponent escape so easily? He said without hesitation, "Who in the circle doesn't know your musical talent, Li Xiao? If you sing someone else's song, do you have the nerve to dedicate it to our sister Fanny? Isn't that right, everyone?" If he didn't force Li Mubai into a corner and prevent him from making a fool of himself, Sa Jiahao wouldn't feel comfortable. Such a good opportunity to slap his face was too rare. Yes. There were a few of Sa Jiahao's friends in the crowd, and they deliberately responded to his words loudly. "Old Sa, what you're doing is too unkind." Li Mubai smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, "Do I have such a big grudge against you? You're making it very difficult for me." Pretentious. Seeing that Li Mubai was still putting on airs there, Sa Jiahao suddenly got angry for no reason. "You still dare to put on airs?" Coincidentally, he caught a glimpse of Fanny from the corner of his eye. The latter's slightly furrowed eyebrows made this young master Sa suddenly realize that Li Mubai was waiting for Fanny to step in and smooth things over. As expected, Fanny said, "Forget it, little Sa. Everyone is here to have fun tonight. There's no need to fight." "Since you've said it, Sister Fanny," Sa Jiahao immediately pretended to sigh and said, "Li Mubai, since you can't do it, forget it." Of course, he had to give enough face to Fanny. On the surface, he magnanimously let Li Mubai go, but in fact, he wanted to step on the ladder to the bottom. Fanny smiled, while Xianxia curled her lips in disdain. Li Mubai was simply too incompetent. As a man, you can't say that you can't do it. To everyone's surprise, Li Mubai didn't take the opportunity to get off the stage. Instead, he smiled contemptuously and said, "I really prepared an original work. Since everyone wants to hear it, then I'll show my incompetence once." Li Mubai really wanted to go on the stage himself. Did he lose his mind because of Sa Jiahao's provocation? It was estimated that he was really going to be embarrassed. Many guests were speechless and felt that they were going to be embarrassed again. Fanny, who had just relaxed her eyebrows, frowned again, and her pretty face showed a trace of displeasure. "I haven't seen Li Mubai for 2 years, why is he still like a child?" She, and the other people at the scene, didn't notice the look on the faces of the 4 members brought by Li Mubai. Their expressions were very strange, as if they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. Xianxia was overjoyed and immediately said, "Then everyone, let's welcome our Li Xiao on the stage to personally sing." He was the first to clap hard, as if he wanted to slap Li Mubai's face. Whether they were willing or not, everyone followed him and clapped. Li Mubai took his band members and went on stage proudly. The Lost Bar was definitely not the biggest nightclub in Sanlitun, but in terms of interior decoration and facilities, if it said that it was ranked second, then no one would dare to say that they were first. All the instruments and equipment needed by a pop band could be found here, and they were all high-end goods. Li Mubai's team unceremoniously occupied the original positions of the musicians. He held an electric guitar and stood in front of the microphone, full of vigor and confidence. Xianxia, who just got off the stage, suddenly felt a little unconfident. He set a trap for Li Mubai, and Li Mubai also fell into the trap. But now, he didn't know why, but he felt that he was the one who fell into the trap. This grandson was too good at acting. There must be a conspiracy. Young Master Sa was still very smart. He immediately thought of a question. "Li Mubai, did you buy a song?" With their net worth, they could easily take out the money to buy a good song from their pockets. Previously, Li Mubai was in the heavy band. In order to show off, it was undoubtedly a very normal thing to spend money to buy songs. If that was really the case, then he, Xianxia, would be a fool. "Pay." Li Mubai replied with disdain, "If I spend money, or let others spend money to buy a song for me, I'll change my surname to yours. On the other hand, if I don't spend money to buy a song, you'll change your surname to mine. Do you dare to agree?" Of course, this song was not bought, it was a gift from someone else. Suddenly there was a burst of laughter around. Xianxia really didn't dare to agree. Although Li Mubai was playful and aggressive, he was also a master of his words in the circle. No one had ever seen him go back on his words. His credibility was very high. Li Mubai made Xianxia speechless, and then said to the microphone, "I'm very happy tonight, because Sister Fanny returned from overseas to develop in the country. She came back very suddenly, so I didn't prepare a good gift for her, and even if I did, Sister Fanny wouldn't accept it." As he said, his eyes looked at Fanny, who was standing under the stage. Fanny smiled. "So I thought I'd give you a song," Li Mubai continued. "This song was originally written for me. I practiced for a long time, and it's the first time I'm singing it for everyone. I hope everyone doesn't mind." Applause and laughter sounded again. Even the unruly Xianxia gave him face. "The name of the song is Li Mubai." As soon as his voice fell, a very rhythmic prelude suddenly sounded. Li Mubai stood very casually and relaxed. He lowered his head and played the guitar. "Most people want me to learn to watch the secular view. I seriously learned the secular view, the secular world until dawn. I didn't understand a word in a foreign movie, it's a joke to watch the ending. You see how well-behaved, smart, and obedient I am, how treacherous. I drank a few bowls of rice wine and then left to imitate. Whose painting was it that I accidentally vomited when I went out? You call the other party dear every day, how unfashionable it is. You should practice calligraphy before you go out to explore the world, only then will there be people who enthusiastically buy it." When Li Mubai's casual and even lazy singing came into the ears of everyone present, these young people in the top circle of the capital were all moved, and even amazed and couldn't believe it. They all came from superior backgrounds, and there were some who were ignorant and incompetent, but there was basically no one who had poor vision and experience. In terms of music alone, there might be very few people who had the ability to appreciate, but they could still hear the good or bad of a song. Li Mubai's song Li Bai was at least very outstanding in terms of melody, and the song's title and lyrics were also very interesting. The most important thing was the strength of his singing. It was simply coquettish to the bone, with a little bit of arrogance and a little bit of debauchery, delicate and elegant, completely different from before. And there was still the passion that belonged to young people. "If I could do it all over again, I want to choose Li Bai." Good or bad things done thousands of years ago, not so many people guessed. If I could do it all over again, I want to choose Li Bai. At least I can still write poems to Surge tease girls. If I could do it all over again, I want to choose Li Bai. Writing can also reach such a high level, being admired by so many people. If I could do it all over again. Many people were simply listening to it. As soon as the chorus ended, applause, laughter, and whistles immediately rang out. It was great. Xianxia took a few steps back, trying to hide himself in the crowd. He felt a little hot on his face. Xianxia was stunned. After a moment, she murmured, "Jazz, R&B, soul? What else?" What she heard was the style contained in this song, which made people happy and harmonious, so she was very surprised. When did Li Bai, this ignorant and incompetent guy, have such talent? She would rather believe that a sow can climb a tree, and Fanny, who was beside Xianxia, didn't think so much. She didn't understand either. She just felt that Li Bai, who was standing on the stage and singing at this moment, was undoubtedly a lot more mature than the playboy from 2 years ago. He also had a little bit of a real man. If I could do it all over again, I want to choose Li Bai. Interesting, her eyes flashed with an inexplicable look. Until the end of the song, the audience burst into thunderous applause. Xianxia finally escaped shamefully. If he stayed any longer, his face couldn't be covered, it was too swollen. There was no doubt that what happened tonight was bound to become a hot topic in the circle. Li Bai would get a good story, and Xianxia would become a joke in the background, but Li Bai didn't laugh at the loser at all, because all his attention was on Fanny. He stared at her and smiled, saying affectionately in the applause, "This song Li Bai will give to everyone first. The second song is really for Sister Fanny. Although I didn't write it, I think it's the most suitable for her. The name of this song is called Beauty." At the same time, Li Bai also said in his heart, "Thank you, Lu Chen." Note, Li Bai lyrics/composer, Li Ronghao. Deep into the night. In the bedroom, the lamp on the bedside table was still on. A thick Western modern music book was opened and pressed against his chest. Lu Chen closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The orange light shone on his face. The bright and dark outline looked like a plaster sculpture. Beep, the phone on the edge of the bed suddenly rang and vibrated violently. Lu Chen suddenly woke up. He abruptly sat up, his pitch-black eyes filled with confusion. After a while, they slowly regained clarity. Lu Chen just had a dream. In the dream, he returned to that world, but he couldn't tell if he was Su Bo, Mo Ran, or Fang Mingi, or maybe he was none of them. In the dream, he was a lonely time traveler, a bystander of a mortal world. Regardless of the changes in the world, it had nothing to do with him. He just watched the joys and sorrows of the world with a cold gaze. Lu Chen thought he would never wake up until the end of the world. Fortunately, it was just a dream. He got up and went to the bathroom to wash his face. He was completely awake. He went back to the bedroom and looked at his phone. It was 1:32 in the morning. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, and opened a message that he had just received from Fu Bao, and was immediately stunned. This message reminded Lu Chen that someone had just transferred 200,000 yuan to his account, and it was anonymous. What the hell? Lu Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He quickly looked at his Fu Bao record. It was real. Who's the one who's giving away wealth? And it was such a huge amount of money. He was completely confused by the commotion. There was a message attached to the transaction. The content was very simple, "Thank you." It was these 2 words that made Lu Chen faintly understand. Among the people he knew, the only one who had the ability and motive to do such a thing was probably that person. But when Lu Chen called the other party to verify, the result was a voice message that the other party's phone was turned off. The next morning, Lu Chen rushed to Nirvana Studios. The production of Lu Chen's debut solo album will be completed by this studio, and the 2 sides have signed a formal contract, so he will often come here for a long time. In particular, several works to be performed in the Singing China competition have to be accompanied in advance. It was Wang Chongxing who received Lu Chen. The manager of Nirvana Studios gave him a surprise when he met him. "Mr. Lu, I found a suitable office space for you." "So fast?" Lu Chen was surprised. "Where is it?" "He is going to open a music studio, located in the Blue Sky Creative Park. Although it is a little far from the city center, the environment is good, the surrounding commercial facilities are complete, and the operating cost is relatively low. So, the day before yesterday, Lu Chen asked Wang Chongqing to help him find a suitable office. He didn't expect there to be news today. Wasn't this efficiency a little too fast? Wang Chongqing said with a smile. It's also a coincidence. Yesterday, I met a student who works in the park management committee. After asking him, I learned that several floors of A8 building are for rent, with an office area of 100 to 1,500 square meters. Blue Sky Creative Park belongs to the District Government Management Committee, which owns a number of office buildings. Among them, A7 and A8 are the best, just on the north and south sides of the park entrance, only tens of meters away from the subway exit. Originally, all the office floors of the two office buildings have long been rented out, but recently, a number of companies in A8 building have moved to a new building nearby, so several floors have been vacated for sublease. This is really a coincidence. If Wang Chongqing didn't meet his students, it would probably be gone in a few days. According to his student, there were already a few sets that had been reserved in advance. I wanted to call you in the morning, and now you're here at the right time. After Lu Chen understood, he immediately became interested. Can I trouble manager Wang to accompany me to have a look? No problem. Wang Chongqing said with a smile, don't worry about the arrangement of the album. Wang Jing has already started working yesterday. I promise it won't delay your competition and guarantee the quality of your work. I'll call now and ask my student out. As the saying goes, it's easy to have someone in the court. The property owned by the management committee is helped by the people in the management committee, so things are really much simpler. Wang Chongqing's student, surnamed Su, is in his 30s and is the section chief of a department in the management committee. After meeting and getting to know each other, he is still very warm to Lu Chen and repeatedly praised Lu Chen for being young and promising. This makes Lu Chen feel a little embarrassed. Through the introduction of this section chief Su, Lu Chen knows that the A8 office building in Blue Sky Creative Park is 32 stories high. The first, second and third floors are rented to banks, restaurants, gyms and other commercial enterprises. The third floor and above are all office rooms. At present, there are vacant units for rent on the 15th, 19th and 26th floors. Under his guidance, Lu Chen and Wang Chongqing came to the A8 office building together and visited the 3 floors. For the office conditions here, Lu Chen is really satisfied. He is still in the beginning stage, and the requirements are really not high. If he is not lucky, he may not be able to meet it. The opportunity is rare, so he can't miss it. The only thing that makes Lu Chen hesitate is that a 200 square meter suite on the 19th floor and a 150 square meter suite on the 26th floor are very suitable for his conditions, but he doesn't know which one to choose. Wang Chongqing is experienced and analyzed for Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, if you have enough money, it is better to rent the 200 square meter suite. The house of the management committee will not easily increase the price. You can rent it for a few years with peace of mind. If the area is bigger, it will be convenient to expand the business in the future. Of course, it is better to be big. Lu Chen mainly wants to save some rent, but what Wang Chongqing said is very reasonable, so he did not think for a long time and decided to rent the 200 square meter suite on the 19th floor. The former tenant of this office suite has been simply renovated. It is divided into a reception room, a large office area, 2 offices, and a lounge. In addition, the bathroom is divided into men's and women's cubicles, which is spacious and comfortable enough. Although all the things inside have been moved away, as long as it is cleaned up and added a variety of office equipment, then it can quickly move in and start business. The rent of the house is 3.5 yuan per square meter per day. The 200 square meter area is equivalent to 21,000 yuan per month. It is not cheap, but compared to the location and conditions, it is very worth it. In addition, the annual property management fee is about 20,000 yuan. Now Lu Chen has a stable source of income. Otherwise, even if he opened a studio, he would at most rent a small suite of dozens of square meters to make a living. How could he be so extravagant to rent such a large room? It should be known that rent is one aspect. In the future, when he hires employees, the expenses of wages, taxes, utilities, and so on are not small. After choosing the office building, Lu Chen was afraid that a long delay will cause trouble, so he simply went directly to the management committee with Section Chief Su to sign the contract. The management committee of Blue Sky Creative Park was very efficient. With the help of Section Chief Su, he signed a formal contract before noon and got the right to rent this property for a period of 2 years. According to the requirements of the contract, Lu Chen paid a total of 126,000 yuan. Mr. Lu, congratulations. After signing the contract, the person in charge of the management committee held Lu Chen's hand and said, "I wish you a great future in Blue Sky Creative Park." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Thank you." Originally, he wanted to invite the other party and Section Chief Su to have lunch together at noon, but he was politely declined by the two. The management committee of the park is very strict in this regard. In the afternoon, when Lu Chen returned to his home, the first thing he did was to call Li Feiyu. The office was rented, but there were still many things to do, such as cleaning, purchasing supplies, decorating, applying for licenses, recruiting new employees, etc., all of which needed Li Feiyu to help him complete. There was also Lu Shi. He had to ask her to come to Beijing in advance. Lu Chen had a hunch that he would soon become very busy. He couldn't do without the help of trustworthy people. After talking with Li Feiyu on the phone, Lu Chen turned on the computer and logged into the Waves blog website. In this largest blog website in the country, he registered a new account. The ID was Lu Chen FMX. Lu Chen is himself, and FMX represents Fang Mingyi, Mo Ran and Su Bo. The establishment of this account also means that he has reached a new starting point in his life and career. In his personal information, Lu Chen filled in the word singer. He knew that this was temporary, and that in the future, actors, freelancers will be added, or more. The registration time was 16:27 on July 13, 2015. There were still 267 hours and 03 minutes before the live broadcast of Singing China Beijing Singing District's Top 16 of 32 began. July 24, 7:05 in the evening. Binhai City, Zhejiang Province, Building 7, Dongping District, Kitchen, Room 201. Fang Yun put the freshly washed dishes in the cupboard. "Mom, come here quickly." Lu Shui's crisp voice came from the small living room outside. "Brothers' competition is about to begin." "Got it." Fang Yun agreed, wiped her wet hands on her apron, and hurried out. She sat down next to Lu Shui and was stunned when she saw the picture on TV. She said angrily, "Where's your brother? It's clearly still on the news." "You child, you only know how to lie to your mother." Lu Shui smilingly hugged Fang Yun's arm, leaned her head on her shoulder, and said, "If you don't come over, you must be busy again, so I tricked you into coming over to have a rest first, and soon it will be brother's turn. Let me clean up the house tomorrow." Fang Yun shook her head helplessly, but her eyes showed a doting look. Her eyes were still locked on the screen. 7:15. 2,000 kilometers away in Beijing, Beijing Normal University, Building 7, Room 305. Yi Zitong sat alone at the head of the bed, put on her headphones and turned on the computer. Her roommates have all gone out to play these days, but she didn't feel lonely at all. Instead, she had a sense of satisfaction of owning the whole world alone. She slid her finger and skillfully opened a website in the browser's favorites. According to the webpage, the live broadcast of Beijing Television's Singing China to the Top 16 of 32 has entered the countdown stage. Staring at the constantly jumping numbers, Yi Zitong's heart suddenly beat violently. Without her even knowing it, a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. As bright as a peach. 7:20. Ho hi, forget grass bar. Today is the first night of the weekend. Although it's not yet prime time, the bar is already full. Strangely, there are no singers singing on the stage, and even the music is turned off. The big LED screen shows the news of the TV station, and the logo in the upper left corner belongs to Beijing Television. Such a scene would have never appeared in the past. Who would run to a bar to watch the news? After a while, Qin Jianhao walked onto the stage with a microphone in his hand. He said with a smile on his face, "I believe everyone already knows that tonight is the day when our Forget Grass Bar's former resident singer, Lu Chen, participates in Beijing Television's Singing China Top 16 of 32 competition. We are here to watch the live broadcast and cheer for Lu Chen. We are all his friends and relatives. Tonight's drinks will all be 20% off. Applause, laughter, whistles, and cheers suddenly rang out in the bar. Many regular customers raised their wine glasses, expressing their gratitude to Xianxia and cheering for Lu Chen at the same time. Don't let everyone down. 7:25. Blue Sky Creative Park, Room 1905, A8 Building, Lu Chen Studio. The undecorated studio is in a mess, with desks and chairs everywhere, big and small cardboard boxes stacked in the corner, and the air is filled with a unique smell of latex paint. In the webcast studio, Li Feiyu sat in a brand new chair in high spirits. He wore big headphones, faced the same brand new computer, camera, and microphone, and shouted, "Attention, everyone, there are 5 minutes left, there are 5 minutes left to start the live broadcast. Put on the music, everyone get high, follow me, let's cheer for Lu Feida. Come on." Countless bullet screens were brushed on the screen, and fish balls fell like raindrops. One aircraft carrier after another sailed past majestically. 7:27. Beijing Television Studio, Backstage Waiting Area. Lu Chen, holding his favorite guitar, is waiting to go on stage. The host's impassioned voice came from outside. Tonight's Singing China Beijing Singing Area's Top 16 of 32 competition, because of the addition of the live audience and offsite audience voting, the delay time has been changed from 60 minutes to 5 minutes, which is a real live broadcast, and Lu Chen was arranged to appear first, with the number 001. Behind him, there are 31 contestants, all of whom are strong opponents who stand out from thousands of competitors. And tonight, half of the people will be eliminated and bid farewell to the stage. Lu Chen knows that in front of the TV and computer, many people who know or don't know him will see him sing, including his relatives and friends. But he was not nervous at all, as calm as if he was going to a friend's afternoon tea date. Next, let's invite Beijing Singing Area's Top 32 contestant number 001, Lu Chen, to the stage. Warm applause suddenly sounded, like a summer storm, sweeping across the big studio in an instant. It hit Lu Chen's eardrum. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly became bright, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a faint smile. In the applause, he stepped up the steps, took a steady and powerful step to the center of the stage, and stood in the spotlight. At the same time, he faced 4 judges, 27 camera lenses, and 1,500 live audiences. Good evening to the 4 judges, good evening to the audience. Lu Chen looked straight ahead and said into the microphone, "I am contestant number 001, Lu Chen." With that, he bowed. The applause that had just calmed down sounded again, and the audience's love and support for him could be heard. A song Life on a String and In the Spring made Lu Chen, who performed well in the preliminary round, sing his name in Singing China, and made many audiences no longer unfamiliar with him. Even if he skipped the semifinals and directly advanced to the top 32. Last week, on July 19, in the 3rd week of China Music Chart, after a month of promotion and publicity, In the Spring successfully topped the list. The Bionics became famous and became a hot new band, and as the original songwriter in the Spring, Lu Chen's name was firmly remembered by many insiders. One of the judges, Queen of Sweet Songs Xianxia, smiled and asked, "Lu Chen, we meet again. What good song will you bring to everyone tonight? Is it still your own original work?" She showed an expectant expression, which just gave the camera a close-up shot. Lu Chen did not disappoint. He nodded and replied, "Yes, the song I brought to you tonight is very special. It's my first original work, a campus folk song. Its name is, You Who Sat Next to Me." Tan Hong said, "Then I'm looking forward to your wonderful singing." The music started. Lu Chen bowed his head slightly and gently plucked the strings. He began his singing. "Will you remember tomorrow, the diary you wrote yesterday? Will you still miss tomorrow, the you who used to love to cry the most? The teachers can't remember, the you who can't guess the problem. I only remembered you who sat next to me by chance when I flipped through the photos." Lu Chen had played and sung this song many times, but every time he played and sang it, he had a different feeling and experience. It can't be said that it was the best, but he sang it with the taste of his heart. The song itself was not complicated. It was a simple 2-part style, and the range was not wide, only 6 degrees. But its melody was very beautiful, simple and easy to sing, and the lyrics were as long and delicate as silk. It easily touched people's feelings that had been hidden deep in their hearts, causing everyone to have a strong resonance and recall the past. This melodious and fresh song reflected the pure and hazy feelings of school days, so it has always been one of Lu Chen's most popular works. Different from the usual, this song has been rearranged by Nirvana Studios. Wang Jing added accordion and harmonica to the accompaniment. Big rich timbre also enhanced the nostalgic feeling of the melody. Therefore, when Lu Chen took out You Who Sat Next to Me and sang it on the real stage, the charm of this classic work not only did not fade, but became more and more touching. Even if you have heard it many times, you will still be deeply moved. The studio became quiet, very quiet, and everyone listened quietly and savored it. Many people, in Lu Chen's slightly sad narration, recalled the beautiful years of youth they had experienced, the borrowed eraser, the copied notebook, the 38th parallel on the table, those beautiful, beautiful, sweet, sweet, have all gone with the wind. Who tied up your long hair, who made your wedding dress, la, until Lu Chen finished singing, the audience was still silent. Clap. 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 The first to applaud was Judge Lin Jijia. In the eyes of the music director of Flying Stone Records, there was uncontrollable appreciation and appreciation. However, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream and applauded one after another. At first, it was disorderly, and then it immediately became neat and tidy. The sincere and warm applause was like a tide. Chen Feier was the first to stand up. Her eyes sparkled with a sparkling light, and she applauded Lu Chen. Many of the audience also stood up. Although the live broadcast of the competition has just begun, and Lu Chen is the first singer to appear, the atmosphere of the scene has already been pushed to a climax. Thank you. Lu Chen bowed deeply and said sincerely, "Thank you, everyone." His heart was no longer calm. This feeling was really good. After a full minute, the applause finally subsided, and everyone sat back in their seats. Chen Feier said, "Lu Chen, I like your song. I like it very much." She was even a little excited, so I'll give you 10 points. As soon as her voice fell, the Queen of Sweet Songs pressed down on the scoreboard on the table and gave Lu Chen the highest score. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised and only thanked, "Thank you, Teacher Chen." Singing China uses a combination of judges scoring and audience voting on and off-site to select the top 16, in which the proportion of judges' scores reaches 40%. Chen Feier's first 10 points is undoubtedly a heavy weight under the balance of Lu Chen's victory. She said with a smile, "I also thank you for letting me hear a good song, really." She smiled with tears in her eyes. She was as emotional as she was moved. Whale TV, Lu Fei Live Broadcast Room. When Chen Feier gave the highest score of 10 for Lu Chen in the live broadcast screen, the entire live broadcast room was boiling. Long live Lu Fei Da. It's great, the anchor sang well. Chen Feier gave a beautiful score. I love Lu Fei Da, and I love Chen Feier. Do you think our anchor is big? Is it possible for her to be with Chen Feier? She looks very touched. Wake up, stop dreaming, get up and move the bricks. Why are you talking in your sleep? Haha, that's a good idea, but can you be realistic? Chen Feier is already 30 plus. I announce, from now on, I am a fan of Chen Feier. There is no suspense in the top 16. Reward, reward. Li Feiyu, who hosted the live broadcast, had already roared hoarsely and laughed until his mouth cracked. Although he quit his job in the 4S store a few days ago, although he just came to Lu Chen's studio, although he was busy running around every day, although he still had to work overtime at night, but he has deeply fallen in love with this passionate and energetic job. Let the fishballs come more fiercely, let the aircraft carriers rewarded by the nouveau riches crush me to death. In a certain floor of the A8 building in the Blue Sky Creative Park area, there was a cry like a ghost crying and a wolf howling. The bitter overtime dogs in the same building heard this and felt a chill run down their spines. It must be that the air conditioner was too low. Forget grass bar. On the big screen on the stage, Lin Jijia just gave the judges' score to Lu Chen. 10 points, the same 10 points as Chen Feier, the highest score. The bar suddenly burst into cheers. Many guests applauded and whistled loudly. Someone slammed the table and shouted, "Serve the wine, serve the wine." They all knew Lu Chen, knew this straightforward and handsome young man. Everyone felt it was a pity that Lu Chen did not continue to perform in Forget Worries Bar, but they were very happy to see him move towards a wider world. But now, Lu Chen really stood under the spotlight and appeared in front of hundreds of millions of TV viewers. A new star was rising in the music industry. Then they could proudly say to others, "Look at this talented and handsome guy, I've ordered his songs, drank with him, and talked about music with him." They shared the glory. Xianxia stood behind the bar counter and announced loudly, "The next drink is on me." The cheers grew louder. Tonight's Forget Grass bar was destined to be sleepless. The bartender David shook his head and asked, Boss Xiao Lu is only participating in the knockout competition. There are still many competitions after that. If he wins, are you going to treat all of Forget Worries bar?" Chen Jianhao stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. He reached out and patted the bartender's shoulder. "You don't understand. Beijing Normal University Female Dormitory." Yi Zitong nervously stared at the laptop screen. Her teeth bit her red lips, her left hand pressed on the computer's touchpad, and her right hand couldn't help but grab the sheet, as if she would shout at any time. Chen Feier gave Lu Chen 10 points, and Lin Jijia also gave Lu Chen 10 points. What about the next one? The next one was Zhen Zhen. The editor-in-chief of Pop Music magazine gave Lu Chen a score of 9 points, only 9 points. Obviously, it was already a very high score, but Yi Zitong was very disappointed. Even Zhen Zhen was not pleasing to the eye. "Why did you only give him 9 points? Zhen Zhen commented, "You wrote this song very well. And sang it very well. It's just that you lack a bit of depth in your emotions, so I'll give you 9 points. I hope you continue to work hard and make persistent efforts." Lu Chen smiled and bowed, "Thank you, Teacher Zhen Zhen." Seeing such a scene, Yi Zitong couldn't help but feel sullen. She closed the screen with a click. But after only 3 seconds, she reopened it. She hadn't seen Tan Hong's score yet. Tan Hong would definitely give Lu Chen 10 points. Yi Zitong was completely sure, 10 points. In the Dongping district of Binhai City, Lu Shui suddenly jumped up from the sofa and shouted with joy. "Mom, Tan Hong also gave brother 10 points." Fang Yan smiled, but her eyes were fixed on the TV screen, where her son was bowing and thanking the judges. Her son, who she worried about day and night, had really grown up. Not only did he earn a lot of money, but he also appeared on TV, enjoying the joy and honor of success. Fang Yan didn't know that Lu Chen had such talent. His future achievements would definitely surpass his father. Thinking of Lu Qingxing, Fang Yan's eyes were filled with tears. "Old Lu, you're in heaven. Do you know that your son is so promising? He's going to be a star." Fang Yan smiled, and there were tears in her smile. Chen Feier 10 points, Lin Jijia 10 points, Zhen Zhen 9 points, Tan Hong 10 points. All 4 judges gave their scores, and they gave Lu Chen's song "You Who Sat Next to Me" a total score of 39 points. A near-perfect score. This meant that Lu Chen got 39% of the 40% of the judges' votes. It could almost be said that he was in an invincible position. Unless he was defeated in the voting session of the live audience and the offsite audience. But how was that possible? There was no need to say more about the audience now. The applause just now was so warm, and the supporters were by no means a small number. As for the offsite audience voting, hundreds of thousands of Whale TV fans were hungry and thirsty. Therefore, Lu Chen's place in the top 16 was in the bag. With full confidence, he returned to the backstage. In the top 16 of 32 competition, the winner list was announced at the end, so even if Lu Chen was the first to appear, he couldn't leave. He had to stay here until the end of the show. The other contestants in the backstage lounge all looked at Lu Chen, who had returned with honor, with envious and jealous eyes. They all saw Lu Chen's performance clearly. The judges' score of 39 points was simply a high mountain for most people, and it was impossible to surpass it. Even if they were side by side, they couldn't do it. With this honor and qualification, Lu Chen can basically determine his position in the top 10 of Beijing's singing area. That's right, top 10, not top 16. Senior Lu, a lovely girl, came up to him and congratulated him sincerely. "Congratulations, this song is really nice." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Thank you. You can do it too." The other party was Mu Xiaochu, whom Lu Chen met in the preliminary round, a little girl from the College of Foreign Languages. She passed the preliminary and semifinals, and also got a place in the top 32 to participate in tonight's top 16 competition. At this time, a staff member rushed over. He asked softly, "Mr. Lu Chen, is it convenient for you now? The director of our program group wants to see you." The director of Singing China program group is looking for him? Lu Chen was more or less surprised. He nodded to Mu Xiaochu quietly, and then said to the staff, "No problem. Well, please follow me." Under the leadership of the on-site staff, Lu Chen left the backstage of the studio. Through the winding corridor, the two came to an office. There were already several people in the room. When they saw Lu Chen coming in, they all stood up. The staff introduced to Lu Chen, "This is the music director of our program group, Guruwei Director Gu." Guruwei is a gentle middle-aged man in his 40s. He is thin and tall, with black-rimmed glasses, and has a bit of a musician's demeanor. Several other people in the office are also members of the program group. After Lu Chen sat down, Guruwei personally poured him a cup of tea. The music director was not sticky. He went straight to the point and said, "Lu Chen, on behalf of the program group, I want to ask you if you would like to transfer the copyright of the song you sang last time to our Beijing television? We will use this song Life on a String as the theme song of Singing China and use it in the singing area PK. So that's how it is." Guruwei's request did not surprise Lu Chen. As early as after the audition, he prepared the song Life on a String for himself. His goal was to aim at the theme of Singing China, and he directly showed it in the qualifying round. In fact, it took Beijing television 2 weeks to find him, which really surprised Lu Chen. He thought that the other party would soon negotiate with him. Of course, on the surface, Lu Chen remained calm and said with a smile, "That's no problem at all. I'm very happy that my song was chosen by the program group." Guruwei was obviously relieved and said, "Then let's talk about the terms of the copyright transfer now." To his surprise, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Director Gu, the situation is like this. I'm happy to transfer the copyright of this song to you, but the specific terms have to be negotiated by my agent." "Your agent?" Guruwei asked in surprise, "You have an agent?" In the information he had about Lu Chen, there was no mention of Lu Chen having an agent. This is troublesome. Guruwei originally wanted to use the name of the program group to easily win the copyright of Life on a String. As a result, Lu Chen unexpectedly brought out the magic weapon of agent. He suddenly felt that he might have underestimated the handsome young man in front of him. Lu Chen saw the change in Guruwei's expression and said with a smile, "Director Gu, don't worry. I don't think my agent will put forward any outrageous conditions. After all, Singing China has such a great influence. Lu Chen is trying to use Singing China to make a name for himself and promote himself. Of course, he will not put forward excessive conditions. In fact, even if it's free authorization to the other party, some principles still have to be adhered to. Otherwise, it's easy to be treated as a soft persimmon. At this time, the role of an agent is big." Guruwei couldn't help asking, "When can your agent come over and talk to us?" Lu Chen grinned and said, "How about next Monday?" Young people nowadays are really amazing. Guruwei looked at the young man with a sunny smile in front of him, and his heart was filled with emotion. As a senior in the industry and the current music director of Singing China, he has seen many newcomers who have just broken into the entertainment industry. Some of them are arrogant, some are naive, some are cautious and timid, and some are servile. In Guruwei's impression, there are very few newcomers who can be like Lu Chen. In the face of a behemoth like Beijing television, his attitude is still polite and modest, and there is no background force behind him. Unlike several contestants who performed well in the promotion competition, Lu Chen did not sign up with an entertainment or agency. What, or rather, who gave him such great courage and confidence? An agent who doesn't know if he exists or not? Guruwei can't guess the answer. But the music director can see that Lu Chen is not pretending to be calm. His eyes are bright and clear, and his smile is sincere and kind. Although polite, he always sticks to his bottom line and does not make promises easily. Even for him, this is an excellent opportunity to get closer to Beijing television. Such a young man has a boundless future, Guruwei immediately said with a smile. "Monday is fine. I'll leave you a phone number. Keep in touch at any time." Although Guruwei represents Beijing television's Singing China program team, it doesn't matter to him whether he can buy or pay the price to get the copyright of Life on a String. He has a good impression of Lu Chen. Guruwei handed Lu Chen a business card. Lu Chen got up and took it with both hands and said, "Thank you, Director Gu." This small detail made Gurue feel quite comfortable. A 22-year-old young man who has just graduated from college is rarely so polite. It usually takes several years of experience in society to learn. Many of them will never even learn, or disdain to learn. Gurue's attitude became more and more amiable. "You're welcome. Our production team admires your talent very much. We hope that you can overcome all the difficulties and fight your way to the finals and bring more and more wonderful works to the audience. Good luck." Lu Chen thanked him again and left. Back in the backstage of the studio, the third contestant has just finished his singing. Her performance was probably not very good. Among the 4 judges, Lin Jijia and Jinjin only gave her 4 points, Chen Feier gave her 6 points, and Tan Hong gave her 5 points. Altogether, she only got 19 points. If there were no accidents, this contestant would probably be eliminated from the competition. So she left the stage in tears. The current reality talent show competition was so cruel, especially in the promotion stage. One abnormal performance was very likely to be directly eliminated, and it was not easy to get the resurrection egg in the hands of the judges. The match continued. The 32 contestants sang on stage one by one and accepted the judges' scores. It was undoubtedly a long process. However, Lu Chen has enough patience to wait for the time to pick the fruits of victory. At 11:15 p.m., all the singers finished singing. The host immediately announced that the voting results of the audience inside and outside the venue would be announced, and the top 16 would be announced. Because there were many contestants in this competition, all their audience votes were centralized by the computer system, and the results were announced at the same time to save time. The next singing area final for the top 10 of the 16 should be announced on the spot, rather than waiting until it was all over. Now, let's look forward to the birth of the top 16 contestants in the Singing China Beijing singing area. They are, with the host's impassioned speech, the atmosphere at the scene was pushed to a new climax. The 1,500 spectators in the studio were all looking forward to it. Everyone's eyes were focused on the big screen in the background. On the huge screen, the logo of Singing China continued to flash, indicating that the answer to the mystery was about to be revealed. The 4 judges, Tan Hong, Chen Feier, Lin Jijia and Jin Zhen, clapped their hands. The picture on the screen suddenly changed, and a golden number jumped out. 16. In the next moment, the number suddenly exploded into specks of golden light, and the identity of the 16th winner was revealed. Lin Yaru, contestant name, Lin Yaru, contestant no, 023 song, Summer Night Stand, judges total score, 27 points, audience votes, 1025 votes, offside audience votes, 162,540 votes, overall score, 77. 69 points. In the backstage of the studio, a woman with long hair covering her face with her hands, sobbing with joy. She is undoubtedly Lin Yaru, who has just entered the top 16. Although she is ranked last, it means that she has defeated half of her opponents and entered a higher level of competition. Whether she can enter the top 10 of Beijing singing area or not, it is already a victory. In previous talent shows, there have been many contestants who have been eliminated in the promotion competition who have been noticed by entertainment agencies, and thus successfully signed a contract and made a debut, doing better than defeating their opponents. Therefore, it's very important to brush your face. The further you brush your face, the more chances you have. Then the 15th, 14th, 13th were announced in turn. The top 16 contestants appeared one after another, and the cheers of the audience rose and fell one after another, and warm applause continued. Everyone will have a strong sense of satisfaction when they see the contestant they support and like successfully promoted. In the backstage rest area, some contestants were silent, some were cheering, some were excited, and some were crying. There is nothing more torturous and test of willpower than this process. Until the third contestant appeared, Lu Chen did not see his name. But he still sat steadily, calm and composed. In contrast, those who sat in front of TVs and computers and persisted for more than 3 hours couldn't bear it, especially Lu Chen's relatives, friends, and fans. Fang Yan rubbed her eyes and said with a wry smile, "Nowadays programs are too good at suspending people's appetite." Lu Shuai clenched her small fists and said with certainty, "Mom, rest assured. Brother will definitely win, champion." In the Forget Grass bar, the regular customers didn't even drink. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen. Won't he be eliminated? That's absolutely impossible, Yi Zitong said to herself secretly, completely not noticing her roommates who had just returned to the dormitory. Although the school had already started its summer vacation, many people were still willing to stay in this super big city to spend the hot summer, because there were too many wonderful days to enjoy here. Yi Zitong's life was not rich and colorful, but this was the first time she applied to stay at school during the summer vacation. Just to stay on the bed in the dormitory and watch a talent show, in Lu Fei's live broadcast, the number of 950,000 plus online audience's bullet screen had reached a terrifying level. If the bullet screen was not divided into sections, there was no way to watch the live broadcast at all. Oh, there are only 2 places left. Do you think our Lu Feida will be eliminated? Ba ba ba. Don't jinx it. Our anchor is 100% the champion. I'm so nervous, so nervous, so nervous. Everyone calm down, if it's not the first or second place, believe me, Huang Banxian, 100% right. I don't know what you are nervous about. General Liu has the highest judges' score. Will he be eliminated? Yes, the anchor will definitely win. I really admire Beijing television. They made the top 16 of 32 like the national finals. If the anchor is eliminated, I will eat shit live. Haha, you are all too naive. At this time, the second place in the top 16 was announced, Mu Xiaochu. Warm applause sounded in the studio and the backstage rest area at the same time. Whether it was those who were destined to be eliminated or those who had successfully advanced, they all congratulated this beautiful and shy little girl. Thank you everyone. Mu Xiaochu's pretty face turned red. She stood up a little bewildered and bowed to thank them again and again. She didn't expect that she could win the runner-up position in the top 16. While thanking them, Mu Xiaochu's eyes couldn't help but look at Lu Chen, who was also applauding her. At this moment, the question in her mind was the ownership of the last place. Is it Lu Chen's? Not only Mu Xiaochu, but also many contestants in the backstage rest area were secretly speculating. Although Lu Chen got the highest judges' score, and his creative talent is obvious to all, it is hard to guarantee that the Singing China program team will come up with a big news and directly eliminate Lu Chen to create a hot topic. Such a method has been common in various talent shows in the past. The so-called big heat is bound to die, and Lu Chen doesn't have to really die immediately. Don't forget that the 4 judges still have a resurrection golden egg in their hands. They can let him be accidentally eliminated first, and then successfully resurrect him into the top 16 candidates list, and still participate in the following competition. In this way, the dramatic effect is achieved, and the purpose of hype has been achieved. Everyone is happy. As for whether Lu Chen is willing to be fooled, does he, a newcomer, dare to fight against Beijing television? That would be a big joke. Lu Chen noticed the strange looks from the other contestants, and he even knew what the other party was thinking. But Lu Chen didn't care at all. How could a swallow and sparrow know the ambition of a swan? On the big screen on the stage, the word "one" was finally displayed, and a beautiful crown was used as a foil. Singing China Beijing singing area, the first contestant in the top 16 of 32 is out. He is Lu Chen. Contestant name, Lu Chen. Contestant number, 001. Song, You Who Sat Next to Me. Judges total score, 39 points. Audience votes, 1,469 votes. Offsite audience votes, 726,502 votes. Overall score, 95. 35 points, that's right, it's Lu Chen. Beijing television didn't play any tricks. His title as the champion is well-deserved. Thunderous applause suddenly sounded inside and outside the studio, and many audiences applauded and stood up, cheering for their favorite singer. Amidst the beautiful music, all the contestants who advanced to the top 16 of Singing China Beijing singing area appeared on the stage. The TV camera gave Lu Chen a big close-up. Fixed focus. Fang Yan couldn't help but reach out and rub her eyes, wiping away the tears overflowing from the corners of her eyes. Lu Shui leaned in her arms, holding her mobile phone and smiling happily. Forget Grass Bar. The customers are toasting. Whether they know each other or not, drink up this bar. Yi Zitong closed her notebook contentedly, but she suddenly found that 3 roommates were in front of her bed, staring at her with strange and ambiguous eyes. In Lu Fei's live broadcasting room, the celebratory atmosphere created by nearly 1 million online viewers reached its peak, because Lu Chen won. Because our anchor Lu Fei won and successfully reached first place in the top 16. Everyone was a witness and a participant in it. This is also a victory that belongs to everyone. The next afternoon, at the exit of the capital high-speed railway station, Lu Chen stood in the crowded crowd. He looked at the passengers passing through the gate in front of him, looking for familiar figures. The LED electronic screen hanging above the gate clearly showed that train G31 had arrived at the station. Lu Chen is no stranger to this high-speed train. A year ago, he took the G31 from Binhai to Beijing to work. And today, he came to pick up his sister, Lu Xi. Last night, after the end of Singing China competition, Lu Chen called Lu Xi, hoping that the latter would come to Beijing in the next 2 days to help him complete the copyright transfer negotiations with Beijing Television. In fact, this is not a big deal, but for Lu Xi, it is an excellent opportunity to train. She has agreed to be Lu Chen's agent. Even Lu Chen didn't expect that Lucy would agree without hesitation and come here today. She didn't even ridicule Lu Chen as usual. More and more passengers passed through the gate, and fewer people came out of the station. However, Lu Xi was nowhere to be seen. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He took out his phone and prepared to call her. At this moment, a woman wearing a plain dress and dragging a suitcase walked over from the passage ahead. Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief and waved his hand. "Sister." This woman who came late was his sister, Lu Xi. Lu Xi glanced at Lu Chen. She took the ticket and passed through the gate with an indifferent expression. "Let me do it." Lu Chen hurried forward to help her carry the big suitcase. Lu Xi tightened her grip on the lever, but in the end, she let go and gave it to Lu Chen. When he got out of the high-speed rail station, there was already a car waiting outside. In order to welcome the arrival of Lu Xi, Lu Chen specially asked Li Feiyu to help him rent a car, which was very convenient. "This is Li Feiyu," Lu Chen introduced the part-time driver to Lu Xi. "He is a friend I met in the capital, and also a helper at work. This is my sister, Lu Xi, the bustling Xi." Li Feiyu quickly greeted, "Hello, Sister Lu Xi. I am now De Chen's assistant." "Hello." Lu Xi nodded and said, "You have some of the boss's style now. You even have an assistant." She said the last 2 sentences to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled bitterly. It was still a familiar taste. This was his sister, Lu Xi. Her words were always thorny. Of course, it was only for him. Li Fei shrunk his head, sensing that the relationship between the two of them was not very harmonious. He very cleverly shut his mouth. Originally, Lu Chen was going back to the apartment first, but Lu Xi wanted to go to the studio, so he turned to the Blue Sky Entrepreneurial Park on 5th Ring Road. Lu Chen's studio, located on the 19th floor of A8 building, is still very messy. Although the wall paint has been painted, because the custom-made desk and computer chair have not arrived, it looks empty, as if it has been blown by a strong wind. There were cardboard boxes of computer hosts, displays, printers, and so on stacked in the corner, and the floor was mopped clean. Once the tables and chairs were in place, business could be opened immediately. Of the 2 offices, one was temporarily transformed into a webcast room, with new computer microphones and other equipment purchased. When Lu Chen was unable to host the live broadcast, Li Feiyu served as the anchor. Lu Chen completed the live broadcast of Singing China in the top 16 of 32 competition through this room. At present, Whale TV's anchor job is still his most important source of income. As for the other uninstalled office, Lu Chen was going to leave it to Lu Xi. He hoped that in addition to serving as his agent, Lu Xi could also serve as the manager of the studio. With his sister's ability, there was no problem at all. As for Lu Chen himself, it was enough to concentrate on his music career. Maybe he would also be involved in acting in the future. The only problem was that there were not many employees in the studio at present, and they needed to recruit and replenish them. As for the business license, it was handled as early as 3 days ago. The studio, named after Lu Chen himself, has a registered capital of 100,000 yuan. It is a small and micro enterprise strongly supported by the government at present, so it enjoys preferential policies and resources in the Blue Sky Entrepreneurial Park. Not to mention that the speed of applying for the license is extremely fast. After entering the park, the studio is exempted from tax for the first year, the tax is reduced by half in the second year, and the tax is fully reduced in the third year, but you can apply for rent subsidies. In terms of operating environment, it is one of the best in Beijing. After understanding the situation, Lucy was obviously very satisfied. But this didn't mean that she was equally satisfied with Lu Chen. I have quit all the jobs in Binhai. This time I came to Beijing to live for a long time and take the postgraduate entrance examination. My mother wants me to help you and supervise you. The entertainment industry is so chaotic now, and we don't want you to fall in it. Lu Chen still smiled bitterly. After entering the 21st century, the domestic entertainment industry has flourished with the rise of the internet world. The scale is getting larger and larger, and stars are emerging one after another. The pop music and film and television industries are facing unprecedented changes, so it is inevitable that there will be a lot of negative effects. Who has been photographed cheating, who has been caught taking drugs, who has been fighting with who has been exposed to unspoken rules. The general public likes stars and idols, but everyone's impression of the entertainment industry is not very good. Except for a very small number of people, no one in the entertainment industry is a real white lotus. Lu Chen was about to step into such a strange and dazzling circle. It was normal for Feng Yun to worry. If he had Lu Shi by his side to help him and supervise him, the situation would be much better. Lu Chen could fully understand his mother's thoughts. In addition, Lu Shi continued, there is no problem for you to let me be the manager of the studio, but when it comes to the studio, you must listen to my opinion. Otherwise, there is no need for me to stay here. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, there should be no problem with this. If I have an idea, I will discuss it with you first. Even if they were siblings, there would still be contradictions in work, so communication was very important. Lu Shi thought for a moment and reluctantly nodded. Okay, in addition, the studio needs to recruit a clerk and my assistant. I want a woman. I will take care of the finance myself. There is no need to find another person. I will also recruit a receptionist and a professional in online media promotion. First, we will set up the framework of the studio, and then slowly expand it later. She quickly got into her new role. In addition to recruiting employees, she also put forward her own opinions on the layout of the office. Her words were clear and reasonable. Lu Chen was confused and quickly said, Sister, you can arrange these things. I will ask Li Ge to help you first. The receptionist Li Ji's friend may be willing to come. Others can be arranged by you. After that, Lu Chen handed over a bank card that had been prepared. He said to Lu Shi, all the funds of the studio are here. You can use it as you see fit. The password is your birthday. There was a total of 400,000 yuan in this card, which was most of the money that Lu Chen had earned some time ago, including the live broadcast tips, the anchor's salary, and the 200,000 yuan given by Li Bai. A lot of it had been used to pay for the rent of the office and the purchase of items. Lu Shi did not refuse. She took the bank card and looked at Lu Chen with a little more softness in her eyes. Let me take care of the money you earn in the future. Anyway, it will be used to pay off the debt at home. Lu Chen had no objection. He knew how much Lu Shi had done for the family in the past 2 years, at least much more than he had. And now it was time for him to bear the heavy responsibility. After visiting the studio, Lu Chen took Lu Shi to the rented apartment. He first sent Li Feiyu home, and then drove to Jincheng Yuan. As early as when he was 18 years old, Lu Chen got a driver's license, but he had not driven much in the past 2 or 3 years, so he was careful on the road. He did not speed up until he got the feel of the car back. When he got home, he opened the door of the room and carried the heavy suitcase in first. Lu Shi followed him in. She took off her shoes and looked inside and outside. She said, it's not as messy as I thought. Lu Chen could only smile bitterly. He had smiled bitterly many times today. When he was at home, he really did not pay much attention to hygiene. Sister, you can live in this apartment first. Lu Shi was stunned and asked, then where do you live? This apartment only had 1 bedroom and 1 living room. If they lived together, Lu Chen could only sleep on the sofa. But he had other plans. There is a lounge in the studio. It's enough for me to live, and it's convenient for work. Lucy was silent for a moment and said, "Actually, you don't have to be so good to me," Lucien interrupted her. "You are my sister." Lucy was silent again. After a moment, she said, "Then take me to the nearby shopping mall. I want to buy something." "Don't go to those high-end places. It's a waste of money." Lucien thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go to Hathaway Mall. The things there are good and cheap." Hathaway Mall was located near the university town. It was a mid-range shopping mall, so it was favored by college students and ordinary white-collar workers. Moreover, the discounts in the mall were often very high during the off-season of summer vacation. In addition, after shopping, they could eat in the mall, and it was also very convenient to go to Forget Grass Bar in the evening. Lucien was going to introduce Lucy to Xianxia. Lucy was not familiar with the capital, so of course, she did not object to his arrangement. Although the name of Hathaway Mall was not trendy, it was a well-known brand in the area around the university town. Its scale was large enough to concentrate shopping malls, supermarkets, restaurants, cinemas, internet cafes, game halls, and other popular commercial facilities. It wouldn't be boring to play in it for a day. There was food, drink, and entertainment, and it was fun. The business positioning of Hathaway Mall was very clear. The target audience was the hundreds of thousands of teachers and students in the university town and the ordinary white-collar and blue-collar workers in the nearby business district. There were basically no luxury brands in the mall. It mainly sold mid-range goods. Lucien had been to Hathaway Mall more than once before, so he was still very familiar with the area. He drove Lucy to the parking lot in the north of the mall and then walked along the pedestrian path to the interior of the mall. Because it was the weekend, the mall was very lively with people coming and going. "Let's eat first," Lucien looked at the time and said, "The Yunjin restaurant here tastes good and the price is reasonable." Lucy said, "That's good. It's enough to order 2 or 3 dishes. I can't eat much." Lucien said with a smile, "I've been eating a lot recently. 2 or 3 dishes are not enough. I need at least 5 or 6. Lucy reached out and squeezed his arm and said, "You are a lot stronger." She rarely did this to Lucien in the past. They were both in a strange city and for the same goal. The gap between the two was slowly melting. Just as they were talking, 4 girls came from the front door and happened to meet the two of them. One of the girls in a yellow shirt was stunned, and her face showed a look of disbelief. The girl in a white dress who was following her suddenly turned pale. This girl was Xianxia. The 4 girls in the same dormitory chose to live on campus during the summer vacation and stayed in Beijing for the rest of the summer. Tonight, Xianxia was dragged to the mall by Xianxia with her other 2 roommates. They never expected to bump into Lucien in Hathaway Mall. When she saw Lucien chatting and laughing intimately with the woman beside him, she felt as if her heart had been pierced by a sharp knife. Although Xianxia knew very well that she and Lucien weren't really boyfriend and girlfriend, the scene in front of her still made her feel ashamed, angry, painful, and embarrassed. Not only Xianxia, but the other 2 roommates also knew Lucien and knew that they were dating. "Lucien!" Xianxia was the first to yell, "How could you do this?" She was about to rush forward and argue with Lucien, but Xianxia stopped her. "Forget it," Xianxia was exasperated. "How can you forget it? You like him so much, and he's like this." In Xianxia's eyes, Lucien was simply the legendary Qianximi's heartbreaker. He had shown his face on TV, and as soon as he became a little famous, he began to fool around. He actually dated another woman behind Xianxia's back. This was intolerable. What annoyed Xianxia the most was that in terms of appearance, the women around Lucien couldn't compare to Xianxia at all. Yizi. Lucien, who was also shocked, suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly went forward and asked Xianxia, "You and Tian are also shopping in the mall?" Xianxia turned her head and ignored him, but her eyes were red. Tian, let's go." Xianxia and the other 2 girls looked at Lucien with disdain. Their gazes were like knives cutting flesh and scraping bones. Lucy looked at them with a faint smile on her face. Lucien hurriedly grabbed Xianxia's hand, afraid that she would ignore everything and run away. That would really be a big misunderstanding. "Yizi, this is my sister, Lucy. She just came from home today." "Ah?" Sister? The three girls were stunned. At this time, they realized that Lu Shi and Lu Chen were really similar, they were brother and sister. What a joke, so Xianxia wanted to find a hole to hide in, and her face was as red as an autumn apple. Yizitong struggled to break free from Lu Chen's hand, but when she heard his explanation, she was also stunned. A faint blush appeared on her pale face, and she was at a loss for a moment. This misunderstanding was really a bit big, and the worst thing was that she had no reason to be jealous. After all, the two of them only had a good impression of each other. At this time, Lu Shi came over and asked with a smile, "Hello, I am Lu Chen's sister, Lu Shi. Are you his friend?" Lu Chen let go of Yizitong's hand and introduced a little awkwardly, "Sister, this is Yizitong. They are all students of Beijing Normal University, and they are friends I met in Beijing." Yizitong suppressed her shyness and gathered her courage to raise her head and said, "Sister Lu Shi, hello." Lu Shi said with a smile, "It's nice to meet you. Your name is Yizi, right? I just settled down in Beijing, and now I want to buy something, but I don't know where to go. Can you help me look around?" In front of Yizitong, Lu Shi was completely a gentle and amiable big sister, and she couldn't help but nod. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Yizitong introduced Lu Shi to Xianxia and her other two classmates. The age difference between the girls was not very big, so they quickly became familiar with each other. As a result, Lu Chen was left out in the cold. Fortunately, they still had to eat. After a discussion, they went to Yunjin restaurant to share a table. Lu Shi seemed to like Yizitong very much, and kept talking to her. Even when they were eating, they didn't let go. After a meal, the two of them called each other Sister Xianxia. After eating this sumptuous dinner, Lu Chen paid the bill. His elder sister was a big adult and didn't ask him to accompany the girls to the mall to act as a bag man, that is, the kind of role that carries bags. She said that she would contact them after they had bought something. It must have been a long time. Lu Chen thought about it, and simply went to the internet cafe on the top floor of the mall to surf the internet to kill time. After registering with his ID card and turning on a computer, he logged onto the web and searched for related content of Singing China. As a result, he found a lot of things. As the first contestant in the top 16 of Singing China Beijing Singing District, except for the official website of Singing China, Lu Chen's name is basically nowhere to be seen on other websites, and the few that are reprinted are only small websites with little fame. In some forums and post bars, there are a lot of discussions about Lu Chen, mainly talking about his original works. In sharp contrast to Lu Chen, several contestants in the top 16 have far surpassed him in keyword search items, such as newcomer Zheng Kai performed well, conquered the judges with his natural singing voice, and won the top 16 seat of Singing China Beijing Singing District, and so on. Lu Chen is well aware of the reason, that is, these contestants have signed up with entertainment agencies, and there is a team behind them to hype and promote, so those big websites will put up promotional articles, and search everywhere. In this regard, Lu Chen doesn't feel uncomfortable or aggrieved, because the current entertainment industry is like this. It's hard to become popular without spending money to hype. If there is no topic, you have to create a topic to attract attention. Newcomers like him who purely rely on themselves are completely rare. Being willing to give up, only by giving up can one gain. Abandoning vanity, Lu Chen obtained autonomy and freedom. Moreover, gold will always shine. Now it's just a competition in the Beijing Singing District. When it comes to the tour competition and the finals, his name will inevitably be known by more and more people. Even if he doesn't spend money, he may still be able to make headlines. In addition, Lu Chen is also organizing his own team to strengthen online publicity. After closing the news search, he logged on to the Waves blog again. Lu Chen FMX's account was registered 2 weeks ago and has been certified as a personal V account. At present, it has more than 75,000 fans, basically all of whom are Whale TV fans. Thanks to Li Bai's help in publicity, otherwise, Lu Chen might not have gotten so many fans by himself. According to this local tyrant, in fact, it's too easy to increase his fans. It's very simple to spend some money to buy millions or tens of millions of fans. With a little packaging, he can become the so-called Big V, that is, a celebrity in the blog. It's just that for this kind of Big V made up of zombie fans, Lu Chen still politely declined, because he doesn't like to deceive others, and he doesn't like to deceive himself. Time flew by as he updated 2 posts on his blog and answered a lot of questions from his fans. At about 9 o'clock, Lucy called. They were finally done with their stroll. Lucien got off the plane, paid the bill and left. Back at the main entrance of the mall, he saw Lucy and the 4 girls again. Everyone was carrying big and small bags. They had a lot of harvest in the evening. After meeting, Lucy said to Lucien, "Give me the car keys and the keys to your house. I'll send Tian and the others back to school first and then go home by myself. You can accompany Zitong." Lucien looked at her in surprise, and then looked at Yi Zitong. The latter blushed and didn't speak. Naturally, she didn't object. Xianxia pursed her lips and said with a smile, "You two are so fun. It doesn't matter if you come back late. Goodbye." She winked at Yi Zitong. The redness on Yi Zitong's face deepened, and she glared at her. Lucien was a little worried and asked, "Sister, do you know how to get to Jinqingyuan?" He was afraid that Lucy wouldn't be able to find the way back. Lucy said, "Even if I don't remember the way, can't I use my mobile phone to navigate?" Lucien admitted defeat and gave her the car keys and the keys to his house. After Lucy left with Xianxia and the other 2 girls, only Lucien and Yi Zitong were left. Speaking of which, since the last time they went skating, the 2 hadn't seen each other for a while. They just chatted through WeChat. Now that he met her again, Lucien's heart couldn't help but feel a trace of tenderness. Today may have been a coincidence, but it may be fate between the 2. He naturally took Yi Zitong's hand and said, "Are you tired of shopping? Let's go to the ice shop over there." Yi Zitong nodded softly. After a small misunderstanding, the relationship between the 2 has undoubtedly taken a big step forward. Although the relationship hasn't been made clear yet, it is precisely this kind of hazy emotion that is the most touching. At this moment, Lucien didn't know, on the internet, a storm of public opinion that was closely related to him was about to sweep across. On Monday morning, when the battle for office workers began, Wang Jiashi was like a berserker charging into battle. He took heavy and powerful steps, rushed into the elevator before many competitors, and firmly occupied the best position in the middle near the door. The poor elevator car trembled under his weight of more than 100 kilograms, and the steel cable hanging above made a crunching sound. Finally, it barely withstood the difficult test. It was just that other people in the elevator couldn't help but be a little scared and have some kind of bad association. The white-collar man who was 1 step behind just stepped in, and the overloaded buzzer suddenly sounded. Under everyone's cold gaze, he could only retreat and stare at Wang Jiashi with infinite resentment. If this guy wasn't here, at least 2 people like him could squeeze in. Wang Jiashi had already trained his face to be +10 in defense. He completely ignored the sputtering eyes and waited for the elevator door to close. On the 10th floor, he was the first to rush out. When Wang Jiashi rushed into the company and finished punching his card, the LCD clock hanging on the card punching machine showed exactly 9 o'clock. On his first day back from vacation, he was not late. Fatty Wang wiped the sweat on his forehead with lingering fear. He felt like he had escaped from death. Half a year ago, his company, Xianxia, changed its major shareholder. The new CEO, a new official, was very strict. He formulated very strict rules and regulations. If he was late once, his full attendance bonus would be deducted, and if he was late twice, his monthly performance bonus would be deducted. Wang Jiashi was fat and liked to sleep. In addition, his biological clock didn't adjust in time during his half-month vacation, so he overslept and was almost late. Fortunately, he swiped his card on time. "Old Wang, you're back? Brother Wang, is Phuket fun? Look at you, you're tanned. Editor Wang, I put your worksheet on your desk." 2 sheets of printed paper. Meeting at 2 p.m., his colleagues arrived early. They had already started working. When they saw Wang Jiashi, they all greeted him. Wang Jiashi, who is 32 years old, is also a veteran employee of Xianxia. He has a good personality and is really talented, so he has a good relationship with his colleagues. But during work hours, his colleagues only exchanged a few words with him. If it were in the past, they would have surrounded him and asked him how he was, if he had any romantic encounters, and where the gifts for everyone were. Wang Jiashi replied with a smile. He didn't distribute the small gifts in his handbag. He rushed into his office before the boss appeared. This office of about 5 square meters could barely accommodate a small computer desk. All the available space was used up. The bookcase was fixed on the wall, and it was filled with all kinds of books. Although the place was cramped, Wang Jiashi was already very satisfied. Because as long as the door was closed, this was his independent world. It was not a problem for him to smoke. It was the company's special care for a senior employee plus a heavy smoker like him. Wang Jiashi is the editor of Xianxia's Pop Colors. Pop Colors is a new media online magazine. The app developed by the company has maintained the top 3 market share among similar software in the field of smartphones. Therefore, it is quite famous in the industry and the advertising revenue is not bad. Pop Colors focuses on international and domestic trends, covering fashion elements such as movies, television, music, and popular brands. The target group is mainly young people in the city. Wang Jiashi is the editor of the pop music section. He has been working for 10 years and has been doing the same work. His pen name Stone Man is widely known in the circle. The music review articles he wrote often appear on the front page. Opening the window for ventilation, Wang Jiashi habitually smoked a Lanzhou cigarette, holding the mouse in his right hand and skillfully opened the browser to log on to the official website of China Music Chart. He wanted to see the song rankings in recent weeks. As a result, as soon as the web page was opened, Wang Jiashi saw in the spring at the top of the list at a glance. Wang Jiashi has a little impression of the song's title. He remembered that it was on the chart before his vacation, but it was at the bottom of the list and he did not have time to pay attention to it. In just over half a month, it rushed to the top of the list. Wang Jiashi felt a little incredulous. The singer The Bionics was unknown in the pop music world. He had never heard of them before. How could their new work rise so fast? There must be something fishy about it. Wang Jiashi bit the filter of the cigarette and turned to the previous week's ranking. In the spring was still at the top of the list. This immediately aroused Wang Jiashi's strong interest. If there was an element of luck in the top of the list for a week, then continuously dominating the list must be an element of strength. Although the fairness of the original music chart was often questioned in the past 2 years, there was no more authoritative list than it in China at present. He clicked on the Ushur link behind in the spring. The partners of China Original Music Chart include QQ Music, NetEase Music, Pop Radio, Ushur, and other new online media, so the songs on the list have corresponding website links. The links on Ushur were all music videos, so it was more enjoyable. He clicked on a video page titled, The New Power of Rock and Roll, Wandering in the Spring. The video was uploaded more than a month ago, and the number of views was as high as 1.7 billion plus. Such an astonishing number of views made Wang Jiashi shake his head. Nowadays, new online media like to make a big fuss about data. One click can be blown into 10 or even 100, to the point that it makes people speechless. Not only Ushur, but also QQ Music and NetEase Music are no exception. They often have tens of millions or hundreds of millions of clicks or viewers, using big data to boost the value of advertising. In addition, there are endless means of making hype and promotion, and it is difficult to distinguish between true and false. This more or less ruined Wang Jiashi's mood to listen to songs and appreciate music. He clicked the play button with flagging interest. After 15 seconds of advertising, the music video began. Soon, a hoarse, powerful song began to reverberate in the small room. I still remember the spring many years ago, when I hadn't cut my long hair, I didn't have a credit card, I didn't have her, and I didn't have a home with 24-hour hot water. But I was so happy at the time, although I only had a broken wooden guitar, singing the songs that no one cared about in the street, under the bridge, in the field. 5 minutes later, the music video was over. Wang Jiashi leaned back in his chair in a daze. The cigarette in his mouth was about to burn out. Half of the cigarette ash fell on his body, but he was unaware of it. His eyes showed a complex look of deep shock. Why did he only hear such a song now? His lips moved a few times. Wang Jiashi felt that he wanted to say something, and there was a kind of passion surging in his chest. But before he could say anything, the cigarette in his mouth fell out. It fell right on his crotch. F***ck. The thin fat man's shorts were immediately burned with a hole, almost in the vital part. Wang Jiashi suddenly woke up. He jumped up abruptly, and as a result, his thigh heavily hit the bottom of the keyboard bracket. He almost overturned the computer table. Wang Jiashi really wanted to cry. He quickly reached out and slapped the cigarette, but that was still stuck to his shorts. After a moment of confusion, he sat down again. The music video had finished playing, and it almost caused a tragedy, but Wang Jiashi's mood was not disturbed because of this. His mood was still agitated. After living in the capital for 10 years, this super big city was still unfamiliar to him. The passion and ideals that he once had already disappeared with time. He only persisted in order to survive. Wang Jiashi did not have a house in the capital because he could not afford it. He also did not have a girlfriend because no good girl liked him. The most extravagant thing that he had experienced in his life was the half-month vacation he had just spent abroad. Now listening to this song in the spring and watching the story of joys and sorrows in the MV, Wang Jiashi found that the strength he thought was actually fragile. He was deeply moved. After taking a deep breath, Wang Jiashi rubbed his sore eyes and lit a cigarette again. Wang Jiashi was going to write an article for this song and put it in the music recommendation of the new issue of Pop Colors. Of course, he first had to have a comprehensive understanding of the song, such as the singer, the bionics, and the songwriter. However, Wang Jiashi quickly discovered a very interesting thing, which was that the bionics had a total of 3 songs on the chart. In addition to In the Spring at the top, Reason to Be Strong ranked 7th and I Want to Have a Home ranked 12th were all written by the same person. Lu Chen. Wang Jiashi was very unfamiliar with this name. He was definitely not a well-known songwriter in the industry. Ordinary listeners usually don't care who the writer of the song is. It's like ordering a meal in a restaurant. If everyone thinks that a dish is delicious, it's enough to remember the name of the dish and the name of the restaurant. They won't ask who the chef is. But Wang Jiashi was not an ordinary person. As the editor of the music section of Pop Colors, he was more interested in the story hidden behind the song. In addition to the singer, the bionics, he also had a strong desire to explore Lu Chen, the writer. What kind of person can write such an excellent rock and roll work? In Wang Jiashi's mind, he constructed a middle-aged man with a face full of vicissitudes and firm eyes. He drifted around the world, he experienced hardships, he was talented, he sang loudly in the wind with his guitar. If one day, I leave quietly, please bury me in this in the spring. Wang Jiashi typed in the spring plus Lu Chen in the browser search bar. Enter to confirm. The search engine immediately searched for a lot of relevant or irrelevant information. And the first of them was a post in the Sky forum. The Unworthy Super Singer, the inside story of the elimination of Lu Chen, the author of In the Spring. Keywords: Super Singer, In the Spring, Lu Chen. Sky Forum is one of the largest BBS forums in China, with more than 150 million registered users. It is known as the online home of Chinese people all over the world. It has opened up 9 main pages, such as news and current affairs, people's livelihood vision, film and television gossip, gossip chat, literature reading, fashion hotspots, emotional home, etc., with as many as 50-plus subsections. Its China International Outlook, domestic vision, entertainment gossip, anecdotes, and other subsections are extremely popular, with hundreds of thousands or even millions of active users. The forum has been established for 20 years, and many internet hot events and internet celebrities have emerged. Therefore, Sky Forum has also become one of the important battlefields of internet pushers. The post that Wang Jiashi clicked on accusing Super Singer of being unworthy of its name was posted in the entertainment gossip section. The ID of the poster is Stray Cats, and it has been a hot post with more than 1 million clicks. The ID Stray Cats is very famous in the entertainment section of Sky Forum. His identity is quite mysterious. No one knows whether he is a man or a woman or what his occupation is. He daily exposes in the entertainment section big and small information in the entertainment industry. For example, a certain star has cheated, a certain idol has scolded his fans, a certain big shot is gay. Stray Cats posts have a common feature, that is, they all have something in common, and the information they break out is often genuine, and there are very few groundless or fictitious facts. Therefore, they are regarded as the guiding light of the entertainment section by forum netizens. His posts are often very concerned by everyone. In just a few hours after it was posted, it has reached the top of the board, with more than 10,000 replies. On Monday morning, the number of 10,000 plus replies was amazing. In this post, Stray Cats took out the popular variety show Super Singer on Shonen TV and beat it up. The incident that blew up was Lu Chen, who was eliminated in the audition. Lu Chen, male, 22 years old, a Beijing drifting singer, once a resident singer in a bar in Hohai. Just based on these few paragraphs of information, not many people knew who Lu Chen was. Among the 30 million plus people in the capital, there were at least 10 million drifters. Unknown singers were simply as many as the hairs on an ox. In Hohai Samleton, throwing a brick could knock over a few of them. However, Stray Cats also pointed out Lu Chen's other identity. Lu Chen was the songwriter of the Bionics, In the Spring, Reasons to Be Strong, and I Want to Have a Home. He was a talented pop music composer. What? You said you haven't heard these 3 songs? Go to the official website of China Music Chart and take a look. In the Spring firmly occupied the top spot in the 3rd and 4th week of July. Moreover, Reasons to Be Strong was currently ranked 7th, and I Want to Have a Home was ranked 12th. The Bionics album In the Spring had climbed to 2nd place last week. As a small album with only 5 songs, it is already against the natural order to have such a high ranking on the original music chart, because the Bionics is a new group that has just debuted. Anyone who was not blind would know that their success was inseparable from the 3 songs composed by Lu Chen. Such an outstanding composer was eliminated in the audition of Super Singer. That was simply the biggest joke in the world. Stray Cats also mentioned in the post that Lu Chen not only has outstanding creative talent, but his playing and singing level is also very good, so there is no possibility of him being eliminated because of his poor performance in the audition. In order to prove his words, he attached 2 links to Ushare below. The first link was a clip of Lu Chen singing in the qualifying round of Singing China, and the second was a live video of Lu Chen winning the first place in the top 16 of 32. And the songs that Lu Chen used to participate in the competition were all his own original works. In this regard, Stray Cats commented, "We always say that domestic original works are not good. Most idol stars can only cover and imitate pop music in Europe, the United States, Japan, and South Korea. There are fewer and fewer good composers. But in fact, there are talented people in every generation. It's not that there are no excellent composers, but they can't get the opportunity." Super Singer should have been the most suitable stage for Lu Chen to display his talent, but because of the malicious suppression of some people, he was forced to run to Singing China to fight for his own honor, which is really sad and lamentable. This is also the sorrow of the domestic pop music world. Stray Cats finally said that the reason why he revealed it in the forum was not because he was paid to speak for others. He didn't know Lu Chen, and he had no dealings with Lu Chen. It was someone who told him first, and he was deeply moved by the songs written and sung by Lu Chen, so he took the initiative to fire at Shonen TV. Stray Cats' 2 favorite songs are In the Spring by the Bionics and You Who Sat Next to Me by Lu Chen. This post is very long. The content includes a description of Lu Chen's elimination from the audition of Super Singer, his appreciation and understanding of the song In the Spring, and a strong attack on the atmosphere of domestic pop music. And there are reasons and evidence, there are videos and the truth. At the end of the post, Stray Cats added a sentence, Super Singer, Lu Chen throws Ling Xiaoxiao at least 3 streets away. It took Wang Jiaoshi more than half an hour to read the post completely. Of course, it included the time to watch 2 live videos. He read it very carefully, and even browsed a lot of replies. The number of replies to this hot post is very high, and the comment area is refreshed very quickly. Another hype? Wars, it's actually a post by the god of Stray Cats. I like it. Ha ha ha, are Shonen TV and Beijing television going to fight? I've already expected it. This material is a bit interesting. I'm curious about who are the people who are suppressing the newcomers. In the Spring? My favorite song recently. I looped it dozens of times last night. I've heard of In the Spring. I didn't expect it to be written by a peer. I thought it was originally created by the Bionics. I've seen the competition of Singing China's Top 32. Lu Chen's singing is very good. I support him. With the Cat God's move, there will be another bloody storm in Jianghu. Can I say that I like Ling Xiaoxiao? Good material. The Sky Forum is a mix of good and bad people. There are all kinds of replies, some are curious, some are skeptical, and some are supportive, and Wang Jiashi very much agrees with Stray Cats' understanding and appreciation of the song in the spring. At the same time, he also thinks that Lu Chen, who wrote the song, is a very good songwriter. If the latter's performance in Singing China is taken into account, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is an outstanding singer and songwriter. However, Wang Jiashi couldn't imagine that a song like In the Spring was written by a 22-year-old young man, shattering the impression he had previously built in his mind. As for the inside story of Lu Chen's suppression, Wang Jiashi has little interest in it. Stray Cats is also said to be a big marketing account. He has seen a lot of gossip posts by the other party, many of which are true, and some of which are deliberately hyped. Even as an insider, he can't completely distinguish between truth and falsehood. But just for the song In the Spring itself, Wang Jiashi has too much to say. He closed the web page, opened the work software, and typed the words In the Spring in the title. He wrote, "I just came back from a vacation abroad, and I haven't recovered from the jet lag yet. Today, I ran to the company to work. Then I heard a song called In the Spring. I think this song should be known and heard by many people, and have their own experience and feelings. It seems that I don't need to say anything more, just listen to the song. But there are some words that are stuck in my heart. It's very uncomfortable if I don't say it. I really want to share it with others, so there is this article. This is a song that seems to be relatively petty bourgeois. It is written about a person who already has credit card, little princess, and home with 24-hour hot water, and all the pain of the past has gone with the wind. It is a nostalgia for the once difficult and uninterested youth past, as well as a cry and worry for the unknown tomorrow. All of this can be seen from the lyrics of the song. The lyrics of In the Spring are not complicated. It is a simple 3-paragraph structure. The first 2 main songs write about the difficult and happy days of the past, and the second one write about the sad and confused days that are no longer difficult, and the overall climax is the worry for the future and the expression of the ultimate belonging of life. What makes me deeply moved is the strong emotion contained in this song. For a whole morning of working time, Wang Jiashi was writing the same article. He repeatedly wrote and revised, word by word. Several paragraphs were repeated 7 or 8 times because he was not satisfied. It was very difficult for him to write a recommendation article with just 1,000 words. Because when Wang Jiashi tapped on the keyboard, he also tapped his inspired emotions into the text. In the small room, there was only the clicking sound of the keyboard. At the same time, the unworthy super singer, the author of In the Spring, Lu Chen, was eliminated. This post, which was first posted on the Sky Forum, was also forwarded to his blog by Stray Cats. Stray Cats is not a big V in the Waves blog, but when he had a number of good friends in the blogging circle, he was liked and forwarded by these big V bloggers with hundreds or even tens of millions of fans. Today is the first working day after the weekend. It is the time when office workers and white-collar elites are busy, so the post does not spread fast on the blog, and the number of forwards is not very high. However, during the lunch break, the number of forwards brought by several big V suddenly skyrocketed, jumping from the initial dozens of hundreds to more than 5,000, and the number of comments also exceeded 3,000, forming a small hotspot. But this is just the beginning. Like a brewing storm, the wind is blowing. Beijing Television, Program Department. The freshly printed contract paper was still warm, and Lu Chen signed his name on it with a pen. This is the copyright transfer contract. He transferred part of the copyright and the right to use the song Life on a String to Beijing Television. Today is Monday. In the morning, Lu Chen contacted Guru Wei, the music director of Singing China program group. Then in the afternoon, he rushed to the TV station with his sister, Lu Shi, to finalize the contract. As Lu Chen's agent, Lu Shi got into her role very quickly. She basically took control of the negotiation process. Lu Chen just needed to sit aside and smile. It was enough to keep smiling. In the entertainment industry, the image of a star idol is very important, and it involves many contracts. If they are all negotiated by themselves, they will be killed by others even if they are not exhausted to death. Therefore, an agent is an indispensable standard. The reliability and professionalism of an agent largely determine the future of a star. In the entertainment industry, there are many examples of choosing the wrong agent, which led to the destruction of the future. Lu Chen asked his sister to be an agent. First of all, relatives are undoubtedly the most reliable. Even if Lu Shi's relationship with him is not as close as Lu Shui's, she is bound to stand firmly on his side in the face of outsiders. Secondly, Lu Shi has an agent's qualification certificate, and she is smart enough. To be an agent, one must first be a villain. Cowards can't do this job. Although Lu Shi is not a real villain, her strength and shrewdness ensure that Lu Chen can get reasonable returns. Even though it was her first time as an entertainment agent, she still performed very well. All day yesterday, Lu Shi was studying information related to entertainment agents and Beijing television. Before coming to negotiate, she even drew up the contract in advance. The time limit for the transfer of Life on a String to Beijing television is 10 years. The latter can use the song in the program production and publicity of Singing China. The transfer fee is a symbolic 1 yuan. In return, A Life on a String will be sung by Lu Chen himself. Beijing television cannot authorize others to cover it. In addition, Beijing television will also invite him to sing this song on stage at the National Day Gala. Since the establishment of the TV station, Beijing television has held a celebration party every year on the eve of the National Day. Although it is not as grand as CCTV's National Day Party, the domestic ratings are not low. Therefore, if one wanted to appear in this gala, one's strength and connections could not be lacking. In other words, Lu Chen got a good chance to show his face while retaining most of his rights. It was not easy to win this contract. It should be known that compared to Lu Chen, Beijing television is an absolute giant. It is impossible for the two sides to have an equal relationship. A song is dispensable for Beijing television, but Beijing television is the most important platform for Lu Chen's debut. Even if the former asked Lu Chen to transfer the copyright unconditionally, he didn't have much choice. But Lu Shi, with her sincerity and persistence, convinced the representatives of the program team, mainly Guru Wei. Of course, this contract did not exceed the bottom line of Beijing television. It was a win-win contract that satisfied both sides. Happy cooperation. After signing the contract, Lu Chen and Guru Wei shook hands. Thank you, Director Gu. Guru Wei held his hand and said with a smile, the world in the future belongs to young people like you. Lu Chen, you have a very good agent. I am looking forward to more cooperation between us in the future. Guru Wei appreciated Lu Shi very much. He was even more surprised after knowing that she was Lu Chen's sister. This pair of brother and sister are not very similar. These words of Guru Wei actually contained a hidden meaning, but now Lu Chen could not hear it. Thank you. After leaving Beijing television, Lu Chen and Lu Shi returned to the single apartment they rented. The dinner was cooked by his sister. The ingredients were bought in the nearby supermarket, which was very fresh and clean. In terms of cooking, Lu Shi had learned from Lu Chen's mother, Fang Yun. Several home-cooked dishes were cooked with color, smell, and taste, which made Lu Chen praise them. It was a feeling of returning to his own home. In the middle of the meal, he suddenly said, Sister, when I pay off my family's debt, I will buy a big house in the capital and let my mother retire early to live here. Lu Shui will also come to the capital to study. In this way, our family can be reunited again. When he worked in KFC, when Lu Chen was tired and lying in bed to rest, he would occasionally have the same idea, but he never thought that his dream could become a reality. The heavy debt in his family made him think that he would be like this for the rest of his life. But now, the debt has not been paid off, but realizing his dream is not out of reach. Lu Shi's expression was stiff. She slowly swallowed the food in her mouth and said, Let's eat. There was an unprecedented gentleness in her voice. After a pause, she said, Mom probably won't come over. She is used to living in Binhai. Her tone returned to its original tone. Lu Chen nodded silently. After dinner, he went to the studio over at the Creative Park. Lu Chen gave the single apartment in Jincheng Garden to Lu Shi to live in. He lived in the studio for the time being. The live broadcast equipment had already been transferred there, and the live broadcast at night was carried out there as usual. After signing the contract with Whale TV, in addition to the reward share, Lu Chen can also get a generous anchor salary every month. Correspondingly, he also has the obligations and responsibilities of his work. He must ensure that there is enough live broadcast time. After the live broadcast, Lu Chen slept in the lounge. The next day, Tuesday morning, July 28, he got up early and went out for a run. Morning exercise has become a good habit for Lu Chen. In the persistent exercise, he can clearly feel the changes in his body. He is healthier, more energetic. It's just that the place of exercise has been changed from the artificial riverside to the central garden of the creative park. At 9 o'clock, Lu Chen, who had breakfast, returned to the studio. "De Chen, come here." As a result, as soon as he opened the door with the key, he heard Li Feiyu shouting in the inner room, "Something happened." Lu Chen's heart sank and he hurriedly ran over. "What happened?" Li Feiyu was in the live broadcast room, the computer was turned on, and the screen was showing the Waves blog. Li Feiyu currently serves as Lu Chen's assistant. In addition to helping him complete the live broadcast task, he also helps him manage the blog, Fish Nest and QQ Group, and strengthens the communication and exchange with fans. "Come and see." Li Feiyu clicked on the comment area of the latest blog post of Lu Chen FMX. The content of this blog post is ordinary. It's just a daily selfie of Lu Chen with a few lines of text, but the number of comments has reached more than 30,000, which is completely unreasonable. And in the comment area, it's all cursing messages. "What bullshit creator, how can he compare to our Xiaoxiao? Hee, using our brother Xiaoxiao to hype up? You think you can compare with Ling Xiaoxiao? Hurry up and apologize, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. In the spring is so bad, this broken song is only for people who are out of the times to listen to. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize." Shameless hype, Lu Chen, get out of the entertainment industry. One should be down to earth. Don't think about using crooked ways to get ahead. Is it interesting? Get out. Get out. Get out. There are also many more unpleasant swear words, which are displayed and polluting the screen. Lu Chen's self-restraint is very good. Seeing these foul words, he can't help but get angry. Are these guys crazy? Who is Ling Xiaoxiao? Do I know him? His first feeling was that he was being slandered. He wanted to curse, but he didn't know who to scold. Li Feiyu quickly said, "Calm down first, I probably understand." He brought up a new web page, which is also the page of Waves blog, but belongs to another blogger. This blogger, called Stray Cats, is a small V account with more than 300,000 fans, and his latest blog post has been forwarded more than 25,000, with more than 50,000 views. The key is the content of this blog post. The Unworthy Super Singer, the inside story of the elimination of Lu Chen, the author of In the Spring. Faint, Lu Chen never thought that his blog was attacked, and it was actually related to his elimination in the last Super Singer audition. He really doesn't know how this little V got the inside story. Tien, that's right. It's not right to say that he didn't know at all. At least Lu Chen thought of someone. He immediately asked Li Feiyu to open the long blog post. The blog posts of Waves blog are divided into two types, long and short. The short blog post is limited to 50 words and can be displayed directly. The long blog post is unlimited, but it needs to be clicked to view the full text. And it was this long blog post that made Lu Chen fully understand the ins and outs of the matter. Not to mention the inside story, the last sentence of the blog post alone is enough to explain the reason for being slandered. Super Singer, Lu Chen throws Ling Xiaoxiao at least 3 streets away. This sentence is too hateful. Lu Chen doesn't know Ling Xiaoxiao at all, but he was pulled by Stray Cats to be the MT. He doesn't know whether to cry or laugh. If he blames Stray Cats, then they will praise him and cry out for injustice. By the way, they will slap Shonan TV in the face and provide him with an opportunity to increase his fame. If he doesn't blame them, then is Ling Xiaoxiao collateral damage. Lu Chen soon learned the identity of this person. The other party is a newcomer who stands out in the Shanghai singing area of Super Singer. He has performed well in the audition, preliminary and semifinals. His 3 original works have been well received by the industry, so he is being promoted by Shonan TV. Ling Xiaoxiao also opened a blog on Waves, and his blog has more than 3 million fans. Among the people who like him, there are many young boys and girls. they are the main force attacking Luchin. Wave's blog is the largest blog website in China, and it can be said to be one of the most important positions of new public opinion media. The slightest disturbance here could be artificially amplified, forming a wildfire that could start a prairie fire. And in Wave's blog, there are also a large number of marketing accounts and online speculators. Once a hot event is triggered, whether it involves their own interests or not, they often intervene in it to add fuel to the flames or fish in troubled waters. Luchen's elimination from Super Singer was undoubtedly the blog post of Stray Cats, but what really ignited it was the 3 statements of Shonan TV Super Singer program team official V. The first statement was issued at 11:02 p.m. on July 27. The content was very simple. It was a public statement against Stray Cats' blog post, saying that the so-called inside story revealed by the other party was pure nonsense and not worth refuting, and warning some people not to maliciously hype. Just 20 minutes later, at 11:22 p.m., Super Singer official V posted a new blog post again, which was also a detailed criticism of Stray Cats' blog post. It's a bit like slapping yourself in the face. In the second blog post, the program team pointed out that the audition process of Super Singer is open and fair, and there is no possibility of under-the-table manipulation, let alone malicious suppression of newcomers. In fact, it is precisely the emergence of this reality talent show that has made an indelible contribution to the original power of domestic pop music, which has made more and more excellent creative talent stand out. As for Lu Chen, who has participated in the audition of Super Singer, the program team said that they also regretted missing this excellent composer. In the Spring is a very good original work. However, Lu Chen did not sing this song in the audition of Super Singer, but chose another work. His performance at that time was not recognized by the judges, so he was eliminated. And this just reflects the fairness and rigor of Super Singer, which is the reason why the ratings of the program are rising. The reputation of the program team cannot be tarnished and slandered. The truth was that simple. The Super Singer program team issued a stern warning to Wave's blog Stray Cats, asking the latter to eliminate the adverse influence in the blog, apologize to their own side, and reserve the right to pursue legal liability. Shonan TV was the well-deserved leader among the local satellite TV stations in the country. The public relations and marketing team it had was very strong, and they reacted very quickly to unfavorable events. The slightest sign of trouble would be nipped in the bud. Shonan TV is an official Big V with more than 10 million fans on Wave's blog. Once the 2 blog posts of its Super Singer official V were released, they received a large number of likes, comments, and forwarding. Among them, there were many celebrities in the industry, well-known figures in the industry, and VIPs and blogs. The media influence of Shonan TV is so great that it is not something that a small V like Stray Cats can compete with. 2 blog posts directly crushed it, and the latter's blog was instantly blown up. The comment area was full of all kinds of cynicism, and even Lu Chen and Beijing Television were implicated. At 11:55, the Super Singer program team issued the 3rd blog post. This blog post praised Xianxia, believing that he is a leading figure in the new generation of singers, both in talent and character. Moreover, his original works are very in line with his age and temperament, so he has strong popularity and loyal fans. I wish him a great success in the upcoming national finals. This meaningful blog post also linked Xiaoxiao himself and Xiaoxiao Support Group at the same time. Xiaoxiao Support Group is Ling Xiaoxiao's fan group, which currently has more than 100,000 members and is very active on the blog. Ling Xiaoxiao himself responded 2 minutes later with a smiling face and the word thank you. But his fans were not so understated. Under the organization of the team's senior management, they swarmed to Stray Cats and Lu Chen's blog and directly attacked. The battle started in the early hours of the morning and did not end. Lu Chen was directly sprayed with dog blood, because the 3 blog posts by Beijing Television were released after Lu Chen's live broadcast. He didn't know what happened in the blog. After he came back from his morning exercise, he was reminded by Li Feiyu before he knew that he had been attacked. Li Feiyu was simply filled with righteous indignation. He slapped the table and said, "These brainless fans really don't know what they mean. Stray Cats is right. In terms of talent, strength, and appearance, you can completely throw this Ling Xiaoxiao away." Lu Chen laughed involuntarily. Ling Xiaoxiao was from Shanghai. At the age of 21, he graduated from the music department of Shanghai Media University. He was handsome, fair-skinned, and dressed fashionably. He was the most popular type of fresh meat in the entertainment industry, and he was very good at attracting fans. So in terms of appearance, he was different from Lu Chen. Lu Chen was tall, handsome, healthy, and sunny. It was difficult to directly compare the two. After all, there were many differences in the aesthetic taste of the public. In terms of height alone, there was no problem for Lu Chen to throw Xianxia away. According to the internet, the latter was only 1.67 meters tall. He only reached 1.72 meters when he wore shoes that increased his height. On the other hand, Lu Chen was 1.82 meters tall without shoes. As for creative talent, Li Feiyu had even more to say. Look at this post. It says that 3 of Xianxia's songs are plagiarized from the 2 albums released in 2003 and 2005 by the former Korean boy group KDK. Many passages are obviously imitating KDK's songs. How can he say that he is the leader of the new generation? The Greater China Music Library was mainly aimed at domestic original music works. However, foreign works could also be registered through agents, and the copyright would be protected. However, due to the current weak crackdown on music piracy in China, there were not many people in Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea who were willing to put their works in the Greater China Music Library for copyright registration. This was because the benefits involved were very limited, and the copyright registration and maintenance fees were also high. This caused the relevant parties to lack the motivation to protect their rights. Therefore, this formed a loophole, causing many people in the domestic industry to like to follow the trend of foreign countries. They would buy cover songs copyrights shamelessly, but if they were not, they would directly copy, imitate, and change the copyrights. They would openly promote it as their own work and form an assembly line packaging marketing model. This model paid attention to short and fast, low cost and quick results. It was regarded as a winning magic weapon by many entertainment media companies. Fast songs, divine songs, catchy songs, rap songs. Whatever was popular abroad, the trend would affect the domestic first. The result of the proliferation of the same magic weapon was to hit the domestic original power. Except for a few top composers, most of the middle and lower level songwriters found it difficult to get enough food and clothing. As a result, they had to change careers. For this phenomenon, there were also many insightful people in China who vigorously called for the revival of the original power. Some people even said that the laissez-faire of Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea was a deliberate act, and it was a slow poison to stifle domestic original work. This statement may have the flavor of conspiracy theory, but the prevalence of plagiarism and imitation in Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea was an indisputable fact. However, not many fans of idols cared about this. Their focus was on the appearance, gossip, and talent of the stars. It was enough for them to sing and dance. Of course, there were also many media and musicians who resisted this phenomenon. And those who experienced the era of pop classics in the 1980s and 1990s, after the initial novelty, were very disgusted with the foreign trend of the entertainment industry. In the spring, reaching the top of the original music chart was enough to explain the problem. This was the era of change, the worst era of pop music, and the best era, and Lu Chen happened to be in this era, Li Feiyu said. A lot of posts and blog posts saying that Ling Xiaoxiao plagiarized have been deleted. Shonan TV's power is great. De Chen, shall we send a blog post to fight back? He ran to the studio early in the morning. As a result, he turned on the computer and saw the news in the QQ group. Only then did he know that Lu Chen's blog had been attacked. It was not easy to figure out the ins and outs of the matter, and he was also very annoyed in his heart. Super Singer eliminated Lu Chen in the audition stage, and even put the blame on him. The meaning in the third blog post can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. It's simply unbearable. Li Feiyu has blocked and reported many IDs in the comment area, but he couldn't resist the other party's offensive. There was a bellyful of anger in his heart. Fight back. Lu Chen thought about it and said calmly, "Don't worry, wait for me to figure things out." Li Feiyu was annoyed, and he was even more annoyed. Others have come to his door to slap his face. If he doesn't have a temper, is he still a man? Lu Chen didn't practice the ninja divine skill. But now that he has stepped into this circle, he is bound to face the ups and downs in the circle. It's not only useless to get angry, but it's easy to be talked about and put himself in a more disadvantageous situation. Therefore, it's necessary to fight back, and how to fight back beautifully is the key. It should be known that he is facing Shonan TV, a behemoth. It's impossible to gain the upper hand in this battle of public opinion by just relying on empty words. Moreover, the attitude of Beijing television is also very important. Since Beijing television hasn't responded yet, won't he become a target to attract firepower by rushing forward? Li Feiyu hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you want to close the comment area first?" Closing the comment area, then others won't be able to scold even if they want to. It's also a way to stay out of sight. No need. Lu Chen flatly rejected, let them scold. The fiercer they scold now, the happier they will be in the future. He took out his cell phone and dialed a familiar number. Lu Chen speculated that there was a 90% chance that this matter was caused by this person. He had a hunch. Now is the time to ask for an explanation. "I thought you would call me last night," Chen Jianhao's voice came from the other side of the phone, laughing. "I didn't expect it to be so late. I'm a little disappointed." As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier. Lu Chen called Chen Jianhao with the intention of denouncing him, but he was taught a lesson by the other party first. He knew the news a little late. Although for Lu Chen now, it didn't matter much if he knew that he was being defamed sooner or later. But when he became a real star in the future, if his reaction was still so slow, he would suffer, because a star's every move, every word, and every deed would often be exposed to the public's eyes. When encountering a disadvantageous situation, the faster the reaction, the better. The more timely the handling, the better. In the final analysis, the main reason was that Lu Chen didn't have anyone to rely on. Since he chose to develop independently, he must build a strong team to support him behind the scenes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go far. Chen Jianhao said, "Didn't you set up a studio? Hurry up and recruit a few useful people." Lu Chen must listen to the former boss's experience, but he wouldn't be easily taken away from the rhythm and forget the most important thing. "Brother Kenho, I have already recruited people. Let's get down to business." Chen Jianhao smiled and said, "Of course, I know what you want to ask." "That's right. I asked Stray Cats to post the post. His information was also revealed by me. Are you satisfied?" Sure enough, Lu Chen, who got the real answer, wasn't angry because he believed that Chen Jianhao wouldn't harm him. Lu Chen was curious about the other party's connections. "Is this person your friend?" Stray Cats was a small V in the Waves blog and a famous ID in the Sky forum. They were best at exposing information in the entertainment industry. As a bar owner, Chen Jianhao was actually very familiar with this person. Lu Chen couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Maybe in the future, he could ask this great god for help. "Don't think too much," Chen Jianhao said, "I'm not familiar with him. He lives abroad and has a friend to help him. Anyway, you don't have to worry now. This matter isn't over yet. As for the blog, you don't have to do anything. Just keep quiet and wait for a good show." Chen Jianhao seemed to have some kind of trump card, so he spoke with great confidence. Lu Chen chose to trust him and said, "All right then, I'll wait to watch the show." After ending the call with Chen Jianhao, he said to the expectant Li Feiyu, "Don't worry about it for now." Peter Pan, who was full of courage, immediately became like a deflated ball, wilting. Lu Chen patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "We're not admitting defeat. Let's finish our work first." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud knock came from outside. It was the office desks, chairs, counters, and sofas that Lu Chen had ordered earlier. In addition to the large items, there were also 2 installation staff from the manufacturer. They were directly assembled on the spot. In order to speed up the efficiency, Lu Chen and Li Feiyu helped together. They were busy until noon, and all the desks and chairs were installed in place. The layout of the studio's front desk, reception room, and office area was basically all completed. Although there were no luxurious and exquisite decorations, it was clean and tidy enough, showing a bit of a new atmosphere. They ate takeout for lunch, and in the afternoon, they still had to install computers, printers, and set up the network. While Lu Chen was busy setting up the office, the storm caused by the Stray Cats blog post in Wave's blog did not subside because of the silence of the people involved. Instead, it showed signs of becoming more and more intense. Xianxia's fans continued to rush into Lu Chen's blog. In addition, there were a large number of passers-by. His comment section was a mess. In addition to cynicism and abuse, there were even some guys who deliberately posted some bad information to pollute the page, causing official administrators to come out and ban many accounts. Originally, Lu Chen and Ling Xiaoxiao did not know each other, and Lu Chen did not say anything against Ling Xiaoxiao. The two were like two parallel lines, and there was no possibility of them intersecting. Stray Cats' blog post pushed Lu Chen to the teeth of the storm overnight. In the end, he compared Ling Xiaoxiao with Lu Chen. As a result, Lu Chen was innocent, and he became the target of Ling Xiaoxiao's fans. However, it was very abnormal for it to reach such a level. After all, the matter was not started by Lu Chen. Now, he seemed to be the culprit, and the target of tens of thousands of people's curses. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the problem. There was no doubt that someone was adding fuel to the fire behind this matter, hyping up Ling Xiaoxiao and suppressing Lu Chen at the same time. Is Shonan TV so easy to provoke, and Lu Chen also has a lot of fans on Wave's blog. Seeing such a situation, they must come out to refute. However, their counterattack lacks strength and organization, and they are not the opponent of a large group of Xiaoxiao support group at all. Lu Chen didn't respond, nor did Beijing Satellite TV. And the stray cat, which caused the incident, seemed to be mute. No matter how many people bombarded it, it didn't make a sound. It inevitably made people feel that the expert was really guilty and didn't dare to speak nonsense. Tian, not sure what to say. At 7 p.m., a judge of Super Singer spoke on his blog. This judge is Zhang Xiaoan, a variety host of Shonan TV. He is also a celebrity in the circle, with more than 5 million blog fans. He participated in the auditions and the preliminary competition, but did not show his face in the later promotion competition. He admitted in his blog that he was one of the judges who eliminated Lu Chen in the audition. The reason was that Lu Chen's performance at that time was not good, his playing and singing lacked professional standards, and the original works he brought were basically semi-finished products. In contrast, when Lu Chen reached the top 16 of 32 in Singing China, his performance was much better, and his work has been greatly improved. If he had even half the same level at that time, he would have passed. Tian Zhang Xiaoan's blog post is undoubtedly to clear himself and Super Singer of responsibility. It's not that we don't want it, but Lu Chen's performance is too bad. Zhang Xiaoan's reversal of black and white is quite clever, because in Stray Cats' blog post, there is a video of Lu Chen's appearance in Singing China, plus he is also the songwriter of In the Spring. To say that he has no talent is an insult to others' IQ. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoan pointed out 2 sentences at the end of the blog post, suggesting that Lu Chen is using Super Singer to deliberately hype up. Perhaps Lu Chen's elimination in the audition of Super Singer was a pre-planned means of hype. It has to be admitted that this little black guy in the variety world is very good at blackening, which has aroused the resonance of many fans. The number of people who went to Lu Chen's blog to abuse him has increased sharply. At 7:20, another judge of Super Singer, Jenny Chan, also posted a blog post. Compared with Zhang Xiaoan's subtle hints, the returnee star's remarks were much more explosive. She bluntly said that the reason why Lu Chen was eliminated, in addition to his work, was that Lu Chen did not respect his seniors and spoke rudely to the judges in the audition. Jenny Chan wrote in her blog post, "As a newcomer, respecting your seniors is a basic accomplishment. Sorry, I can't see this kind of accomplishment in this person. Maybe he was very respectful when facing a big star, but it only made me more disgusted. If I had to choose again, I would still press that red light." At the end of the blog post, Jenny Chan Zhuanghao, the third judge in the audition. At that time, Lu Chen once stood on top of Zhuanghao and almost couldn't step down. Zhuanghao quickly replied, "Young people always need to be given a chance. His songs are pretty good." The two of them sang and matched each other, firmly pinning a big hat of disrespecting his seniors on Lu Chen's head. And they also gave his fans a strong hint that Lu Chen is the kind of newcomer who likes to play big and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't look at his modest appearance in Singing China, in fact, it's all pretending. Because the judges of Singing China are Chen Feier and Tan Hong, which newcomer dares to put on a bad face in front of these two big names? Well, on Lu Chen's head was added a hat called Two-Faced, Three-Dagger. Zhang Xiaoan, Jenny Chan, and Shuang Hao, three well-known figures in the circle, together with the three previous blog posts posted by the program team, made Lu Chen's image extremely bad in the eyes of fans who didn't know the truth. In addition to continuing to attack Lu Chen and Stray Cats, some people even went to Chen Feier and Tan Hong's blogs and asked the two big names to eliminate Lu Chen in the final of Singing China Beijing Singing Area, that is, in the top 10 of 16 competition, on the grounds that his character is too bad. Neither Chen Feier nor Tan Hong replied, nor did they comment. What have they not experienced in the circle? How could they be fooled by others, and they will not lower their status? As the matter got worse and worse, Lu Chen became famous on the blog this time. Unfortunately, it's a notorious reputation. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Bai, also known as Li Mubai, called Lu Chen. "General Lu, what's going on? You've been slandered on the blog." He was so noisy and anxious that he even roared out dirty words. "Our Lu Jiejin group is about to explode." Peter Pan asked everyone to stay calm, but everyone can't help it. "We can't eat such a loss for nothing." Lu Chen had just finished tidying up the studio and was sweating. Hearing Li Mubai's roar, he said with a smile, "You told everyone not to worry, because now is not the time to fight back. Let's wait." "Still waiting?" Li Mubai said discontentedly, "I've been stepped on by others to shit and pee on my head. I can't stand it." Lu Chen didn't want to bear it either, but Qin Jianhao hasn't moved yet. Even if he fought back, he has no weapon. But Lu Chen can't cool Li Mubai and Lu Jiejin's blood. He thought about it and said, "Well, give me another hour. You organize everyone to prepare first, and then we'll go together. If Stray Cats are still silent before 9 o'clock, then Lu Chen will make his own voice. Even if the situation is unfavorable, he will fight to the end. If he can't bear it, then there's no need to bear it anymore." If today's Waves blog is voted as the king of misery, Lu Chen admits that he is the second, and Stray Cats dares to call themselves the first. Lu Chen's latest blog post has more than 110,000 comments, 90% of which are scolding him, while Stray Cats' blog post has more than 3 times as many comments, reaching more than 370,000. As for the content of the comments, it goes without saying. The power of fans is undoubtedly terrible, especially when brain-dead rice is dispatched. It is simply killing God and Buddha. Just a kitten, directly turned into ashes. As a famous explosive expert in the Sky Forum, Stray Cats' performance on Waves blog is very poor. After being scolded, they have been playing the role of a coward. No matter how others abuse and tease them, they will not show their faces, as if they are guilty. However, when everyone thought that this blog controversy was over, and the Super Singer program team and Ling Xiaoxiao had won a great victory, at 8:37 p.m, Stray Cats updated his blog again. He posted a new blog post with only 2 words in it, haha. Behind the haha, a video link was attached. Since the last blog post was posted to the present, Stray Cats' blog fans have increased by 200,000. Of course, these are not real fans. They are basically anti-fans and passers-by. Adding fans is nothing more than to get the news at the first time. So, when this blog post was updated, the number of clicks and reposts was amazing. Then many people browsed the video. The length of this video is only 4 minutes and 27 seconds. The scene in the video is very familiar to everyone. It is the scene of the official edition of Super Singer. At the beginning of the video, a handsome young man came up to the stage with a guitar in his arms. Facing the eyes of the 4 judges, the handsome man said calmly, "Hello, judges and teachers, I am contestant 0580, Lu Chen, from Zhejiang." After introducing himself, he bowed to the judges, straightened up and continued, "Today, the song I brought to you is called You Who Sat Next to Me. For teachers, please give me some advice." Is this the scolded Lu Chen? Is this his recorded video in the audition of Super Singer? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. There was something wrong with this scene. Didn't Jenny Chan say that Lu Chen didn't respect his seniors? She couldn't tell at all. He was clearly very polite. There were also quite a few people who immediately realized that this video would probably be very interesting. Since it was uploaded by Stray Cats, it would be strange if it wasn't his counterattack. But the question is, how did this person get the live recording video of Shonan TV super singer? If the video was harmful to Shonan TV, it should have been edited as soon as it was recorded. Other than ordinary netizens, there were also many people in the industry who paid attention to the blog. They were watching the blog debate with the intention of watching a good show. They never thought that there would be a reversal after the reversal. Stray Cats actually had a killer weapon that seemed to be able to turn the tables. There was going to be a great show to watch. Many people suddenly became excited, sitting in front of the computer or holding their mobile phones and staring at the screen, for fear of missing a frame of wonderful details. In the video, a female judge smiled and said, "Let's get started. You have 2 minutes to sing well." This judge is Luya, a well-known female singer. Everyone knows her. It seems that Luya didn't make a sound in this blog battle. Luchan nodded and began to sing with his guitar in his arms. "Will you remember tomorrow, the diary you wrote yesterday?" Drop. The shrill sound not only shocked Luchan at the scene, but also startled all the people who watched the video. "What the F***ck is wrong with you? He just sang 2 sentences and you pressed the red light. Everyone is not a fool." It would be strange to say that there is nothing strange about it. The judge who pressed the first red light was Xianxia. Didn't Xianxia criticize Lu Chen's performance for not being good enough? His playing and singing level is amateur, and his work is still a semi-finished product. He can come to such a conclusion after just listening to 2 sentences. It is too amazing. Many people who have run to Lu Chen's blog to scold him have a feeling of what the F***ck. It seems that they have made a fool of themselves, but Lu Chen was not seriously affected by the first red light. He continued to sing. "Will you remember tomorrow, the you who loved to cry the most?" Drop. The second red light lit up. What the heck? If the first red light could make people pinch their noses, the second red light was completely unbearable. Lu Chen's performance was not as bad as expected. In fact, it was quite good. Even if there was a problem, shouldn't he let him sing a few more sentences before making a judgment? How could he suddenly hit him with the stick again and again? Those who watched the debate easily thought of the Stray Cats' theory of suppression. Did Lu Chen offend someone? Otherwise, why would he be targeted by the 2 judges to such an extent? And the one who pressed the second red light was precisely Jenny Chan, who criticized Lu Chen for not knowing how to respect his seniors. It seems that there is really no need to respect such a senior. What surprised people was that Lu Chen, who had 2 red lights extinguished in a row, was still able to maintain his state. He continued to play and sing calmly. Finally, the song ended. "Thank you." He bowed to the judges with his guitar in his arms. Seeing this scene, those who were very disgusted with Lu Chen were silent. Ask yourself, if you were Lu Chen, in the face of such a situation, can you still maintain politeness? It is really funny to say that he does not respect his seniors. Next came the judges' comments. Zhang Xiaoan said, "The style is too old, and the melody is average. You have to continue to work hard." Jenny Chan commented, "You play the guitar well, but we chose the best singer, so I can only say sorry. I hope you work hard next time." Luya smiled and said, "Lu Chen, I think your work is very good." Beep. Before she finished speaking, the 4th judge sitting on the far left pressed the red light. Zhuanghao pressed the red light and eliminated Lu Chen. He said with no expression, "I agree with Zhang Xiaoan's opinion. Your song style is too old, and the melody is familiar. It lacks enough originality and is too amateur, so it cannot be passed." His words were full of disdain and sarcasm. But Lu Chen was still very polite. He bowed and said, "Thank you for your comments." For judges, seeing this, many people couldn't stand it anymore. They were feeling embarrassed for Lu Chen. He obviously played and sang very well, but he was belittled to be worthless. How did these judges do it? Lu Chen endured it and still maintained etiquette and respect for the judges. It was precisely this politeness and respect that made people angry. At this time, Lu Chen straightened up, stared at Zhuanghao and said in a deep voice, "But I don't agree with teacher Zhuanghao's opinion. My song has been registered in the Greater China Music Library long ago. There is no plagiarism or imitation. Besides, someone offered 100,000 yuan to buy it. He was very confident, but I didn't sell it." Happy, that's how it should be. Lu Chen's polite response did not make people feel that there was a problem with his attitude, but it was reasonable. Was this what Jenny Chan said about not having the quality of a newcomer and not knowing how to respect seniors? I bought a watch last year. Just then, the camera switched and gave Xianxia a big close-up. The editor and music critic of the fashion magazine Beauty blushed and his lips trembled. Ha ha ha. Many people laughed. He deserved it. Lu Chen did not give Xianxia a chance to fight back. He nodded at Lu Ye and left freely. The camera faithfully recorded the scene. The video was not over. The next moment, Xianxia slammed his pen on the table and scolded angrily. Young people nowadays are getting more and more impolite and not modest at all. No wonder the atmosphere of pop music is getting worse and worse. What the hell are they? Zhang Xiaoan said with a sullen face. Yes, so we should be more strict. Those with bad conduct should be eliminated. Otherwise, Shonan TV will lose face in front of the people of the country. Jenny Chan picked up her notebook and found herself hard and sneered. With such a temper, no wonder someone wants to teach him a lesson. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He will cry soon. So that's it. So that's it, everyone understood. If they still did not understand, they could only say that it was time for them to take their medicine. Lu Chen was wronged. Stray Cats' revelations were completely true. Shonan TV was doomed. The most contemptible thing was these judges. Except for Lu Ye, who had no problem, the other 3 judges were simply lying with their eyes open. They joined hands to suppress Lu Chen and also inverted right and wrong in their blog. Someone wanted to teach him a lesson. Countless people felt that they had been fooled. Zhang Xiaoan, Jenny Chan, and Xianxia probably thought that the live video would be cut, so they dared to be so unscrupulous. They probably never dreamed that their words and deeds would be exposed. Who knew what else they would say now? Stray Cats' new blog post was forwarded exponentially, and it was quickly forwarded to forums and post bars. More people rushed to Shonan TV and the blogs of Zhang Xiaoan, Jenny Chan, and Xianxia. They wanted to seek justice for their insulted feelings, and at the same time, seek justice for Lu Chen. At 8:49, Lu Chen, who was sitting in front of the computer, finished reading Stray Cats' blog post. He understood that this was the trump card that Qin Jianhao had been hiding for a long time. The latter deliberately waited for the incident to ferment, and when a considerable number of people jumped out, he brazenly launched a fatal blow and caught them all in one fell swoop. This slap to the face could probably knock all the teeth out of people. Too ruthless, but I like it. Lu Chen's lips curled up into a smile. He sent the video link to Li Mubai. This is a weapon to fight back. Lu Chen did not care how this video came about. He knew that it was time for him to speak up. Li Mubai quickly replied, understood, I will let them know that our Lu Jiejun is not made of clay. If a tiger doesn't show its power, it will be treated as if it's seriously ill. Xiangnan Shacheng, Shonan TV. Although it's already more than 11 o'clock in the evening, the TV broadcasting building is still brightly lit and busy. As a leading role in local satellite TV stations, after more than 20 years of development, Shonan TV can be said to be one of the hegemons on the domestic TV screen. In particular, the excellent production of variety shows has emerged one after another, which has led the industry for a long time. Therefore, in terms of advertising performance, apart from the giant CCTV, Shonan TV is the best. With abundant funds and flexible systems, the film and television variety shows under the satellite TV have repeatedly created miracles in the ratings. However, in recent years, Shonan TV has also been strongly challenged by Donghai Satellite TV, Jiaoning Satellite TV and other peers. Therefore, the major program groups under the satellite TV are facing pressure from all sides. In the program department on the 17th floor of the satellite TV building, the conference room was full of seats, and the atmosphere was tense. On the projection screen hanging on the wall, the picture is in a paused state, showing the scene of Super Singer Beijing singing area audition, and the 4 judges are still vivid in their minds. And one of them was sitting in the conference room, looking gloomy and embarrassed, looking restless. For this well-known host of Shonan TV, tonight is destined to be a day of shame for him, Zhang Xiaoan. It's not terrible to do something wrong. What's terrible is to make mistakes again and again. But if it is made public for hundreds of millions of people to see, the result is not terrible, but terrible. Lu Chen's elimination by the Super Singer program team was originally just a trivial matter. If a newcomer wants to set off a storm, Xiaonan satellite TV can crush him without any effort. Tian, super singer, a few hours ago, Zhang Xiaoan thought so, and he was even proud of his blog post. His words were modest, sincere, and full of demeanor. He calmly stepped Luchen into the mud. Coupled with the tacit cooperation of Chen Zhenni and Zhuang Hao, he directly knocked a big nail in the coffin of the little newcomer who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, he, or everyone, did not expect that just over an hour later, things took a shocking turn. The blogger named Stray Cats actually broke out the audition video of Lu Chen's elimination. According to the rules of program production, shouldn't such a recorded video be edited and deleted at the first time? How could it be leaked out? How can it be in the hands of others? When Zhang Xiaoan saw the video on the internet, his heart was like 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past, trampling his dignity to pieces. Too shameful. This video, which was less than 5 minutes long, forcibly peeled off the layer of modesty, sincerity, elegance, and kindness on his face. The netizens all over the country clearly saw the nature of the hypocrisy inside. On the way to the conference room after receiving an urgent notice from the program group, he was in a daze. Zhang Xiaoan knew that he was in big trouble this time. "You're in big trouble." The deputy director of Shonan TV, Ji Ruizai, who is in charge of the program department, slapped the table and roared, "The station attaches so much importance to you, and how many resources have been tilted to you, but you actually made such a big mess for the station. Tell me yourselves, what should we do now? Who will clean up this mess for you?" There was silence in the conference room, and a few unrelated people smoked in silence, with very ugly expressions. Ji Ruizai was really angry. He only learned about it in the evening, and he had no idea that it would cause such serious consequences. Ji Ruizai can endure the deception of the people in the program team below. The atmosphere in the TV station can't be formed in a day or two. Even if he, a new young man, wants to carry out reform, he has to take it slowly and not be in a hurry. What he can't bear is that, as the current trump card of variety show, Super Singer program team, has actually leaked their own bottom line, been caught by such a big handle, and fallen into an extremely disadvantageous passive situation. Tian, what a shame and humiliation. Ji Ruizai also knows that now is not the time to pursue responsibility. The key is how to calm the storm and eliminate the impact. Xiaonan satellite TV is too popular. In recent years, its development has been smooth. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. I don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at it in the open and in the dark. With such a scandal, it would be strange if no one makes waves. Especially this time, Super Singer has set up the Beijing division and fought with Beijing Television's Singing China. It's impossible for Beijing Television to not have any ideas. Maybe the video leak incident has something to do with them. But there is no evidence to prove this. There are many possibilities for the recorded video to be leaked. Even if Shonan TV immediately launches an investigation, it is unlikely to come to light in a short time. After all, the place where the video was leaked was Beijing, not Xiaocheng, the base camp. Therefore, Ji Ruizai urgently convened a meeting with relevant people, but the topic of discussion was not accountability. The deputy director of the marketing department hesitated and said, "Waves blog has been contacted. The other party promised to control the spread of the situation, but it is impossible to delete all related blog posts. The Sky Forum is also in contact. We will try to eliminate the adverse impact to the greatest extent." Shonan TV's marketing department is in the forefront of many departments of the TV station in terms of strength and power. Once an accident occurs, the marketing department will carry out an emergency public and use the network resources of satellite TV to solve it. Shonan TV and Waves blog have a long-term cooperative relationship. If it's not a big deal, it's easy to suppress it. But tonight's situation is obviously unusual. The deputy director couldn't help glancing at Zhang Xiaoan, with infinite resentment in his eyes. What is a pig teammate? This is it, he only needs to move his fingers to post a few blog posts, and the marketing department will wipe his ass for him. He doesn't know how much effort it will take. The deputy director of the marketing department has the heart to eat Zhang Xiaoan alive. Ji Ruizai also wants to eat people, but as a senior leader in the TV station, he must start from the overall situation. Now that things have happened, it's too late to regret. We can only find a way to solve it. All you can do is to continue to do this program seriously, and there can't be any more mistakes. The judges of the national finals, don't let that Jenny Chan go up. And Xianxia, notify him to terminate the contract. As for who else is responsible, the station's intention is not to pursue it for the time being. It's fine as long as you know it. In addition, Xianxia. Ji Ruizai's cold eyes stared at the culprit. Give your blog account and password to the marketing department. You will be suspended from work from today onwards. Wait for further notice when you will resume work. Zhang Xiaoan's face instantly turned as white as paper. His lips moved a few times, wanting to defend himself, but in the end, he deeply lowered his head. Zhang Xiaoan knew that he is really finished this time. Don't think that he is a bit famous among the variety hosts. There are countless competitors waiting for him to get the position, and they can't wait for him to leave as soon as possible. After causing such a big mess, he still wants to occupy the position and not leave. Dream on, how ruthless. Although they said that they will not pursue the responsibility for the time being, the butcher's knife that was raised high is still coming down. In the eyes of others, they can't help but feel a little sad, but it is nonsense to say that they sympathize with him. As the director of the program department, Ji Ruizai needs to have an explanation whether to the top or to the bottom. Zhang Xiaoan is undoubtedly the best scapegoat and the best target to kill the chicken to scare the monkey to frighten the thief. If he doesn't die, does everyone else have to be tied up with him? After setting the tone, Ji Rui picked up the cup and took a sip of the tea that was already cold. He hooked his left index finger on the table, and said painfully, "Comrades, you must remember this lesson. The great situation that Shonan TV is in now is not easy to come by, and we really can't afford to waste it again." After a moment, he asked again, "What's the difference between their ratings and ours now?" Ji Ruizai's question was a bit inexplicable, but someone quickly replied, "In the last episode, ours was 3.75%, and theirs was 3.49%, a difference of 0.26%. Only then did Ji Rui nod his head. It's only 0.26% difference. That's already very close. Also, we don't know how big of an impact this incident will have. You guys have to do your best to produce a good new episode to atone for your mistakes." The last 4 words were said with great emphasis, and it can even be said to be the final verdict on the members of Super Singer program team. You are all guilty, but for the sake of the overall situation, you are not immediately convicted. The faces of many people present changed. Ji Ruizai didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what he said. Before the meeting, he had already learned the whole story, and even watched the video of Lu Chen's competition. Such a talented singer-songwriter was forced to go to his opponent under the suppression of his own side. It was a completely unforgivable mistake and a crime against Shonan TV. Ji Ruizai also knew who the real initiator was, but the other party had a deep network and a strong background, and was inextricably linked to the top management of the TV station. Even if he wanted to move the other party, he would not be able to do so. Therefore, Ji Ruizai decided to endure it for the time being, because even if he didn't speak, someone would not be able to help it. Then there would be a good show to watch. He didn't mind giving it another push when necessary. As for Zhang Xiaoan, who was said to have an ambiguous relationship with a leader in the station, as a newcomer, if he wanted to establish his authority, how could he not cut off a person with weight? Thinking of this, Ji Ruizai slammed his cup on the table. Meeting dismissed. When the emergency meeting of the Shonan TV program department ended, the battle in the Waves blog was still in full swing. Tens of thousands of Lu Chen's fans, with Lu Jiajun as the main force core, under the command of Li Mubai and Li Feiyu, launched a tide-like attack on the selected target. Many posts have been successfully destroyed. The Waves blog naturally became the last and most important position. If they don't fight back all the humiliation they had suffered before, they will never give up. The battle of Lu Chen's fan team on Waves blog started at 10 p.m. Before that, they had continuously exploded the personal posts of Zhang Xiaoan, Jenny Chan, and Xianxia, as well as the official post bar of Super Singer. The results were quite brilliant. In fact, among the 4 post bars, only the official post bar of Super Singer was more difficult to explode. The other 3 were simply vulnerable. Under the attack of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of IDs, they were all exploded into a mess. Then the main force marched into Wave's blog. Lu Chen's fan group, Lu Jiejun, was not established for a long time, but it has developed very rapidly. Relying on the abundant popularity resources of Whale TV, the number of members of Lu Jiejun fan group with relatively high loyalty has soared from the initial hundreds to more than 70,000, and has become the most important force supporting Lu Chen. It was Li Mubai and Li Feiyu who directed the counterattack. The strength of this pair of Li is very strong. Li Mubai controls more than a dozen supergroups in the QQ group, while Li Feiyu broadcasts live in the studio, encouraging more fans to participate. And Lu Chen himself has always been standing behind the scenes. Because his current identity is different from the past, if he personally takes people to blow up the blog, it will become a joke. The image of a star is extremely important. After this storm, Lu Chen has also become a little famous. He has become a rising star in the Singing China program. If he is a contracted artist, Lu Chen is considered to have officially made his debut, so he must pay attention to his words and deeds. So, if he goes on the stage bare-chested to retaliate against his opponent, it is easy to give people a bad impression of extreme and narrow-minded character, which is not conducive to his future development on the star path. But fans are completely different. It is completely natural for fans to protect their idol, not to mention that Lu Chen is also in a position of reason and righteousness. If he doesn't retaliate fiercely, it will only make people think that he has no popularity resources. For example, Ling Xiaoxiao, who is famous and super singer, attacked Lu Chen most fiercely. It was his support group that attacked Lu Chen the most. However, no one said that Ling Xiaoxiao had done anything wrong, because he had never made any negative comments against Lu Chen or the Stray Cats. Even if the truth was revealed now, he would not be implicated. Someone on the Waves blog has already revealed that Ling Xiaoxiao had signed a contract with Juxing Corporation before participating in Super Singer. His rapid popularity in the talent show Shonan TV has a foundation. The boss of Juxing Corporation was Jin Hongwei, whom Lu Chen had rejected. Ling Xiaoxiao can play, and Lu Chen is not a fool. When he has the upper hand, he will not let others talk about him. Of course, this does not mean that Lu Chen will stand by and watch the fun. Through Li Mubai and Li Feiyu, he has formulated the basic rules of action for this counterattack, that is, only against Zhang Xiaoan, Jenny Chan, Zhuang Hao, the Super Singer program team and Xiaoxiao support group, and will not involve Shonan TV and Ling Xiaoxiao himself. This is called a directional slap in the face. In addition to targeting, Lu Chen also asked fans not to engage in obscene abuse attacks, on the one hand, to avoid being banned by the Waves blog, on the other hand, to maintain the overall quality of the fan group. Although there were so many fans, it was impossible for them to do whatever they were told. Reasonable and correct guidance was essential. Otherwise, it would be easy to hurt others and themselves. With the launch of the counterattack, Zhang Xiaoan's blog was the first to be taken down. As a result, the well-known host of Shonan TV deleted his original blog post attacking Lu Chen, closed the comment area and pretended to be a dead dog. And has never posted any new blog posts since. Lu Jiejun immediately pursued Jenny Chan and Zhuang Hao under the command of Li Mubai and Li Feiyu. The latter two responded in the same way as Zhang Xiaoan, deleting their posts and locking their comments. They all closed their mouths. In fact, unless they apologize, no matter what they say, they can't change the truth exposed in the video. Defending or denying at this time will only make their reputation worse and worse. When it was the turn of the Super Singer program team, the official V of the program team had already set up a ban on comments. So, Lu Jiejun launched a general attack on the final goal, that is, Xiaoxiao support group's Group V. This time, they finally met their opponent. In the face of Lu Jiejun's flood-like offensive, the fans in Xiaoxiao support group did not give up and launched a rather tenacious resistance. The two sides fought back and forth, and the battle was in full swing in the Waves blog, and even appeared on the blog's hotspot of the day. However, Xiaoxiao support group's resistance was somewhat of a dying struggle, because the video evidence posted by Stray Cats was so lethal that a behemoth like Shonan TV had to bow its head. At 11:40 p.m. on July 28, Shonan TV issued an apology on the Waves blog. In this blog post, Shonan TV officials expressed a deep apology for the violations in the audition stage of Super Singer, and extended a sincere apology to Lu Chen. Shonan TV has suspended Zhang Xiaoan's hosting work, and unilaterally terminated the contract with Jenny Chan and Shuang Hao. Both of them will no longer serve as judges of Super Singer. Shonan TV also said that they appreciated Lu Chen's talent in singing and composition, and regretted that the two sides could not cooperate. At the same time, they looked forward to the opportunity to invite Lu Chen to participate in Shonan TV program in the future. At the end of the blog post, the official V Lu Chen FMX and Stray Cats at the same time. Then the official V of the Super Singer program team posted the same blog post. As the #1 in the local satellite TV station, Shonan TV's crisis public relations capabilities are undoubtedly strong. As soon as this apology statement came out, the storm against them in the Waves blog suddenly subsided a lot. Lu Chen, who has been sitting in front of the computer watching the development of the situation, of course, also saw it. He thought about it and replied with a short blog post. He said that he accepted the apology of Shonan TV, was satisfied with the handling of the incident, and looked forward to cooperation between the two sides. Because Lu Chen knows very well who the real culprit behind this matter is. If he pours out all his anger on Shonan Satellite TV, it will be in the hands of the man behind the scenes. To be continued. Shonan TV has a huge influence in the industry. Many star idols are proud to participate in Shonan TV programs, and countless third and fourth tier stars want to squeeze in. Although Lu Chen doesn't need to deliberately please Shonan TV, shaking hands and making peace is undoubtedly the wisest choice. At 11:50, 10 minutes after Shonan TV's apology statement was issued, Beijing Television spoke. At first, in this storm, Beijing Television and Singing China program team have been silent. Now that the dust has settled, Singing China program team official V immediately announced a very intriguing news. Beijing Satellite TV has signed a copyright licensing contract with Lu Chen, one of the top 16 contestants in the Beijing singing area of Singing China. His original work Life on a String will become the new theme song of Singing China. In addition, Beijing Television will also invite Lu Chen to participate in the station's National Day party. Also at the end, Beijing Television official V also Lu Chen FMX. Lu Chen immediately replied to express his gratitude and was very happy to establish a good cooperative relationship with Beijing Television. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is the rhythm of Beijing Television to promote Lu Chen. Shonan TV's Super Singer has brought out a new star, Ling Xiaoxiao, and it is normal for Beijing Television's Singing China, which competes with Shonan TV, to also bring out a newcomer. The ratings of the two variety shows are very close, and they are fighting in full swing. The duel between the two sides in a few days will undoubtedly be very exciting. At 11:54, Tan Hong, who has more than 20 million fans, posted a blog encouraging Lu Chen FMX to work hard and create another good result in the top 10 of Singing China Beijing singing area. At 11:57, Chen Feier, who has more than 13 million fans, also updated his blog, saying that he likes Lu Chen FMX's work very much and hopes to hear his new work in the competition on the 31st. Two big names in the pop music world supported Lu Chen at the same time, which made Lu Chen's reputation in Waves blog soar. In just half an hour, the number of blog fans increased by more than 100,000, and it was still increasing. Lu Chen also expressed his thanks to the two judges at the first time. With the statement of Shonan TV, Beijing Television, and the two superstars, the storm that lasted for 2 days finally came to an end, and the fans of Xiaoxiao support group stopped. The counterattack of Lu Jiejun's fan group has been declared a complete victory. Just after 12 o'clock, the atmosphere in Lu Fei's live broadcast room on Whale TV was already extremely hot. Countless fans were celebrating the victory. It's so satisfying, killing those guys and leaving nothing behind. The army is invincible. Ha ha ha, I hope this kind of action can be done a few more times. It's really not satisfying enough. Well, the opponent is too weak and lacks challenge. I didn't expect Shonan TV to apologize. Our anchor big is too awesome. Didn't you see Tan Hong and Chen Feier come out to support our Lu Feida? If he isn't awesome, who is? There is no suspense in the top 10 of the 16. General Lu will win. What song do you think the anchor will sing in the next competition? I like those flowers. When youth is beautiful. Love in the Wind sounds better. No matter which original it is, our Lu Feida can win and leave Ling Xiaoxiao 3 streets behind. Leave Ling Xiaoxiao 3 streets behind +1. +2. Lu Chen watched in his own live broadcast room as a visitor, feeling the joy of his fans from the heart. Of course, Lu Chen was also very happy, because he was undoubtedly one of the biggest winners in this storm. But Lu Chen was also very sober at the same time. Whether it was the support of Beijing television, or the support of Tan Hong and Chen Feier, they were all empty. Like a castle built on the beach, a wave may collapse. As an independent singer and songwriter, what Lu Chen can really rely on is his own strength. On this road covered with thorns and flowers, if he wants to go further, he needs to be serious and serious. Work harder. Pa, an expensive Yixing purple clay teapot fell heavily to the ground, and immediately shattered into pieces, and the fragments splashed everywhere. The enchanting female secretary, who was sitting outside the manager's office, heard the noise and couldn't help but turn her head to look. Through the crack in the door, she saw her boss's angry face, and the twisted and ferocious look made her startled. The female secretary hurriedly turned her head and sat upright, pretending to be busy, so as not to be found lazy, and made a scapegoat. It seems that the boss has been in a very bad mood these days. She has been scolded several times, and she feels that the seat under her but is almost unstable. This job is still very good, at least she can see stars every day. At this time, Jin Hongwei, who was in the room at the moment, didn't know the company's new female secretary's thoughts. He had nowhere to vent his anger. The blue veins on his forehead were bulging, and his face was red, which was obviously a sign of high blood pressure. After smashing the purple clay teapot, he finally calmed down. Having sat on the throne of Assembly of Stars brokerage company's general manager for such a long time, Jin Hongwei had long since forged a deep shrewdness. He didn't easily show his emotions on the outside, and it was rare for him to fly into a rage like this. But in the past 2 days, he had encountered an unprecedented setback. He felt that it was even worse than when Tan Hong sued him to terminate the contract. The cause of the incident turned out to be a small newcomer singer. Lu Chen, the name has been chewed many times in Jin Hongwei's mouth recently, and every time he mentions it, he gnashes his teeth. Lu Chen first refused his kindness and refused to sign a contract with Juxing Corporation. Then, after being eliminated by Super Singer, he ignored his solicitation again, extremely stubborn. Such newcomers, Jin Hongwei has seen less and less in recent years. Most of the newcomers, as long as they know the strength of Juxing Corporation, do not dare to play personality in front of him, and they all obediently kneel down and beg for help. Few young people can resist the temptation to enter the glamorous, famous, and profitable entertainment industry. Jin Hongwei's strength and connections make him almost invincible in poaching people. However, he had hit a wall twice in a row with Lu Chen. Although he ran into a wall, Jin Hongwei did not particularly care. In any case, he had taken his revenge. It was not easy to find a 3-legged toad, but in the capital, there were 2-legged handsome guys everywhere. Jin Hongwei quickly unearthed Ling Xiaoxiao, and after the latter signed a contract with Juxing Company, he lifted him up in the blink of an eye. Jin Hongwei sometimes thought that if Lu Chen knew that he had lost a shortcut to fame, would he be very regretful? Would he turn around and beg for his forgiveness and give him another chance? In the end, he found out that he was wrong, very wrong. After Lu Chen was eliminated by Super Singer, not only did he not disappear, but he stood out in Beijing television's Singing China competition and won the top spot in Beijing's top 16 with excellent original works. Not only that, but the 3 songs that Lu Chen wrote for the Bionics all made it to China's original music chart, and the song in the spring topped the list for 2 weeks in a row. With such excellent talent, he can really throw Ling Xiaoxiao 3 streets away. Ling Xiaoxiao was brought up by Jin Hongwei. Jin Hongwei naturally knows his background. When Jin Hongwei began to regret it, his dirty trick against Lu Chen was exposed. The exposure of the inside story that appeared on Inspire blog made Jin Hongwei feel like he was naked in broad daylight, and the outflow of the audition video was more like a bolt from the blue, which left him stunned. Tian, a thunderbolt from the blue, how did such a thing get leaked out? Jin Hongwei's intuition, honed through many years of experience, told him that he had fallen into a trap. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? But Jin Hongwei had no clue as to who set up this trap. Because he has too many enemies. Then Shonan TV and Super Singer program team apologized to Lu Chen, admitted their mistakes, and punished the relevant people, etc. Zhang Xiaoan was transferred from his post and suspended from work, and Jenny Chan and Zhuang Hao were all out. These three were all related to Jin Hongwei, and it can be said that they were tricked by him. Of course, Jin Hongwei was somewhat wronged. Originally, there was no evidence. Who could have thought that the recorded video would be stolen and spread outside, leading to the emergence of this storm? Jin Hongwei himself was in great trouble as a result. Shonan TV's attitude towards him became cold, and several senior leaders refused to answer his phone calls. His partner, Orangefield Entertainment, was very dissatisfied, and even Jiuxing Corporation had discordant voices. Although the situation has not reached the worst point, with his connections, there is always a way to recover the damaged relationship. When the matter is over, everything will be the same as before. But he is bound to pay a high price, and his reputation in the circle will also have a great impact. Just now, it was Zhang Xiaoan who called, shouting for him to give an explanation. What explanation can he give to this dog who has fallen into the water? Of course, he pushed the matter aside, and was scolded by the latter. How can Jin Hongwei be in a good mood like this? He hated Lu Chen to the bone. This matter will not end so easily. If he can't get back at him, how will he be able to stay in the circle in the future? Just wait and see. After thinking about it, Jin Hongwei picked up the phone, found a number in his contact list, and called it. Ring ring ring. Sitting on the second floor of the KFC restaurant, Lu Chen took out the phone from his pocket and answered the call. The afternoon sun shone through the glass window on his right arm, and it felt a little hot. The person who called Lu Chen was Wang Jing from Nirvana Studios. The latter asked for his opinion on the arrangement style of a song. After all, this is Lu Chen's own album, and first of all, he has to respect his opinion. Lu Chen's debut album has been under intense production at Nirvana Studios. Recently, he has to go to Nirvana Studios almost every day to help complete the recording of the soundtrack and singing. An excellent album needs to be polished with care and time. After ending the call with Wang Jing, Lu Chen looked up and saw a familiar face. Chen Xian. This KFC restaurant was where Lu Chen used to work, and Chen Xian was his colleague. Lu Chen, I just heard from Xiao Zhang that you are back. Chen Xian, who was wearing the restaurant staff uniform, was very happy. I saw you on TV last Friday. The song you sang in the talent competition was really good, and several colleagues saw it. Chen Xian's face showed the joy of meeting again after a long time, but there was nothing else. She used to have a little affection for Lu Chen, but there was no ambiguous relationship between the two. With Lu Chen's resignation and departure, the faint feelings disappeared with time. When she saw Lu Chen on TV, Chen Xian knew that the two belonged to different worlds, and there was no possibility of intersection. So when she saw Lu Chen again, she felt like she was seeing a friend who had been separated for a long time. Why did you come back here? Lu Chen said with a smile, I came here specially to find you, ah? Chen Xian's heart jumped, and she couldn't help but sit down opposite Lu Chen. What are you looking for me for? At this time in the afternoon, there were no customers unless it was the weekend, so she could chat with Lu Chen for a while, but the time could not be too long, otherwise the manager would find out and deduct her salary. It's like this, Lu Chen said, I just opened a studio recently and asked my sister to come over to help. She wants to find an assistant for work. I don't know if you are willing to work for me? Lu Shi had already mentioned to Lu Chen that she needed to hire an assistant and office clerk. Her requirement was that the other party must be a woman, young, but not beautiful. It was best if she had a good character and was willing to learn hard. At that time, Lu Chen immediately thought of Chen Xian. Lu Chen and Chen Xian had been colleagues for almost a year. He knew that although the girl from Sichuan was not highly educated, she had a good character and was willing to work hard. She usually didn't talk much with others. It was very in line with Lu Shi's requirements. The only thing that made Lu Chen feel a little embarrassed was Chen Xian's affection for him. When he resigned, the scene of Chen Xian chasing after him was still fresh in Lu Chen's memory, so he didn't want to get involved in trouble. This time, he happened to buy something and passed by this KFC. After thinking about it, he went in. Seeing Chen Xian again, the other party's expression made Lu Chen understand that the girl had really let go of her worries. Then there was no problem. As for Lu Chen's invitation, Chen Xian was very surprised. Ask me to be your assistant? Lu Chen said with a smile, yes, you are my sister's assistant. She is also the studio manager and my agent. Xianxia understood and was a little embarrassed. I haven't gone to college. Can I do it? Lu Chen said seriously, if you don't understand, you can learn. In fact, my sister is also learning, and so am I. As long as you are willing to learn hard, I think there will be no problem. Xianxia was still a little not confident. I am willing to learn, but I am afraid that I can't learn well. Lu Chen said, as long as you are willing to learn, the salary is 3,000 yuan, and the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund will be paid. The bonus and welfare will be calculated separately. The accommodation allowance is 500 yuan. The salary that Lu Chen gave her was also based on the level of KFC. Except for the bonus and welfare, it was basically the same. It was not that Lu Chen couldn't give her a higher salary, but it was not necessary. If Xianxia was not willing, it didn't matter. Xianxia bit her lip and said resolutely, then I will try. Lu Chen said with a smile, you don't have to agree so quickly. It is not too late to tell me after thinking about it. Xianxia shook her head and said, no, I have already thought about it. I don't want to do this job anymore. Lu Chen was a little surprised, and then he felt relieved, then welcome to join Lu Chen's studio. He reached out to Xianxia. Xianxia giggled. She squeezed his hand, but quickly let go. It was the first time that they shook hands. Next, contestant number 007, Lu Chen, please come on stage. Accompanied by the enthusiastic shout of the host, Lu Chen stepped onto the big stage that he was already familiar with. Beijing Television Studio Hall has been rearranged, giving people a refreshing feeling. The 1,500 audience seats are full, and 4 heavyweight judges, Tan Hong, Chen Feier, Lin Jijia and Jin Zhen, are all present. On the last day of July, the top 10 competition of Singing China in Beijing Singing Area was held here on time. This is also the last final in Beijing Singing Area. The top 10 contestants selected tonight will set out from the capital at the beginning of next month and go to various singing areas for a tour of competition to decide the top 10 in the country. Therefore, this competition is extremely important and also attracts much attention. Good evening, 4 judges. Good evening. Hello, audience and friends. Standing in front of the microphone, Lu Chen first bowed to the judges, and then saluted the audience on both sides. I am contestant number 007, Lu Chen. The order of the top 16 contestants in Beijing Singing Area is produced by computer ranking. In front of Lu Chen, 6 contestants have already appeared, and their singing is quite wonderful. I don't know if it's because of Lu Chen's influence, 2 of the contestants have also taken out their original works. In most reality talent shows, especially in singing competitions, the weight of original works is always higher than cover songs, which can get a lot of points. Encourage originality is the mainstream attitude. In addition, the broad audience also needs a sense of freshness. Even if it's a cover song, many singers like to rearrange the original work, and even deliberately increase the difficulty to improve the gold content of the singing. But there is a prerequisite for this, that is, the quality of the original work can't be too bad, otherwise it will only be self-defeating. Talent is higher than singing skills, and singing skills are higher than appearance. Those who can be ranked in the top 16 of Beijing Singing Area are not weak. Contestant number 002 Zhang Junhua's Ocean of Love and contestant number 005 Sui Qiuqing's Memorial Day are both very good works. Both of them have received high ratings from the judges and the audience inside and outside the venue. Currently, the 2 of them were ranked first and second in the top 16 rankings. Different from the top 16 promotion competition, the final of the Beijing Singing Area is a real live broadcast, so it uses a real-time scoring and counting method, and the contestants can immediately get their scores after singing. For the contestants, the change in the scoring method was a test of their psychological qualities to a certain extent. They needed to work harder in their singing and not make any mistakes. On the other hand, the outstanding performances of Zhang Junhua and Sui Qiuqing had undoubtedly placed great pressure on Lu Chen, who was the 7th to enter the arena. If Lu Chen's Life on a String was considered a good performance in the qualifying round, then the song You Who Sat Next to Me in the top 16 of 32 undoubtedly put him in the limelight. 3 out of the 4 judges gave him a perfect score of 10, and the total score of 39 was the highest. In the end, he won the top spot in the top 16, and there was no objection. Subsequently, the debate that broke out in the Sky Forum and Waves blog pushed Lu Chen to the forefront of the storm. His name was known by more people, and he was even regarded as a singing genius of the new generation. Not convinced? Then try to write a classic like In the Spring. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Although Lu Chen has won honor and fame, he has also become the object of many people's envy and hatred. It's unknown how many people are watching his participation in the Beijing singing area final. No one thinks that Lu Chen will fail to enter the top 10 in Beijing, but if he doesn't sing well enough, or can't come up with original works with enough weight, then some people will have something to say. Zhang Junhua and Zhu Qiuqing are the best weapons to attack. Therefore, everyone can fully imagine that once Lu Chen's performance has problems, evaluations such as exhausted, weak, and even exhausted will undoubtedly pour down on his head like a rainstorm. Most importantly, Lu Chen has been held up by Beijing television to compete with Shonan TV's Ling Xiaoxiao. The performance of both sides will, to a certain extent, affect the ratings of the two talent shows. If Lu Chen's performance is poor, it would be strange if Shonan TV didn't do something behind his back. Is it so easy to slap the face of the local satellite TV station's overlord? As a result, the pressure on Lu Chen to go on stage is even greater. In the official post bar of Singing China, there have been many passers-by fans worried about Lu Chen. At the same time, there are also many controversies. Lu Chen is on the stage. I'm looking forward to his new song. Zhang Junhua and Zhu Qiuqing are both very strong. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for him to take the top spot again this time. How do you know that he's going to sing a new song? Maybe it's a cover of someone else's work? Che. How is that possible? Chen Feier said that he wants to listen to Lu Chen's new song. Even if he has to hold back, he has to hold back one. Do you think Lu Chen's songs are really written by him? That's amazing. It's not impossible to buy songs. Many people do that. Don't be funny. Big Lu Chen only sells songs to others. Does he need to buy songs from others? What a joke. That's right. Our Lu Chen will never lose to anyone. Ha ha ha, a cover of someone else's song? Do you know how many original works Lu Chen has? How many? Let's wait and see. The official post bar of Singing China has not been established for a long time, but it has more than 2 million followers. Because of the good interaction of the post bar and the live webcast content, thousands of Lu Jiejun members have come here to support Lu Chen since he participated in the competition. Up to now, the official post bar of Singing China has almost become a sub-base for Lu Jiejun. The number of active fans in it is quite astonishing, and it has also affected a large number of passers-by to become fans. Seeing that others are worried and even questioning Lu Chen's strength, many Lu fans laughed. Can Lu Chen not come up with good original works? That's a big joke. Last time in Whale TV, PK theme show, Lu Chen came up with 7 or 8 original works in one go, and eventually won the runner-up in the competition. The whole live video is still hanging in the Whale TV forum. These works are all good to listen to, and there is no lack of classics. It's just that the circle of online live broadcasting is relatively closed. In addition, Lu Chen has no hype promotion, so outsiders don't know much. Otherwise, there is no need to question his ability. In this Singing China Beijing singing area final, Lu Chen has a lot of works to choose from. The only question is, which song should he choose? Of course, Lu Chen's fans support Lu Chen, but if there are fans, there must be haters. The post bar has always been a mix of good and bad. Seeing that Lu fans are so confident and arrogant, it is inevitable that some people will mock and ridicule them. Lu fans really know how to brag. Bragging is not taxed. What's there to be afraid of? Haha. Now that you're dancing happily, don't cover your face later. Since he has written a lot of songs and is so good, why haven't I heard of it before? Haha, the haters started to spew. Of course, Lu fans were not willing to show weakness, and the two sides started fighting on the spot. It's just that no matter how fierce the online post bar is, it doesn't affect the live broadcast of Singing China in the slightest. Hello, Lu Chen, we meet again. The first to greet Lu Chen was Chen Feier. She smiled and said, "What song did you prepare for everyone today?" Lu Chen replied, "Today, I prepared for everyone, but it's still my own original work." This song is also my personal favorite. I hope everyone can like it, and I ask the 4 judges to give me more advice. Good. Xianxia raised her arms and clapped her hands. We are all looking forward to it. The audience at the scene gave him a lot of face and applauded one after another. Lin Jijia said, Lu Chen, now that everyone has heard several of your works, they are all excellent. So, what made you embark on this music path? Unlike the last promotion competition, the contestants in this final have been reduced by half, so the program time is relatively more abundant, and there are more opportunities for interaction between the judges and the contestants. Therefore, according to the requirements of the program director, the judges need to ask the contestants questions before they sing. And in order to ensure the authenticity of the program, the judges' questions are prepared in advance, but they are not informed to the contestants in advance. Therefore, the contestants' language and responsibility are particularly important at this time. Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, I used to like music very much. I learned piano and guitar, but at that time, I learned music more to chase girls, ha ha ha. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, several judges and many of the audience at the scene laughed. Interesting. Xianxia smiled and said, do you still need to take the initiative to chase girls? I think there are very few girls who can refuse you, right? Lu Chen is tall, handsome and talented. Such a person should have many girls taking the initiative to chase after him. Zhen asked, then you are not a music major? Lu Chen replied, yes, I graduated from the Computer Science Department of Xianxia University. Computer science, his answer amazed everyone, and there was a buzz of discussion at the scene. Many people thought that Lu Chen was a music major, so he could create such excellent works. But they didn't expect that what he studied had little to do with music. Zhen praised from the bottom of her heart, that's really amazing. At this time, Tan Hong said, so what prompted you to participate in the Singing China competition now? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and replied, making money. I want to make a lot of money. This answer was once again beyond everyone's expectations. Many people thought that Lu Chen would answer that it was to realize his music dream or wish, because several contestants before him have answered the same question, and their answers were similar. Only Lu Chen said that he wanted to make money. Who doesn't want to make money? But isn't it not good to say it directly? Isn't it damaging to his image? But from another perspective, at least Lu Chen is honest. Tan Hong and Xianxia looked at each other, and the latter said, then start your performance. Come on. Lu Chen nodded and smiled. Life is like a big river. Sometimes quiet, sometimes crazy. Reality is like a shackle, binding me, unable to break free. This enigmatic life is as sharp as a knife, and it has seriously injured me again and again. I know that the kind of happiness I want is in that higher sky. I want to fly higher, fly higher. The Beijing television studio was very quiet, except for Lu Chen's passionate singing echoing in people's ears, impacting their minds. The name of Lu Chen's original new song is Fly Higher. He once sang this song on Whale TV, SPK theme show, and then never sang it again. TN, Whale TV, and tonight, standing on the big stage of Beijing television, he used his very recognizable voice and powerful emotions to perform this song perfectly again. Compared with the playing and singing in the live webcast, this time Fly Higher has been rearranged and added rich timbre accompaniment, so that both the melody and rhythm of the work have been sublimated, and it is more shocking. Lu Chen took out all his strength in this song. Especially in the climax of the chorus, he completely opened his voice and challenged the new height of his voice. This naturally gave a great impact to the 1,500 audience at the scene, as well as the audience in front of the TV and computer. At the same time, it also deeply touched the 4 judges. Lu Chen, who sang Life on a String in the preliminary round, had a somewhat lazy and casual style. He sang this melodious love song affectionately, giving people a pleasant, comfortable, and even warm feeling. TN, love song in the top 16 of 32 promotion competition, Lu Chen changed his work to a folk song. A song with sadness and nostalgia. You Who Sat Next to Me touched the hearts of many people, making them recall their beautiful youth. TN, You Who Sat Next to Me, in terms of the value of the work alone, You Who Sat Next to Me is undoubtedly better than Life on a String. This young and outstanding singer-songwriter is the biggest surprise that Singing China brings to the audience. both Tan Hong, Chen Feier and Lin Jijia are looking forward to the Beijing singing area final in the evening. Lu Chen can also come up with the same excellent original works and bring everyone another surprise. However, they knew very well that it wouldn't be easy. It was not unusual for a young singer or composer to come up with one or two good works, but to create one excellent work after another, it required extremely high talent and a deep foundation. Could the young Lu Chen do it? Could he still show off his inspirations that were refreshing? Other than Lu Chen's die-hard fans, no one knew the real answer before. He went on stage. In the end, Lu Chen did not disappoint them. His new work was as wonderful as ever, or perhaps even more so. And his style changed again, as if he had vented all the repressed emotions in his heart through this song, completely let go of his embrace, struggled to break free from all the fetters, and rushed to the highest peak. I want to fly higher, dance like the wind, break free from the embrace. I want to fly higher, My wings rolled up a storm, my heart screamed, fly higher. Fly higher, fly higher. Many of the live audience stood up. Regardless of the fact that Lu Chen's singing was not over, they clapped their hands hard to encourage and cheer for him. Such a warm and exciting scene could not be seen among the previous contestants. Because these audiences were not hired by the TV station. They did not memorize the lines in advance, nor were they assigned the tasks required for filming. Their emotions were completely real, and their expressions came from the heart. The atmosphere of the scene could not be felt in front of the screen. Until Lu Chen shouted the last few lyrics at the top of his voice. I want to fly higher, dance like the wind, break free from the embrace. Wow! All the audience got up to greet him, including the 4 judges. Everyone was setting off a storm with the warmest applause, helping Lu Chen fly higher. At this moment, there was no need for any words. Applause was enough to express everything. Many people believe that this moment will become one of the most profound memories in their lives. The live broadcast switched to the waiting area of the big stage. In tonight's singing area final, 2 members of Lu Chen's group of relatives and friends came to the scene to help. They are Lu Xi and Xianxia. After Lu Chen talked to Xianxia that day, the girl from Sichuan resigned the next day and officially joined Lu Chen's studio as an assistant and office clerk beside Lu Xi. After a few days of trial, Lu Xi was quite satisfied with her, so she was brought over for Lu Chen's competition in the evening. Xianxia was also applauding. Because of excitement, her round face was red, like a ripe apple, revealing a bit of beauty and cuteness. In contrast, Lu Xi was much more reserved, and the speed of her applause was neither too fast nor too slow. However, the sparkling crystal in the corner of her eyes clearly told people that her heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. This song Fly Higher also deeply moved Lu Xi. She suddenly found that her younger brother was no longer the ignorant and naughty child he used to be. He has grown up, matured, and he already has the wings to fly. She suddenly felt a little disappointed. The applause lasted for more than a minute before it slowly subsided. Lu Chen bowed deeply, thank you. When everyone's mood almost returned to normal, Zhenzhen was the first to say, your song reminds me of In the Spring. The expression of emotion is very strong, and the lyrics are very meaningful. Lu Chen, do you know? You made me believe that the original power of domestic pop music will never die, and there will always be hope. She pressed the scoring device heavily, so this time I give you 10 points. The audience burst into thunderous applause again. In the last competition, Zhenzhen gave Lu Chen the only 9 points. Lu Chen thanked, thank you, teacher Zhenzhen. Tan Hong suddenly stood up, strode onto the stage, opened his arms and gave Lu Chen a hug. Well written, and even better sung. His move was beyond everyone's expectations, and laughter and applause sounded at the same time. Tan Hong, who returned to the judges' table, also gave Lu Chen a full 10 points. Chen Feier said with a smile, Brother Tan likes to support newcomers the most, and I also like this song. Lu Chen, you are an excellent singer and songwriter, and I like your works very much, so I want to invite you to be a guest of my concert in Beijing in the second half of the year. Would you like to? Wow, whether it was the 1,500 audience at the scene or the hundreds of millions of viewers in front of the screen, all of them were surprised. Chen Feier appreciates Lu Chen. Anyone can see that, but no one expected that she would invite Lu Chen to be a guest of her concert. For a newcomer who has just made her debut, this is an extremely high honor and great luck. In the domestic pop music world, Xianxia has always had the reputation of the queen of sweet songs. She has created a number of record sales records for female singers. Although she no longer has the glory of the past, she is still a big star in the circle. Being supported by Xianxia and singing at her concert, the effect is no worse than appearing on the stage of Singing China. Lu Chen was also stunned, but he reacted quickly and immediately replied, "It's my honor." Xianxia smiled sweetly, and the camera accurately captured her expression at the moment. It was incomparably moving. Xianxia also gave Lu Chen 10 points. Finally, it was Lin Jijia. After encouraging Lu Chen with a few words, he added 10 points to Lu Chen. 40 points, Lu Chen got all the judges' scores in one fell swoop. Although it is recognized that he will be promoted to the top 10, this unsurpassable score has increased his chances of winning the top spot again. Next, it depends on the votes of the live audience and the audience outside the venue. The host came up to the stage and stood beside Lu Chen, holding a tablet in his hand. He came to announce the results of the real-time vote count. Contestant name, Lu Chen. Contestant number, 007. Song, Fly Higher. Judges total score, 40 points. Live audience votes, 1,488 votes. Offside audience votes, 127,5280 votes. Overall score, 98. 71 points. Unsurpassable. Compared with the last game, in the same counting time, Lu Chen's total number of offside audience votes has nearly tripled, from 700,000 plus to 1.27 million plus, which is enough to show his current popularity. With a total score of 98.71, there is no suspense for him to top the top 10 in Beijing. It should be known that the first two outstanding contestants, Zhang Junhua and Zhu Xiuqing, only have a combined score of 94.23 and 93.17, which is a big gap from Lu Chen. With the help of this high score, Lu Chen's name appeared at the top of the list on the big screen. Once again, there was a warm applause from the audience. Also boiling were Whale TV's Lu Fei Live broadcasting room and the official post bar of Singing China. Especially in the post bar, Lu Chen's fans, who have endured for almost 10 minutes, raised their eyebrows and exhaled. Everyone turned over all the previous questioning posts and black posts, slapped their faces, whipped their corpses, and ridiculed them to their heart's content. Those who have been slapped in the face have all disappeared. Even if they want to fight back, they have no weapons. Lu Chen not only got the highest score so far, but he also got the support of two big stars, Tan Hong and Xianxia. The latter even invited Lu Chen to be a guest at his concert. How can this be questioned? How can it be discredited? Only a few IDs were stubborn, saying that the competition was not over, and that it was still unknown who would win. However, they were doomed to be disappointed. None of the 8 contestants who appeared after Lu Chen could break his total score record, and even Zhang Junhua and Zhu Xiuqing could not surpass it. Therefore, Lu Chen indisputably won the top 10 of Singing China in Beijing's singing area. In addition to the honor of being the chief, he also received an after-tax bonus from Beijing Television. 100,000 yuan. Singing China is the first reality talent show launched by Beijing Television. It is divided into 7 major singing areas: Beijing, Xinjiang, Huhai, Hangzhou, Tianfu, Huaqing and Bihai, with a total prize amount of more than 30 million, big enough to surpass Shonan TV, which is famous for its wealth. Although only 10 million of the 30 million is a cash reward, and the rest is a gimmick for contract training and packaging promotion, it is still a large amount of money. The reward for the singing area champion reaches 100,000, the runner-up is 50,000, the third and third place is 20,000, and the remaining 7 contestants who advance to the top 10 also have 10,000, all of which are after-tax bonuses. After the top 10 in Beijing singing area are born, they will go to the 6 major singing areas in the country at the beginning of next month for a round-robin competition. The top 10 winners will have corresponding bonuses until the top 10 are decided, and then they will return to Beijing for the final election. The bonus for the national champion is as high as 5 million, including 1 million cash rewards and 4 million new star training funds. It is precisely because of such generous rewards that Singing China has been pursued by countless professional and non-professional singers. The competition in the 7 major singing areas is in full swing, and the ratings are rising steadily. Beijing satellite TV has made a lot of money in advertising. As the most important Beijing singing area of the 7 major singing areas, the ratings of the top 10 finals on the evening of July 31st broke through 4% and reached 4.76%, which is very close to the 5% fire standard. At present, the ratings survey of domestic TV programs is independently completed by New Video Distance Company, a subsidiary of the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television. It belongs to a state-owned third-party authority, so there is no doubt about its authenticity. In the past, when the efficiency of TV advertising doubled, there were as many as a dozen domestic TV program ratings survey agencies. Because there was no fixed standard, coupled with the endless emergence of black box operations and insider trading, there was a chaotic and disorderly situation. Some organizations don't even have any qualifications, but they dare to make a ratings ranking list. Later, because the opinions of the industry were too great, the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television personally set up New Video Distance, sweeping all the ghosts and snakes into the garbage heap of history, so that domestic TV programs have reliable ratings data. New Video Distance's ratings data collection is not limited to TV screens, but also includes live webcasts. The competition of Beijing Television's Singing China Beijing singing area has never exceeded 4%. This time it has reached a breakthrough of 4.76%, an increase of as much as 1%, which is worth celebrating. On the evening of August 1st, Shonan TV Super Singer first national final broadcast, with a rating of 3.42%. Such a result was a big surprise. It should be known that in terms of variety shows, Shonan satellite TV has always been the hegemon. It has basically never lost in the showdown with other satellite TV. In the early stage, it also steadily suppressed Beijing satellite TV. But the situation finally changed. Although the specific reason needs to be analyzed in detail, many people in the industry believe that the decline in the ratings of Super Singer has a certain relationship with the weakness of Xianxia, who is strongly supported by it. In the competition that night, Xianxia's original work, Kaleidoscope, had a mediocre performance. Furthermore, on the internet, discussions about his work copying the former Korean boy group KDK had not subsided. In contrast, as Xianxia's competitor, Lu Chen, who was supported by Singing China, became braver and braver. Lu Chen's original work Fly Higher, which he brought out in the top 10 final of Beijing singing area, appeared on the new song list of QQ Music the next day, ranked 9th, and the number of clicks and downloads rose amazingly. In the Waves blog, Xiaoxiao's support group was no longer arrogant. In the face of Lu Jiejun's provocation, they all pretended to be dead dogs. And with the rising ratings of Singing China, Lu Chen finally broke through his original circle and initially had his own status and reputation in the pop music world or the big entertainment industry. Although he is still a young star, as an independent artist, it is already a small miracle that he can come to this step, and in the foreseeable future, his star will become even more brilliant. In the 2 days after the end of the top 10 final of Beijing singing area, a number of entertainment media and brokerage companies came to the door. They obviously inquired about Lu Chen's background and wanted to come early to pick up the leftovers. Lu Chen pushed all these visitors to Lu Shi. His opinion is very clear, that is, there is no need to talk about signing a contract, but there is no problem with cooperation, as long as the other party has sincerity. And his so-called cooperation, to put it bluntly, is to sell songs. Do you have any new idols, little fresh meat men and women groups that need good songs? Then we, Lu Chen Studio, can tailor-make songs for customers. As for the quality of the work, please refer to In the Spring, Reason to Be Strong, You Who Sat Next to Me, Fly Higher, and so on. As for the price, a song starts at 200,000, and there is no cap. Lu Chen Studios offer scared away several guys who came with the idea of picking up cheap goods, and also made several other powerful companies feel very conflicted. Lu Chen's talent is beyond doubt. The value of a single song In the Spring, not to mention 200,000, even if it's 1 million, it's worth it. But such a classic is really rare. Spending 200,000 to buy a song is not much pressure for them, but if the bought song is not suitable or can't create enough benefits, the person in charge will undoubtedly suffer. In any case, Lu Chen's rise is too fast. Unlike the veteran big-name writers, whether it is credibility or strength, they are trustworthy. What if his inspiration dries up and he can no longer write good songs, not to mention that the 200,000 will be thrown into the water, he will also be laughed at by his peers. After all, Lu Chen has created a lot of works now. As a young newcomer, his accumulation is still shallow. In addition, there are some rumors in the circle, saying that songs such as In the Spring, Reason to be Strong, I Want to Have a Home, and Fly Higher are not written by Lu Chen himself, and may be operated by a behind-the-scenes team. It wasn't like something like this hadn't happened before. Nowadays, the so-called grassroots stars, 99% of them are hyped up. This kind of rumor is very convincing, and there is a certain truth to it. Although it is said that mediocrity is not envied, Lu Chen, who has no roots and no foundation on the surface, is so popular, and there is a reason for it. Therefore, after talking with Lu Shi, these companies chose to wait and see for the time being. Lu Chen didn't care about this at all. He said to Lu Shi, next time they come to our door, then raise the price of a song to 300,000, not a cent less. Lu Shi said with a smile, isn't that not good? Lu Chen is full of confidence. At that time, they will come to us to beg, not us to beg them. Lu Chen's greatest wealth came from the countless classic masterpieces in the dream world. It was impossible for him to sing all of these outstanding works himself. He must sell a lot of them. But if he takes out too many good things, they won't be worth much. Lu Chen is very clear about this, so he would rather rot in his own hands than sell them cheaply in large quantities. These entertainment media companies obviously haven't realized it yet, or they are aware of it but don't dare to bet on his strength. It's very normal to continue to wait and see. However, that was then and this is now. When the Singing China competition is over, the situation is bound to be big different. It will no longer be 2 or 3 kittens that come to his door. Lu Chen is full of confidence in this. He set up his own studio and took the road of independent artists, without thinking about how to compete with his peers in the industry. Lu Chen Studio is entirely for Lu Chen's own service. The studio will not sign people or poach people, nor compete for resources, but create resources, which will undoubtedly be able to have friendly cooperation with most of his peers. For example, Nirvana Studios, which is producing an album for him. At least for now, Lu Chen has no ambition to build an entertainment media empire. What he wants is to become a superstar like Tan Hong, and even surpass his childhood idol and become a real perfect star. He wants everyone to remember his name and bring all the classics of the dream world to this world. And it may take a lifetime to realize such a dream. Some people come and go back empty-handed. There were also people who came, and they wouldn't rest until they brought something back. For such people, Lu Chen still welcomes them. Hello, Director Su. On August 3rd, the day before Lu Chen left for Xinjiang, Su Qingmei, director of Light Rain Media, came to the studio. The young lady came over with 2 assistants, and Lu Chen personally received them. After all, Light Rain Media is his biggest partner at present. Su Qingmei is dismissive of the small studio and has no interest in visiting. She said straightforwardly, Lu Chen, we want the song Fly Higher. We can sign the contract now. The Bionics became a hit, and In the Spring has been on the top of the original music charts for 3 weeks. As a signing company, how can Light Rain Media ignore the power of Lu Chen? So Su Qingmei came, even though she still doesn't like Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, this song is going to be the second main song of the album for the North Needle Band, right? Su Qingmei was surprised, how do you know? It's not difficult to guess. Originally, Light Rain Media first signed the North Needle Band, and then signed the Bionics. Because the latter quickly put together a small album, they were the first to debut. Now that the Bionics is popular, Light Rain Media wants to strike while the iron is hot, and on the other hand, they also want to promote the North Needle Band to improve their position in the industry. With the Bionics as an example, a single main song Blue Lotus obviously can't meet the requirements of Light Rain Media for the North Needle Band. Their appetite has been whetted. About the copyright, you can talk to the manager of our studio. Lu Chen is too lazy to answer her question, and he solemnly introduced his elder sister to the other party. Lu Shi is also my agent. He believes that with Lu Shi's ability, it's enough to keep this young lady. He will not let Light Rain Media benefit. This is the first time Su Qingmei and Lu Shi met. When they shook hands, their eyes met, and invisible sparks flashed in the air. Pa, a stack of printed paper was slammed on the desk, and was immediately picked up again. Su Qingmei used the paper as a fan and fanned hard. The cool breeze could not blow away the irritation and depression in her heart. While fanning, she gritted her teeth and said, "It's really infuriating. Didn't you turn on the air conditioner in your room?" The young lady felt that her whole body was steaming hot, as if she had just been exposed to the sun. Dong Yu looked at Su Qingmei with funny eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" It was so hot outside. How could the air conditioner be turned off in the office of the general manager of Light Rain Media? It was Su Qingmei's own mood problem. Su Qingmei said angrily, "It's all because of that guy. Today, I worked hard to go to the Blue Sky Creative Park on the 5th Ring Road. It wasn't easy for me to find his broken studio. I didn't expect that guy to hire a manager agent called Lucy to negotiate with me." She held the contract in her hand, and her 2 willow leaf eyebrows were raised. "Not only did he ask me for 200,000 yuan for a song, but he didn't transfer all the copyrights. The contract was only signed for 5 years. It's simply an exorbitant price." Thinking of the previous negotiation with Lucy and Luchin Studio, Su Qingmei's heart was burning again. The other party was about the same age as her. Although on the surface, she was polite and agreed to sell the copyrights of the song, but she refused to budge on the specific contract, and her attitude was very tough. Young Miss Su was not so easy to talk to. She angrily left the stall and ran back. She could reluctantly accept buying all the copyrights of Fly Higher for 200,000 yuan. It should be known that the song has been publicly sung by Lu Chen, and there was a live download in QQ Music. Its value must be big, lower than in the spring, but the other party still held it as a treasure. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. "Oh?" But to Su Qingmei's disappointment, Dong Yu's expression was not the slightest bit different, no excitement or anger. It was as if she had expected such a situation. "Why aren't you angry?" Dong Yu couldn't help laughing. She opened the drawer and took out a piece of paper from it and handed it to Su Qingmei. "What?" Su Qingmei took it, a little confused. Upon a closer look, it turned out to be the latest sales data of the Bionics debut album in the spring in QQ Music. As of August 1st, in the spring album package download count, 110560. Title track in the spring single download count, 250150. Reason to be strong single, 97803 inch I want to have a home single, 72610 total download count, 500,000 plus. QQ Music was the first network company to launch a paid download service for genuine music in China, and its paid download chart has always been regarded as one of the golden songs in the pop music world. The Bionics in the Spring is a small album with only 5 songs in total. It has been on the shelves of QQ Music for some time and is currently ranked first in sales. Among the singles, In the Spring was also ranked number 1, the double champion. Such a result, for a band that had just debuted and released their first album, was simply heaven-defying. Apart from the honor, 500,000 plus paid downloads also represented a huge profit. The price of downloading a high-quality genuine single in QQ Music was 1.0 yuan, and the album package download was 20% off. Then the package price of In the Spring album was 4.0 yuan, and the 110,000 plus downloads was 440,000 yuan. The 3 singles totaled 420,000 plus, and all of them added up to nearly 900,000 yuan. After entering the internet era, due to the emergence of new media and the proliferation of pirated resources, the traditional record industry has suffered an unprecedented blow. CD sales have declined year by year, and now it has reached the point of barely surviving. Therefore, in today's pop music world, except for a few underground musicians, no singers or companies still rely on selling records to support themselves. They all run towards the fan economy, making money through advertising endorsements, peripheral development, and so on. Stars produce albums and records, and earn money at a loss, just to brush up and meet the requirements of fans. The launch of genuine paid downloads on music websites has more or less become a bright spot in the sales of music products. But now, pirated resources can be downloaded casually on the internet, and those who are willing to spend money to buy songs are basically real fans. Therefore, although the number of downloads is only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, it is already an extremely beautiful result. In the Spring has won the crown all the way, which is enough to be proud of course, as the copyright owner, Light Rain Media cannot take all the profits, and has to share the profits with QQ Music. In addition, the cost of marketing is very high, and it is far from enough to offset the cost by sharing the income. But it must be known that QQ Music is just one of the marketing channels, and it is not the focus. Looking at the thin piece of printing paper in her hand, Su Qingmei could fully weigh the weight of it. Her anger gradually subsided. At the same time, she also understood Dong Yu's intention. Luchan Studio has the qualification to wait for the highest price. The sales results of the album and single are right here, and anyone can log on to the website to check. If it was Su Qingmei herself, what reason is there not to insist and be tough? Now, Luchan and Luchan Studios' reputation is not big enough, and it is estimated that many peers in the industry have not reacted, but it would be naive to underestimate their sensitivity. Once they smell the smell of profits, those companies will inevitably swarm like flies and participate in the competition. Maybe the price will go up. Su Qingmei suddenly couldn't sit still. Then I'll go and talk to her right now. Dong Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Doesn't that just give her a reason to continue to raise the price? Su Qingmei's pretty face turned red and she sat down again. Dong Yu couldn't help saying, in the future, let manager Song of the brokerage department go to negotiate with Luchan Studio. She was just short of criticizing Su Qingmei for not doing her job properly. You are the music director, don't always steal other people's work. Su Qingmei bit her lip, her eyes turned, and suddenly said, let's poach Lu Shi. I feel that she is very smart and capable. Let her be the manager of the business department and negotiate with that guy in the future. This is called using a person's spear to attack a person's shield. Isn't Luchan very capable? Let's try the person he invited himself. The more Su Qingmei thought about it, the more she felt that this idea was wonderful. As for whether she could poach Lu Shi, that was not a problem at all. The treatment, strength, and development potential of Light Rain Media were enough to throw that small studio 3 streets away. The front door was thrown to the Beihai. Seeing Su Qingmei's face showing a proud smile, Dong Yu touched her forehead speechlessly. She took out another document from the drawer and handed it to Su Qingmei. Su Qingmei came back to her senses and took a look at it. She found that it was actually Luchan's personal information. Su Qingmei couldn't help but be stunned. What does Sister Dong mean? Dong Yu said lightly, take a closer look at Luchan's family situation. Under her reminder, Su Qingmei's eyes fell on the family column of this information. Father, Lu Qingxing, deceased, /mother, Fan Yun, accountant of the Binhai Local Taxation Bureau of Zhejiang Province, sister, Lu Shi /sister, Lu Shua Lu Shi? Lu Shi, Su Qingmei almost jumped up. Isn't the manager of Luchan Studio and Luchan's agent called Lu Shi? She still has her business card in her Chanel bag. This time it's really embarrassing. Su Qingmei's face turned red, and she didn't dare to look at Dong Yu. She claimed to be an elite, but she made mistakes again and again. She even wanted to poach Lu Chen's sister to deal with Lu Chen. If it wasn't for Dong Yu's reminder, if she really did that, she would be laughed to death. Ah. I don't care. Su Qingmei dropped the information in her hand and hurriedly grabbed her bag and ran out. Dong Yu couldn't help laughing. She picked up the phone on the table and called Song Sinwei to her office through the internal line. Song Sinwei was about 30 years old. He wore a suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His hair was neatly combed. He wasn't very handsome, but he could be said to be dignified. At first glance, one could tell that he was the kind of elite in the workplace. He was the deputy general manager of Light Rain Media and the manager of the brokerage department. He was also Dong Yu's right-hand man. Dong Yu handed over Lu Chen's information and the performance of the bionics to Song Sinwei. At the same time, she told him about the previous negotiation between Su Qingmei and Luchan Studio. Dong Yu said, in addition to the right of authorship, we must take all the copyrights of this song. This is the premise of the negotiation, but the transfer fee can be discussed. I'll give you the authority within 500,000 yuan. Song Sinwei was surprised. Isn't that too much? 500,000 yuan for a song was a bit exaggerated. Even the painstaking work of the top stars in the industry was nothing more than this. Dong Yu smiled and said, that depends on your negotiating ability, manager Song. This song Fly Higher is very suitable for the North Needle Band. I don't want others to take it away, and there will definitely be people who want to take it away. Song Sinwei's heart trembled and he said solemnly, I understand. Dong Yu leaned back in the chair and said, then you go. Remember not to let the other party feel that we are in a hurry. Inadvertently, she revealed her infinitely beautiful figure. Song Sinwei nodded, and an undetectable blazing color flashed in his eyes. The next day, he took his assistant to Lu Chen's studio to negotiate again about the song Fly Higher. But at this time, Lu Chen was no longer in Beijing. He followed the Singing China program team to Xinjiang and began a nationwide PK tour. On August 5, the Xinjiang PK battle began, and Lu Chen defeated his opponent with an original work Love in the Wind. On August 8, he turned to Shanghai and relied on The Bright Times of Youth to narrowly defeat Zhang Xiaomin, the top 10 chief of Shanghai. At that time, the total score between the two was only 175 points apart. On August 11, the tour team came to Hangzhou. In his own half of home ground, Lu Chen swept the challengers in Hangzhou singing area with those flowers and won another city. He sang all the way and was invincible. In August, Hangzhou was a city of flowing gold. It had just rained, and the sky was clear again. Under the scorching sun, the water vapor on the ground rose, bringing with it a humid and sultry feeling. It also gave people a feeling that the surrounding scene was not real. Although the weather was not so pleasant, there were still a lot of people on the shore of West Lake at noon. As one of the 7 ancient capitals, Hangzhou is also one of the most famous tourist attractions in China. The number of tourists received every year is more than 70 million. Especially during holidays, all the scenic spots are simply packed. Crowdedness and beauty were Lu Chen's deepest impression of his hometown provincial capital. And here, he also had countless good memories. However, returning to Hangzhou again after more than a month, Lu Chen unexpectedly had a strange feeling. Fortunately, he still remembered the way to the restaurant, otherwise he would have embarrassed himself in front of several friends. After passing through the long alley, an antique mansion appeared in front of him. It had white walls, green tiles, and green trees. The red lacquered door was wide open, and 4 red lanterns hung under the eaves. There were 4 words written in black on a white background on each of them. Egret Restaurant. There was a pair of couplets pasted on the left and right pillars in front of the door, 2 orioles singing on the green willow / a group of egrets flying in the blue sky. Brother Lu Chen, is this a restaurant? Mu Xiaochu looked around curiously, and her dark eyes were full of surprise. It was no wonder that she was surprised, because it didn't look like a restaurant at all, but rather a garden house of an ancient gentry. The people coming and going exuded the atmosphere of a scholarly family. Lu Chen said with a smile, this was originally the residence of a jinshi, and it has been changed into a restaurant for many years. Egret Restaurant is a century-old restaurant, featuring local Hangzhou cuisine and has many branches in Hangzhou. But the most authentic one is the Egret Restaurant on the edge of West Lake, where the chef is a top chef. If he came here temporarily, there would definitely be no seat. Lu Chen happened to have a VIP membership card of Egret Restaurant, so he could book a box seat in advance. It was his first time to eat at Egret Restaurant since his family had an accident. In addition to Mu Xiaochu, there were also Li Feiyu and 2 members of Singing China tour team. Zhang Junhua and Lin Lang. Zhang Junhua is 2 years older than Lu Chen and graduated from the Department of Modern Music of Beijing College. In the top 10 of the Beijing singing area, he once topped the overall score with an original song, Love Ocean, and was later surpassed by Lu Chen. Even so, Zhang Junhua was also a very talented young singer. It was said that he had already signed a contract with an entertainment company. Lin Lang is a contestant in Xinjiang singing area. In the first competition, he defeated Zhu Qiuqing and joined the tour team. Lin Lang was the same age as Mu Xiaochu, and was also a university student. He had a lively and active personality, and was good at singing and dancing. He also had his own original works, so he was quite popular in the team. In the Singing China National Tour competition, the first top 10 in Beijing came out. After the first stop in Xinjiang, the second stop in Shanghai and the third stop in Hangzhou, there were only 3 people left, Lu Chen, Zhang Junhua and Mu Xiaochu. The top 10 in each singing area were not weak, so the competition seemed very cruel. After the competition in Hangzhou singing area last night, today the program team and the tour team will stay here for another day, and then set off for the next stop, Tianfu, tomorrow. Therefore, as a native of this province, Lu Chen naturally wanted to do his duty as a host and invited Zhang Junhua and Mu Xiaoqiu out to play. After 3 competitions, the 3 people have become familiar with each other and can be regarded as ordinary friends. Li Feiyu has always followed Lu Chen as an assistant. As for Lin Lang, this guy was very familiar with people, and he seemed to like Mu Xiaoqiu a little, so he also followed. Lu Chen didn't care. Anyway, it was just an extra pair of chopsticks. After showing their VIP gold card to the waiter of the restaurant, the 5 people quickly came to the reserved box. The box was a small wing room with a completely antique decoration. It was very elegant. When they opened the window, they could see the green bamboo forest and the pond outside. The cool breeze was blowing, and it was not hot at all. "Brother Chen, this place is really good," Lin Lang exclaimed. "Did you come here often before? It must be very expensive, right?" Today, it was said that Lu Chen would treat them, but no one expected that he would bring everyone to such a place. Lin Lang was still young, so he felt a little embarrassed. Lu Chen said with a smile, "I've been here twice before. The membership card was given by others. The consumption here is actually not expensive. Although Egret Restaurant is a century-old restaurant, its consumption level has always been very high. As long as it doesn't order big dishes, even ordinary working-class people have no pressure to eat a meal, so its business is extremely hot. The price of the headquarter by Westlake is a little higher, but it is also within the acceptable range. The key is that the Hangzhou cuisine here is the most authentic. Since Lu Chen is treating, he naturally wants to let his friends taste the real good." Lu Chen's VIP card was a small gift from Lu Qingxing's former friend in the business world. He once brought his girlfriend to eat several times. Unfortunately, things have changed now. His father died for some reason, and his girlfriend broke up early. Only the secret restaurant has not changed. With a trace of sadness in his heart, Lu Chen called the waiter to order. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Li Feiyu took out the digital camera and turned it on. First, he pointed the camera at Lu Chen. Li Feiyu followed Lu Chen all the way as an assistant. His main task was to record and broadcast Lu Chen's tournament tour experience to hundreds of thousands of fans in Whale TV. For fans, this is undoubtedly a very new thing. Every night, there are as many as 500,000 plus viewers waiting in front of the computer for the broadcast, so that Lu Chen can still earn a lot of tips in the process of going out to compete. In fact, it is also possible to do a live broadcast with a mobile phone outdoors, but in order to ensure the quality of the content, Li Feiyu is basically recorded during the day, and then simply edited it with software when he goes back. If he has time, Lu Chen will broadcast it himself. If he has to compete, Li Feiyu will replace him in the live broadcast. Through such interaction and communication, the number of fans is increasing, and Lu Jiajun is growing. These enthusiastic and lovely fans are undoubtedly one of the important foundations for Lu Chen to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. Therefore, apart from the contract, Lu Chen will not easily give up the work of online live broadcasting. He is also constantly exploring better ways of live interaction. Li Feiyu, who was holding the camera, said with a smile, "This is a rare opportunity. De Chen, you say hello to everyone first, and then I will film a few future big star friends." Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand and said, "Hello everyone, I am your anchor, Lu Chen. We are now at the Egret restaurant on the shore of Westlake in Hangzhou. We are inviting 3 friends of the tour team to dinner. This is little sister Xiaoqiu, whom everyone likes." The camera immediately pointed at Mu Xiaoqiu, who smiled shyly and waved, "Hello everyone." Today, Mu Xiaoqiu wore a plain white short skirt, like a small white flower, with a soft beauty. Lu Chen has a good impression of this shy junior sister, but it is not the feelings between men and women, but the kind of care that a brother has for his sister, so he often takes care of her along the way. He filmed Mu Xiaoqiu, then Zhang Junhua and Lin Lang, both of whom also gave him face. After Li Feiyu finished filming, Lin Lang asked curiously, "Brother Chen, are you filming for publicity?" Lu Chen explained, "No, it is for others to watch at night." "Do you know about online anchors?" Mu Xiaoqiu, Zhang Junhua and Lin Lang nodded at the same time. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I am a contracted online anchor, so what I am filming now is considered material. This is not a secret, so there is nothing to hide." Lin Lang opened his eyes in surprise. Brother Chen, I thought you signed with a big company. How did you think of doing this? Is it very profitable to be an anchor? Although he did not mean it, when he talked about online anchors, his tone was still a little unpleasant. Zhang Junhua also showed a disapproving look. Online anchors are a new profession in the last 2 years. Because of the low threshold and fierce competition, there has been a lot of negative news in the industry, such as female anchors selling their bodies and breasts, and unscrupulously fighting for a position. The corresponding media reports are often biased, so people can't help but have a bad impression of this industry. Neither of them expected that Lu Chen's current profession was actually a grassroots network anchor. With his strength and talent, he could totally sign a contract with a big company. There was no need for him to condescend to such a level. Lu Chen saw both of their expressions and smiled. I am an independent artist. And I do not plan to sign with an entertainment agency. In fact, being an online anchor is very interesting. It is nothing more than playing, singing, joking and performing. I can make a lot of friends. If there is a chance, you can also try it. Lu Chen has no intention of reversing the prejudice between the two, because there are some bad phenomena in online live broadcasting. It is enough that he has a clear conscience. Zhang Junhua couldn't help but say, how much money can you make? I heard it is quite boasting. In fact, this person has always been a little unconvinced by Lu Chen. So he took the opportunity to tease him. Lu Chen said lightly, there must be some exaggeration in the publicity outside. For someone like me, with a fixed salary and a share of tips, I probably only make about 1,000,000 yuan a year. He still underestimated. Clatter, the chopsticks in Lin Lang's hand fell on the table, and Zhang Junhua's expression suddenly froze. 1,000,000 yuan? Only 1,000,000 yuan, is this for real? Mu Xiaoqu was in awe. Brother Lu Chen, you are really amazing. This sentence sounds very ambiguous. Lu Chen coughed and said, the dishes are coming up. Everyone, get ready to eat. Fill your stomachs first. The world is big, but eating is the most important. It was just that someone suddenly seemed to have lost his appetite. Then Lu Chen did not care. On August 14th, the Singing China tour team finished the competition in Tianfu. Of the 10 singers in the tour team, 3 were eliminated from the competition, including Lin Lang. Lu Chen, without any suspense, defeated the challenger again and continued his national tour. The rules of Singing China competition were originally created by Beijing Television. Due to its cruelty, the top 10 contestants in Beijing's singing area were left after the end of the competition in Hangzhou, leaving Lu Chen, Mu Xiaoqu, and Zhang Junhua. On the surface, such rules are very disadvantageous to the contestants in the front of the singing area, especially the Beijing singing area. Because if they want to be promoted to the top 10 in the country to participate in the final, they must defeat the challengers in the other 6 singing areas all the way. If they lose any PK, they will lose the chance, and there is even no resurrection process. But from another point of view, the contestants in Beijing's singing area can theoretically have the most appearances. Although the intensive tour competition is a great test of willpower and endurance, as long as they persist, the popularity accumulated is still very strong. In addition, there is also a bonus for the competition, which is 50,000 yuan for a win. Lu Chen, Mu Xiaoqu, and Zhang Junhua have earned 200,000 yuan after the competition in Xinjiang, Shanghai, Hangzhou and Tianfu. Including the bonus for the top 10 champion in Beijing singing area, Lu Chen has received 300,000 yuan after tax. Although the contestants in the singing area at the back can wait for the exhausted at their leisure, they have also lost a lot of opportunities to win bonuses and show their faces. Which is the best choice? It all depends on personal freedom. It is believed that when the second season of Singing China begins next year, how to choose the singing area will be a big problem. And in the tour competition, Lu Chen is undoubtedly the most eye-catching contestant in Singing China, because all the songs he has taken out are original, and none of them are covers, all originals are acceptable. What's terrible is that Lu Chen's works have maintained a high quality. Not to mention the song In the Spring, which has become a big hit, just his own singing of You Who Sat Next to Me, Fly Higher, Love in the Wind, Those Flowers and so on can be called excellent and even classic works. These outstanding original songs were loved by a large number of audiences, and the number of fans increased day by day. In blogs, forums, post bars, many fans have hailed Lu Chen as the leader of the new generation of singers. In the pop and entertainment circles, more and more people began to discuss his works. Some people even shouted that domestic original works were on the rise again, and the appearance of Lu Chen was the best proof. As a result, the ratings of Singing China have continued to increase. In contrast, Shonan TV's Super Singer is undoubtedly overshadowed. Even if it entered the national finals ahead of Singing China, the ratings of recent issues are only about 3%. Some people joked that the real Super Singer is in Singing China. On the contrary, Super Singer has several very good singers. Both sides took the wrong script. On the Waves blog, the number of Lu Chen's fans had reached more than 5 million after the end of the Battle of Tianfu. As an originally unknown newcomer, Lu Chen's successful rise has been applauded by thousands of fans and audiences, but at the same time, it has also made some people jealous and hateful. As a result, the black tide quietly rose. August 18, the second day after the end of Singing China Deep Sea Singing Area Competition. At about 7 p.m., a blog post was suddenly forwarded in large numbers and spread around the Waves blog. The title of the blog post is, "The Story of Me and in the Spring." The blogger's ID is, Wandering Singer Lao Hai. The newly registered blogger wrote in the article that he is a singer who has been wandering in Beijing for more than 20 years. At the age of 19, he left his hometown and came to the capital to develop and pursue his own musical dream. However, the reality is cruel, and he can't see any hope because of hitting his dream. Over the past 20 years, Lao Hai has sung in bars, in underground passages, and in People's Square. In order to make a living, he often works as a laborer and works hard for 3 meals a day. But he has never given up his dream and struggled on the road of music. Lao Hai has written a lot of works. Probably because of his lack of talent, his works have always been unpopular, but one of his works is his favorite, and he firmly believes that it is valuable. The name of this work is Spring. After several years of creation and repeated revision, it has not been finalized, and even the lyrics are very imperfect, so it has not been registered for copyright. However, he showed the draft to several friends, and everyone said that the song was very good. He was also full of hope. But what Lao Hai didn't expect was that some time ago, he suddenly heard a familiar melody in a bar. Only then did he know that a new song called In the Spring was very popular and was covered by many people. And this song and his work, apart from the lyrics, the melody was very similar. At that time, Lao Hai felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, and his whole person was shocked. How could this be? Lao Hai couldn't believe this fact. He was full of depression and couldn't vent, so he could only talk to his friends. But his friends can't do anything, because this song In the Spring has already been copyrighted by others. How can you prove that it is your own work without any evidence? So, be optimistic. There's no need to shout everywhere. People will only say that you are jealous and slandering. Lao Hai knows that his friends are also doing this for his own good. He is just a Beijing drifting singer with no power, no money, and no fame. What qualifications does he have to fight with others? Giving up is the best choice. But he really doesn't want to give up. So, he applied for an account in the Waves blog and said his experience. Lao Hai doesn't ask others to believe him. He just wants to get the fairness he deserves. This blog post is very long, and the content is very sensational. With a skillful writing style, a middle-aged singer struggling at the bottom is vividly depicted and presented in front of everyone. The story told makes passers-by can't help but be filled with righteous indignation. At the end of the blog post, Lao Hai also attached a few photos of worn-out curly hair's handwritten manuscripts. The contents of the manuscripts are the score of the song. Although there are many traces of modification and erasure, the dense notes can still be seen clearly. As a new blogger without any fans, the blog post of the wandering singer Lao Hai was initially ignored, but it was quickly forwarded and tagged by many VIPs and celebrities in the industry. Then, very magically, in just a few hours, the number of transfers reached tens of thousands. It was read by more and more people, and the number of clicks and comments increased exponentially. At 10 p.m., this blog post was on the hot list on the homepage of the Waves blog. 110,000 plus forwards, 350,000 plus comments, and 500,000 plus likes. In the comments, many people expressed support for the blogger, sympathized with his experience, and supported him to fight for his rights. But many people were skeptical of the authenticity of the story, thinking that it was malicious hype. Although this blog post did not name names, it was too directional, so after it was on the hot list, Lu Chen's blog post was blown up. Those bloggers who didn't know the truth accused Lu Chen of plagiarizing Lao Hai, which was simply shameless. Some people asked Lu Chen to apologize to Lao Hai and return the copyright of In the Spring to the other party. Some people also asked Lu Chen to get out of the entertainment industry. If Lu Chen was still an unknown newcomer before he participated in Singing China, then now he is like a rising star, carrying countless praise and glory. Tian, singing in China, is a famous singer. Tian, singing in China. In contrast, the wandering singer Lao Hai looks very pitiful, and it is natural for people to sympathize with him. These people who scolded Lu Chen didn't know the truth of the matter, nor did they care about the truth. They were moved by Lao Hai's story and empathized with him. They were extremely disgusted with Lu Chen, so they spontaneously participated in the siege of Lu Chen to vent their emotions. Some people went to Beijing Television, Singing China program team, and even Tan Hong and Chen Feier's blogs, requesting for Lu Chen to be banned, and some well-known bloggers also added fuel to the fire. An industry figure with V certification posted a rebuke. This is how the atmosphere of the domestic pop music world has been corrupted. Plagiarism has become the norm, and hype has no lower limit, so that many truly talented people can't stand out. He strongly appealed to Beijing Television to take the initiative to ban Lu Chen, and not let plagiarists stand on the stage. It was clearly determined that Lu Chen plagiarized Lao Hai's work. There are many big V and small v in the circle who hold similar views and have posted blog posts. At the same time as the Waves blog set off a black tide of denouncing Lu Chen, this wind also quickly spread to post bars, forums, and even QQ groups. Lu Chen seems to have suddenly become a drowning dog that everyone wants to beat. His crime of plagiarism is already a done deal, but although there are many people who don't know the truth, there are many people with discerning eyes. A newly registered blog, a blog post with no real evidence except for a few photos and sensational text, has unexpectedly set off such a big storm in such a short period of time. To say that there is no one behind the scenes directing the layout, that is a complete insult to IQ. Who doesn't know several marketing big V who are active in it? They are all characters who are willing to give milk to anyone. Just because they see something strange doesn't mean that they will stand up for Lu Chen. Lu Chen has been in the limelight recently. Some time ago, he also offended Shonan TV, which made several people in the circle lose face. Either they gloat, or they share a common hatred for the enemy. Many people have chosen to stand by and watch, and even some have followed with a little push, happy to see Lu Chen stumble. This is the entertainment industry. Lu Chen has no roots and a little fame, and is most suitable to be stepped on. Everyone is waiting to see how he will deal with the black tide that is so aggressive. South Island, Bihai City. It's already 10 o'clock in the evening, and the southernmost city of the motherland is still full of vitality. In the distance, the sea and sky are lined with boundless blue waves, and nearby, there are campfires on the beach that stretches for several kilometers. Couples walked along the long embankment, strolling hand in hand between the coconut trees. The sea breeze blew gently, and the air was filled with the smell of romance. Bihai, a famous tourist city, is also the last stop of the Singing China national tour. Lu Chen stood in his room on the 26th floor of the Lijing Hotel, overlooking the beach and sea view through the thick floor-to-ceiling windows. He was holding his cell phone and talking to Xianxia on the phone. After the competition in the deep-sea singing area, Lu Chen, together with the other 9 winning singers, flew to Bihai City with the Singing China program team. After getting off the plane, on the way to the hotel by bus, he received a call from his sister, Lu Shi. He knew that he had been attacked again on the Waves blog. But Lu Chen was not surprised at all, because Xianxia had already warned him that Jin Hongwei would not give up. Seeing that the Singing China national tour was coming to an end, the other party couldn't wait to jump out. He changed his way to attack him, and he held a grudge to the bone. Lu Chen has already read the blog post of the so-called wandering singer Lao Hai on his mobile phone. Just a clown, the gunman Jin Hongwei hired was still very good. Even Lu Chen was almost moved by the blog post. But what about the real thing? Can these manuscripts and photos be used as evidence of his plagiarism? It's also bullying the low IQ of some netizens. Of course, the other party's power is still very great, and he has set off such a big storm on the Waves blog. Lu Chen wants to give Jin Hongwei a thumbs up. If it had been an ordinary rookie with no roots and no foundation, it was likely that he would have been slandered, and even if he jumped into the South China Sea, he would not be able to clear his name and would end up with a gloomy ending. But now, Lu Chen was no longer the Lu Chen who had just participated in the talent show. He was no longer alone. He had the power to support him. He was not someone who could be easily bullied. This force did not refer to Lu Chen's studio. At present, the studio was still very weak and could not deal with this situation. What really stands behind him is the Singing China program team, Beijing Television. In last night's Deep Sea Station competition, the ratings of Singing China broke through 5% and reached 5.17%. A viewership rating of more than 5 points represented a huge hit and a huge amount of advertising benefits. And the beneficiary was none other than Beijing Television. Lu Chen dare not say that the program Singing China is popular because of him. That would be too arrogant and ignorant. But his outstanding performance could not go unnoticed. At this time, it would be strange if Beijing Television did not support him. Not all of these things were analyzed by Lu Chen himself. Most of them were said by Xianxia, who had just called. "You're not a real star yet, but you've enjoyed the treatment of a real star." Xianxia said with a smile, "Can I say congratulations?" If it was really an ordinary newcomer, who would spend so much effort to slander him? "Do they have nothing better to do?" Lu Chen said with a wry smile. "Brother Kenho, don't joke with me. Someone is going to go to court with me. A straight body is not afraid of a crooked shadow." Xianxia said decisively, "Just you wait. In Beijing, Jin Hongwei is nothing. Naturally, someone will teach him how to be a man. All you have to do is to defeat your opponent and win the last competition. That's also your best way to fight back." Although Lu Chen is not the kind of young man who is easily hot-blooded and impulsive, he was also stimulated by his sonorous and powerful words of encouragement. He said without hesitation, "Then Brother Kenho, just you wait and see." "Haha, that's right," Xianxia said with a smile, "when you come back from Bihai, come to Forget Worries Bar and let everyone celebrate for you." Of course, Lu Chen agreed, and then ended the call. As a result, he had just put his cell phone back in his pocket when the phone in the room rang again. On his first night in Bihai, Lu Chen was doomed to be unable to stop. It was Guru Wei, the music director of Singing China program team, who called him. Guru Wei asked Lu Chen to go to room 2607. For the Bihai competition on the evening of the 20th, Beijing Television has booked the entire 26th floor of Lijing Hotel early to accommodate the Singing China program team, for judges and singing contestants. Lu Chen lives in single room 2029. Due to things at the studio, Li Feiyu has returned to Beijing ahead of time and did not follow him to Bihai City. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen immediately left his room and rushed to room 2607. As a result, he ran into Zhang Junhua and 2 other singing contestants. They were obviously going outside the hotel and were stunned when they bumped into Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded to Zhang Junhua. Zhang Junhua smiled and nodded, and then passed by Lu Chen. Neither of them spoke. Since the last meal at Egret restaurant, the relationship between Zhang Junhua and Lu Chen has been alienated a lot. At most, they just say hello when they meet, and they never go out together again. The only one who hasn't changed is Mu Xiaoqiu. When he passed by just now, Lu Chen was keenly aware of the look in Zhang Junhua's eyes. That was obviously gloating, and it was estimated that he knew that he had been blacklisted. After all, they are not the same kind of people. Lu Chen came to room 2607 and quickly knocked on the door. Room 2607 is a large suite, which is used as a temporary headquarters by the program team. There are a lot of computer equipment in it, so it looks quite messy, and the smoke is quite choking. Many hotels have special smoking suites, which have the best ventilation conditions. However, there are as many as 7 or 8 smokers in room 2607. They all open fire, even if the exhaust fan is whirring. Xiao Lu is here. When Guru Wei saw Lu Chen, he waved to him and said, "Come here." Lu Chen greeted politely, "Hello, Director Chen, Director Gu, Assistant Zhang." In addition to Guru Wei sitting in the rest area, there are 2 other people. They are the deputy director of Beijing Television, Xianxia, who is in charge of leading the team, and Xianxi's assistant, Xiaozhang. Xianxia is over 50 years old, has a square face and big ears, and has a dignified air of a high-ranking person. He nodded and said, "Sit down." Lu Chen sat down opposite Xianxia. The deputy director grabbed a cigarette on the coffee table and asked, "Xiao Lu, do you smoke?" Lu Chen quickly declined, "Thank you, Director Chen, but I don't smoke." "It's right not to smoke." A smile appeared on Xianxi's face, and he said, "Young people should know how to take care of their bodies. As a singer, don't smoke and drink less to protect your voice." He took out a cigarette and held it between his fingers, but refused the lighter offered by his assistant, Xiaozhang. Playing with the cigarette, Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Now we know what happened on the internet. Someone deliberately spread rumors to discredit you. This is not only aimed at you, but also a provocation to our Beijing television. I asked old Gu to call you here to tell you that you don't have any mental burden. This matter will be handled by our TV station, and we will definitely give you justice." Although he had expected it, Lu Chen was still a little excited when he heard Xianxi's promise. "Many times, it was really good to have a big tree to enjoy the shade," he said gratefully. "Thank you, Director Chen." "It's not just about me," Xianxia waved his hand and said, "but before that, I have a very important question to ask you. You have to answer it truthfully, otherwise our TV station may not be able to help you." Lu Chen was moved and asked, "Director Chen, do you want to ask about the song copyright?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Yes. This young man is very smart and promising," Lu Chen said without hesitation. "That's no problem. All my original works have been registered for copyright in the Greater China Music Library." Not only that, he looked at Xianxi's assistant and said, "Assistant Zhang, can you lend me your computer?" Of course, Assistant Zhang would not refuse and lent his laptop to Lu Chen. Lu Chen thanked him, opened the browser skillfully, and typed in the website of the Greater China Music Library. He logged into his account and selected all the works that have been sold or performed in public, such as In the Spring, You Who Sat Next to Me, Fly Higher, Love in the Wind, and so on. Lu Chen said, "There is no problem with copyright, and I have also registered foreign copyrights in the Universal Music Library in the United States." After waking up from the dream, Lu Chen relied on memory to write 2 original works, You Who Sat Next to Me and Cinderella. He went to the Greater China Music Library to inquire and register the copyright at the first time, even if it took out all his savings. Later, when Lu Chen made more money, he took his works to the Universal Music Library and registered them again. The nature of the Universal Music Library and the Greater China Music Library is exactly the same, except that the latter is an authoritative website for musicians or music institutions in Europe, the United States, Japan, and South Korea to register the copyright. Because the two are not interconnected, if you want to ensure the global copyright of your works, you must register them once, and the cost can be said to be quite high. Many domestic musicians do not pay much attention to this area, or are reluctant to pay US dollars, but Lu Chen is not included. It is precisely because of this precaution that he is not afraid of being discredited on the blog. Xianxia and Guruwei looked at each other, and the former smiled and said, "Xiao Lu is really. Then there is no problem." They are not afraid to wrestle with others, but they are afraid that Lu Chen will drop the chain. But Lu Chen is more shrewd and experienced than the two thought. Not only from within the country, but also from abroad. Guruwei said, "Xiao Lu, download a copy of the copyright certificate of these works, and save it in Xiao Zhang's computer." Lu Chen said, "Okay, Director Gu, I still have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Say it." Guruwei smiled warmly and said, "As long as it does not violate the rules, everything is fine." Lu Chen smiled and said, "I want to change the entry for the night after tomorrow." "I don't know if this is a violation of the rules." Didn't Qin Jianhao say that using his own performance to defeat the opponent is the best way to fight back? Then he will do it for real. The last time Lu Chen was attacked, Beijing television did not say anything. But if one thinks that Beijing satellite TV does not attach importance to Lu Chen, or has always held an indifferent attitude towards his experience, it would be really a big mistake, especially when it violates their interests. Tian, if a tiger does not show its might, it is easy to be regarded as a sick cat. Beijing television is a flood serpent entrenched in the capital. Once it is angry, it has the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. On the night that the Singing China program team arrived in Bihai, at 11:15, Beijing television official V posted a stern notice on the Waves blog. In this long blog post, Beijing television said that it had noticed the wave of public opinion against Singing China contestant Lu Chen on the internet, and launched a serious investigation. After a careful investigation by the Singing China program team, it was confirmed that contestant Lu Chen owns all the copyrights of his songs, including but not limited to the copyrights that have been transferred. The copyright registration websites are Greater China Music Library in China and Universal Music Library in the United States, both of which are the most authoritative music copyright organizations. Beijing television therefore determined that Lu Chen did not plagiarize in his creation, and that the blog post of wandering singer Lao Hai and I in the Spring in the Waves blog has serious problems of confusing the facts, misleading netizens, and fabricating and discrediting. In order to defend the honor and reputation of Singing China contestants, Beijing television, together with Lu Chen himself, reported to Waves blog, requesting Waves blog to conduct an open and fair investigation. At the end of the notice, the copyright documents of 10 songs, including Chinese and English, were attached. This is called reasonable and well-founded, with pictures and the truth. As soon as the announcement statement of Beijing television official V came out, it immediately received a large number of reposts and comments. There was an uproar in the Waves blog, because everyone did not expect that Beijing television would support Lu Chen so strongly. In fact, those who knew about variety shows would know that Beijing television's support of Lu Chen was not to defend his reputation, but to defend their own interests, like a dragon's reverse scale. At 11:35 a.m., Waves blog posted a pop-up notice on its homepage. The content of the announcement wasn't long. The Waves blog official stated that after an investigation, the blog post of the blogger wandering singer Lao Hai, titled The Story of Me and in the Spring, was reported by the official account of Beijing television. It was found that there was indeed a violation of the rules, so it was removed. In addition, through technical investigation, the source of wandering singer Lao Hai SIP was Shanghai, and it was exactly the same as the famous blogger Riceball SIP. Riceball's account was also temporarily closed. If the previous announcement by Beijing television official V was the horn of counterattack, then the official announcement by Waves blog was the direct capture of the flag. In an instant, the head of the culprit was chopped off, even the skin was peeled off cleanly. Riceball was a big V with 7.5 million followers on Waves. He was also a famous marketing account. Wandering singer Lao Hai was actually his smuff. Many people felt that they had been fooled. Didn't he say that he was a wandering singer who had drifted in Beijing for more than 20 years? How did he suddenly become a famous Big V? This was simply a scam. The Big V who originally forwarded the blog post The Story of Me and in the Spring deleted their own blog posts, cancelled their likes, and pretended as if nothing had happened. Some who reacted slowly or went offline, ended up with the comment section exploding. Do you still have any shame? As for Riceball's blog, it was even more heavily scolded by thousands of Lu Chen fans and passers-by. Because Riceball's account had been banned, he couldn't even close the comment section or delete the blog post even if he wanted to. He could only watch as he was ruthlessly beaten up. This Big V account was basically useless. In contrast, Lu Chen's blog returned to normal. Many passers-by who had scolded him because of the misunderstanding came back to apologize to him, and liked and added followers. The atmosphere in the comment section was warm and peaceful. The black tide that was originally aimed at Lu Chen disappeared in the blink of an eye. The trend on the internet was like this. It often came and went quickly. Unless someone added fuel to the fire, the duration was very short. Not to mention that it was directly beaten to death with a stick. At 11:47, Tan Hong, who had more than 20 million followers, spoke in his blog. He expressed his support to Lu Chen through the blog post, hoping that the latter would not be affected by this plagiarism incident in the Bihai competition the night after tomorrow. Otherwise, it would really be a pity. Tan Hong also deeply sighed at the kindness of many netizens. These netizens were too easily misled and moved by a fabricated story. As a result, they wrongly accused a very talented young man. In fact, the biggest loophole in The Story of Me and in the Spring was that after the so-called Beijing drifting singer created his work, he didn't register the copyright, but he didn't even do an online filing, which was completely contrary to common sense. Even if it was the first draft, as long as it was uploaded to a big website such as QQ Music for filing, it didn't cost much money to prove the originality of his work, and it was also legally valid. Few singers didn't know this most basic common sense of copyright. The authenticity of this story could be imagined, but ordinary netizens didn't understand it, which led to the spread of the plagiarism storm. Tan Hong sincerely hoped that similar incidents would not happen again, and that it would not damage the original works in China. On the surface, Tan Hong's blog post was posted a little late, and the content was a bit suspicious of hindsight. But in fact, while he lamented the kindness of netizens who didn't know the truth, he was also slapping those in the industry who forwarded the original blog post in the face. They don't understand, and you don't understand either. It was nothing more than an ulterior motive. None of these people dared to jump out and refute. Even if their teeth were slapped off, they could only swallow it. Tan Hong has a lot of fans, and because of his love for me, Lu Chen's popularity in the Waves blog soared again, and a few hours later, he was on the celebrity list on the home page. Later, Chen Fei-er, Lin Jijia, and Zhen all posted blog posts to support Lu Chen. The next day, the headline of the third page of an entertainment newspaper was, "Singing China 4 judges support the newcomer," and that morning, Lu Chen also posted a blog post. At this time, the storm has basically subsided. Because of the support of Beijing television, Tan Hong, and other big names in the circle, the criticism of Lu Chen has disappeared, whether it is in blogs, post bars, or forums. In his blog post, he first thanked Beijing television, as well as the 4 judges, including Tan Hong and Chen Fei-er. Then, Lu Chen said that after 2 disturbances against him in the Waves blog, he understood more about the dangers of people and the complexity of things in the world, so he was extremely grateful to his fans who have always trusted and supported him. He wanted to tell all his fans that although he was slandered, misunderstood, humiliated and cursed, but he still has the dream of pursuing music, a pure and unchanging heart. Tomorrow evening, in the last game of Singing China national competition, Lu Chen will dedicate a brand new work to all his supporters. Please look forward to it. Thank you. Finally, he also Beijing television, Singing China program team, Tan Hong, Chen Fei-er, Lin Jijia, Zhen, and Lu Chen's support group, that is, Lu Jiejun's group v. Lu Chen's long blog post, entitled Thank You, was quickly forwarded by a large number of people as soon as it was posted. Beijing television and other big and small v, who were at, have all given replies of encouragement or support. In just a few hours, the number of reposts and comments on the blog post has exceeded 100,000 plus, and what Lu Chen's fans talked about the most was his new work, just waiting for the answer to be revealed. On the evening of August 20th, Singing China Bihai Singing Area Competition, which was also the last national tour, was broadcast live to hundreds of millions of viewers nationwide on time in the indoor stadium of Bihai Stadium. The indoor stadium of Bihai Stadium can accommodate 5,000 spectators. After temporary renovation, it has become a huge performance stage. All 5,000 seats were full, all 24 cameras were in place, and all the staff of the program team were on duty. When the timer jumped to 7:30, the theme song of Life on a String suddenly sounded in the stadium. The host on the scene stepped on the stage, first read a short advertisement at a fierce speed, and then invited the judges to the stage. Tan Hong, Chen Fei-er, Lin Jijia, Zhen, 4 judges, who were already very familiar to the audience all over the country, appeared one by one. Each of their appearances aroused warm applause and cheers from the audience at the scene, especially the 2 heavenly kings and heavenly queens, who were crazily pursued. Next, it was time for the exciting PK draw. The 10 singers of the tour team versus the 10 top contestants of the Bihai singing area. Their fate was in the hands of the small control button in the hands of the 4 judges. Tan Hong was the first to press the button and draw the first pair of contestants of the evening. The big screen immediately showed the photos of 20 contestants, divided into left and right, up and down. Until Tan Hong pressed the button again. Stop! The first pair of contestants was produced in an instant, from Zhang Junhua of the tour team to Lin Meiru of the top 10 in Bihai. The 2 appeared separately and sang their best songs, and then the judges and the audience inside and outside the venue scored. The higher scorers won the top 10 in the country. The loser was naturally eliminated. There was no resurrection session in the competition, so it was extremely cruel. Such a rule is undoubtedly not completely fair, because the two strongest singers may bump into each other, and then one of them is bound to be kicked out, either in the top 10 of the singing area or in the team. But this just enhances the excitement and appreciation of the competition, and increases the theme of the program. Along the way, many contestants who were eliminated were very pitiful. It's not that they are not strong, but unfortunately, they encountered a stronger opponent and had no luck to continue. And Lu Chen is undoubtedly the most powerful opponent. Toot, the spout of the electric kettle spewed out a long stream of steam, and a low and melodious chirp echoed in the small dwelling. Click, the next moment, under the action of the automatic thermostat, the switch on the base jumped up and the power was cut off in an instant. Xianxia skillfully picked up the kettle and poured the freshly boiled water into the prepared bucket of noodles. A bucket of Master Gao braised beef noodles, half a bag of sour and spicy pickled vegetables, and a spicy braised egg. It was already 9 p.m., and this was his dinner. There was no other way. All the employees in the company were working overtime today. It was lucky to be able to get back to the rental house before 9 p.m. Sometimes, when they worked overtime until 11 p.m. or even later, Xianxia slept directly in the office. Xianxia didn't want to complain about anything, because for a graduate of a third-rate university, this low-level coding job was the best job he could find in more than a year. At least he could support himself on his salary and survive in this big city with a population of 30 million. Without waiting for the noodles to be cooked, Xianxia brought them directly to the computer. Tonight is the last game of the Singing China Tour competition, which will decide the top 10 singers in the country. He wants to cheer for Lu Chen with thousands of Lu Jiejun members. Xianxia first met Lu Chen a few months ago. At that time, he was wandering in Whale TV, and inadvertently clicked on the newcomer recommendation on the home page. As a result, he entered Lu Fei Lib broadcasting room, and met the talented newcomer anchor who could play and sing. He liked listening to Lu Chen's playing and singing. He liked the anchor's optimism and humor, and liked the other party's original folk songs even more. And the real reason why Xianxia became a die-hard fan was that Lu Chen, like him, was also a Beijing drifter, also a drifting ant family. Xianxia watched Lu Chen become famous in Whale TV. He watched Lu Chen walk out of the anchor circle, go all the way to a broader world, and stand on a star-studded stage. In Lu Chen, he saw the dream that he had been working hard to pursue. In the evening's game, Xianxia paid extra attention to it. He was a little absent-minded when he worked overtime. Fortunately, Lu Chen has not played since the program started live at 7:30. Otherwise, he could only play back the recorded video and would not be able to cheer for Lu Chen with the hundreds of thousands of fans. On the computer screen, the fifth pair had just left the stage. Mu Xiaochu, the singer of the tour team, with a sweet song, Small Town Nocturne, narrowly defeated Gao Zhangping, the challenger of the Bihai singing area, with a total score of 91.68 points and won the fifth place in the national top 10. Compared to her opponent, her advantage was only 0.12 points. Xianxia came back late, so he only saw a little bit of the PK between the two sides. But this did not stop him from applauding and cheering for Mu Xiaochu, filling the live broadcast room with celebratory bullet screens. Mu Xiaochu, like Lu Chen, is from Beijing's singing area. All the way through the difficulties, this delicate girl, who is like a girl next door, has shown everyone a tenacious will, tenacious courage and commendable strength. And she and Lu Chen have a very good relationship. They are like brother and sister, and have appeared several times in the live video. As the saying goes, love a house and its crow, Lu Chen's fans have also liked Mu Xiaochu. Everyone affectionately calls her Little Sister Xiaochu. Now that Mu Xiaochu has defeated his opponent again, the live broadcast room was full of jubilation, and the bullet screens flooded the screen like a tide. Xianxia hit the enter key with a smile and sent the loaded content out. Congratulations to Little Sister Xiaochu for winning the national top 10. But that's not the real point. The contestants left the stage, and the host came on again, reading the 10-second advertising message in super speed. He asked Chen Feier to draw the sixth pair of contestants. Lu Fei's live broadcast room instantly quieted down, and everyone was waiting nervously and looking forward to it anxiously. The competition is already halfway through, and the tour team and the Bihai singing area each have 5 contestants on the stage. There are only the last 10 contestants left. Will Lu Chen be selected? The TV camera's lens was pointed at Xianxia, who calmly pressed the draw button. The big LED screen immediately began to scroll the photos at a fast speed. Stop. As Xianxia pressed it for the second time, the picture was instantly fixed. Lu Chen versus Xianxia. Lu Chen, this time, it's finally his turn to appear. Yes. Xianxia excitedly clapped the mouse and almost knocked over the instant noodles that were being cooked on the table. But how could he care about eating noodles now? Lu Fei's live broadcast room was boiling in an instant, and the number of bullet screens sent was simply terrifying, densely packed. People who don't know the truth think that Lu Chen has defeated his opponent. Although in the eyes of hundreds of thousands of fans, there is no doubt that Lu Chen will win this competition. Didn't someone discredit Lu Chen on Wave's blog the day before yesterday? It was noisy, and as a result, he was slapped in the face by Beijing television. The 4 judges all spoke out in support of him. If he doesn't win, who else can win? However, there are also a few rational voices. Xianxia is the top 10 chief of the Bihai singing area. Her singing is still very good. Well, Lu Fei can't be careless. Xianxia seems to be a graduate of Chuanin. She is really powerful. I reckon that she has a good fight with the anchor. I've seen her 2 games, and she does have a good level. This is the 3rd time that the anchor has faced the chief of the singing area, isn't it? There must be something fishy, otherwise how could it be so coincidental? I don't know what song General Lu will sing this time. Of course, these worried and even questioning voices are very weak, and they were quickly drowned out by the flood of bullet screens. Everyone's attention was focused on the live broadcast. They saw Lu Chen and Xianxia on the stage at the same time. Xianxia is 23 years old, a native of South Island. She is tall and has fair skin, but her appearance is not very good. The top 10 chief of the Bihai singing area is gender neutral, with short hair and earrings. The combination of t-shirt, jeans, and casual shoes makes her look fresh and neat. When she smiles, there is a small dimple on her left cheek. Hello. The 2 walked onto the stage from different directions and met face to face in the middle. Xianxia took the initiative to extend her hand to Lu Chen. I like your songs very much. It's my honor to compete with you on the same stage. The girl is so generous. Of course, Lu Chen will not perform badly. He shook the other party's hand and said with a smile, it's also my honor. The dialogue between the 2 was clearly transmitted to the ears of the 5,000 spectators through the microphone. There was immediately a tsunami of applause and cheers in the stadium. Xianxia! 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 Many spectators shouted Xianxia's name and raised the fluorescent cards in their hands to cheer for her. This is the home advantage. Xianxia is the top 10 chief of the Bihai singing area and a native of South Island. After the accumulation of many previous competitions, she already has a high popularity, and naturally has the strong support of the live audience. Of course, the 5,000 spectators are not all from Bihai. There are many people who support Lu Chen, but their momentum is a little worse than Xianxia. It is estimated that after the competition, the number of votes in the field will be at a disadvantage. The arrangement of the Singing China Tour competition makes the team usually have an off-field advantage, but in the face of the local singing area contestants, it is difficult to gain the upper hand on the field, and the 2 sides form a relatively balanced situation. Who wins and who loses depends on the overall score. According to the rules of the competition, the home contestant sings first, so Lu Chen temporarily retreated to the waiting area beside the stage. Xianxia changed to an electric guitar. She handsomely held the guitar in her arms and said to the microphone, "Tonight, the song I brought to you is my own work. Its name is No Man's Island. I hope you like it." Wow, the whole audience was in an uproar. Unexpectedly, Xianxia came up with an original work in this extremely important competition. People who are familiar with Xianxia know that from the audition of the Bihai singing area, to the qualifying competition, the semifinals, and the promotion competition, and finally to the top 10 chief of the singing area, she has covered other people's songs. Xianxia's voice is very special, with a metallic texture and slightly tearing magnetic characteristics, coupled with her first-class singing skills and excellent typhoon, so she has won the love of countless audiences and made it all the way to the present. In the blog, post bar, and forum of Singing China, Xianxia's fans are guessing which song she will choose to sing in the evening. There are all kinds of opinions, but no one said that she will sing her own work. Moreover, she is up against Lu Chen, who has swept his opponents with original works, the strongest singer in the tour team. Isn't this using one's own weakness to deal with the enemy's strength? Of course, many audiences don't know that whether it is the singing team or the singing area contestants, the songs for the competition are prepared in advance, and it is impossible to suddenly change when it comes to the competition. Because the tour competition is all accompanied by a live band. Xianxia herself didn't expect that she would face Lu Chen, but since she dared to take out her first original work and use it in this crucial competition, she must have enough confidence. Xianxia believes in her own strength, and her confidence is also written on her face. She held her head high and smiled until the band behind her played the prelude. The steel strings were sonorous, with an unusual rhythm and a cheerful and enthusiastic melody, which instantly presented the unique style of the summer island to the 4 judges and 5,000 spectators present. Xianxia's unique female voice immediately joined in the auditory feast. Lu Chen, who was standing in the waiting area, suddenly straightened his back, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Even after listening to only a short section of the first section, he was keenly aware that Xianxia's original work was extraordinary. Not only was it excellent and stylish, but it was also the fast song that the audience liked. The top 10 chief of the Bihai singing area is definitely not an opponent that can be easily defeated. But it was precisely her wonderful performance that thoroughly aroused Lu Chen's fighting spirit. Only by winning such an opponent can his victory be beyond doubt. At the end of the song, the applause was like a tide. Xianxia's original work, No Man's Island, is undoubtedly the biggest highlight since the beginning of tonight's competition in the Bihai singing area. The top 10 chief, facing a strong enemy, showed her trump card and immediately won the house. Unique voiceover, powerful singing, catchy lyrics, coupled with a bright and warm melody, with the passionate accompaniment of the live band, the new song seemed to be like a heavy rain suddenly falling on an island on a summer night, conquering the 5,000 audience with lightning speed. Many of the audience stood up and applauded Xianxia, thanking her for dedicating a good song to everyone. Xianxia's fans held up fluorescent signs high and shouted her name. The atmosphere at the scene reached a new climax. In the face of the cheers of thousands of spectators, Xianxia's chest rose and fell violently a few times. Her white, jade-like face was flushed with excitement, and the corners of her eyes were sparkling. She held her electric guitar and bowed deeply to the audience who supported her. Then she turned around and thanked the live band. When she straightened up again, there were 2 more lines of tears on her face, but she was still smiling with joy. Among the 4 judges, Xianxia stood up and applauded her. After sitting down, the Queen of Sweet Songs smiled and asked, "You sang so well, Xianxia. I remember you were covering other people's songs in the previous competition. Why did you come up with this original work tonight?" Xianxia wiped away her tears and said with a little embarrassment, "Because I wrote this song for a long time, and I haven't had the right opportunity to sing it to others, but tonight is different." After a slight pause, she continued, "Tonight is the competition in the Bihai singing area. I want to use this song to express my love for my hometown and thank all my fans and audience for their support. Thank you, everyone." The applause that had just stopped rang out again. Xianxia encouragingly said, "Well said, I'll give you 10 points." She pressed the scoreboard and added 10 points to Xianxia. In the warm applause, Xianxia bowed again, "Thank you, Teacher Chen." Following that, Tan Hong, Lin Jijia, and Jinjin gave it 9, 9, and 10 respectively. With all 4 of them added up, Xianxia's total score was 38 points, which was also the highest score since the start of the competition. The audience applauded thunderously. This uninhabited island was a typical fast song, very much in line with the tastes of young people nowadays. Its lyrics and melody are unique. If it is packaged and promoted, there is no problem for it to be on the original music list. Maybe it has a chance to rush to the top 10. However, it couldn't be said to be outstanding or classic, because the song lacked sufficient connotation. It was only because of Xianxia's near-perfect performance that it received such a high score from the judges. Originality is certainly a plus, but singing strength is also indispensable. After all, singing China is not super singer, so Xianxia's performance is still the key to scoring. She got such a high score from the judges, which imperceptibly brought a lot of pressure to Lu Chen, who appeared later. Especially when Xianxia relied on original works. In the tourney competition, the scoring standard of the 4 judges was much higher, and it was not easy to give a full score. Even for Lu Chen, the total score of the judges in the first 2 matches was only 36 and 37, but it was higher than his opponent. Now that Xianxia got 38 points, and she has the home advantage, the threat to Lu Chen is naturally great. This threat and pressure were reflected in Whale TV's live broadcast room, and Lu Chen's fans could not calm down. Xianxia is really good. Although I'm a fan of the anchor, I have to say that this song is good. It's very good. Chen Feier gave it 10 points. What do you say? What? I really admire you people. It's not like Lu Feide has never met a powerful opponent. There is no in case, General Lu will win. If the anchor loses, I will eat a keyboard live. Chocolate keyboard? Ba, don't jinx it. I believe in Lu Feide. Big will win. Support the anchor. Amidst the discussion, the #1 fan in Lu Fei's live broadcast room, Li Bai, suddenly smashed out 5 aircraft carriers in a row. After shocking the audience with his big move, he said coolly, General Lu will win. There's no need to doubt it. After winning this competition, everyone come to the group to grab red envelopes. There was a tide of flattery in the live broadcast room. It's different when a local tyrant makes a move, instantly suppressing all the noise. At the scene, after the 4 judges showed their scores, Xianxia temporarily went down, and Lu Chen went on the stage. The rules of the tourney competition are different from those of the singing area promotion competition. In addition to the judges' scores, the votes of the audience inside and outside the venue should be announced at the same time. Of course, the time for counting the votes is exactly the same for the 2 contestants. Lu Chen took his guitar and walked onto the stage again. Hello, for judges, the audience at the scene and in front of the TV, hello everyone. I am Lu Chen. After that, he bowed. The audience at the scene still gave face, and the applause was quite warm, but it was incomparable to the previous one. However, there were 2 female fans sitting in the front seat, desperately shaking the fluorescent cards in their hands. The 2 words Lu Chen above were very eye-catching. Hello, Tan Hong nodded. He smiled and asked, Lu Chen, everyone is looking forward to your performance tonight. Xianxia scored 38 points before. Do you feel any pressure? Since Tan Hong appeared in Singing China, he has become a well-deserved chief judge with his rigorous style and professional judgment. Some people on the internet say that he is too strict with singers, but no one says that he is unfair. He doesn't like to interact with the contestants very much, but more to give advice and discuss in music. Such a family-like inquiry has hardly appeared before. It's really Lu Chen. Lu Chen calmly replied, there must be pressure. Xianxia's performance is too good. Her work is really great. If I have a choice, I hope I won't compete with her. Well, let's be good friends. There were bursts of laughter and applause in the venue. Lu Chen's answer was undoubtedly very modest, and there was no lack of humor, which made people feel good. The camera lens of the live broadcast instantly switched to Xianxia, who was standing in the waiting area. Lu Chen's words made her chuckle. When she saw the camera sweeping over, she raised her hand and made a gesture of victory. Chen Feier said with a smile, if you really become good friends, for the sake of friendship, are you willing to give her the place to be promoted to the top 10 in the country? The Queen of Sweet Songs blinked, her eyes flashing with a sly light. This question, Lu Chen was a little speechless. When did Singing China become a witty response program, but he reacted quickly. After a little thought, he said, I think true friendship is based on mutual respect and mutual understanding. Friendship has nothing to do with interests, identity, and status. So, I don't think contestant Xianxia will accept the place I give her. She wants to win confidently. As soon as Lu Chen's voice fell, the whole audience applauded again, more enthusiastic and sincere than before. For his wonderful answer. Xianxia bit her lip, her eyes were bright. Chen Feier said with a smile, well said, then let's start your performance. I'm looking forward to it. Not only was she looking forward to it, but also the audience sitting in front of the TV and computers, and the hundreds of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room, were looking forward to Lu Chen's performance tonight. What kind of work will he use to meet the challenge of a strong opponent, standing in front of the microphone with his guitar in his arms, Lu Chen was very calm. After so many confrontations, he has been really honed, and he will not have stage fright in the face of a big stage. But at this moment, his heart was not calm. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Chen thought a lot, and many past events flashed in his mind. He thought of the dark years he had experienced, the depression after his father's death, the hardships brought about by the great changes in life, and the pain and heartbreak after his girlfriend broke up. He thought of the days when he was a drifter in Beijing, working hard to earn more money, and living like a walking corpse. He thought of being banned at the Starlight show, and being suppressed because he refused to sign a contract. He did not forget that he was smeared on the internet twice, and even slandered. Although Lu Chen had overcome all the difficulties and obstacles along the way, although all the troubles had been solved, he had not yet spoken his heart, and had not launched his own counterattack. The anger had long been in his heart, waiting to explode, and here was the best stage. Lu Chen straightened his chest, and his eyes lit up with a little flame. He held the guitar in his arms tightly, then turned to the live band and gave a thumbs up. It's time to start. Let the whole world listen to my voice. The name of this song is Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Where is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, then I will definitely go. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. I don't care if it is a cliff or not. Live hard, love hard, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Don't ask for anyone's satisfaction. As long as I am worthy of myself, I have never chosen to give up on my ideals even in the dusty days. Maybe I don't have talent, but I have the innocence of dreams. I will prove it with my whole life. Maybe my hands are clumsier than my feet, but I am willing to keep exploring. Give up all my youth without regrets. Run forward, facing the cold eyes and ridicule. How can you feel the vastness of life without going through hardships? Fate can't make us kneel and beg for mercy even if our arms are full of blood. Keep running, with the pride of a pure heart. How can you see the brilliance of life if you don't persist to the end? Instead of struggling at death's door, it is better to burn to your heart's content. One day it will sprout again. Note, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, lyric/song, Su Duo. This song, Chasing Dream with a Childlike Heart, is a very special work in Lu Chen's dream world. At first, it didn't attract much attention, and many people didn't know this song. But later, because of a cartoon, it suddenly became popular and spread everywhere on the internet, touching countless people's tears, so it won a wide range of young people's love and became a classic rock and roll work. Under the interpretation of the original singer of this song, the exciting lyrics are expressed in a high tone and roaring voice. Its rather eccentric singing and almost hysterical emotional expression make the work have a strange charm, which makes people more moved the more they listen to it. However, Lu Chen didn't imitate this singing method, because it didn't match his vocal characteristics. He temporarily replaced this song as the competition track, and asked Gu Rui, the music director of Singing China program group, and the accompaniment band to help rearrange the song. Therefore, in terms of style, there has been a lot of change compared with the original. But the lyrics haven't changed, the melody hasn't changed, and the emotion is still strong. When Lu Chen sang this song, he first gradually accumulated his emotions. In the front, there was repression and endurance, pain and pursuit, lonely introspection and sober melancholy, and also the confrontation between sensibility and rationality. The future is always calling to me, even if it's only accompanied by pain. I have to move forward bravely. I want to sail in the bluest sea there. I don't care if I can return. He was dispirited after his failure. That's the performance of a coward. As long as there's still a breath left, please clench your fists. Just before the day broke, we have to be braver. Wait for the most dazzling moment at sunrise. However, when the complex emotions accumulated in him to the apex, they suddenly burst out. Run forward, facing the cold eyes and ridicule. How can the vastness of life be felt without suffering? Fate, it can't make us kneel and beg for mercy even if the blood spilled all over our arms. Keep running, with the pride of a child. How can we see the brilliance of life if we don't persist to the end? It's better to burn than to linger on, for the beauty in our hearts. Don't compromise until we get old. There was no noise in the huge venue. Only Lu Chen's singing and the band's performance echoed in the space, repeatedly striking everyone's eardrums and deafening them. No one would have thought that Lu Chen would actually take out a rock and roll piece, and it was so special. How hot-blooded. In the basement of the old house on the side of the 4th Ring Road in Beijing, Xianxia stared at the screen and his whole body was trembling. He felt as if there was something roaring and howling inside his body, wanting to rush out. Lu Chen's song reminded Xianxia of the time when he had just arrived in the capital and what he had experienced. At that time, he had a dream, but he was badly beaten by reality. Due to his lack of education, he had to work everywhere in order to survive. He had handed out flyers on the streets, washed dishes in restaurants, ran express deliveries, and solicited business. He didn't know how many times he had been ignored and looked at coldly, and how many times he had wanted to give up and return to his hometown. But Xianxia persevered. Life taught him to be strong and made him understand the importance of knowledge. While working hard to make money, he studied hard, and finally found a job that suited his profession. At the same time, he really settled down in Beijing, so that the little spark of dream in his heart was not extinguished. After so much, Xianxia thought he was already very brave and strong, but now when he heard this song, Chasing Dream with a Childlike Heart, his mood collapsed in an instant. Running forward, facing the cold eyes and ridicule, how can the vastness of life be felt without suffering? Fate can't make us kneel down and beg for mercy. Xianxia gritted his teeth and clenched his fists before he finished listening to the song. Then he picked up the soaked instant noodles on the table, rolled the noodles with a plastic fork and ate them slowly. Unconsciously, tears filled his eyes. After a long time, there was a sudden burst of fierce applause in the stadium, and in an instant, a huge wave of sound reached a climax. Many people stood up and applauded and cheered for Lu Chen. Lu Chen bowed deeply to them, and there was a trace of tears in his eyes. Then the judges, Tan Hong and Lin Jijie stood up first, and Chen Fei and Jin Zhen were only half a step behind. There was also the live band. When Lu Chen saluted and thanked them, these musicians, who have always been very proud, saluted him in unison, as if they were completing a grand ceremony. It took several minutes for the live broadcast to calm down. The four judges sat down again, and Tan Hong said, "I don't want to give too many comments on this song. Although it's still a little rough and not perfect, I give it 10 points. After that, Tan Hong pressed the scoring device hard, and the golden number 10 appeared on the big screen. Lu Chen smiled and thanked, "Thank you, Teacher Tan." "No." Tan Hong shook his head solemnly and said, "I want to thank you for letting me hear a good song that is moving and worth listening to with my heart. In you, I see the hope of the future of pop music." In a reality talent show, it's common for judges to praise contestants. Sometimes, in order to highlight the effect of the show or to cooperate with the hype, they will even say it very mushy, which can make people have goosebumps. But what kind of person is Tan Hong? With his status and strength in the circle, he doesn't need to do this kind of immoral thing at all. Therefore, his appreciation of Lu Chen is entirely from the heart. Tan Hong likes this song with the new rock spirit very much, surpassing all of Lu Chen's previous works. He gave Lu Chen 10 points because the highest score was only 10 points. Lin Jijie also gave Lu Chen 10 points. The music director of Flying Stone Records said, "It would have been better if you had been born 20 years earlier." 20 years ago, it was still the golden age of the singing industry, and it was also the era of the rise of heroes and the emergence of heavenly kings and queens. Lin Jijie thinks that was the best era of pop music. It was the most suitable era for Lu Chen. Tan Hong laughed heartily. Chen Fei said, "Lu Chen, do you know? I was going to give you 10 points, but big brother Tan Hong has already given you 10 points, so I'll give you 9 points. There was a soft hubbub in the venue, and many people didn't understand Chen Fei. Why did Tan Hong give 10 points, and she give 9 points? Tan Hong's laughter turned into a wry smile, and he couldn't help shaking his head. What a willful little sister. He knew that it was because Chen Fei liked Xijia very much. He just gave Xijia 9 points, so he wanted to get back at her. But Tan Hong couldn't object. Scoring was the right of the judges. Seeing the helpless expression on Tan Hong's face, Chen Fei's lips evoked a beautiful arc. She gently pressed the scoring device. On the big screen, a big number immediately appeared. 10. Chen Fei didn't give Lu Chen a score of 9 points, but 10 points. An instant turnaround, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, "I'm kidding, Lu Chen. Your song is really good. It deserves full marks." It's hard to imagine that such a beautiful swan and cunning white fox woman is already over 30 years old, Lin Jijie said with a smile. "You brothers and sisters all gave 10 points, so I'll also give 10 points." He gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. "Good song. As Tan Hong said, this song doesn't need too much evaluation. A full score is enough. Zhenjun also gave 10 points. She said, this song makes me feel the strength to work hard. A full score is well deserved. All 4 judges gave 10 points, and Lu Chen's total score was 40 points. He surpassed his opponent Xianxia's 38 points in one fell swoop. Xianxia stood in the waiting area and applauded with the audience. Her face was regretful, but not sad. Although she knew that she had lost. A full score of 40 points had never appeared in the stage of the tour competition. Lu Chen was the first to get it. Only he could do it. Xianxia didn't feel wrong to lose to Lu Chen. After Lu Chen thanked him, the host came on stage and invited Xianxia back. He was going to announce the final result. First was Xianxia. Judges' total score, 38 points. Audience votes, 4,875 votes. Audience votes outside the venue, 428,530 votes. Overall score, 97. 52 points, then Lu Chen. Judges' total score, 40 points. Audience votes, 4,623 votes. Audience votes outside the venue, 725,506 votes. Overall score, 98. 79 points, there was no suspense in the result. Lu Chen defeated Xianxia and won the 6th place in the top 10 in the country. His overall score was ranked first. Although Lu Chen lost more than 200 votes to Xianxia in the audience votes, his judges' score was higher by 2 points, and the audience votes completely crushed the latter. The advantage was very obvious. Congratulations! When the final result was announced, Xianxia still showed deep disappointment. However, she didn't lose her composure because of this. She still congratulated Lu Chen in a very graceful manner. Thank you. Lu Chen shook hands with her. He didn't know how to comfort her. After all, he was the winner. Should he say that the other party performed very well? Maybe he would be scolded for being hypocritical, or arrogant. He might as well simply express his gratitude. Wouldn't others say that he was acting like a big shot? He was really a little afraid of being slandered. Fortunately, at this time, Chen Feier ran to the stage and held Xianxia in his arms, which also relieved Lu Chen of the embarrassment. The Queen of Sweet Songs whispered a few words in Xianxia's ear, and the latter's face suddenly changed. Surprised or pleasantly surprised, Lu Chen was a little curious, but he was too embarrassed to ask, so he went backstage to rest. Like Lu Chen, Tan Hong was also curious. When Chen Feier came back, he asked, "What did you say to Xianxia?" Chen Feier rolled her eyes at her senior brother and said, "This is a woman's secret." Tan Hong smiled bitterly. It had been more than 10 years, and his junior sister didn't seem to have changed. But the PK had to continue. It was just that the following competition had nothing to do with Lu Chen. Now he just needed to enjoy the taste of victory. On August 22, Singing China program team successfully completed the national competition tour and returned to Beijing. In another 7 days, on August 29, the last competition of Singing China, that is, the national top 10 final, will be held in the newly opened T1 studio of Beijing Television. On the same day, Shonan TV's Super Singer had just ended, and the ratings barely broke through 4%. Ling Xiaoxiao, a newcomer who was once highly touted, did not perform well in the final and only finished 5th. In the showdown of the ace variety shows of the 2 satellite TV stations, the first season of Singing China won Super Singer. Singing China's live competition in Beihai Stadium on the 20th reached 5.76% in the ratings. The industry speculates that the final national final should be able to easily break 6 points, and even hope to reach 7 points. Whether it's 6 points or 7 points, it's a victory worthy of pride for Beijing Television. As one of the top 10 singers in the country, Lu Chen also returned to Beijing with the program team. In fact, he could have stayed in Beihai for 2 more days, but there were still a lot of things to do in Beijing, so he could only come and go in a hurry, and didn't have a good taste of the beauty of the tropical islands in the South China Sea. Work and responsibility are like invisible whips, spurring Lu Chen to move forward. It's far from the time to lie down and rest and enjoy. On the second day after returning to Beijing, Lu Chen personally interviewed a job seeker in his studio. Xianxia, 22, graduated from Fengshan University, majoring in computer application. He has been in Beijing for more than a year and is currently working as a programmer in an internet company. Fengshan University belongs to one of the 3 universities in China, that is, a third-rate university, and the value of academic qualifications is very low. In Beijing, where there are so many talents, he is not even a small shrimp in the sea. It is almost impossible for him to find a good job. It should be known that even a graduate like Lu Chen has run into walls everywhere. Although the recruitment requirements of Lu Chen's studio are not high, they are not low to this extent. To put it bluntly, a 3-legged toad is hard to find, and 2-legged college students are everywhere in Beijing, but Xianxia's academic performance is still very good. He gets scholarships every year in college. He works very hard in Beijing. His work performance is remarkable. At least he has some talent. Most importantly, Xianxia has a special identity. He is a member of Lu Chen fan group, Lu Jiejun. Moreover, he was a veteran hardcore fan. He had contacted Lu Chen through Li Feiyu and came over for the interview. "Why do you want to work here?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "Your future with me is definitely not as good as your current company." Although Xianxia's current company is not a big company, it belongs to a real IT company, belonging to the kind of new enterprise with great potential for development. In terms of professional nature and career prospects, it was far better than Lu Chen's small studio. Apart from salary and conditions, promotion channels and career prospects were also very important when looking for a job. Lu Chen Studio is a small group dedicated to Lu Chen's own service. The current recruitment of network management personnel is mainly responsible for the construction and maintenance of the studio's website, as well as online marketing. Lu Chen has no intention of expanding the studio into a big company for the time being, so the requirement for applicants is stability and reliability. However, young people, especially the Beijing drifters, come to Beijing to work hard with the dream of doing a career. The small Lu Chen studio obviously can't satisfy their desire for progress. In this regard, Lu Chen will tell any interviewee frankly, and will not deceive or mislead others. When he first came to Beijing to look for a job, he encountered such an unscrupulous company and almost fell into it. Lu Chen was very disgusted with this. During the period when he left Beijing to tour, Lu Shi has interviewed many job seekers, but the other party is either arrogant, has high standards but low ability, or has poor level and ability. So far, no suitable candidate has been found. A truly outstanding talent would not settle for an obscure personal studio. "I know," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "But with my education, I can only be at the bottom of the company, and I can't be promoted. Moreover, the salary for working overtime every day is not high, and I'm doing repetitive and boring work. I can't improve myself. So I want to try the studio. At least with Brother Chen here, I can do more work independently, and I also have time and opportunity to continue to learn and enrich myself. I will work hard." He graduated from college a year earlier than Lu Chen and the same age as Lu Chen, but he was born 2 months younger than Lu Chen. Lu Chen and Lu Shi looked at each other, and the latter nodded slightly. Originally, the recruitment of employees should be done by Lu Shi, but Xianxia's situation is a bit special, plus professional reasons, so Lu Chen is still the chief examiner. But Lu Chen also has to respect his sister's wishes. Lu Shi has no objection. Xianxia is thin and tall, with an ordinary appearance. He is obviously not the kind of person who can talk. It can be seen that he has a good character and belongs to the kind of employee who is willing to work hard. His education and ability may not be very strong, but it is enough for the current Lu Chen studio. Lu Chen thought about it and said, "Well, since you have made up your mind, come and try it with me." The same major, coupled with similar experience as a drifter in Beijing, made Lu Chen identify with Xianxia. So why not let him try? Xianxia suddenly felt relieved. "Great, thank you, Brother Chen." He couldn't help beaming with joy. Lu Shi added, "We will first be on probation for half a month, and then sign a formal contract after the probation period. The monthly salary of the formal treatment is 3,500 yuan, with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, 500 yuan for board and lodging, and performance benefits and year-end bonuses will be calculated separately. If there is no problem, let's sign a trial employment contract first." She asked, "Do you have any problems?" No. Xianxia quickly replied, no problem, no problem. This kind of treatment is already better than his current company, and the half-month probation period is very kind. Many companies recruit newcomers, and the probation period is often as long as 3 months, which is the maximum period stipulated by the law. Then for these 3 months, only the minimum wage is guaranteed, and the newcomers are asked to work like cattle and horses, in the name of training and exercise. In the end, they refuse to sign a formal contract for various reasons and are kicked out. Xianxia has been fooled when he was looking for a job before, and he was cheated. A half-month probation period is really too kind. He secretly made up his mind to work hard here. Lucy smiled and said, if there is no problem, then when can you come to work? Xianxia said, I can come tomorrow. He was so impatient that Lucien and Lucy were stupefied. Lucien was surprised, can you resign so soon? The normal resignation process usually takes 10 days to half a month to complete, and even several months. Unless it is that kind of temporary job. Xianxia said with a wry smile, I offended the project team director. He wants me to get out of here, so I can resign tomorrow. Xianxia himself can't tell how he offended this boss. Since he took office, the other party has always been displeased with him. He often raised his eyebrows and looked at him vertically. Not only did he criticize his work, but he also ridiculed him from time to time. It's just that this job is not easy to get, so Xianxia silently endured. Yesterday was supposed to be his rest day, but he was caught working overtime by the director and was scolded. Xianxia was so angry that he quarreled with the other party. The relationship between the two sides was completely broken, so even if he did not take the initiative to resign, he would not be able to work in this company for long. After the fight, Xianxia remembered that Li Feiyu had mentioned in the live broadcast that Lu Chen had opened a studio, so he tried to get the contact information and asked if there was any need for professional-related employees. As a result, his luck was good. Lu Chen's studio was really recruiting network managers. Lu Chen didn't ask about it and said, you don't have to be in such a hurry. We'll give you 3 days to solve it. It's a start and an end. Anyway, this job is yours. Xianxia nodded hard, okay. In fact, in Xianxia's heart, there is something that he didn't say to Lu Chen. That is, he quarreled with the project team director yesterday. The reason why he couldn't control his emotions at that time was that he listened to the song Chasing Dream with a Childlike Heart sung by Lu Chen live that night. It was this song that awakened the blood that he had been suppressing. Xianxia can endure the hard and tedious work, and can endure the unfair and discriminatory treatment. But he also has dignity. Today, he came to Lu Chen's studio with the idea of burning the boat. If he can't get the interview here, then he is ready to go back to his hometown and never come back again. And Lu Chen gave him a chance to start over. After sending away Xianxia, Lu Chen went to Nirvana Studios. Both studios are in the same park, and the distance between each other is only 10 minutes walk, so it is very convenient. Lu Chen's debut album has been in the midst of intense production, and Nirvana Studios' attention is even higher than his. Whether it is the arrangement or the accompaniment, they are all excellent. Since the beginning of the month, Lu Chen has been running around with the program team, so the production of the album has inevitably been affected, but the work of Nirvana Studios has not been interrupted. Now that he is back, he naturally has to pull back the backward progress. This album carries Lu Chen's first music dream. If there are no accidents, he is ready to officially release his debut album next month, in September. Ho hi, forget Grass Bar. It was just past 7 in the evening and the bar was already full. The customers were sitting in groups of 3 to 5. They were either whispering and laughing or drinking and playing cards, making the atmosphere lively but not noisy. Wow. The bartender, David, had an exaggerated expression on his face as he asked Lu Chen, who had just arrived at the bar, "Little boss, is this beautiful lady your companion for tonight? May I know her name?" His eyes were shining as he stared at the woman beside Lu Chen, as if he had discovered a treasure. Although David was not a real Westerner, he had grown up abroad, so his way of thinking was not much different from a foreigner. When he saw something he liked, he would directly express it. If the other party was not brought by Lu Chen, he would have immediately used all his skills to strike up a conversation. Lu Chen sneered, "This is my sister. If you dare to have any crooked thoughts, be careful that I get angry." Sorry. David hurriedly raised his hands in surrender and made a pitiful look. I didn't know this was your sister. Can I treat the two of you to a glass of tequila sunrise? Lucien knew this guy's temperament very well, so he laughed. How can one glass be enough? At least 2 glasses. David said with a bitter face. All right then. The bartender, who had suffered a loss, could only resentfully turn around to make a cocktail. Lucy was not angry. This was the first time she was called a beautiful lady. Instead, she felt that this bartender was quite interesting. Looking around curiously, she commented, this bar isn't bad. The style of the Forget Grass bar's decoration was quite good. It had a bit of a reputation in Hohai Circle. Moreover, the customers who frequented this place were mostly of high quality, so the atmosphere was naturally different from ordinary places. Lucien smiled. We have 5% of the shares. Lucy had known about it for a long time, and through Lucien's introduction, she had already met Xianxia. As Lucien's agent and studio manager, Lucy's biggest problem was her lack of experience. She had never done the same job before. Although she could look up information, she felt that it was not enough. The unspoken rules of many industries were not something that could be found by typing on the keyboard. And Xianxia just happened to be able to help her understand the circle that Lucien was in. He had always been a person in the circle, and he had a wide range of contacts in the circle. He had friends from all walks of life, so naturally, his experience was very rich. Lucien didn't know how powerful his boss was before. It wasn't until he jumped out of the bar that he realized how deep his boss was. Therefore, he asked Xianxia to help guide his sister. If there was any problem, it was also very convenient for Lucy to call and ask directly. Now Lucy and Xianxia were half master and disciple, but it was her first time coming to Forget Grass Bar. Today's day was a bit special. Xiao Lu. Lucien heard the sound and saw Xianxia standing in front of the railing upstairs and waving to him. Come up. He hurriedly pulled Lucy upstairs. The upstairs was also full, but the VIP seats were basically reserved as usual. One of the seats was already occupied by 4 people. When they saw Lucien and Lucy, they got up and greeted De Chen, Sister Lucy, Li Feiyu, Chen Xiaomei, Chen Xiang, and Chen Xian. All the current members of Lucien's studio were gathered together. In addition to Xianxia, the honorary consultant. Lucien said, everyone sit down, let's drink and talk. Xianxia frowned and asked, what the hell are you doing? Why did you all come here at night? The members of Lucien's studio were all here, and the Bionics and Sister Na were all here. When he came here just now, he met a lot of old bar customers downstairs. Everyone smiled mysteriously when they greeted each other. As an experienced person, Xianxia judged that there must be a conspiracy. Unfortunately, even David firmly shut his mouth. No matter how he threatened or tempted him, he didn't speak. Lucien asked, Brother Kenho, do you know what day it is today? Xianxia was stunned. What day? He remembered that today was Thursday, August 27th. What's so special about it? Lucien said with a smile. You'll know later. He said to Lucy, Sister, you have fun here with everyone. I'll pay for all the expenses tonight. Lucy nodded. Well, you go. Lucien said to Xianxia again, Brother Kenho, let's go down. Xianxia was confused by him. He was completely confused. He went downstairs and asked, Where are we going? Lucien said with a smile, I'm going backstage to prepare for the performance. So many old customers are here. You can accompany them. Xianxia really admired him. You finally know that many old customers are looking forward to you coming. Don't forget that you have shares in the bar. Sing a few more songs tonight. Lucien left, the Bionics left, and Sister Na also left. The group backstage now only had 2 or 3 old faces. The others were all replaced by new people. Although the business of Forget Worries Bar was getting better and better, and it was often full on weekends, Xianxia still missed the feeling of the past. Many old customers also had the same view. It's just that time can't be turned back. Now that Lucien and the others flew away, Xianxia was also very pleased. Lucien promised, okay. Leaving Xianxia behind, he went backstage. It's been more than a month since the last time he sang in Forget Worries Bar. But Lucien already had a strange feeling. The big room outside had been renovated. The walls were painted with new gum paint, making it look clean. There were 2 more dressing tables for the singers, but it didn't seem crowded. There were many people inside, but Lu Chen didn't recognize many of them. Lu Chen. As soon as Lu Chen went in, someone called out his name. Surprise, curiosity, surprise, everyone's eyes focused on him. Is this Lu Chen? In the bar singer circle of Hohai, Lu Chen was an out-and-out legend. He has been dormant in Forget Grass Bar for many years. At first, he was a waiter who served tea and water. Then he suddenly burst out with amazing talent, soared into the entertainment industry and became a rising star. All 3 songs written by Lu Chen for the Bionics were on the original music chart. Among them, In the Spring topped the chart for 4 weeks in a row, making the Bionics a big hit. The most interesting thing was that this song was actually exchanged for 5% of Forget Grass Bar's shares. Lu Chen's song can sell for at least 200,000, and he himself is also very strong. After participating in Singing China, he has overcome all the difficulties and is now in the top 10 in the country. Such an eye-catching character, even if the singers present haven't seen him before, he is also famous. Isn't what Lu Chen is realizing the common dream of all of them? Lu Chen nodded, hello. The other party is a resident singer of Forget Grass Bar. He knows him a little, at least he can call out his name. At this time, other people reacted and surrounded him to greet him. Hello, Brother Chen. De Chen. Hello. Lu Chen couldn't tell who was who among the eager and enthusiastic faces. He put his hands together with a smile on his face and responded, hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you. If he hadn't participated in the talent competition, he would have been easily confused by such a scene. Lu Chen understands the thoughts of these singers. They just want to get to know him, get close to him, and even want to buy his songs. Recalling the years when he was ignored and despised in the bar, Lu Chen's heart was filled with emotion. De Chen. At this time, Qin Hanyang, who came out of the small suite, came to his rescue. Come here. With Qin Hanyang's appearance, these singers didn't dare to continue to surround Lu Chen and hurriedly made way for him. Nowadays, Bionics is very popular. It is said that commercial performance invitations are scheduled until next year. Qin Hanyang, as the lead singer and captain of the band, has also become an overnight hit and an idol worshipped by countless bar singers. In Hohai, he is an absolute big shot. It's already a great luck to be able to see Qin Hanyang and Bionics in Forget Grass Bar tonight. And Lu Chen has to be added. Lu Chen apologized and came to the small suite. The other 4 members of Bionics are there, as well as Zhang Nana, or Sister Na. De Chen. Sister Na is still so enthusiastic and gave Lu Chen a big hug on the spot. But now, whether it is her or Qin Hanyang, the way they address him has changed. Originally it was Xiao Lu, now it is De Chen. Because everyone has changed, each other's identity is different from the original. Sister Na, Lu Chen said with a smile, you are so beautiful now. Sister Na's appearance is very ordinary, plus she is old, it can even be said that she is a bit ugly. But now, the Sister Na that Lu Chen saw, has exquisite makeup and is in high spirits. Her whole temperament is very different from before. She has more of a mature woman's charm, and is also a lot more pleasing to look at. She strongly proves that the saying that a woman depends 70% on her appearance is correct. Sister Na let go of her arms and said with a fierce face, then you mean, I was ugly before? Lu Chen knows that she is joking, and said with a smile, you were beautiful before, but now you are even more beautiful. Sister Na suddenly smiled, you have the sweetest mouth. Have you coaxed any girls recently? Lu Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Originally, he wanted to invite Yi Zitong to come together in the evening, but after calling, he found out that the other party went home half a month ago and will not come back until the beginning of next month when school starts. During this period of time, Lu Chen has been busy participating in the competition. In addition, he has to manage the studio, produce the album, and also take care of the network anchor. Naturally, the contact with Yi Zitong has become very little. The relationship between the two is a bit cold because of this. This was also something that could not be helped. Lu Chen could not spend his time on love. And he and Yi Zitong have not really established a relationship, so such a situation is very normal. Even men and women in love will be alienated because of separation. But tonight, Luchan does not want to think about this. End of chapter 131. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.